transported into the Marvel Universe. Mercer initially believed he would become just another expendable character. However, through a series of fortuitous misadventures, he activated an infinite hero card system. This system not only grants him access to various superhero gadgets and abilities, but also bestows upon him the remarkable ability to traverse countless realms. Ordinary individuals rely on mutations. The Hulk and Abomination are prime examples. Dare you challenge my Blacklight Virus? Stark, your technology has become obsolete. Behold my flame dragon armor, merge. Hey, God of Thunder, you may command lightning, but my thunder fruit shall not concede defeat. Chapter 1. The Emergence of Blacklight. The autumn night dripped like water as darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. Peering out from the 7th-floor window, Mercer observed the vibrant lights outside, which continued to shine brilliantly despite the late hour the night's revelry had only just begun. Yet, all the merriment belonged to others, while Mercer found himself devoid of any joy, staring at the man on the dilapidated television screen as his words reverberated. Throughout the nation, I am Iron Man, proclaimed Tony Stark from the television series. With a resigned sigh, Mercer glanced at the scattered bills in his hand, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Only $300 left, barely enough to last through the month. How is it that I find myself worrying about survival after being transported here? Am I destined to be mere cannon fodder? Having arrived in this world just months prior, he found himself inhabiting the body of a Chinese-American high school sophomore in a foster home. In this reality, he was known as Mercer, Alex Mercer. I truly am the most lamentable of travelers, he mused bitterly. Just as he was lost in thought, a furious knocking echoed at the door, accompanied by the slurred voice of his landlord. Hey, you, Eastern lad, pay your rent. Your contract expired 2 days ago. If you don't pay today, you're out. Gazing at the $300 on the table, Mercer's lips twitched. If he surrendered $200 for rent, starvation would be his only companion. He shouted towards the door, I apologize, landlord. Please grant me another chance. I shall seek employment tomorrow. Did he not wish to find work? As an ordinary student of Asian descent, he frequently faced discrimination, and every job he managed to secure ended abruptly. The landlord, perceiving him as an outsider, had taken it upon himself to bully him. Pounding heavily on the door, the landlord's demeanor suggested he would burst in at any moment to physically confront Mercer. You must pay today, or pack your things and leave. The landlord's aggressive tone left Mercer with no avenue of retreat. With a resigned sigh, he began to gather his belongings in preparation for departure when a familiar female voice emerged from the hallway, conversing with the landlord. This somewhat recognizable voice prompted Mercer to open the door, revealing a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman of striking beauty and figure. Alex, I've prepared some beef stew if you haven't had dinner. Come and have some, the tall woman stated. I've taken care of your rent for this month. You need to find a job soon, or this situation is untenable. Thank you. Carter, you are far too kind to me. Upon witnessing the landlord's mocking smile, Moser chose to disregard it and expressed his gratitude towards Carter. The woman before him was Peggy Carter, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and, in this world, the embodiment of Captain America. In this alternate timeline, it was not Steve Rogers who successfully received the super serum, but the very Peggy Carter standing in front of him. Initially, Moser found himself rather bewildered by this revelation. He had anticipated a journey akin to many other travelers who ventured into cinematic universes. However, he now found himself in a reality where Peggy Carter was the hero. The timeline had shifted, and the subsequent events would inevitably unleash a butterfly effect, resulting in myriad transformations. What lay ahead remained a mystery to Moser. Carter glanced at him, her gaze lingering in his eyes for a moment, and declared, I have a mission. Please wash the dishes when you finish eating. As she spoke, she handed him a key, inexplicably placing her trust in him to come and go from her home at will. Was it due to his youthful appearance? Moser accepted the key, momentarily taken aback, and with a complex expression, he inquired, Why are you so kind to me? The question caught Carter off guard, and after a brief pause, she simply replied, I find your eyes reminiscent of his. Without elaborating on the identity of he, she departed. This cryptic statement left only the landlord perplexed. He nudged Moser with his shoulder, raising his eyebrows, and teasingly remarked, Well, Eastern lad, it seems the most beautiful woman in our apartment has taken an interest in you. Before the lecherous middle-aged man could finish his thought, Moser rolled his eyes, bypassed him, and entered Carter's room with the key she had given him. The room was filled with a delicate fragrance, the source of which remained a mystery, perhaps perfume or something else. Standing before the mirror adjacent to the shoe cabinet, Moser observed his reflection. Though he was a young man of Asian descent, his eyes were strikingly blue with a hint of green, remarkably deep and alluring. The person she referred to must be Steve Rogers, Moser mused, shrugging. It was evident that only Steve Rogers could captivate Carter's thoughts so profoundly. The layout of the room was familiar, and Moser quickly located the kitchen. Indeed, a pot of beef stew awaited him there. Lifting the lid, he was greeted by an enticing aroma that stirred his appetite. With his stomach protesting audibly, Moser could no longer suppress his hunger. He hastily retrieved a bowl and spoon in a bid to save money. He had subsisted on discounted bread and milk from the bakery, nearly reaching the point of nausea. Quickly filling a large bowl with steaming beef stew, the mouth-watering scent tantalized his senses as he prepared to bring a spoonful to his lips. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed nearby. Before he could react, it appeared as though the surrounding floors had been breached by some force. A powerful impact obliterated the far side of the room, while Mose, in the midst of savoring a bowl of stewed beef with a spoon, was taken aback by the sudden chaos. What on earth is happening? Instinctively, he sprang from his chair, hastily ensuring that he did not neglect his bowl. As he gazed through the swirling dust, his eyes widened in horror. Amidst the haze, a colossal figure emerged, and, as the dust settled, he discerned the true identity of the intruder. Is that Abomination? With a hefty frame and gray skin covered in menacing spikes, Mose instantly recognized this formidable foe, one of the adversaries of the Hulk. Though he was perplexed as to how this creature came to be in his vicinity, he understood that he was in grave danger. He could see the creature, and the creature could see him. The Abomination, momentarily taken aback by the sight of an ordinary man, shocked yet indulging in stewed beef, seemed momentarily at a loss for words. The scene resembled a comedic animation from the 1990s. Despite the absurdity of the situation, Mose couldn't help but admire Carter's culinary skills. The beef was exquisitely tender and richly flavored. At that moment, the Abomination finally regained its composure, letting out a guttural roar as it extended its massive hand toward him, sending a chill down Mose's spine. Goodness, I'm truly involved in this. I am merely a humble citizen wishing to enjoy my stewed beef. How did this become my predicament? In a Marvel universe, ordinary individuals are often mere fodder. As he watched the enormous hand, larger than himself, hurtling toward him, an overwhelming sense of peril washed over him. Before he could react, a cold, emotionless voice resonated in his ears. Warning, host detected life-threatening danger. Infinite hero card system activated. Claiming novice gift package. Acquired anti-hero card, Blacklight Virus. Chapter 2. I just want to quietly enjoy stewed beef. Moser shivered, as if some arcane force had entered his body. In the next moment, he observed with astonishment that the movements of the Abomination had slowed down considerably, akin to a scene played in slow motion. What was happening? Why were his actions so sluggish? He could even discern the subtle changes in his expressions. Moser was still oblivious to the specifics of the situation, but he understood that his extraordinary ability had activated. The infinite hero card system had yet to be thoroughly examined, yet its immediate effects were enough to leave Moser in awe. The Blacklight Virus, a lethal contagion from a game in his past life called Prototype, transformed those infected into horrifying, bloodthirsty zombies, or enhanced zombies with weaponized physical attributes. If harnessed correctly, it was an immensely powerful virus capable of infinite absorption and mutation. In this Marvel universe, it would be no less formidable than any other existence. Mission initiated. Blacklight emergence. Completion rate 0. 1. Feeling the terrifying enhancement brought about by the Blacklight virus coursing through him, Moser gazed at the Abomination, a smile gradually forming on his face. So, you are the Abomination, are you? It seems you have never faced death before. Outside the building, special operatives stood guard with rifles and heavy weaponry, despite having set up a perimeter. Curious onlookers gathered outside, recording the scene with their phones. This damned creature, Langlo, where's the anesthetist? Dressed in Captain America's uniform, Carter anxiously urged the man beside her. She had only just stepped outside when she heard news of the Abomination's appearance in this area, which was populated with ordinary civilians. This was dire. Mere bullets would not be sufficient to defeat this monstrosity. They could only employ the specially developed tranquilizer darts from SHIELD to subdue it and restore it to a semblance of normalcy. However, the anesthetist equipped with the tranquilizers had yet to arrive. They would have to suppress the creature with gunfire, minimizing its area of chaos. Suddenly, a look of terror crossed Carter's face as she noticed that her room was illuminated and had been smashed open, creating a large hole. She had left with the lights off, meaning Moser had entered. Now, with a gaping pit in her room, her heart sank. Alex, seal off the 2 blocks beyond this point. Langlo, you take charge of the perimeter while the rest evacuate the civilians. Despite her rising anxiety, Carter swiftly issued a series of commands. Understood. The S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives responded promptly, springing into action to execute her orders. As Carter removed her shield from her back, preparing to rush into rescue, she witnessed a figure soar from the upper floors, crashing violently into the adjacent building. The crowd, bewildered by the unfolding events, was taken aback as a person emerged slowly from the partially collapsed structure. This individual was slightly over 6 feet tall and donned a black hood, obscuring their features from view. Alex. Only Carter recognized the young man standing before her, her pupils dilating in shock. She instantly identified him as Moser. How could he be unharmed? Was this all his doing? As she watched the abomination being sent flying, a bizarre thought flickered in Carter's mind. She could hardly believe that, in her recollections, Mercer had always been a rather frail young man. How could he possibly accomplish such a feat? Just then, Mercer spoke up. Honestly, is it so difficult for me to enjoy a stew of beef? His youthful, yet not immature words echoed in the stunned silence of the onlookers, all of whom gaped at Mercer as he emerged. I once read a novel where a fellow attempted to annihilate a village and interrupted the protagonist's meal, only to be dealt a crushing blow. Would you care to try your luck? The abomination twisted its painfully throbbing arm and neck, its pupils, larger than Mercer's head, narrowing in disbelief. It had been completely unprepared, and by the time it regained its senses, it had already been sent hurtling away. Could an ordinary person truly have done this? It was inconceivable. Who are you? The abomination spoke, revealing itself to be a mutated human. Despite its monstrous appearance, I'm merely a quiet young man passing by, yearning for some beef stew. Let me assure you, you found yourself in quite the predicament. The phrase quiet young man left the crowd momentarily speechless. Could such a thing truly be accomplished by a quiet young man? Mercer stretched his limbs. Though he had yet to fully explore the newly acquired abilities of his system, the infiltration of the Blacklight Virus had significantly augmented his strength. Otherwise, he would never have been able to hurl the several-ton abomination from where it stood. Now, he needed to address the immediate challenge before him. Flexing his fingers, he sensed an almost boundless power coursing through him, a grin spreading across his lips as he realized the Blacklight Virus was more potent than he had anticipated. Perfect. Let us see how formidable you truly are. He crouched slightly, channeling his energy, and in an instant, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Whoosh. The spectators only heard a sharp whoosh as Mercer closed the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye, standing before the abomination. With a powerful punch, Mercer struck the creature squarely on the jaw, sending it soaring into the air as if it weighed nothing. Even in that moment, the onlookers could see the sonic boom encircle the punch. What incredible speed. Impressive. The exclamation escaped Carter's lips, the only enhanced individual present. Aside from this mutated oddity, she alone understood the sheer weight of the abomination. To send it flying? It felt like a dream, yet Mercer had truly achieved it. Had he been concealing his capabilities all along? Rubbing her eyes, Carter questioned whether she was still dreaming, but no one was there to provide her with answers. Mercer continued his assault, leaping effortlessly to a height of several meters, arriving before the abomination with the same blink of an eye. His tightly clenched fists fell upon the creature like a torrential downpour. The excruciating pain coursing through the abomination left it bewildered. The force of Mercer's strikes was immense and relentless. How could he breach its defenses? If it were just a punch or two, it might be bearable. But how was it possible for him to unleash such power in a continuous barrage of dozens, even hundreds of blows? Even at my peak strength, I couldn't replicate this. The abomination roared in its mind, even its enhanced body unable to keep pace with Mercer's swift movements. Just as he was about to raise his hand to block a punch, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his abdomen, and the fist he loathed had already become but a fleeting shadow. The immense size of his adversary imposed a certain speed limitation, rendering the creature unable to strike swiftly. In contrast, the more average-sized Moser bore no such encumbrance. Each of his punches struck with the ferocity of a speeding train, landing heavily upon the loathed foe, producing a resounding thud that attested to the sheer magnitude of his strength. The two descended rapidly, yet Moser's punches were even quicker, the cacophony of blows echoing at an unnatural pace. Within mere seconds, he unleashed over 100 strikes. Each blow landed with bone-crushing intensity, leaving one astounded. Gradually, the loathed one sensed something amiss. Chapter 3. The Restless Blacklight Virus. Each of the opponent's punches was not merely a physical strike. They were accompanied by razor-like gusts of wind, with dozens of blows raining down upon the same spot. While a rifle could not breach his resilient skin, Moser's rapid punches, imbued with slicing winds, managed to pierce it slightly. The loathed one could clearly see that the blood drawn from his wounds did not splatter outward, but rather mysteriously merged into Moser's fists. One drop of blood led to two to four, until they reached the ground. at which point Moser's fists finally ceased their assault. Upon their landing, the loathed one was left in a state of near death. His once massive frame had withered considerably, and those unaware of the situation might mistakenly believe he was simply returning to a normal human form, oblivious to the fact that Moser had absorbed a significant portion of his blood. Moser stood triumphantly over him, looking down with the demeanor of a victor. The scene resembled a lamb perched atop an elephant, delivering a powerful visual impact. It seemed I could absorb him. Moser's body quivered slightly, not from fear under the watchful eyes of the crowd, but from an insatiable desire stirring within. For the Blacklight Virus, which thrived on the absorption of biological entities for evolution, the loathed one was an exceedingly rare boon. Yet reason cautioned Moser against such actions. Witnessing the astonished crowd capturing the extraordinary display of his superhuman prowess, he knew that if he proceeded to absorb the loathed one, the reaction would not be mere shock, but sheer panic. The idea of consuming and transforming a human being was too much for the general populace to accept. Never mind. There will be ample time to act later. There was no need to make such a spectacle in front of the masses. Moser shook his head in disappointment. He had no desire to become a public enemy. He turned to survey his surroundings. Although the area was cordoned off, a number of curious onlookers had infiltrated, some even brandishing smartphones to capture the moment. Moser remained uncertain of the consequences that might arise from indiscriminately absorbing such entities. In this public setting, he could not afford to test such a course of action. Hey, are you done fighting? Weren't you quite capable just a moment ago? Get up and practice some more, Moser declared, his foot crashing down onto the hard ground, causing it to splinter and crack under the force. I'm done. The loathed one hastily waved his hands, inwardly lamenting that the rate at which he was losing blood was far more severe than being captured for experimentation. Thus, he dared not move, allowing the nearby special forces to approach and inject him with tranquilizer darts. Observing the captive's unexpected compliance, Moser curled his lip, evidently. This individual was aware of his precarious situation. The special forces officer, seeing the captive revert to a more normal state, swiftly seized him and confined him within a specially designed cage. Just as everyone believed the ordeal was coming to an end, a sharp command rang out. Surround him. The rapid response team, led by Rumlow, from S.H.I.E.L.D., advanced with weapons drawn, encircling Moser. For reasons unknown, Rumlow appeared more tense than usual, as if facing not a mere man, but a ferocious beast poised to pounce, ready to rend flesh and bone at the slightest lapse in vigilance. Glimpsing the rifle pointed in his direction, Moser narrowed his eyes, feeling a palpable urge to retaliate. Rumlow would later earn the moniker Crossbone. He was a formidable adversary of S.H.I.E.L.D., a senior member of Hydra, and in Moser's recollection, one of the architects of the Avengers Civil War. I advise you to lower your weapon, Moser intoned, his hooded eyes narrowing slightly as he surveyed the surrounding special forces with icy disdain. His imperfect English carried a chilling undertone, evoking a sense of dread among the onlookers. Carter watched the scene unfold with a complex expression. She was the only one present aware of Moser's true identity. His demeanor was difficult to reconcile with that of a mere 17-year-old boy. What are you all doing? Lower your guns, Carter commanded. But Captain, Rumlow hesitated, his brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Moser. He was able to dispatch that hulking gray brute. Do you truly believe a rifle can harm him? Carter refrained from addressing Moser by name, acutely aware of his desire to conceal his identity beneath the hood. Her insistence forced Rumlow to lower his weapon, recognizing that Moser held a higher rank and that he must defer to her outside. Little did they know, their actions inadvertently spared their lives. Had they fired upon Moser, he would not have remained passive. He would have eagerly absorbed their essence, resulting in a scene of utter devastation. With a disdainful huff, the assembled forces lowered their rifles. Moser let out a cold snort, his head tilting slightly beneath the hood as he surveyed the surrounding structures. In the next instant, he felt the crimson-black energy surging through his legs, propelling him skyward with a powerful leap. As Moser soared through the air, he tucked his legs and extended his arms, gliding like a flying squirrel, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. He can fly? Carter mused in disbelief, her mind racing with questions about the extraordinary abilities of this enigmatic figure. As the farce concluded with Moser's departure, many spectators captured photographs of the event. Curiously, despite the throng present, no one managed to photograph Moser's full face. The best anyone achieved was a fleeting glimpse of his profile illuminated by the lights. Even that solitary profile was enough to propel Moser to viral fame online. Good heavens! I've never seen such a perfect profile. Behold the sharply defined jawline. Could it truly be that an actor was intentionally hired for this role? The fervent admirers upstairs seemed to have lost their senses. Do you see any cameras in sight? In an instant, the internet buzzes with a plethora of rumors surrounding the enigmatic figure in black, whose presence has even overshadowed the disdain directed towards him. However, Mose remains indifferent to such matters, having alighted upon the rooftop of a towering building, surveying the city from a lofty vantage point. After processing the recent events, he feels a surge of excitement. The coveted golden finger he has awaited for so long has finally activated. He raises his right hand, and a dark, ethereal substance writhes within his palm, coalescing into a container the size of a beverage can, which holds the very essence of the Abomination's blood. System detects an item eligible for transformation into a card. Shall it be converted? The voice of the system suddenly reverberates in his mind, leaving Mo-se momentarily stunned. This substance can indeed be transformed into a card? Let us proceed with the conversion. After all, I have no idea what might occur if I were to absorb it directly, he muses. He dares not take such a reckless risk, lest he unwittingly become a grotesque abomination himself. As the thought escapes his lips, the viscous liquid in his hand vanishes, replaced by a rectangular card about the size of his palm. The center of the card features an illustration depicting the Abomination's blood, resembling droplets falling, with its name inscribed at the top, Abomination Blood. Simultaneously, a frame materializes before him. Card name, Abomination Blood. Level, Tier 1 effect, grants a limited enhancement from the Abomination. Appears to synergize better with the Blacklight Virus. Mo-se gazes at the text displayed in the frame, astonished. Is the Abomination a creature of such formidable strength? Merely categorized as Tier 1? Chapter 4, Journey to S-H-I-E-L-D, reflecting on the system's previous statement. Mo-se ponders for a moment before extracting a small sample of the Blacklight Virus, prompting the system to convert it into a hero card. Card name, Blacklight Virus. Level, Infinite. Effect, a super virus capable of infinite evolution, capable of absorbing various forms of life and energy, upper limit unknown. Upon witnessing the level of the Blacklight Virus, Mo-se finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. What does this level signify? Infinite? The Blacklight Virus possesses such extraordinary power? It is indeed plausible, for the virus is designed to absorb and evolve without limits. Initially confined to the realm of gaming, its capabilities were predetermined by the game mechanics. Now, having transcended into reality within this Marvel universe, the possibilities for its evolution are truly unfathomable. The situation is now abundantly clear. Mo-se must absorb more formidable entities. As a traveler from another world, he is acutely aware of the events that will transpire in the coming years. Stark has just revealed his identity as Iron Man, indicating that there remains time before the Avengers assemble. He still has the opportunity to grow. Armed with the limitless potential of the Blacklight Virus, Mo-se feels a renewed sense of confidence in his ability to survive in this world teeming with extraordinary beings. Now, let us first explore the capabilities of this Abomination Blood. Upon acquiring the card, Mo-se instantly comprehends its specific applications. He flashed a grin, holding a card in his hand, and with a gentle tap, the contents of the card magnified before him. Moser strode forward, and the repugnant blood from the card seemed to find its host, adhering to him and burrowing into his skin. Before the grayish-white vile blood could spread its malevolence, it was enveloped by the immense Blacklight Virus. Countless blacklight particles converged upon Moser's right arm, and guided by an extraordinary sensation, he suddenly swung his arms. The blacklight material instantaneously cloaked his limbs, transforming into a pair of glimmering, sinister claws. It was undeniably spectacular. Astonished by the blacklight claws adorning his hands, Moser pressed a claw against the nearby wall. The reinforced wall, with but a slight exertion, yielded like soft tofu to a sharp knife, effortlessly sliced open. The incision was remarkably neat. It would be difficult to create such a smooth cut without high-precision instruments. If this were to be used on a human, Moser narrowed his eyes, contemplating how much faster he could have dispatched the Abomination had he possessed these claws. Merely absorbing a few drops of blood had already granted him such transformative power. It was evident that this extraordinary blood could indeed induce significant changes. Upon further examination of his own transformation, Moser discovered that the effects were far from limited. Absorbing the repugnant blood had endowed him with some abilities of its original human host, including combat skills and linguistic capabilities. He attempted to speak in English, and to his astonishment, his previously halting speech had become remarkably fluent. One would hardly suspect he was a mere few minutes ago an individual incapable of speaking English. He sounded like a native speaker. Excellent. Now I can communicate fluently in English without concern for misunderstandings, and as for combat skills, Moser couldn't help but grin. Executing a few moves on the spot, each strike accompanied by a whistling wind, each as lethal as the last. The repugnant's human form was already a peak special operative. With the absorption of his blood, Moser had inherited that prowess. However, this was merely the result of a few drops of blood. The information gained was limited, and he would require more to unlock greater potential. If I could absorb the entirety of the repugnant's essence, I could even transform into him completely. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Moser felt a surge of excitement. He resolved to investigate the SHIELD headquarters at the Triskelion to uncover more information and ascertain the whereabouts of the repugnant, for this individual was undoubtedly a menace. That evening, at SHIELD, within the Triskelion, the bald man with an eye patch, Nick Fury, gazed gravely at the agent surveillance monitors, which displayed the entire footage of Moser's confrontation with the Abomination. Witnessing a human with an ordinary physique send a creature several meters tall flying with a single punch left Nick Fury with a profound sense of concern. Yet another formidable adversary had emerged. Natasha, what are your thoughts on this individual? He turned to the tall woman with wine-red hair, standing beside him, seeking her perspective. The woman, named Natasha Romanoff, was a senior agent of SHIELD and one of Fury's most trusted confidants. Natasha scrutinized the video closely, conducting a preliminary character assessment. I surmise that his age is likely around 20 or perhaps even younger, judging by his demeanor. He does not seem to possess any inclination towards seeking attention, thereby excluding any direct association with this incident. I believe, as those agents suggested, that the man acted out of irritation caused by the large gray figure disrupting his meal of braised beef. Upon hearing this, Natasha couldn't help but chuckle. If that were truly the case, then the hatred directed towards him appears to be rather unfortunate. Spare me the jest, for I am already quite overwhelmed. Observing Natasha's barely contained amusement, Nick Fury helplessly rubbed his smooth scalp, recognizing that this was not a favorable situation for him. The recently initiated Avengers initiative had only just begun to take shape, and now an enigmatic individual had entered the scene, raising concerns about the potential impact on our plans. After pondering for a moment, Nick tapped his fingers on the table and continued, "Let's proceed this way. Since that individual mentioned being disturbed while eating, it stands to reason that he must be a resident of this building. Please investigate any relevant information regarding him and see if you can locate him." Understood, Natasha nodded, confirming Mercer's address on her computer before preparing to leave. Just as she turned her body, an unexpected youthful voice resonated within Nick Fury's office. "I am right here. Feel free to ask any questions you may have." Chapter 5. The deal. At the instant the voice emerged, both Nick Fury and Natasha instinctively drew their firearms, gripping them tightly in the direction from whence the voice came. Their pupils dilated sharply, cold sweat breaking out as they beheld a young man slowly emerging from the shadows of the office. When had he arrived there? Nick and Natasha had been entirely oblivious. Had this individual intended to kill them, they would have already met their demise. The sheer terror of such stealth capabilities rendered even the director of SHIELD and a senior agent unaware of his presence. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mercer, Alex Mercer. I wish to propose a deal." He spoke with a light chuckle. The hands gripping the guns began to perspire, and Nick Fury, maintaining his composure, subtly shifted one hand towards the table, intending to press a concealed alarm button. Suddenly, a swift whoosh pierced the air. Upon closer inspection, a gleaming dagger had streaked through the air towards Nick, perfectly positioned between his palm and the alarm button. "I prefer not to see anyone else. I advise against any rash movements," Mercer remarked with a smile. In his hand, a dagger, small yet menacing, had materialized. When had he thrown it? Such speed was astonishing. Nick Fury felt a wave of shock wash over him. Had his hand extended further towards the button, the dagger would have pierced his palm. He turned to Natasha beside him, who was equally taken aback by this display, having failed to notice when he had made his move. "What is it that you desire?" Noticing that Mercer displayed no immediate hostility, Nick retracted his hand, signaling Natasha to lower her weapon as well. Mercer still held the small dagger, capable of conjuring sharp blades at will, an ability not found within the realm of games. In this moment where the game intertwines with reality, Mercer feels the transformation within him, knowing that with a careful control of the Blacklight Virus coursing through his veins, he can manage it. He approaches the nearby sofa and takes a seat, as if it were not his first visit. It is only now that Nick Fury and Natasha truly perceive Mercer's appearance, both astonished by his youth and striking features. Despite his Asian heritage, his countenance possesses an allure that captivates even Westerners. Particularly remarkable are his eyes, a rare bluish-green hue that is indeed unusual for someone of Asian descent. Just moments ago, the hulking gray figure causing chaos in District 4, I want to claim authority over him, including his location and the distribution of his guards. While Nick Fury and Natasha are still taken aback by Mercer's stunning visage, his words shift their expressions dramatically. There is no subtlety in his request. The mention of the Abomination's location and defensive arrangements speaks volumes. Nick Fury furrows his brow and replies, "I believe you are not a fool. You understand the gravity of your words, do you not? Retaining him is a liability for you, and I doubt your capacity to deal with him." Noticing their hesitation, Mercer shrugs and adds, "Of course, it won't be without cost. I can offer you several pieces of information from the future." Information from the future? Nick Fury and Natasha exchange glances before turning back to Mercer. What future information? Upon hearing this, Mercer remains silent, crossing his legs and casually sharpening his nails with the blade on his hand. Recognizing the implication, Nick Fury ponders for half a minute before turning to Natasha. "Natasha, retrieve the location of the Abomination and withdraw all personnel. It's unnecessary." However, Natasha hesitates. "Go," Nick Fury commands decisively. After a moment, Natasha nods and quickly accesses the computer, providing Mercer with the Abomination's location. Upon hearing this, Mercer nods in affirmation, not doubting its veracity, and states, "Dr. Banner will become a significant asset to the Avengers. Do not let his transformation into a green giant cloud your judgment. Stark is indeed worthy of your recruitment. And Agent Carter's capabilities are perfectly suited for the role of captain of the Avengers. A formidable force from the Avengers is likely to emerge in New Mexico within the next month. You might consider having Agent Coulson monitor that area. The Insight program is unfeasible. I recommend its early cancellation." Regardless of the veracity of Mercer's assertions, the mere fact that he can articulate such information leaves Nick Fury and Natasha in a state of shock. The Avengers and the Insight program are classified secrets. Fewer than 10 individuals within the agency are privy to this knowledge, all of whom hold high-ranking positions. "How could you possibly know about this?" Nick Fury exclaims, his emotions surging as he tightens his grip on the handgun he has yet to set down, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The Insight program is a matter of utmost confidentiality. Even Natasha is unaware. How could Mercer possess such knowledge? To merely be aware of the Avengers may not evoke much astonishment, yet the knowledge of the Insight program is indeed astonishing. I mentioned this is information from the future. Otherwise, what would you have me disclose? The winning numbers for the next lottery? Moser remarked with a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the reactions of others, as their responses were entirely anticipated by him. Should they not be surprised, that would indeed be peculiar. Thus, will these matters be brought to light in the future? After a brief moment of contemplation, Nick Fury grasped the crux of the issue and promptly inquired. Moser did not specify that he was a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. The sole explanation for his knowledge of these affairs was that they would eventually be revealed, hence his awareness. That is all I have to convey. As for the veracity of these claims, time shall reveal the truth. Farewell. Moser did not entertain Nick Fury's question, but exited through the front door, heading towards the location of the Abomination. "Fury, are we simply allowing him to leave?" Natasha remarked, her mood shifting unpredictably. The security of S.H.I.E.L.D. is notoriously stringent, yet they had been so easily infiltrated, and the individual had audaciously exited through the main entrance. Such arrogance was unprecedented. After a moment's hesitation, Nick Fury responded, "Let us not pursue him for now. The fact that he provided us with this information indicates he is unlikely to be our enemy. However, do investigate his identity. Alex Moser, look into it." As he spoke, he approached his desk and picked up the phone to dial a number. "Is this Coulson? I have a mission for you. Head to New Mexico immediately." Observing that Nick Fury had begun assigning tasks to Agent Coulson, Natasha remained silent and promptly set about investigating Moser's identity. Unbeknownst to them, in the corner of the office, a small black slime the size of a thumb stirred. After they finished their conversation, it slithered out of the office. Chapter 6. Excessive absorption. Despite being a mere blob of slime, its speed was remarkable. Within seconds, it caught up with Moser, merging seamlessly with his body. This bald fellow is quite astute. Otherwise, I might have thought he intended to take down S.H.I.E.L.D. entirely. Regardless, it has already been infiltrated by Hydra. Death is merely a matter of time. Moser left behind a trace of dark luminescence in the office to monitor the actions of Nick Fury and Natasha after his departure. Noticing they had no intention of encircling him, Moser felt reassured. Having an ally is preferable to acquiring another foe, even though he harbored no fear. As for the investigation into his background, that was a trivial concern. Moser was now eager to proceed to the location of the Abomination. He could hardly contain his anticipation for the transformations that would ensue from the complete absorption of the creature. The place where the Abomination was detained was not far, situated in a facility near S.H.I.E.L.D. By the time Moser arrived, the area had been cleared, allowing him easy access. In a spacious white chamber, a massive cage occupied the center, within which a gray figure was violently thrashing about. This hulking creature was the Abomination, having reverted to its monstrous form post-anesthesia, desperate to escape the confinement. As Moser traversed the path, he observed an abundance of vivid crimson liquid staining the ground, unmistakably blood. It seemed that subduing the Abomination was no trivial task, as it appeared that no fewer than 10 individuals had sustained injuries. Moser surveyed his surroundings before approaching the Abomination directly. Upon noticing Moser's arrival, the creature trembled visibly. It's you. How could you be here?" Its expression betrayed a palpable anxiety. Despite the array of formidable weaponry at its disposal, the Abomination exhibited no fear. However, standing before this strikingly handsome young man of ordinary height, it was clear that the Abomination was psychologically intimidated. The opponent's strength was astonishingly formidable, rendering even its transformed state incapable of withstanding Moser's onslaught, a realization that instilled dread within it. "I am here, and you should be more aware of that than anyone else," Moser declared, as the dark energy material in his grasp writhed, manifesting several blades between his fingers. With a sudden flick, the Abomination instinctively leaped backward, adopting a defensive posture. Yet, the anticipated pain never materialized. Upon lowering its hands, the Abomination discovered that Moser's blades had merely destroyed the surveillance cameras within the room. "I would prefer that my abilities remain unseen," Moser remarked with a grin. As the dark energy surged up his arms, transforming into a pair of massive black claws, he leapt forward, aiming for the barriers before him. The stout metal barricade, which had withstood the Abomination's ferocious assaults, was effortlessly sliced through by Moser's claw, as if it were mere tofu. The Abomination let out a piercing scream, while Moser wore a wicked smile, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a wolf among sheep. Despite their stark physical disparity, it was the Abomination that found itself fleeing. "Damn it! I shall not be bested by you, you little twig." As Moser drew nearer, desperation overtook the Abomination. Observing the clean break in the metal barrier, it understood that Moser's presence heralded nothing but calamity. Realizing that death was imminent, it let out a bellowing cry to bolster its courage and charged at Moser with all its might, intending to fight to the bitter end. Unfortunately, the disparity in their physical capabilities was insurmountable. Although the Abomination possessed a mutated physique that surpassed that of ordinary humans, it was merely a relative advantage. Among the multitude of impoverished individuals who relied on their mutated abilities, it was not particularly strong. Moreover, it had only recently undergone its transformation, lacking mastery over its newfound skills. Moser, on the other hand, was different. The dark energy virus had integrated into his being, functioning as a part of him. This potent virus allowed his brain to operate at peak performance. As the Abomination launched its desperate counterattack, the dark energy material prepared in Moser's legs erupted with energy, delivering a powerful kick to the Abomination's abdomen. A resounding boom echoed, reverberating through the air, as the Abomination was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into a metallic pillar. The force was so tremendous that it caused the Abomination to spout a copious amount of blood, bending the pillar considerably. "Oh, please do not waste that blood. Such waste is regrettable," were the last words the Abomination heard before succumbing to unconsciousness. Moser, utilizing his superhuman speed, dashed before the Abomination, his blade striking swiftly, severing its head from its body in an instant. Hatred possesses a certain regenerative capacity, albeit not comparable to that of the Hulk. Once severed, it cannot reattach. With fierce determination, Mercer plunged his claws into the chest of Hatred, tearing apart the seemingly impervious body into two halves, which were promptly absorbed by the prearranged Blacklight Virus. The ashen blood, as it splattered, was ensnared by tendrils formed from the Blacklight substance and meticulously drawn back, leaving not a single drop wasted. Suddenly, Mercer felt a weighty sensation in his chest, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer, as the blood of Hatred coursed through him, causing his limbs to involuntarily convulse, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. This substance proved to be unexpectedly potent. Lowering his gaze to his arms, he observed that the skin was gradually turning a pale gray, visibly morphing into raised, hardened layers resembling a tortoise's shell. Small spines protruded from the skin, each area of gray flesh adorned with these sharp extensions. This peculiar transformation, however, was fleeting, lasting less than a few dozen seconds. A crimson-black substance expanded from Mercer's heart, swiftly enveloping the grayish skin. The pathogens beneath the pale exterior appeared to resist, yet they were utterly incapable of withstanding the voracious consumption of the Blacklight Virus. In a mere 5 seconds, the surface of Mercer's body transitioned from grayish to a deep crimson black, a toughened skin enveloping him like a suit of armor. At the joints of this Blacklight armor, crystalline tubes resembling blood vessels pulsated with crimson-black fluid, always primed to transform into weaponry in the blink of an eye. With this transformation, Mercer's form stabilized. Gazing in astonishment at the Blacklight armor adorning him, he realized that its modifications responded to his thoughts. With a mere mental command, the armor would recede, and with another thought, it would envelop him once more. Such portability could only be rivaled by Stark's later iteration of the 85 model, he mused. Mercer was further elated by the realization that what was once deemed a powerful piece of equipment, typically obtainable only in the later stages of the game, had now manifested in his possession. In an instant, a vivid sequence of memories surged into Mercer's mind, akin to a slideshow projecting within his consciousness. Emile, the experiment has commenced. Do not fidget, lest you increase your own suffering. Pierce, you never mentioned it would be this kind of experiment. I thought it was merely a human trial. How humorous. Is this not a human trial, albeit an unusual one? In the fragments of memory, Alexander Pierce, the head of Hydra, was leading a cadre of scientists in experimenting on a man, Emile, who was in his ordinary form before becoming hatred. Emile struggled against his restraints, helplessly witnessing the grayish liquid from the vials being injected into his body. The ensuing events were a relentless cycle of mutations, culminating in the grotesque form of hatred. These fleeting images filled Mercer with a palpable sense of despair and suffering, further deepening his abhorrence for Hydra. Truly, they were dispatched by Hydra. Mose thought to himself that he was the one who made the Abomination vanish, and Hydra would undoubtedly come looking for him. However, he was not someone to be trifled with. Mission accomplished, excessive absorption. Chapter 7. Generous rewards. Mose's elation had yet to subside when he heard the voice of the system echoing in his mind, reminding him of his system tasks. Before he could check, the voice continued to resound. Initial black light detected. Completion rate 100,000,1000. Excessive rewards acquired. Obtained item card, Star Wars Dark Sword. Obtained character card, Transformers Lockdown. The interdimensional card collection branch has been activated. The unexpected rewards left Mose momentarily stunned as 2 cards and a book materialized before him, prompting him to instinctively reach out to catch them. The 2 cards featured one depicting a plasma beam sword radiating black and white light, while the other showcased a Lamborghini supercar. Mose was no stranger to these items. The dark sword was a unique lightsaber from the film Star Wars. Its design was far more aesthetically pleasing than most lightsabers, resembling a true sword rather than a mere glowing tube. Lockdown, a robotic assassin from Transformers, was capable of inflicting severe damage on Optimus Prime, boasting formidable strength, while the Lamborghini in its supercar form was undeniably eye-catching. As for the interdimensional card collection branch, it was not the right time to delve into that, lest he attract unwanted attention. He decided to leave for now and explore this newfound branch at a later opportunity. Mose carefully stored away the 2 cards. He was still on someone else's turf and deemed it unwise to utilize such items here. As he stepped outside, he encountered Nick Fury and Natasha approaching, their expressions slightly off. Upon seeing Mose emerge, Nick Fury bypassed him and entered the room, only to find it eerily empty. He couldn't help but inquire, "Where's that guy?" "I handled him, as per our agreement," Mose replied nonchalantly. "You resolved it just like that?" Nick Fury scrutinized the room once more. Aside from the solitary cage in the stark white space, there seemed to be no other hiding spots. He had intended to observe Mose's actions from the monitor, but after Mose had sabotaged the cameras, Fury had to come in person to investigate. In less than 10 minutes, upon entering, Nick Fury found that the Abomination's figure had completely vanished. How could this be possible? Fury began to question whether there might be secret passages within the room. Otherwise, how could such a substantial creature simply disappear without a trace? "Well, I have no further business here, so I shall take my leave," Mose declared, not wishing to linger any longer as he was eager to examine his prized dark sword and the exquisite car. "Alex, please wait," Natasha called out as she caught up with him, tucking her hair behind her ear as she softly said, "May I have your phone number? If you require assistance, feel free to call me." Her words carried an undeniable ambiguity, especially coming from Natasha, a woman of striking beauty and allure. Any ordinary man would surely falter under such a request. Moise is no ordinary young man. For women, he merely influences their sword-drawing speed. "No need, thank you, goodbye." With these simple 3 words, Moise turned and departed, his movements as fluid as flowing water, leaving Natasha momentarily stunned. She turned to Nick Fury with a wry smile, saying, "I never imagined I would be rejected by such a young boy." Nick Fury, having searched the room to no avail, held a fragment of the metallic prison door, severed by Moise's dark claws, and remarked, "This fellow is indeed extraordinary. How many more secrets does he conceal?" He decided to set aside his inquiries about Moise for the time being. "By the way, how is the information you gathered while undercover at Stark Industries?" "Oh." Regarding that, the two resumed their discussion about the formation of the Avengers, temporarily shelving the matter of Moise. After all, the disparity in strength was vast, and all they could do was monitor. Intervention was beyond their reach. After Nick Fury and his companion left, several figures appeared at the entrance. Observing the empty cell, the leader made a phone call. "Mr. Secretary General, it's Romulo. The abhorrence has vanished." "Yes, I'll arrange it immediately." Following a series of nods and bows, Romulo quickly dialed another number. "It's me. Begin preparations." As Moise exited the SHIELD headquarters, he sprinted a short distance away. Once assured he was beyond the surveillance range of SHIELD, he retrieved the confinement card he had just acquired. With a tap of the card, a brand new gray Lamborghini materialized before him. No young man could dismiss a supercar that appeared before him, especially one that was now his own. Gazing at the sleek vehicle, Moise was elated, akin to a child who had just received a new toy, and he hurriedly opened the door and took a seat. He marveled at the exquisite interior, his hands exploring every inch. Suddenly, the dashboard illuminated, and a mechanical voice echoed within the car. "Creator, greetings. I am confinement." Moise was taken aback, but quickly reassured himself. After all, it was a transformer, and a speaking vehicle was entirely reasonable. The term creator referred to confinement's original owner, but now that Moise had assumed that role, it addressed him as such. Stepping out of the vehicle, Moise glanced around. It was a park, and being late at night, no one was in sight. "Transform into humanoid form." As soon as he spoke, the luxury car responded, morphing into a robot approximately 6 to 7 meters tall. Upon seeing confinement in its humanoid form, Moise couldn't help but cover his forehead. It was rather unattractive. Its arms were long and slender, and it bore no adornments on its head, resembling a baboon. If the car form were to receive a perfect score of 100, the humanoid form would plummet to a mere 60, just barely passing. "You should revert to the car. Your humanoid form is not very appealing." Confinement replied, "We Cybertronians do not define a being by appearance. You Earthlings are quite peculiar, always judging based on looks." It still believed it was in the realm of Cybertron. "Are you loyal to me?" Moser inquired, recalling that Jinbi was a bounty hunter who worked for money. However, now he found himself utterly destitute, unable to afford hiring protection. "Indeed, my programming dictates that I must remain loyal to you, but if you insist on compensating me, I would not be averse to it." Chapter 8. Encountering an ambush. The first half of Jinbi's remark momentarily brought Moser some joy. Yet the latter half left him somewhat speechless. It seemed that even though summoned by the system, Jinbi's inherent personality as a bounty hunter had not changed. "All right. Transform back into a vehicle," Moser commanded. Jinbi complied, reverting to a Lamborghini supercar. Comfortably seated within the car, Moser took out the dark sword for examination, inadvertently triggering the light blade to emerge. He was fortunate that Jinbi reacted swiftly. Otherwise, the blade would have shattered the window. "Creator, please exercise caution," Jinbi exclaimed, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Ha ha ha, my apologies," Moser chuckled. Gazing at the light sword in his hand, he felt a surge of excitement. This would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess. The construction of the light sword was beyond even Stark's ability to replicate, and its temperature certainly reached at least 200 million degrees. No material could withstand its cutting force. In the early stages, there would undoubtedly be scenarios where his claws would be ineffective or inconvenient to use, and at such times, the light sword would prove invaluable. He mused about the possibility of clashing it against Carter's vibranium shield, wondering if the dark sword could sever it. Driving the Lamborghini, Moser quickly returned to the apartment building he once called home. Although it was still cordoned off, Moser found it easy to slip inside. "Fortunately, I only need to collect my clothing. This makes things quite convenient. Being so poor means I have little to pack," he joked to himself, humming a tune as he gathered his belongings. Suddenly, he paused, turning his head slightly to inquire, "How long have you been sitting there?" Upon glancing back, he noticed a graceful figure concealed in the shadows. The gentle moonlight cascaded upon her, accentuating her alluring form. As she stood and approached Moser, the moonlight illuminated her face, revealing her identity. "Captain Carter," he exclaimed, "I was just contemplating your usual behavior. You certainly know how to keep a low profile." Carter replied in a drawn-out tone, her golden hair and striking blue eyes making it difficult to look away. Time had not diminished her allure. Rather, it had bestowed upon her a unique charisma. After all, not every woman could undergo the super soldier serum treatment, subsequently be frozen, and live to this day. "I had no intention of concealing myself. It's just that plans seldom align with reality," Moser shrugged, acknowledging the truth of his statement, as he had not anticipated activating the system at this moment. "Where do you intend to go next?" Carter asked, noticing Moser's continued packing. Moser paused, realizing he had not contemplated his next destination. Although he possessed numerous valuable items, he was still quite impoverished. Where could he possibly stay? As he pondered his next move, Moser abruptly tilted his head back, as if something had swept past him. Carter and Mercer simultaneously directed their gazes towards the opposite wall, where a small hole the size of a thumb was visible. "Sniper." This term sprang to both of their minds without further ado, prompting them to swiftly seek cover within the room. "Was that bullet aimed at you?" Who have you angered to warrant the use of a sniper rifle? Observing the bullet mark, Mercer noted that the attacker had employed a silenced sniper, his expression turning grave. Though one might often witness snipers targeting others in films, those who were dispatched for such lethal missions were far from ordinary. Previously, when Mercer had dealt with the matter of the Abomination in front of the crowd, he had cleverly concealed his identity. So who could it be? S-H-I-E-L-D. Unthinkable. Nick Fury was not one to misjudge the situation. The information Mercer had provided was enough to astonish him, surely. He understood that having an ally was preferable to acquiring another foe. Thus, only one conclusion remained. Mercer quickly deduced that, having emerged from S-H-I-E-L-D, the only entity privy to his whereabouts was HYDRA, which had long since infiltrated the organization. To think they would arrive so swiftly, well, I shall not hold back. Mercer smirked coldly to himself, grateful that the Blacklight Virus within him possessed an instinctual sense of self-preservation. Consequently, when the bullet was discharged, it sensed the intent to kill and instinctively evaded the attack. While he pondered these matters, Carter scrutinized the outside world and swiftly pinpointed the sniper's location. Situated atop a high-rise building 800 meters away, the distance was far too great. Ascending to confront him was utterly implausible. Gazing up at the towering edifice, by the time Carter and Mercer reached the rooftop, the sniper had already made his escape. Mercer, do you have any ideas? Turning to inquire about Mercer's thoughts, she saw him toss his backpack into her hands, deftly maneuvering to the window and leaping down. This was the 7th floor. Before departing, Mercer left her with a parting remark. I'll deal with him. You stay here. With that, he leaped without a moment's hesitation. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Mercer sprinted through the night at an extraordinary speed, albeit in an unconventional manner, along the side of the building. Though the surface was perpendicular to the ground, he ran upon it as if it were level terrain. This ability was the primary reason he could infiltrate the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. Mercer had developed the Blacklight Virus, enabling him to traverse walls with the ease of walking on solid ground. An 800-meter distance, if traversed normally, would necessitate ascending floors. However, upon reaching the designated point, the sniper had indeed slipped away. Yet now, with the ability to run across the building's exterior, he merely exerted himself slightly to leap onto the adjacent structure, as effortlessly as overcoming a minor obstacle. On the rooftop, a man clad in a black suit lay prone, aiming his sniper rifle unwaveringly at the building before him. This fellow had managed to conceal himself rather well, but I have already blocked his escape routes. At 7 stories high, there was no possible avenue for him to flee. The man spoke confidently to himself, due to his abhorrence for the creature that had created a gaping hole in the building. Mercer and his companion found themselves positioned just on the other side of the door. To exit, they would have to traverse a completely exposed corridor, where Mercer held an unshakable confidence that he could eliminate any adversary that appeared. Indeed, his confidence was palpable. Chapter 9. Pursuit. A sudden sound resonated sharply in the otherwise tranquil corridor, causing the man's pupils to constrict. Swiftly, he reached for his waist, drawing a handgun. And without turning, he fired multiple shots. The sound of metal striking a solid object echoed behind him, prompting the man to finally glance back. There, Mercer had conjured a shield, nearly the height of a man, from his forearm, deflecting each bullet that was fired at him. This was the Blacklight shield, an embodiment of his abhorrence, and although Mercer believed he could recover from a gunshot wound with the aid of this dark matter, it did not imply that he wished to endure such pain. He had no desire to experience that sensation. What on earth? The man, astonished that multiple shots had been thwarted, contemplated launching another attack, only to see Mercer charging towards him with a powerful punch aimed directly at him. So swift. The man dropped his gun, raising his arms defensively. The punch landed squarely on his arm, sending a searing pain coursing through him, causing him to grimace and gasp. His astonishment deepening. Is this the strength of a normal human? The force behind that punch felt inhuman, as if he had collided head-on with a speeding motorcycle. With that single blow, the man's forearm was rendered useless. Attempting to lift it again was futile. The excruciating pain compelled him to abandon the thought. Still unable to control his strength, Mercer sighed in disappointment, shaking his head regretfully. His intention was to temper his abilities, to assess the effectiveness of the martial skills he had assimilated from the form of the abhorrent creature. Yet, despite suppressing his power to a mere tenth, the punch he delivered still resulted in a devastating impact that no ordinary individual could withstand. Though he was an assassin, the man's physical capabilities remained within the realm of normal human limits, making it impossible for him to withstand Mercer's strike. Wait, let us discuss this under better terms, he pleaded, raising his numb hands, hoping to deter Mercer from further aggression. Before he could finish his thought, a straightforward kick loomed larger in his vision. Thud. The kick landed squarely on the man's head, producing a muffled sound as immense force flattened his skull. The ground surrounding him fractured in numerous directions, a testament to the sheer power of the blow. It was an overwhelming display of dominance. The outcome of the battle was never in question. After crushing his opponent's skull, a blacklight material enveloped Mercer's foot, merging with the lifeless body beneath him. The man's form disintegrated into a viscous, dark red liquid that flowed into Mercer's being. In the blink of an eye, Mercer transformed into the likeness of the man. Indeed, he was one sent by Hydra. As the memories of the man traversed through his mind, Moser realized that this individual was a killer allied with Hydra, intent on eliminating or subduing him. Hydra, indeed, it seems I must find an opportunity to confront this organization. His eyes narrowed slightly, emanating an aura of danger. Moser never desired to antagonize Hydra, yet they had provoked him. This malevolent force. He had already shown them leniency by not eradicating them. Now, with their audacity to confront him, Moser was unperturbed by the thought of excising this malignant presence. After tidying up the scattered items, Moser unceremoniously took the sniper rifle, understanding that leaving it behind would be unwise. Although he had no immediate use for it, possessing it as a collectible was not a bad idea. Upon returning downstairs, Moser called for Carter, informing her that the situation had been resolved. The swift resolution did not astonish Carter, for Moser was capable of easily subduing the Abominable. If he claimed to have a solution for the sniper, she had no reason to doubt him. The roar of an engine approached, and the vehicle known as Closure drove up beside Moser. "Shall we get in and take a casual drive? Is this your car?" Carter asked, momentarily taken aback as she observed the open door, realizing it had been empty prior to Moser's entry. Moser chuckled, gentlemanly opening the opposite door for Carter with a gesture of invitation. Momentarily stunned, her perception of this young man grew increasingly nebulous. Just recently, he had presented himself as a destitute high school student. How had he come to possess a Lamborghini now? "Closure, this is Carter. Please extend your greetings." Moser fastened his seatbelt while speaking. Carter, puzzled, was suddenly startled by a mechanical voice emanating from the vehicle. "Greetings, Ms. Carter. I am Closure." The voice surprised her. Is this artificial intelligence? She curiously examined the interior of the Lamborghini, having encountered AI before. Stark's own J.A.R.V.I.S. "I possess my own consciousness. Please do not conflate me with rudimentary artificial intelligence." Closure's haughty voice interjected. Carter retorted, "Is artificial intelligence considered rudimentary technology? Currently, AI is far from widespread on Earth. Even the average smartphone can only respond to fixed inquiries. To claim AI is outdated requires an extraordinary degree of advancement. Let us take a leisurely drive and explore properties for sale. Securing a place to reside is imperative." Moser instructed Closure, and the vehicle began to move. Inside, the two engaged in casual conversation, primarily revolving around their pasts. Moser's history offered little of interest, so he listened to Carter recount hers. "Creator, we are being followed." Closure's voice suddenly interjected. The rearview mirror adjusted automatically, revealing a black van trailing them. This vehicle had followed them for 2 blocks, maintaining a consistent speed. Given the current time frame, it was unusual for a vehicle to pursue them for such an extended duration. Through the rearview mirror, both Mercer and Carter discerned the presence of the van trailing behind them. The front window of the vehicle offered no insight into its interior. An anomaly for a standard automobile. "This is specially designed bulletproof glass," Carter exclaimed. "Such glass not only serves to withstand bullets, but also obscures the interior from view, preventing the occupants from being exposed." "We must lose them," Mercer suggested. The Lamborghini surged forward, abruptly entering a lane bustling with traffic. The striking presence of the Lamborghini amidst the sea of vehicles was not solely due to its rapid speed. Rather, it was the exceptional driving skill on display. The car adeptly navigated through tight spaces, leaving the pursuing van struggling to keep pace after several turns. It seems they do not intend to waste time with us," Mercer noted as 2 vans suddenly appeared 300 meters ahead. He recalled a scene from a film he had seen in his past life, where Nick Fury was besieged by several vans from Hydra and Captain America, the Winter Soldier. It appeared these vans were of a similar ilk. Calculating quickly, he addressed his companion. "There are enemies ahead. You should be able to distinguish who they are, correct?" "Creator, if such a trivial matter daunts me, you underestimate my title as Cybertron's foremost assassin," came the defiant response from Bumblebee, eliciting a smile from Mercer, while Carter remained unaware of his intentions. "Very well. You handle the vehicles ahead, and I shall take care of those behind." "No problem." Their conversation was brisk, swiftly leading to a consensus. Mercer turned to Carter. "Prepare yourself. We are about to launch." Launch. As he spoke, the roof of the sports car flipped open. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Carter was propelled into the air. Fortunately, as a seasoned warrior, she remained composed mid-flight, quickly adjusting her body to land without falling. Is that the same car? While still suspended in the air, she caught sight of her previous location and felt a shiver run down her spine. This was no mere artificial intelligence. It could transform. The Lamborghini underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming a towering robot over 6 meters tall. As Bumblebee shifted into robot form, its mechanical head also adapted. A cannon formed on its forehead, and without a hint of hesitation, it unleashed its firepower upon the 2 vans before them. Boom! The sound of 2 explosions echoed as the shells struck their targets with deadly precision. The elite soldiers within had no time to evade, meeting their fiery demise. Damn it! They've discovered us. Engage. The soldiers in the rear van, witnessing the explosions ahead, cursed vehemently and swiftly disengaged the safety on their automatic rifles, preparing to break and counterattack. Look, that person, is he the target? The driver of the pursuing van's face contorted in terror as he spotted a young man standing directly in the vehicle's path. According to the speed of the van, even if it were to brake, it would inevitably collide directly with him. The vehicle's headlights illuminated Mercer's face, revealing a somewhat enigmatic smile on his countenance, as the bewildered Special Forces soldiers stood frozen in place. In the next moment, a card materialized in his right hand, which then transformed into a short, dark blade. Mercer gripped the hilt firmly, and a black blade emanating a white light extended from it. Unperturbed by the approaching vehicle, Mercer raised his hand and executed a swift slash. The van, reinforced with special metal, was effortlessly cleaved apart beneath the beam of light, as if it were mere water flowing by. Mercer barely exerted any effort before he sensed a substantial fluid-like force emanating from the blade, akin to being gently nudged by a wave. In an instant, the van was split in 2, each half propelled outward by inertia, crashing into a myriad of closed shops before finally coming to a halt. Wow, this lightsaber is astonishing, Mercer mused, gently wielding the luminous blade. With each swing, the blade emitted a soft, melodious hum, quite pleasing to the ear. He glanced around, selecting a direction where someone was emerging, and made his way toward it. The Special Forces soldier, who had crawled out, witnessed Mercer staggering toward him and instantly drew the dagger strapped to his calf. With a few shouts to bolster his courage, he charged at Mercer, his sharp dagger slicing through the air with lethal intent. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, the soldier could not even graze Mercer's clothing. No matter how hard he tried, Mercer evaded with effortless grace. To Mercer, his opponent's movements appeared excruciatingly slow. Enhanced by the Blacklight Virus, his dynamic vision had significantly improved. Having continuously battled mutated beings, Mercer did not perceive himself as vastly different from an ordinary person. Yet now, the disparity was glaring. He had easily reached the pinnacle of human capability, far surpassing the ordinary in his Blacklight Virus form. While the enemy attempted to strike him, it felt like childish play. He did not take it seriously at all. In less than half a minute of exchanges, the Special Forces soldier was already enveloped in despair. Is this the caliber of the Hydra warriors? As the words escaped his lips, the panting soldier suddenly looked up. Disbelief etched in his eyes. Though he remained silent, the shock within him was palpable. Realizing he had exposed himself with no chance of escape, the Hydra soldier rolled his tongue in his mouth, dislodging a concealed venomous fang. Just as he was about to bite down on it, an immense force struck his left cheek, forcibly knocking the fang from his mouth. How does Hydra train you to be so disposable? Mercer taunted. I know nothing of Hydra. Watching the venomous fang fly away, the Hydra soldier was left utterly powerless, his eyes burning with malice as he glared at Mercer, seemingly wishing to annihilate him with a mere gaze. You want to die? I have 100 ways to make that happen. Care to try? In that fleeting moment, the expression on Mercer's face transformed as he subtly adjusted his positioning, ensuring that only the Hydra warrior before him could behold it. With a mere glance, he instilled such terror in the Hydra warrior that the latter scrambled away in a panic, exclaiming, "Devil, devil!" The warrior's voice, cracking with fear, echoed down the street as he beheld Mercer's visage morph into that of the most terrifying entity imaginable, Satan himself. In reality, it was merely an image Mercer had once glimpsed within a certain painting. He had manipulated the dark matter within him to achieve such an appearance. Yet, to the Hydra warrior, Mercer appeared as if the true Satan had descended, embodying the utmost horror of this world. Kaijino? How could it be you? A voice of astonishment emanated from behind Mercer. Carter hurried forward and, upon seeing the expression of the Hydra warrior, uttered his name, clearly recognizing him. At the moment Mercer turned, he restored his countenance and extended the venomous fang in his hand towards her, saying, "This was extracted from him. You should be familiar with it, no?" Carter was taken aback upon seeing the item he presented. Is this a venomous fang? The mere mention of it stirred unsettling memories within her. Previously, one of her adversaries had warriors whose mouths were embedded with such fangs, and when trapped in a dire situation, they would resort to suicide via poison. It was this very conflict that had led to Carter's prolonged entrapment in ice. That faction was one she could never forget. The Hydra. Yet, the Hydra had been obliterated 70 years ago. Was it merely a coincidence? A troubling thought suddenly arose within Carter. Noticing the onlookers gathering as vehicles came to a halt around them, she leaned closer to Emoser and whispered, "Spare this one's life. This is not the place for confrontation. We should leave." Emoser nodded in agreement, delivering a swift blow that rendered the Hydra warrior unconscious, and handed him over to Carter. "He is in your hands now. Conduct a thorough interrogation, and you are bound to uncover astonishing revelations." With that, he cast a knowing glance at the enclosed figure, who promptly understood and transformed back into a Lamborghini, swiftly driving towards Emoser. The door closed seamlessly behind him. Watching Emoser depart, Carter's expression was complex, and after a prolonged moment, she let out a sigh. Just how much is this young man concealing? Chapter 11. The branch of interdimensional card collection with a press of the accelerator, Emoser departed the scene, leaving the ensuing matters to Carter. Naturally, the events of the night would not escape the gaze of the cameras. A supercar as striking as his would inevitably attract attention, especially one that could transform into a fully operational robot. Although Stark had recently declared himself Iron Man, Emoser's spectacle of a supercar robot wielding a lightsaber to sever a van overshadowed him significantly. This incident quickly ascended to the pinnacle of headlines across major social media platforms, with everyone fervently discussing Emoser and the enclosed figure, exclaiming how incredibly cool it was. As Emoser left, he had a destination in mind. He sought the safe house he had discovered during his distasteful memories, where he often took on a more human guise. Upon arrival, he found it contained a considerable sum of cash, amounting to several million. Among the items, there were several Swiss bank cards, each containing no less than $10 million, according to his loathsome memories. Haha, splendid. He had instantly transformed into a millionaire. He took the cash with him, leaving behind some firearms in the safe house, items he found unnecessary for the time being, deciding to retrieve them later when needed. With money in his possession, Mercer felt a newfound sense of confidence. No longer would he have to worry about the dire prospect of going hungry. He recalled the recent days when meals were scarce, all while having to be wary of the battles between superheroes and supervillains, lest he become collateral damage. The thought brought a mist to his eyes. He never anticipated such a dramatic shift in his circumstances within a single night. First, he needed to rent a place to stay, a solid foundation from which to begin anew. Mercer returned to his vehicle, setting off in search of a suitable residence. Meanwhile, at a suburban villa, Iron Man, Tony Stark, was engrossed in a video playing in his basement. The footage, of course, showcased a recent confrontation on the streets, with Mercer as the focal point. It lasted barely 3 minutes, as the events unfolded swiftly. "Jarvis, do we have any data on these two individuals in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database? Especially regarding the Avengers Initiative?" Stark inquired of his artificial intelligence. Initially indifferent to the matter, his curiosity was piqued when Jarvis mentioned Captain Carter's involvement, prompting him to examine the footage. What he saw left him astounded. Whether it was the shape-shifting entity or the lightsaber that effortlessly severed a van in two, he realized that while onlookers may be entertained, those with expertise could discern the intricacies at play. Stark quickly deduced that the phenomena captured in the video could not be fabricated, and he recognized the monumental difficulty in developing robots like the one depicted or crafting a weapon of such caliber. Having recently devised the arc reactor, he believed his technology was among the world's best. Yet, here emerged an existence capable of producing such advancements, and it was implausible that no news had reached him. "None, sir. There are no records of either individual in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Avengers Initiative," Jarvis replied. "How peculiar." Stark's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, commands flashing across the screen as two small boxes locked onto Mercer and the shapeshifter for further analysis. This is remarkably advanced technology. No current capabilities could yield such sophisticated robotics. Observing the shapeshifter's performance, akin to cinematic modeling, Stark understood the futuristic technology required for its creation. Even he found it challenging to conceive of producing something of that scale, were it a more human-sized robot. It might be feasible. Setting aside the robot for the moment, he pondered the lightsaber's mechanics. Enlarging the video for a closer inspection, Stark meticulously scrutinized the weapon. The beam erupted from the hilt, maintaining a remarkably stable length. To slice through a metallic van with such fluidity, the temperature must have reached at least 1,000 degrees, and not a degree lower. Moreover, this is not a transient beam. Instead, it maintains a stable equilibrium, unwavering regardless of how it is wielded. What manner of technology could possibly achieve such a feat? Suddenly confronted with such formidable innovation, Stark found his curiosity piqued. While he could effortlessly create a disposable laser weapon, a stable armament akin to the lightsabers depicted in videos was beyond his current capabilities, at least with Earth's existing technology. Jarvis, conduct an online investigation regarding this individual. I wish to ascertain his contact information and residence. Certainly, sir. As he replayed the video of Mercer repeatedly, Stark's intrigue regarding the youth intensified. He resolved to pay him a visit. Meanwhile, Mercer remained blissfully unaware, cheerfully selecting a house. Half an hour later, Mercer chose a modest villa, situated merely 5 blocks from the city center. The house was not overly large, yet Mercer never anticipated acquiring a property so swiftly. He sank into the sofa, exhaling deeply. This villa was ready for immediate occupancy, fully equipped. Though compact, it was not inexpensive. The villa cost over $800,000. Yet Mercer felt no remorse spending the money he had fortuitously acquired. He opted for a villa primarily because it included a garage, convenient for housing his confinement. Albeit, it would have to make do with the small parking space. After purchasing the villa, Mercer took a shower and went to bed. The events of the night had been overwhelming. Leaving him yearning for a restful slumber, he decided to address any matters in the morning. He slept soundly, undisturbed by noisy neighbors, the incessant barking of bothersome dogs, or the landlord's occasional outbursts. Once tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Mercer found the opportunity to explore the recent updates to his system. System, please open the interdimensional card collection branch. Upon his command, the system responded promptly. A luminous screen materialized before Mercer, invisible on the television's black surface, suggesting it was an exclusive vision for him. Upon closer inspection, the interdimensional card collection branch resembled a tree. Its trunk extended upward, sprouting branches, though there were not many, merely 10 or so. At the end of each branch dangled a card resembling the forms of confinement and dark blades. However, these cards appeared dim, their designs rendered in shades of gray and black. They bore a striking resemblance to uncollected achievements from a game, and upon seeing this imagery, Mercer gained clarity. This tree adorned with cards represented his interdimensional card collection branch. On this tree, only the bottommost card emitted a faint glow at its edges, reminiscent of an achievement on the verge of illumination. Reaching out, he felt a peculiar sensation at his fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, a gray-black card materialized in Mercer's hand. The depicted imagery was that of a colossal orange fox wreaking havoc upon a village. Upon sighting the fox, Mercer was momentarily taken aback. His astonishment did not stem from the fox's considerable size, but rather from the magnificent tail trailing behind it. This was, astonishingly, the Nine Tails. Chapter 12. Kybwa Crystal. Prior to the unveiling, Mercer had contemplated that this alternate dimension card collection branch must involve gathering items from other realms. However, he never anticipated that the worlds available for exploration would be from other anime series. The card before him originated from the world of Naruto, and what he needed to collect was not the Nine Tails itself, but rather its chakra. Although he had mentally prepared for such a scenario, witnessing it firsthand still left him somewhat awestruck. Yet, having already traversed into the Marvel Universe, this revelation did not leave Mercer in a state of prolonged astonishment. Examining the card in his hand, Mercer glanced upward at the tree before him, reaching out to pluck another card. However, before his fingers could graze it, a resonant sound, akin to a heavy bell tolling, echoed through his mind. He felt as if the left side of his brain had turned to mush, swirling and blending into a thick paste. An overwhelming dizziness engulfed him, rendering Mercer momentarily disoriented. What was happening? What was this situation? After a considerable pause, Mercer was somewhat bewildered. His body was not of a typical human level. Generally speaking, even if Captain America were to deliver a kick to his head, he would not experience such a sensation. Yet now, merely reaching for a card induced this near-fainting feeling. Was this a protective mechanism, preventing him from acquiring too many cards at once, or was it intended to compel him to collect them one by one? Mercer's gaze lingered on the other cards. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand to reach for a card positioned higher up. Thud! A jarring sensation once again coursed through his mind, the intensity far surpassing the previous experience. It took him a full 5 minutes to regain his composure and solidify his thoughts. Indeed, this system was compelling him to collect the cards sequentially. Attempting to gather them all at once was utterly infeasible. Rubbing his temples, the dizziness he felt was far more intense than that induced by several bottles of strong liquor. Holding the Nine Tails card in his hand, Mercer resolved to first collect the chakra associated with it. The world of Naruto, he pondered, what would it be like? His anticipation grew. Fortunately, Mercer's body had been enhanced by the Blacklight Virus. Despite the numerous activities of the night, he experienced no discomfort. How was one to utilize this item? As he perused the card in his grasp, Mercer found himself puzzled, for the card had shown no further indication of action. He attempted to flick it forward like the other cards, at which point a beam of light shot forth, revealing several lines of text before him. Card name, Ninetails Chakra. Status, inactive. Activation condition, input Ninetails Chakra. Transmission location, Konoha Village during the Ninetails rampage, reflecting upon the text before his eyes. Moser meticulously read each line, repeating the words aloud. The final line featured an underline, reminiscent of a hyperlink in a document, likely serving as the key to transporting him to another world. During the tumultuous Ninetails incident, it coincided perfectly with Obito's return to Konoha to cause havoc. If this were indeed the moment, acquiring some Ninetails Chakra might not pose a significant challenge. After contemplating for a while, Moser solidified his intention. Once the current matters settled, he would journey to the world of Hokage to gather chakra. Moser closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the changes within. He sought to discern the current state of the Blacklight Virus residing within him. As he delved deeper into his thoughts, he became aware of the Blacklight Virus coursing through his body. At present, the virus exhibited a hue of black interspersed with wisps of gray, the latter appearing as fine threads. The gray matter writhed, yearning to expand and amalgamate with the surrounding gray threads, yet was swiftly engulfed by the dominant Blacklight Virus. A small amount of unprocessed, abhorrent blood remained. So be it, it could serve as a snack for the Blacklight Virus. As he donned the Blacklight battle armor, Moser gazed at the formidable suit enveloping him. Had the Blacklight Virus not transformed into this armor, he would likely possess weapons akin to blades or flails. However, all resources had been devoted to coalescing the Blacklight battle armor, thus he had not acquired those weapons. Nonetheless, the strength of the armor was extraordinarily formidable, perhaps ensuring his survival in other realms. Seated upon the sofa, Moser manipulated the Blacklight Virus, observing its transformations upon his hand, while his mind pondered various thoughts. The evolutionary mechanism of the Blacklight Virus involves the absorption of biological entities. Yet he could not infect an entire city's populace as one might in a game to acquire evolutionary resources. In that world, the Blacklight Virus may prove difficult to eradicate, but in this Marvel universe, the typical Blacklight creatures might not pose a significant threat. Conversely, this could backfire, rendering Moser a target for universal animosity. It appeared the only viable option was to absorb powerful villains. Perhaps he could even experiment with absorbing energy entities. Speaking of energy, an idea immediately sparked within Moser's mind. The Infinity Stones. As the most potent artifacts accessible on Earth within the Marvel realm, the Infinity Stones were undoubtedly the prime choice. However, before proceeding, he needed to prepare, for he was uncertain of the consequences of absorbing the energy of the Infinity Stones. The Blacklight Virus was merely designed to absorb biological energy, undergoing continual mutation and evolution. Other forms of energy, however, represented a metaphysical power, a presence difficult to articulate. This consideration caused Moser to hesitate. If the Blacklight Virus proved incapable of assimilating such energy, encountering it might result in an instantaneous obliteration. Akin to a mosquito meeting an electric swatter, an outcome that would be dire indeed. If only there were some energy source available for him to absorb. As he contemplated this, Moser suddenly paused. A faint glow flickered in his palm, and the dark sword materialized in his grasp. The core of the dark sword, the Kyber crystal, was a ceaselessly emanating energy entity. Perhaps he could attempt to absorb this. This notion seemed somewhat fanciful, considering that there were no precedents for absorbing energy or Kyber crystal energy in either Star Wars or Prototype. Should Moser undertake this endeavor, he would become a trailblazer. Holding the hilt of the dark sword, Moser hesitated, uncertain whether this path was viable, yet he recognized that it was the only avenue left to him. After all, fortune favors the bold. Without courage, how could one hope to grow stronger? With a resolute heart, Moser took several deep breaths, gripped the sword hilt firmly, and summoned the blade. In its activated state, the sword was more conducive for Moser to detect the presence of the Kyber crystal within the hilt. In the next moment, a stream of dark energy surged forth from Moser's palm, enveloping the hilt. Tendrils of shadowy substance infiltrated the minuscule crevices of the dark sword, spreading until they suffused the entire inner chamber of the hilt. Within its center, Moser sensed a dark crystal suspended, its power being continually siphoned away. This was the Kyber crystal contained within the dark sword. Chapter 13. Satan, let us experiment. Threads of dark energy floated toward the Kyber crystal. As anticipated, mere millimeters away, the threads were incinerated by its potent energy. Shall I enhance it with battle armor? With a thought, armor composed of condensed dark energy enveloped the slender threads. Though thin and delicate, this layer of armor retained remarkable strength. Even a barrage of hundreds of rounds from an automatic rifle could not penetrate the gossamer dark armor. Prepared once more, Moser maneuvered the dark energy threads toward the Kyber crystal. This time, the threads did not disintegrate instantaneously. Success! Moser's spirits lifted, the dark armored threads, while showing signs of being scorched, endured longer than before, continuously controlling the dark material. He reinforced the threads with armor and pressed forward until he finally made contact with the surface of the Kyber crystal. Absorb. A force emanated from the dark threads, drawing energy from the crystal. The ebony strands deepened in hue as energy flowed steadily from the crystal. A continuous stream of dark energy was consumed. Though a fraction of it merged with the dark material, the quantity was minimal, only 1/10 of what was absorbed, while the remaining 9/10 was instantaneously incinerated due to lack of control. However, the ability to absorb indicated that the concept was indeed feasible, having merely tested the waters. Moser was now ready to proceed without hesitation. The dark material continued to be consumed, restructured, and absorbed. The intensity and temperature of the Kyber crystal's energy were exceedingly high. Moser knew that absorbing it completely would take him an entire year at his current pace. The energy contained within the crystal was far greater than he had imagined, allowing him to confidently proceed with the absorption. Moser's intent was not merely to siphon the Kyber crystal's energy, but rather to ascertain whether the dark virus could absorb energy and establish resilience. After all, such potent energy as that from the Infinity Stones was not something he dared to absorb recklessly. This process of absorption persisted for half an hour. The dark armor enveloping the threads grew progressively thinner, and resilience was established. Excellent. This was sufficient. From here on, intermittent absorption would suffice to bolster strength. Weighing the sword in his hand, Moser sheathed it, his eyes glinting with a hint of danger. The Hydra, should you dare to provoke me, prepare yourselves for retribution. Mose stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing up at the crescent moon suspended in the night sky. Hydra, bold enough to dispatch snipers and special operatives to eliminate him, surely underestimated his awareness of their secrets. In truth, he was well aware of their machinations. Creator, what shall we do? Shall we proceed to annihilate them? The violent whispers of confinement echoed within Mose's mind. This was the unique telepathic connection between Mose and confinement, an ability granted solely to cardholders and their respective artifacts. From the moment he acquired the card, he understood this bond. He had previously summoned confinement to the old apartment building precisely because of this mental link. We cannot act in such a manner, yet I have a superior plan, Mose declared. After all, this matter was known only to him, while others remained in ignorance. If he indiscriminately unleashed a massacre upon the Hydra members, he would ultimately find himself the sole target, branded a murderer. Producing his mobile phone, Mose initiated a call, which connected after just 2 rings. Mose, came the voice on the other end. It's Carter. Have you extracted any information from that individual? Carter, situated in a secure chamber of S.H.I.E.L.D. alongside Nick Fury and Natasha, recognized the gravity of the situation upon encountering that venomous fawn. Therefore, she had only disclosed the matter to her most trusted allies, Nick Fury and Natasha. Together, the trio had apprehended the Hydra soldier and brought him to the secure chamber, employing every method at their disposal to extract information from him. However, a man prepared to face death remained resolutely silent. Regardless of the pressure or torture applied by Carter and her companions, the Hydra soldiers steadfastly refused to divulge anything, just as they were growing perplexed. Carter received Mose's call and promptly answered. Upon learning the developments from Carter, Mose replied, I possess a method to uncover his secrets. Where are you? I shall come to find you. On the other end, Carter was on speakerphone. Hearing his words, she glanced at Nick Fury, who nodded slightly, prompting her to respond. I will send you the address. Understood. After receiving the address, Mose descended and drove out. With confinement as his reckless driver, he need not concern himself with the distance. It would instinctively choose the optimal route. In approximately 6 minutes, Mose arrived at the safe house where Carter and the others awaited. Recognizing the familiar Lamborghini, Carter knew he had arrived. After parking, Mose entered the safe house alongside Carter, proceeding to the location where the Hydra soldier was detained. Mose, I did not expect our meeting to occur so swiftly. Nick Fury greeted him with a handshake. What means do you have to pry open his lips? Foregoing pleasantries. He delved directly into the matter, a conversational approach that Mose appreciated. He gestured for the others to step aside, advancing towards the bound Hydra soldier seated in a chair. His limbs were strained. Bloodstains marred his body, revealing that he had endured severe torment. Do you still recognize me? Moser's gentle words rendered the Hydra soldier, who had remained unfazed by any torture inflicted by Nick Fury and his companions, suddenly pale. His lips trembled, struggling to form coherent speech. Only 2 fragmented syllables escaped his mouth. Saw Satan. Witnessing the soldier's overwhelming terror, Carter and the others were taken aback. Was he truly that fearful of Moser? I have just grasped a new skill, and you shall be my first test subject, Moser said with a serene smile as he grasped the back of the Hydra soldier's hand. In the next moment, the soldier lurched backward, convulsing violently as if possessed. Yet, The chair was firmly affixed to the ground, and his bindings were secure, rendering him incapable of escape despite his frantic struggles. How could this be happening? The soldier's mouth gaped open in agony, yearning to scream, but no coherent sound emerged. Nick Fury and the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. They could not fathom the torment he endured that could elicit such a pained expression from a man of his caliber. Their gazes converged on the young man before them. Even as the Hydra soldier writhed in suffering, Moser wore a faint smile, seemingly indifferent to the distress of his adversary. Chapter 14. Torment. Observing the anguish on the soldier's face, Moser felt a profound satisfaction with his newfound skill. This ability had materialized while he was manipulating dark matter to absorb the energy of the Kyber crystal. It allowed him to transform the dark matter into countless delicate strands, penetrating the soldier's body. These minuscule threads of dark energy could precisely devour the soldier's blood cells. Under Moser's control, he could also generate corresponding matter to replenish the lost blood cells, thus sustaining the soldier's life. Moser was unaware of the true extent of the pain, but in his imagination, it was undoubtedly more excruciating than a sudden cramp in the calf at midnight and at full intensity. Within less than a minute, a foul-smelling liquid escaped from the Hydra soldier, who was tortured to the point of loss of control. The soldier's gaze remained fixed on Moser, seemingly pleading to divulge everything. However, Moser remained unfazed, his smile unwavering, his actions relentless, considering the fate of the other Hydra soldiers who had perished in the explosion as their liberation. Moser's eyes gleamed with a ruthless determination. The living Hydra soldier would bear the brunt of their suffering. This torment did not last long. To an outsider, it seemed barely 2 minutes. Yet, when Moser finally withdrew his hands, the Hydra soldier felt as though several hours had passed, utterly exhausted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Perhaps Moser had been a tad too vigorous, but when the soldier awakened, he would surely divulge everything. Moser pulled a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his palms clean, offering a gentle smile to the others. Carter and the others were at a loss for words, wondering how he could characterize this as merely a bit excessive. The Hydra soldier lay unconscious, his face still contorted in anguish, and had suffered incontinence. Gazing at the smile upon the youth's visage, it seemed as though the torturous ordeal he had just endured was but a distant memory. Such formidable psychological resilience is truly remarkable. Are you in a hurry to return? Perhaps it would be better to linger here for a while. Carter hesitated before speaking. She had not anticipated that Mercer would resolve matters so swiftly. From his arrival to the conclusion, scarcely 5 minutes had elapsed. Meanwhile, her companions had just subjected the Hydra soldier to prolonged torment for several minutes. Conversing is acceptable, but I would prefer to change rooms, Mercer indicated, gesturing at the soiled floor where the Hydra soldier had lost control. Certainly, Carter nodded in agreement. Natasha and Nick Fury, recognizing the familiarity between the two, wisely chose to remain behind to tend to the aftermath, allowing the two to converse privately, as they were not well acquainted with Mercer. The two entered the adjacent room, which provided a view of Nick Fury and Natasha. Mercer soon realized that they had entered an interrogation chamber. They found chairs and sat down, a brief silence enveloping them before Carter broke it. Your abilities are quite formidable. Upon hearing this, Mercer raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Are you considering joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? Carter inquired further. I am not, Mercer replied, shaking his head. I prefer not to be constrained by rules and regulations. I relish my freedom. Carter nodded in silence, not surprised by his answer. Through the one-way glass, Mercer observed Nick Fury and Natasha cleaning the room, then turned to Carter and remarked, when that fellow awakens, the revelations he shares may astound you. Are you prepared for that? Carter paused, recalling the venomous gift Mercer had presented her earlier. She sighed and replied, what does it matter if I am unprepared? Such events seldom wait for readiness to unfold. Mercer quietly nodded. She spoke the truth, just as she had not been prepared to be frozen for decades. He too had not been ready when he activated the system to acquire the Blacklight Virus. That evening, an abundance of occurrences transpired. If, as you and I envision, this comes to fruition, what course of action do you intend to take? Mercer's words were enigmatic, and had there been others present, they would have been utterly perplexed by their conversation. Yet both Carter and he were acutely aware that they spoke of Hydra. In her eyes, a serene determination glimmered as she slowly declared, 70 years ago, I was their sworn enemy. 70 years hence, I remain so. As long as they persist, I shall not perish. This declaration brought Mercer a sense of comfort. It appeared that regardless of the timeline, Captain America would not disappoint. He would always stand against Hydra, a steadfast adversary. It seemed there was more beneath the surface of Carter's words, a complexity beyond mere enmity. After a moment of contemplation, Carter produced a bronze pocket watch, roughly half an inch thick, from her bosom and opened it. It was an unremarkable timepiece, Yet within the cover lay a photograph, meticulously trimmed to fit. The image depicted a slender man clad in white attire. Upon seeing the watch and the individual captured within, Mercer's pupils contracted slightly. The man in the photograph was none other than Steve Rogers. In Mercer's memories, the original Captain America was once depicted in a photograph that now occupies this very spot. Previously, it was Steve Rogers holding this pocket watch, while the individual in the photograph is Carter. This is my comrade, who perished at the hands of Hydra. I had believed that Hydra had been eradicated 70 years ago, yet it appears they have survived to this day. This implies that I have yet to avenge him. Carter gazed at the man in the photograph with an undeniable resolve in her tone. After a brief moment, she concealed her subtle sadness, forcing a faint smile as she said, I apologize for burdening you with such knowledge. It's nothing. Mercer gently shook his head and replied, let us await the resolution of this matter. Time passed, ticking away second by second. The wait was not prolonged. Approximately 10 minutes later, Natasha hurled a bucket of water onto the Hydra soldier, startling him awake. The torment inflicted by Mercer, combined with such a brief respite, left the Hydra soldier in a state of mental disarray. If he were subjected to further torture, he might completely lose his sanity. Now will you speak? Natasha leaned down before the Hydra soldier, narrowing her eyes as she questioned him. The soldier, having endured the recent agony, was no longer defiant. Though the duration of the torture was brief, the suffering felt interminable, a torment he had never experienced even in his mercenary days. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he finally divulged all that he knew. Natasha promptly retrieved a recording device, capturing every word he uttered. The Hydra soldier spoke for nearly 10 minutes, relaying everything he was aware of. Once he finished, he appeared immensely relieved. Having shared his knowledge, he felt assured that his tormentors had no reason to continue their cruelty. Even if they chose to end his life, it would be preferable to the ordeal he had just endured. Observing the soldier's expression of relief, Natasha exchanged a glance with Nick Fury, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Hydra had existed right under their noses for so many years. They had even infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. At present, at least 50% of S.H.I.E.L.D's personnel were Hydra operatives, half of their ranks. Chapter 15. Shocked Nick Fury felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. He signaled to Natasha, and they both exited the room, making their way to where Mercer and Carter were situated. Standing at the doorway, they remained silent for a considerable time, before Natasha finally broke the stillness, asking, Fury, do you believe what he said to be true? Fury's already dark complexion deepened with concern. He dared not ponder further, yet the situation demanded contemplation. Had Hydra begun infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D 70 years ago? The current S.H.I.E.L.D, outwardly commendable, had long been eroded from within by Hydra. Under the guise of S.H.I.E.L.D, how many unspeakable deeds had Hydra committed? Fury shuddered at the thought. Were it not for Mercer's intervention, and if Hydra had not acted first, how long would it have taken to uncover this truth? What consequences might it have wrought? At that moment, Fury was engulfed by a wave of dread, casting an odd glance toward Mercer, his expression laden with unease. A high school student of seemingly ordinary identity possesses such an extraordinary ability. It is perplexing enough, but how could he be privy to such information? He clearly has no ties to S.H.I.E.L.D, aside from a slight connection with Carter, and Mercer has never had any association with anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. The term Insight Project suddenly emerged in Nick Fury's mind, recalling Mercer's previous mention of future intelligence. The Insight Project is unfeasible. This implies that at that time, Hydra had already been exposed. Was it possible that Hydra successfully utilized the Insight Project to eliminate individuals who posed a threat to the nation and the world? Fury gazed at Mercer with a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Even with his keen insight, he could not fathom the boy before him. Not only Fury, but Natasha and Carter were equally astounded. They had assumed Hydra merely survived, never anticipating that S.H.I.E.L.D, their former adversary, had been infiltrated. Such an occurrence was beyond their imagination. Fury, what shall we do next? Carter inquired, recognizing that as the director, his opinion was paramount in such a moment. Let us remain still for now. Fortunately, only the four of us are aware of this matter. And Natasha, shortly, you will need to fabricate a death scene. It must appear as though the Hydra member took their own life. Then disseminate this information, feigning ignorance on our part, Nick Fury instructed. The news of apprehending this Hydra member would undoubtedly reach Hydra. Therefore, it was crucial for Fury and his team to feign unawareness to facilitate their subsequent actions. After all, they were still uncertain about the distribution of Hydra's members. Recklessly declaring war would yield little advantage. Natasha nodded in understanding and promptly set to work. As a top-tier assassin, creating a death scene posed no challenge for her. Carter, during this period, keep a close watch on Langley's movements. Their assassination attempt on Mercer has failed. They may attempt again, so remain vigilant, Fury added. Carter acknowledged with a nod. Lastly, Mercer, on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I sincerely thank you. Nick Fury stated earnestly. Had you not informed us, the consequences of such events unfolding later would be unfathomable. Mercer did not refuse this gratitude, with a calm smile. He waved it off, saying, it is nothing. They provoked me, and I informed you in hopes that you would manage the situation effectively. Rest assured, we will handle this matter well. No one will trouble you further, Fury assured, extending his hand to shake Mercer's, his expression filled with appreciation. Having spent half his life within S.H.I.E.L.D., witnessing its growth, Fury would not allow it to be corroded. Mercer nodded slightly, confident that Fury would handle the situation adeptly. Those who occupy such positions are certainly not ordinary individuals. The subsequent affairs need not concern Mercer. As he stepped out of the safe house, Carter and Natasha caught up with him, calling his name. What is it, ladies? Is there something else? Moose raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. The two women exchanged glances, and Carter took the initiative to say, we would like to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Moose frowned slightly, about to decline, but Natasha preempted him. Our intention in inviting you is not merely to enlist your assistance in eliminating Hydra. Rather, we wish to extend an opportunity for you to navigate your future endeavors with the convenience of S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials. Carter nodded in agreement, adding, exactly. Consider it a complimentary pass. Should you venture elsewhere, you could access S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft, which would be considerably swifter than commercial flights. Upon hearing this, Moose refrained from declining, stroking his chin in contemplation. Indeed, it was a commendable suggestion. What is the extent of my authority? He inquired. Level 8, Carter replied, casting a penetrating gaze at Moose. Level 8? Moose echoed, taken aback. Level 8 agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. typically have served for over a decade, a rank reserved for a select few. The fact that Moose was being offered such a high status right from the outset indicated Nick Fury's clear intent. Whenever S.H.I.E.L.D. faced insurmountable challenges, they would undoubtedly seek Moose's assistance. Nevertheless, the initiative remained with Moose, and S.H.I.E.L.D. could not compel him. Having a friend is preferable to acquiring an adversary. After a moment's deliberation, Moose nodded and said, very well, please prepare my credentials and deliver them to my residence. Suddenly recalling something, he turned and asked, by the way, you do know my address, correct? Carter and Natasha awkwardly nodded, their embarrassment stemming from the fact that Moose had never disclosed it to them, yet they were aware. As a subject of interest to S.H.I.E.L.D., it was inevitable that an investigation into his residence had been conducted. All right, then it's settled. Moose nodded, inwardly summoning his confinement and driving home. Observing his swift and decisive figure, Carter and Natasha exchanged glances, both perceiving a mutual sense of exasperation. He left so abruptly, without uttering a word. Were they truly so lacking in charm? Alas, such thoughts were lost on Moose, who had not entertained them. His sole focus was returning home. On his way back, Moose stopped to purchase cola and fried chicken. Although his net worth was now in the millions, his taste remained unchanged on this late evening. Cola paired with fried chicken was a perfect match. With his right hand laden with fried chicken, he opened the door to his home with a look of satisfaction. At the moment he swung the door open, a shadowy figure lunged from the side, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind aimed at his face. This sudden attack did not faze Moose in the slightest. Even in the dim light, his enhanced physique allowed him to effortlessly adapt to the darkness. And with his free hand, he easily captured the oncoming fist. The assailant, taken aback by Moose's swift response, attempted to retract their fist to launch another strike, only to discover that their hand was firmly grasped by Moose, as if ensnared within a stone wall, immovable. Feeling the texture in his grip, Moose murmured softly, a metallic arm? Chapter 16. Rogers, without granting Moose a moment to ponder, the assailants swiftly continued their assault. A dagger, glimmering with a cold sheen under the moonlight, was gripped tightly in one hand as he drew closer to Moser. The blade lunged towards Moser's abdomen, embodying a desperate combat style reminiscent of a Death Seeker. Such proximity to the target bore its risks. Should the adversary react swiftly, the attacker could face grave consequences. However, the advantage lay in the certainty of the strike, with close quarters making it challenging for the opponent to retaliate, unless they possessed the skill to unleash powerful blows at such a minimal distance. As the dagger pierced forward, The assailant was intent on fulfilling his mission, eager to hear the anguished cry of his victim, only to be interrupted by a sharp cracking sound. Startled, he looked down to see the moonlight illuminating the blade, now lodged against a piece of black armor. The immense force had caused the sharp tip to bend, leaving his hand numb. How could this be? In those fleeting moments of hesitation, Moser launched his counterattack. His right leg struck twice against the assailant's knee, shattering it with tremendous force, eliciting a muffled cry of pain. Moser released the man's fist and reached for the light switch, casually remarking, "Hydra truly is relentless, even sending assassins to my home." As the light illuminated the room, Moser froze upon recognizing the face of his attacker. The man, obscured by a black mask covering the lower half of his face, bore strikingly familiar blue-green eyes that mirrored his own, instantly revealing his identity. Steve Rogers? Upon hearing this name, the man visibly stiffened, confusion flickering in his eyes. Who is Steve Rogers? He muttered, struggling to rise, but the shattered knee left him powerless. He could force himself to stand by sheer will, yet such agony was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Moser was equally astonished to discover that his assailant was indeed Steve Rogers, the individual who, in his memories, was destined to become Captain America. It seemed their fates had been reversed, with Rogers now occupying the position that should have belonged to his friend, Bucky Barnes. Moser quickly deduced Rogers' current predicament. His friend Bucky had presumably perished, replaced by Rogers in a fateful fall from a train. Meanwhile, the agents of Hydra had found Rogers and transformed him into the Winter Soldier, encasing him in ice until now, when he was dispatched to eliminate Moser. Though the Winter Soldier possessed enhanced physical capabilities, he was still inferior to the serum-enhanced strength of Carter. In comparison to Moser, he was merely an ant against an elephant, belonging to an entirely different echelon. Moser swiftly maneuvered behind Rogers, delivering a precise chop to the back of his neck. Rogers attempted to resist, but could not withstand Moser's strike, collapsing into unconsciousness. Gazing at the fallen figure, Moser fell silent for a moment, scratching his head in contemplation. What should he do with such a large man? Dispose of him? Certainly not. For now, he decided to simply leave him be. Moser was at a loss for how to resolve the situation, so he simply stepped over the man and made his way toward the hall. After taking just a few strides, however, he abruptly turned back, casting a glance at the man lying on the ground, and let out a soft sigh. Very well. I shall assist you this once. With that, he raised his right hand, and a small orb of dark energy, no larger than his thumb, emerged from his palm, bouncing playfully onto Rogers' body before merging with him. Once this was accomplished, Moser truly departed, leaving Rogers to lie alone. After all, he could not allow his fried chicken to grow cold. He found a movie he enjoyed on television and savored the fried chicken, occasionally sipping on cola. Such a simple life was precisely what he desired. Time passed, and gradually, Rogers' eyelids fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, confusion filled his gaze. A delightful aroma tantalized his senses, compelling Rogers to struggle to his feet. His attention was suddenly drawn to his knees, prompting an involuntary gasp. In his memories, he recalled having his knee shattered, and it was only upon rising that the gravity of this recollection struck him. He touched his knee, finding it perfectly intact, bearing no signs of having been broken. Unbeknownst to him, his knee had healed due to the dark energy Moser had released, which had mended his injury. Initially reluctant to intervene, Moser had wished to test whether his dark energy could not only heal himself, but also restore others. If successful, this would bestow him with a surgical-like healing ability, enabling him to mend any corporeal wounds of those around him. It appeared that he had indeed achieved this. As Rogers was now fully healed, Rogers stepped through the entrance, gazing into the hall. There, a young man sat on the sofa, thoroughly enjoying a cola and devouring fried chicken. The enticing aroma Rogers had detected earlier emanated from the chicken in the young man's hands. Moser, noticing the bewildered expression on Rogers' face, waved his hand invitingly. "Care to join me?" he asked. Just as Rogers was about to decline, his stomach let out a rumble. It was the first time he had encountered such a delectable scent, and he found it hard to resist. After a brief hesitation, he nodded and approached, sitting beside Moser. Observing the gloves on Moser's hands, he mimicked him by donning a pair of plastic gloves. As Rogers took a bite of the fried chicken, his eyes lit up, utterly captivated by the flavor, and he began to eat voraciously, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Moser, watching the man consume the food with such fervor, felt no surprise. After all, in the era when he had been captured, fried chicken had yet to exist. For someone from that time, it was an extraordinary delicacy. Seeing Rogers devour the food so rapidly, Moser joined in, and soon the two were enthusiastically clearing the table of its fried chicken. Once they finished, Rogers took the initiative to clean up the remnants. Moser did not intervene, and after Rogers had tidied everything, he finally spoke. "Come, sit here. Let us converse. Rogers approached silently and took a seat beside Mercer. How much do you remember? Mercer inquired, eager to uncover when this world's Rogers had been captured and who had transformed him into the Winter Soldier. The world had diverged from the Marvel universe that Mercer recalled since Carter became Captain America. He refrained from ordering Rogers to leave, as he sought to extract valuable information from him. Upon hearing the question, Rogers grimaced, clutching his head, feeling an internal conflict brewing within his mind. Had the brainwashing resurfaced? Observing Rogers' distress, Mercer furrowed his brow. Had Rogers' recent clarity been shattered by his words? Chapter 17. 3 messages assassinate Mercer. No, I cannot let this thought consume me. Rogers pressed his hands against his head, his expression one of extreme anguish. It was evident he was struggling against the insidious brainwashing. Yet, as the Winter Soldier, a lethal weapon of Hydra, resisting its manipulative tactics was no trivial feat. Gradually, the light in Rogers' eyes dimmed, rendering them vacant and devoid of spirit. He was once again ensnared by Hydra's mind control rhetoric. Mercer was not surprised. If Rogers could withstand it solely through sheer will, he would not have been compelled to this place to assassinate him. Had he lost control again? Mercer shook his head slightly. Rogers' vacant demeanor clearly indicated he had succumbed to control. Drink. A low growl escaped Rogers' lips as he swung his metallic arm towards Mercer. Seeing this, Mercer sighed. I just had a hearty meal. I have no intention of engaging with you further. Please, behave yourself. Standing his ground with hands in his pockets, Mercer suddenly summoned countless tendrils of dark energy from behind him, which swiftly ensnared Rogers, binding him tightly. No matter how much he struggled, Rogers could not break free from the bonds of this black, luminescent substance. It's a bit noisy, Mercer remarked, waving his hand as a portion of the dark energy formed a mask, sealing Rogers' mouth. Now, Rogers resembled a dark cocoon. To an uninformed observer, this scene would undoubtedly evoke terror. Was it some mutated creature? After leaving a small breathing hole, Mercer, noticing Rogers' futile rage and frantic struggles, decided to disregard him and turned in for a wash and sleep. The following day, he awoke refreshed, having slept soundly until midday for the first time since arriving in this world. Stretching lazily as he exited his room, Mercer pondered what to do now that he had some money. While washing up, his old, shabby phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Carter calling. I've prepared your documents. Are you home? I can bring them over. Carter's voice sounded weary, as if she hadn't rested throughout the night. I just woke up. Feel free to come over, Mercer replied, surprised by her efficiency. All right, please open the door. I'm at the entrance, Carter responded promptly. Already? Startled, Mercer approached the balcony and beheld Carter, who was smiling warmly at him and waving. He then turned to the side, where Rogers lay, wrapped like a mummy, and moved him aside. Given the fierce battle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, Carter would undoubtedly be quite occupied. Thus, Mercer decided against releasing Rogers, so as not to disturb her focus. He would remain confined until this tumultuous period had passed. For now, he would have to endure being a mummy, nourished intermittently by the dark matter. I apologize for the inconvenience, my friend, Mercer said, patting the wrapped figure, who struggled in vain to escape. Once these matters were settled, Mercer leapt gracefully from the second-floor balcony, landing with a flair reminiscent of a superhero, and opened the door to welcome her in, teasing, You arrived rather quickly. You weren't waiting for me all night, were you? Impossible, Carter replied with a roll of her eyes, handing him a document pouch. This contains your identification and an explanation of your privileges. Upon receiving it, Mercer examined the black booklet titled S.H.I.E.L.D. Manual, which contained simple information, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name alongside his own. The rest was filled with trivial data that he skimmed through before tucking it away. After a moment's hesitation, he gestured toward the house behind him, suggesting, Shall we go inside and sit for a while? Carter's gaze lingered on the house and then returned to his face, her expression inscrutable. After a brief pause, she shook her head. I have matters to attend to with S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps another time. With that, they exchanged a few light-hearted remarks before she departed. Watching her retreating figure, Mercer scratched his head, pondering whether she had misunderstood his invitation. He truly meant just to sit and talk. However, he decided not to dwell on her thoughts and returned indoors. Once inside, Mercer perused the various documents contained in the pouch and logged onto S.H.I.E.L.D.'s exclusive website. Upon entering his identification information, he was astonished by the extensive materials available to him. While highly classified documents like those pertaining to the Insight program remained inaccessible, the breadth of information he could access was still remarkable. Among the files were details regarding the Sanctum Sanctorum located in Kamar Taj, as well as a recent incident involving a boy who had been bitten by a spider, resulting in his mutation. It appeared that some aspects of this world aligned with his expectations. As he opened the documents one by one, he noted the thoroughness of the information, which even included personal details about the Ancient One. Ancient One, female, age unknown, sorcerer supreme, declined to join the Avengers. Suspected to possess a unique energy source, classified as a high-priority target. Peter Parker, male, 16 years old, a typical high school student from Queens. Bitten by a mutated spider at Oscorp, possessing extraordinary physical abilities. New Mexico, an object fell from the sky, resembling a hammer, emitting a consistent level of gamma radiation. Mercer was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Ancient One would also be on the Avengers recruitment radar. She declined to join, which did not surprise Mercer. The duty of these mages is to protect the Earth from the perils of the magical dimensions and safeguard the Time Stone. It is inconceivable that they would ally with the Avengers. What astonished Mercer even more was the third piece of information, an object resembling a hammer descending from the sky. Upon seeing the word hammer, he immediately made the connection. It was simply too iconic. This was the emblem of Thor. This indicated that Loki's invasion of Earth was imminent. Mercer murmured, "When the god of thunder arrives on Earth, shortly thereafter, Loki, in a bid to prove his worth, would conspire with Thanos and lead his Chitauri forces to invade, thus uniting the Avengers." He wondered if he could absorb Thor's lightning now. He had previously attempted to siphon energy from the casket of ancient winters, which demonstrated that the Blacklight Virus could indeed absorb such energy forms. It might also be due to his absorption of the Abomination that the Blacklight Virus underwent a unique mutation. The Abomination was a mutated serum based on the Hulk. Though it lacked the latter's extraordinary ability to absorb gamma energy from the universe, growing ever stronger. However, it possessed a slight capacity to absorb peculiar energies. A capability that was feeble in the Abomination but had been amplified exponentially in Mercer's Blacklight Virus. Otherwise, it would have been improbable to absorb the energy from the casket solely with the original Blacklight Virus. Chapter 18. New Mexico. From the timestamp of this message's creation, it was evident that the events had transpired less than 2 days prior. Thor must have arrived on Earth. I must endeavor to absorb the power of the god of thunder before him. Prior to this moment, Mercer certainly could not have drawn Thor's power from the hammer. However, the circumstances had changed. Odin had placed a curse upon the hammer. Anyone deemed worthy who wields it would possess the power of Thor. Yet, Mercer had no intention of lifting the hammer. He merely sought to draw some of Thor's strength from it. Just as Mercer solidified his plan and pondered when to set off, the voice of the hero card system echoed in his mind. Card collection mission initiated. Infuse a sufficient amount of thunder power into the card before Thor reclaims his hammer, and you may freely draw a thunder-related skill. As the system's voice resonated, a radiant light coalesced before Mercer, gradually transforming into a card. Accustomed to his system, Mercer reached out to grasp it, and the card gently descended into his hand. The card he received bore the title Thunder Collection Card, with an illustration of gray lightning, indicating that he needed to absorb Thor's lightning to activate it. This was fortuitous. Otherwise, the mere act of absorbing thunder power would have been quite daunting. Currently, even assimilating the energy from the casket of ancient winters had proven to be a struggle. Having absorbed barely a fraction, not even 1%, the prospect of absorbing thunder power was indeed terrifying. Moreover, he could not afford to absorb Thor himself. Though he was currently mortal, he would soon become a pivotal figure within the Avengers, and Mercer had no desire to shoulder that responsibility. Moreover, behind Thor lies Asgard. Should he be absorbed, Odin would undoubtedly lead the forces of Asgard to eliminate him. At this moment, Mercer is not in a position to contend with such power. With the system reward he has just received, he has now attained a standing equal to that of Asgard. Well, having made this decision, he promptly sets off. Mercer first drives to New York Airport, booking the next available flight to New Mexico. With his newfound wealth, he effortlessly secures a first-class ticket. The comfort of the experience elicits a silent admiration within him. Indeed, wealth has its advantages. The flight to New Mexico requires some time, prompting Mercer to take a brief nap while introspecting on the progress of the Blacklight Virus within him. He contemplates the impending journey into the world of Naruto, recognizing the necessity of finding a suitable base. He is determined not to squander the exceptional opportunity for the Blacklight Virus to evolve extensively. The first-class cabin is notably quiet, with few passengers aboard. Mercer occupies the first row, while a handful of others are seated further back. The tranquility allows him to overhear the hushed conversations of his fellow travelers, which his enhanced hearing makes crystal clear, though initially disinterested in their dialogue. A particular exchange piques his curiosity, compelling him to adjust his hearing sensitivity. "Everyone, stay alert. Once we arrive, we must coordinate effectively," a man in a baseball cap whispers, lightly pressing his fingers against an earpiece. This is a pivotal moment for Hydra. Mr. Pierce believes this hammer could elevate us to unprecedented heights. Not far from him, another man glances over, replying in a low voice, but it seems S.H.I.E.L.D. has caught wind of our presence. Several of our comrades have been reassigned from headquarters in recent days, and we have not received any updates. A diminutive man seated elsewhere interjects, impossible. We Hydra operatives have maintained our cover flawlessly for decades. Nick Fury cannot possibly detect us. If he claims to have, it must be due to that individual. The layout of the first-class seats, each compartmentalized, prevents them from sitting in the same row, possibly to avoid suspicion. As they reach this point in their conversation, they hesitate momentarily. The man in the baseball cap continues. Are you referring to that young man who inexplicably made the Abomination disappear? He is indeed a ticking time bomb. Mr. Pierce dispatched the Winter Soldier to assassinate him yesterday, yet there has been no word since. Upon hearing this, the other two men visibly freeze, one exclaiming in astonishment. The Winter Soldier? He is our ace assassin. If he cannot handle this individual, it is indeed terrifying. After all, he is capable of single-handedly overpowering the Abomination. I am not surprised by this outcome, the diminutive man remarks. In any case, let us exercise caution during this operation and strive to avoid any missteps. Agreed. Their conversation is captured in its entirety by Moser, who furrows his brow in discontent. It appears that Hydra members are encountered at every turn. Your reach indeed extends far and wide, seeking to meddle in all affairs. Alas, you have encountered me, and your fate is sealed. With Mercer's presence, they cannot even deplane. En route, while the three individuals separately attended to their needs, Mercer stealthily followed, silently absorbing them. Hydra suffered another loss of 3 members. Although they later discovered that Mercer was aboard the same aircraft, no matter how diligently they searched, the remains of these 3 Hydra operatives eluded them. They vanished from this world as inexplicably as those they despised. Upon disembarking, Mercer was the sole occupant of first class. The flight attendant, noticing only a young Asian man emerging from the cabin, murmured in confusion, I remember there were 4 passengers in first class. How is it that only one has descended? Peering back into the cabin, she found Mercer alone, casting doubt on her recollection. At that moment, New Mexico was still warm. Mercer exited the airport and hailed a taxi, directing the driver to a location he had previously gleaned from S.H.I.E.L.D. files. Upon reaching the town, Mercer scanned his surroundings and casually approached a burly man, inquiring, Excuse me, could you direct me to that hammer-shaped object that seems impossible to lift? The man, clad in a vest, chuckled and replied, Brother, you've come to the right person, we just returned from there. He gestured in a direction, his tone tinged with regret. We discovered it, but it's unmovable. We had plans to enclose it and create an attraction, but before we could commence, we were surrounded by a group of individuals in black. They appeared to be from a governmental agency and have since barred access. We attempted to investigate, but were intercepted immediately. The individuals he referenced were likely members of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Mercer knew well who was responsible, Coulson. When Mercer relayed future information to Nick Fury, the latter promptly dispatched Coulson to stake out the area. Within a day of the hammer's appearance, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had erected layers of protection around it. Thank you. Mercer expressed his gratitude before sprinting towards the direction indicated by the man. Is he really that eager to see it? He runs too swiftly, the burly man mused, watching Mercer vanish into the distance in astonishment. The distance from the town to the site of Thor's hammer was nearly 3 kilometers. For Mercer, this distance posed no challenge. He ran at full speed, reaching his destination in merely 2 to 3 minutes. With such velocity, he would undoubtedly shatter all records at any athletic competition. Even from afar, he could discern the rudimentary structure surrounded by barbed wire in a pentagonal formation. As he approached within 100 meters, 2 SUVs arrived, from which armed Special Forces soldiers disembarked. Ahead lies a restricted area, inaccessible to visitors. A vigilant soldier, armed and watchful, scrutinizes Moser, who has ventured into such a place alone, seemingly having arrived on foot, which is indeed surprising. I am a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Here is my identification. Moser, disinterested in engaging in further dialogue, tosses his credentials to them and stands with his hands in his pockets, observing. The Special Forces soldier examines the identification, his expression one of astonishment, gazing at the remarkably youthful Moser and then back at the ID photo. He finds it hard to believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. would have such a young member. Yet, the tangible quality of the credentials reassures him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he says, Please hold on a moment while I verify the authenticity of this identification. Moser nods indifferently. The soldier promptly rushes back, and before long, he reemerges, accompanied by a man. The man appears to be in his 30s, and Moser gazes at him with mild surprise. "Hello, Agent Moser. I am Coulson, the person in charge here." The man extends his hand in greeting. This man before Moser is, of course, Coulson, dispatched by Nick Fury. Upon seeing Moser's credentials, he requires no further verification, fully aware that there can be no mistake. The director had informed him that SHIELD had welcomed a distinguished honorary member named Moser, and he was instructed to accommodate any requests he might have. Upon recognizing the identification, Coulson hurried out to receive him. This was someone the director had personally instructed to treat with utmost respect. Though Coulson was unsure of the reasons, he held a firm belief in Fury's judgment and simply followed his directives. Moser shook his hand, accepting his credentials back with a faint smile, saying, "Hello, I am Moser. I wish to see the hammer." "Of course, please follow me," Coulson replied, leading the way with Moser following closely behind. Shortly, he guided Moser to a temporary structure formed by white tents, where Moser beheld the mighty weapon of Thor, the hammer. "So, this is Thor's hammer," Moser murmured to himself. As he observed the hammer resting quietly on the ground, few knew of its divine origins. "Is there something amiss with this hammer?" Moser inquired of Coulson. Coulson shook his head, somewhat helplessly, and replied, "The only peculiarity is that it cannot be lifted. Over the past few days, we have tried numerous methods. Yet it remains immovable, not budging even a fraction. Furthermore, it emanates a certain energy at a steady, albeit minimal, frequency." Listening to Coulson, Moser nodded and stepped toward Thor's hammer. He attempted to lift it himself, but found it equally beyond his grasp. The worthiness to wield the hammer is reserved for those with a heart of righteousness, and Moser, who derives strength from absorbing others, finds little alignment with such virtue. "Very well then, let me first observe how to harness the lightning within," he mused. Moser turned to Coulson behind him and said, "I would like to conduct my research alone. Could you clear the area of others?" "Oh, certainly," Coulson responded after a brief moment of surprise. The director had instructed that this individual's requests be accommodated as much as possible, and what he was asking for now was not unreasonable nor implausible. Once everyone had been dismissed, Moser ensured that no one was watching and that there were no surveillance devices present. He then approached the hammer, gripping its handle with both hands. In the next moment, a surge of dark energy enveloped his arms, forming a gauntlet reminiscent of Iron Man's armor. He exerted tremendous force to lift the hammer. The sheer power he exerted caused the ground beneath him to crack and splinter, leaving spiderweb-like fissures, his feet sinking into the earth. After a vigorous attempt, the hammer remained utterly immovable. Goodness, Odin's enchantment is indeed extraordinary. It seems not just anyone can wield it, Moser thought, releasing his grip and dissipating the dark energy from his arms. He brought his right hand to his fingers together, and the Thunder Collection card materialized between them. "How should I use this?" Observing the card, he noticed there were no instructions for its use. As he pondered how to activate it, he inadvertently let it slip from his grasp, and it landed perfectly on the head of the hammer. In the next instant, he witnessed the dull Thunder Collection card gradually illuminate with a silvery hue. So this is how it works. Realizing the card's functionality, Moser was relieved. He had thought it required Thor to strike him with lightning to absorb energy, which would have been quite troublesome. However, now, a mere accident led him to discover the card's application. The color of the card transformed rapidly, with the speed of lightning absorption exceeding Moser's expectations. Within half a minute, the card's design shifted from gray to silver. Picking up the card, he felt a resonance of thunder echoing in his ears, creating a peculiar sensation. Collection task completed. The host may choose one of the following lightning-based abilities: Lightning Blade, Zangetsu, Ninjutsu Series, Lightning Release, Electrokinetic, Railgun, Nature-based Devil Fruit, Thunderclap. As he scanned the options, Moser's gaze settled on the final line, his expression one of astonishment. All these lightning abilities were formidable. However, the first option was certainly out of the question. Moser already possessed the Dark Sword as his primary weapon and had no need for additional blades. Following the Ninjutsu series, Moser planned to venture into the world of Naruto to gather Ninetales chakra, where he hoped to absorb from several ninjas, potentially learning the lightning release technique as well. Thus, the lightning release was also off his list. Upon considering the third and fourth options, Moser quickly made his decision. The fourth one, Thunderclap Fruit. Chapter 20. Beings of the Divine Realm. Though the Electrokinetics railgun boasted a staggering 1 billion volts of high-voltage electricity, the technique itself was rather simple, with its most notable moment being the launch of a coin as ammunition. The Thunder Fruit is quite exceptional, possessing a myriad of developed abilities, all of which Moser recalls. Should he choose this option, he would swiftly adapt to the powers bestowed by the Thunder Fruit. With his mind firmly made up, Moser raised his hand towards the fourth selection. The other three options dissolved into specks of light, while the fourth coalesced, surging into the palm of his hand. forming a luminous orb slightly larger than his palm. As the radiance gradually faded, the complete form of the thunder fruit revealed itself before Moser. This fruit, a harmonious blend of silver and light blue, bore a resemblance to an apple, adorned with patterns reminiscent of lightning across its surface. Is this truly the thunder fruit? Moser mused, curiously weighing the fruit in his hand and examining it from various angles. It was his first encounter with the thunder fruit in its corporeal form, and he couldn't resist playing with it a little longer. After a brief moment of hesitation, he brought the fruit to his lips and bit down. The initial sensation was one of utter disappointment. It was quite unpalatable. It tasted akin to a shriveled apple, visually plump and seemingly juicy. Yet biting into it was like consuming a long stale loaf of bread, yielding a mouthful of dry crumbs. Were it not for the fact that this was a reward from the system, Moser would have spat it out immediately. It seems that all devil fruits possess an unpleasant taste. I must finish it quickly. Suppressing the urge to retch, Moser hastily consumed the thunder fruit, letting out a long sigh of relief as if he had just endured a great ordeal. While he continued to lament the ghastly taste of this devil fruit, Moser's expression shifted slightly as he glanced down at his hands in astonishment. His elongated fingers began to blur, disintegrating into strands of lightning that ascended from his fingertips. To his shock, his entire being transformed into a cascade of thunder. On the ground, only Moser's clothing remained. The eerie silence did not linger for long. Mere seconds later, countless silver bolts of lightning converged from all directions, enveloping the discarded garments and reshaping them into a human form, restoring Moser to his original appearance. However, now Moser stood with his eyes closed, frozen in place like a statue. After a lengthy pause, he slowly opened his eyes, and anyone present would surely be taken aback by his current visage. His once turquoise eyes had transformed into a brilliant silver, interwoven with streaks of lightning, while an almost imperceptible rumble of thunder echoed around him. In the next instant, Moser's right hand suddenly scattered into strands of electricity, launching towards the area behind him. A resounding crash echoed from an otherwise vacant space, as if something had been struck. The lightning dispersed, revealing a figure with a rather grim expression. Loki, having finally outwitted your brother to become a god for once, why do you still engage in such underhanded schemes? Upon uttering the name of the intruder, the man's expression darkened further. This unexpected visitor was none other than the brother of the Hammer's master, the god of mischief, Loki. The reason he sensed Loki's presence was due to the recent dispersal of thunder, which heightened his perception throughout the entire vicinity. What was once a solitary room belonging to Mercer now harbored another entity, one that was fixedly gazing at the spot where he had previously stood, transforming into scattered lightning. Mercer keenly attuned himself to the individual beside him, discovering that the energy emanating from this being was entirely distinct from that of any human, surpassing the limits of humanity. This revelation allowed him to ascertain Loki's existence, and upon the latter's manifestation, he immediately recognized him. Loki's expression was grave as he regarded the young man before him, especially upon hearing not only his name, but also certain knowledge that should have been beyond the grasp of an earth dweller, which sent a chill down his spine. Having just arrived in this world, Loki was on a quest to locate the mighty hammer of Thor, abandoned by Odin, and was eager to test whether he could lift it. However, as he made his attempt, a commotion arose outside, signaling the imminent arrival of a group of humans. Loki had no choice but to employ magic to conceal himself in the shadows, patiently awaiting their departure. Yet, among the throng, one young man lingered, attempting to lift the hammer, but finding himself equally unable to budge it. What a marvel! Odin's enchantment is indeed formidable. It appears not just anyone can wield it. Loki overheard the young man's musings and couldn't help but scoff inwardly, pondering how a mere mortal could ever hope to lift it. Just as he was ridiculing Mercer's ineptitude, a thought struck him, and the mocking smile faded from his lips as he raised his gaze, his eyes filled with disbelief. How did he know that Odin had placed a spell upon this hammer? In the next moment, Loki watched as Mercer produced a card, which slipped from his grasp and adhered to Thor's hammer. To his astonishment, the card began to absorb the hammer's energy. Loki witnessed everything, including Mercer consuming the thunderfruit. You are aware of my identity, yet still dare to take action against me. Are you declaring war on Asgard? Observing the flickering lightning enveloping Mercer's raised hand, Loki's expression darkened further. The individual before him, fully cognizant of his true nature, wore a smile that concealed a palpable intent to kill. Golden light radiated from Loki, transforming his attire into that befitting his status in Asgard. A resplendent crown reminiscent of a horned goat adorned his head, and he wielded an extraordinary spear, truly befitting the second prince of Asgard. His gear was exceptional. However, that presupposes you are indeed the rightful divine ruler of Asgard. As his words fell, lightning coiled around Mercer's hand, and he suddenly vanished from Loki's sight. Upon witnessing the instantaneous disappearance, Loki's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "Such incredible speed." No sooner had he uttered those words than he heard a crackling sound from behind him, and the next moment, he was hurled away by a bolt of lightning. The electricity not only numbed him, but also carried an overwhelming force that propelled Loki backward. Observing this, Mercer swiftly followed suit. This commotion attracted the attention of the guards, and armed soldiers swiftly surrounded the scene. Coulson noticed that the two individuals standing ahead were Mercer and an unfamiliar figure, prompting him to instruct everyone to lower their weapons. "Mercer, what is the situation? Do you need our assistance?" "No, just stay back and observe," Mercer replied, shaking his head as he gazed at Loki, who was struggling to rise, his eyes glimmering with excitement. "Remarkably resilient. It seems I can test the potency of my thunder fruit." Chapter 21. The True God of Thunder. Mortal, you are courting death. As a proud Asgardian, Loki had come to Earth with aspirations of ruling this primitive planet, which he deemed inferior. He had never anticipated being bested by a mere human. It was a profound humiliation for him. A disdainful snort escaped Loki's lips as his spear trembled against the ground, a golden sigil blossoming from beneath his feet, radiating outward in an expansive array. With a decisive stamp of his right foot, several magical formations ascended, unleashing torrents of golden light toward Mercer. Thunderstrike. Mercer's eyes sparkled as the lightning coursing through him surged, tearing through the air and generating a visible white shockwave that instantly negated the incoming beams. With a determined expression, Loki did not hesitate to infuse his sigils with divine power once more, summoning a hexagram behind him, where golden magic coalesced and was unleashed in a formidable beam. The colossal column of golden light, immense enough that one could scarcely embrace it, surged toward Mercer with overwhelming force, enveloping him entirely. As the golden radiance dissipated, Mercer's form vanished from sight. Coulson, witnessing the spectacle, stood frozen, astonished. Did he become nothingness? He was not alone. The surrounding elite soldiers instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, fully aware that this was no ordinary adversary. The sheer size of that golden beam, as thick as a tree, would undoubtedly reduce them to mere ashes if it struck them. This was an unmitigated massacre. Some felt a surge of trepidation, retreating several paces. This was a conflict of an entirely different caliber. Observing the scene, Loki scoffed. It seems he was merely a pretty face, easily scattered by my might. He surveyed the anxious expressions of Coulson and the other humans, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. This was the reaction he yearned to provoke. "Mortals, kneel before your new king, Loki." Loki extended his arms, his voice brimming with uncontrollable exhilaration. "New king? You?" A mocking voice echoed from behind him, causing Loki to furrow his brow. He was about to turn and confront the audacious speaker when he suddenly recognized the voice. Before he could react, a powerful, thunderous assault erupted from behind, striking Loki squarely in the back. This blow was even more forceful than the first that had cast him aside. This time, the lightning did not send Loki flying far. Instead, most of the electric energy penetrated his body, leaving a significant amount coursing within him. In an instant, Loki collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. To an unsuspecting observer, it might have appeared as though he were merely engaged in street dance. Amidst his struggles, he turned to glance behind him. There stood a figure, enveloped in a tempest of thunder, obscuring his face with crackling lightning. Yet, Loki was acutely aware that only the human boy he had just fought could unleash such potent bolts of electricity. "You actually managed to disassemble your body into lightning to evade my magical assault?" Loki's eyes brimmed with disbelief as he summoned the divine power within him to resist the surging currents of electricity coursing through his veins. After a few moments, his convulsions gradually subsided. As Loki slowly rose from the ground, the thunderclad Moser also expressed surprise. "I must admit, I am taken aback. I never anticipated that your attack would not involve dual daggers, but rather magic. Truly unexpected." Brushing off the dust from his attire, Loki furrowed his brow in response. "I am the foremost mage of the 9 realms. Would I resort to attacking you with daggers? I am not that foolish." Upon hearing this, Moser couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter perplexing to all around him. No one could fathom the source of his amusement, save for Moser himself, who recognized that the Loki from his memories truly resembled the foolish individual he now faced. "This world is indeed fascinating," Moser pondered. "It is a tangible realm, and if I were to view it solely through the lens of my cinematic recollections, I would undoubtedly find myself at a disadvantage." Fortunately, he had recently consumed the thunder fruit, enabling him to fragment his body into lightning and evade the earlier magical onslaught. With the Blacklight Virus alone, survival was assured. But to revert to human form, he would need to absorb the energy from the inhabitants of this place, achieving the requisite intensity for transformation. The Blacklight Virus exhibited commendable physical resistance, yet its magical resilience was negligible, making recovery from magical attacks precarious. Having narrowly escaped death, Moser was not one to swallow his grievances. As he sensed his form, constructed entirely of thunder, his silver body appeared remarkably robust, even more imposing than before. Exuding a formidable aura, a body composed solely of lightning? What an impressive technique. Even that fellow Thor has never displayed such prowess. Fixated on Moser, Loki was utterly unprepared for this manifestation of power. Though Thor was hailed as the god of thunder, he had never executed such an ability. His attacks relied primarily on the might of his hammer. When it came to pure lightning, Loki found himself lacking effective countermeasures. But did he believe this would intimidate me? A glimmer of gold flashed in his cold gaze as radiant energy coalesced around his spear. With a swift kick to the spear's base, Loki charged toward Moser. The dazzling golden light streaked through the air, akin to a meteor slicing through the heavens, bearing an overwhelming pressure that threatened to suffocate Moser. In the midst of its flight, the meteor underwent a transformation, multiplying exponentially, and in the blink of an eye, it became a multitude of Lokis, each shadow radiating an unwavering intent to kill. Come at me. Upon encountering Loki, Mos advanced rather than retreating. He stepped forward with his right foot, and the flickering lightning coalesced instantaneously in his hands, transforming into a colossal, thunderous hammer, towering slightly above him. With a vigorous swing, the hammer, trailing arcs of lightning, struck down upon the myriad golden spears before him. The resounding impact reverberated through Loki as he sensed an overwhelming force emanating from the spear. Despite his efforts to maintain his grip, he could not mitigate the terrifying power of the hammer. The force compelled him to stagger backward, causing him to involuntarily loosen his grip, his limbs numbed. Meanwhile, Mos remained steadfast in his position, perpetuating the motion of his swing. Damn it! What on earth is this creature? Is this an assault achievable by a mere earthling? Loki cursed inwardly. His physical prowess, though not exceptional among the Asgardians, was undeniably superior to that of humans on Earth. He could effortlessly reach the pinnacle of human capability, and with the aid of his divine powers, Loki could accomplish feats that would seem reserved for the gods in the eyes of mortals. Yet, even his proud Asgardian identity felt utterly insignificant before the radiance of the figure before him. This was the true god of thunder. Chapter 22. Thor? Despite standing before an adversary, Loki could not help but admire Mos. Compared to Thor, Mos' command over thunder was remarkably diverse. Previously, Loki had only needed to guard against all attacks wielded by Thor's hammer, as the latter seldom ventured beyond it to strike others. In stark contrast, Mos employed techniques entirely composed of lightning. Each maneuver was imbued with a terrifying force and numbing thunder, challenging even Loki's Asgardian constitution to withstand. The discomfort was palpable among Coulson and his companions as well. The clash of their weapons resounded like a thunderous toll upon their hearts, echoing in every ear. Ordinary individuals like Coulson merely perceived a deafening ring, followed by a sweet sensation in their throats, and blood began to seep from the corners of their mouths. The mere aftershock of the battle was enough to cause this group of mortals to cough up blood. This was indeed a divine clash. Coulson, clutching his aching ears, murmured to himself for a moment before promptly addressing his earpiece. Everyone, evacuate the camp immediately, 1 kilometer. This battle was entirely beyond their realm, and remaining would only prove restrictive. If the aftershock of a weapons collision could induce such grievous effects, a direct hit would likely obliterate them into nothingness. Haha, exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Laughter erupted from the figure enveloped in lightning. The recent assault had inflicted minor damage upon Mos, yet he would soon recover through the Blacklight Virus. Elated to have someone to test his abilities against, Mos had no intention of halting. Clenching his fists, brilliant lightning erupted from his form, coalescing within moments into a thunderous beast before him. The Thunder Beast. With a pointed finger directed at Loki, the massive creature roared forth, leaving charred footprints in its wake as it charged towards him. Heimdall. Upon witnessing the roaring, menacing beast, Loki's lips curled into a grimace as he sensed impending danger and hastily shouted towards the heavens. In an instant, a radiant beam of colorful light surged from the sky, enveloping Loki in its embrace. The thunderous creature collided with this luminous column, which trembled momentarily under the impact, yet continued its ascent. As the light dissipated, so too did Loki's form vanish from sight. Gazing at the colossal totem left behind by the Rainbow Bridge's luminous trail, Mose murmured, "Is this the power of the Rainbow Bridge? It appears he has fled with such ease. It seems the title of the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms is one he has bestowed upon himself. In this realm, Loki certainly possesses magical abilities, albeit of a possibly modest caliber. Had he devoted himself earnestly to the study of sorcery, he would undoubtedly rival the might of Thor, yet as it stands, he still has a long way to go. Following Loki's disappearance, a flicker of disappointment crossed Mose's countenance. He had yet to unleash even half the potential granted by the Thunder Fruit. Rather than aimlessly honing his skills, he yearned for genuine combat. Only through immersing oneself in battle can one discern the opportune moments to employ various techniques. However, with Loki having fled, pursuing him to Asgard was out of the question, leaving Mose to shake his head in resignation. Gradually, the lightning around him coalesced as Mose reverted to his human form, donning the attire he had worn earlier. He made a call to summon Coulson and his team back. On the other end, Coulson, surprised by Mose's prompt call, inquired whether he had dealt with the adversary. No, he escaped. The denizens of Asgard are not so easily vanquished, Mose replied with a shake of his head. Asgard, the fabled realm of gods? Coulson exclaimed in astonishment. Mose nodded in affirmation. Such revelations were difficult for even Coulson to digest. Asgard, a sanctified domain rooted in Earth's mythos, now proved to be a tangible reality. Then who was that? Loki, the second son of Odin. The second son of Odin? So, his brother must be the wielder of that hammer? Coulson's mind raced, deducing that Loki's appearance in such a desolate location could only be attributed to his quest for the hammer. The fact that he did not seize it suggested he was likely not its true master. Indeed, the rightful owner of that hammer is Thor, who would undoubtedly be a formidable ally for Earth. As Mose spoke, his tone shifted to one of hesitation. If Loki has truly become a master of magic, then what of Thor? Has he transformed as well? The Thor of old was a brash warrior, but with the alteration of the timeline, I am uncertain of his current state. One thing remained certain. The relationship between Loki and Thor was still fraught, for otherwise, Loki would not have clandestinely ventured to this locale in an attempt to lift the hammer of the thunder god. Sighing, Mose concluded, there is no use in overthinking. We must accept what comes. Lacking the time stone, I am blind to the past and future. All I can do is take one step at a time. Indeed, you may all withdraw. I am well capable of guarding this place. While we remain uncertain of Loki's subsequent actions, Moser declared. Coulson hesitated for a moment, recalling the celestial clash he had just witnessed between Moser and Loki. He suddenly realized that, at such an echelon of combat, no matter how many ordinary individuals were present, they would merely serve as fodder. He promptly made a call to Nick Fury to explain the circumstances. Upon learning that Moser was on the scene, Fury readily agreed without hesitation, leaving Coulson questioning his own existence. Ultimately, all equipment was removed, leaving only a modest tent and provisions for 15 days. As the town was not far, allowing for timely resupply. As night fell, Moser sat cross-legged within the tent, his eyes half closed, his body occasionally dissipating into lightning before coalescing once more. Bolts of electricity, as thick as a bowl, coiled around him like serpents. Should an enemy approach, these electric serpents would swiftly ensnare them, unleashing millions of volts of electricity. Threads of lightning gathered around Moser, forming 6 slender shafts of electric light, each the length of a finger and half its width. Go, he uttered softly, sending the 6 shafts soaring outside the tent. After flying a kilometer, they formed an invisible hexagonal shield around him. Should anyone step within this perimeter, he would be alerted. Suddenly, Moser sensed a vehicle speeding towards him. He refrained from utilizing the electric shafts to obstruct it, as it was evidently driven by ordinary individuals. There was no need to employ such force. Are these visitors also drawn by the hammers? I shall persuade them to leave once they arrive, Moser murmured. Moments later, a series of footsteps approached the tent. The sounds were light, not deliberately suppressed, but rather a result of their owner's slight weight. Thor, are you certain this is the way? Indeed. When my father cast me down, my hammer was left nearby. What hammer? One could merely purchase another. It is not the same. It is forged from the core of a dying star and the wood of the world tree, the weapon that best channels my power. I have wielded it for over 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years. What age does that make you? Is it so surprising? The average lifespan of Asgardians hovers around 2,000 years. The voices drew nearer, and upon spotting Moser's tent, they paused momentarily. Half a minute later, someone lifted the tent flap, and a voice filled with excitement rang out. My hammer. Hearing this, Moser furrowed his brow, sensing the voice belonged to a woman. He opened his eyes to behold 3 women standing before him, the foremost of whom wore a delighted expression, her golden hair cascading down, adorned in attire reminiscent of Nordic mythology. Are you Thor? Chapter 23. The Great Symphony of the World. Upon seeing the blonde woman before him, Moser could only utter in astonishment, Do you recognize me? Realizing that the stranger was aware of his name, Thor nodded in acknowledgement, though the peculiar expression on her face left him somewhat perplexed. Truly, this world was a grand tapestry of the extraordinary. Moser inwardly scoffed. The god of thunder was, astonishingly, a woman. Moreover, she was an exceptionally beautiful woman, with golden locks and striking blue eyes, her hair cascading freely over her shoulders. The attire she wore, reminiscent of Norse mythology, accentuated her figure exquisitely. Initially, Moser had braced himself for a tempestuous male Thor in this realm. Yet he was completely unprepared for this transformation into a woman. However, recalling the precedent set by Agent Carter taking up the mantle of Captain America, he did not linger long in shock, quickly regaining his composure. I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., here specifically to oversee this hammer, Moser stated nonchalantly. Not long ago, your brother visited. Loki? How could he come here? Are you unharmed? A look of concern crossed Thor's face as she approached, scrutinizing Moser's physique with urgency. As she drew near, an enchanting fragrance enveloped him, not of earthly perfumes, but rather one that must be from Asgard. Her attentiveness caused Moser to instinctively step back, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all, the transformation from a rugged Nordic man to a stunning Nordic woman was a transition he found difficult to reconcile. Carter was an established character who merely assumed Steve Rogers' role as Captain America, which made her acceptance easier for Moser. However, Thor was a different matter entirely. The transition from male to female was direct and strikingly executed. In the Marvel Universe, Moser had previously deemed Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, as the most alluring woman. But now it seemed that the most captivating woman was indeed the female Thor before him. Years of battle had sculpted Thor's physique, endowing her with a perfect blend of strength and elegance. A creature of such beauty, if placed in the mortal realm, would surely become a sensation on social media within a day. Even Victoria's Secret models would pale in comparison. I am fine, merely a trivial incident occurred. But he has since returned to Asgard. As he spoke, Moser raised his hands in a gesture of halt, signaling Thor to maintain her distance. His actions puzzled the two women accompanying Thor, astrophysicist Jane and her friend and assistant, Daisy, who observed Moser's demeanor with curiosity. Thor was, after all, a figure of undeniable allure. And yet this young man seemed indifferent. Jane, this guy is quite handsome. Daisy nudged Jane's shoulder and whispered. I noticed. But we are not here to flirt with young men. We have important matters to attend to, Jane replied, though her gaze inevitably lingered on Moser's face. Even with an Asian countenance, Moser's looks were undeniably among the finest, drawing considerable attention. Are you here to check my identity? Perhaps you should first attempt to lift this hammer. As Thor pondered what further inquiries might be posed to her, Mercer succinctly redirected the conversation. With a soft exclamation, she nodded and approached the hammer situated at the center of the tent, grasping it with one hand and attempting to pull it free. Yet it remained immovable. Thor's expression suddenly shifted to one of discomfort. Her other hand joined in, her demeanor growing slightly more ferocious. Despite her efforts, the hammer remained steadfast in its place. After several fruitless attempts, Thor stood by, her countenance somewhat dejected, sighing, Is my divine power truly so diminished that I cannot lift it? Allow me to try. Daisy, who had been observing Thor's strenuous efforts, was already eager to take her turn. Once Thor stepped aside, she excitedly approached, turning to Thor with an inquisitive look. Thor offered a wry smile and shrugged nonchalantly. Daisy, brimming with enthusiasm, grasped the handle with both hands and pulled with all her might. Can this truly be lifted? She exclaimed in astonishment, feeling as though the hammer had fused with the ground, as if it had always been a part of it. Thor sighed and explained. This is the seal placed by my father. Without a special divine attribute, none can lift it. I, too, have lost my power of the thunder god because I cannot raise it. Then why not excavate this piece of land and take it away? Daisy suggested. Her idea garnered approval from Jane, who also considered it a sound notion. Although it could not be lifted at present, relocating it to a safer place seemed prudent, for it was ill-suited to remain in such a desolate area. Thor shook her head, clarifying that the seal did not simply prevent lifeless entities from lifting it. Any conscious being attempting to raise it, regardless of the means employed, would be bound by this seal. Its weight was not substantial, and it could even hang from a coat rack, yet if one attempted to indirectly lift the hammer by raising the rack itself, they would find themselves unable to lift even that. Daisy, taken aback, remarked in admiration, Truly, it is a celestial artifact, shrouded in mystery. Mercer, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. What do you intend to do next? Loki is already aware of the hammer's location and knows you will come here. How is your relationship with him? Thor sighed and shook her head, understanding the implication of Mercer's inquiry. If their relationship were amicable, Loki's first action upon arriving in this realm would undoubtedly be to seek her out, collaborating with her to reclaim the ability to wield the hammer of the thunder god. However, the reality was different. He had come alone, retreating in shame after being bested, showing no inclination to assist Thor. My brother has previously turned against me, transforming into a serpent I adored, only to revert at the height of my joy and stab me in the abdomen, exclaiming with delight, surprise. Mercer and the others exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity of Thor's words. In the past, possessing divine attributes meant I could withstand his attacks without consequence. Now, as a mere mortal, a single blow from him could spell my end, Thor lamented. You siblings certainly have a peculiar relationship, Jane remarked softly. Could an ordinary person truly accomplish such a feat? To masquerade as the very thing his sister cherishes most, only to suddenly emerge and stab her. The onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished by this remarkable familial dynamic. After a brief pause, Mose, seated nearby, abruptly rose, his expression grave as he gazed skyward. What is it? Sol began to inquire, but before he could finish, a thunderous sound echoed in his ears. Boom. The resonant clang, reminiscent of an ancient bell, pierced the night, prompting the four to hastily exit their tent. Their faces etched with disbelief as they beheld two beams of colorful light descending from the heavens. As the brilliance faded, two formidable figures materialized before them. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Sol's expression soured. These are the destroyers. Chapter 24. Thunderous Armament. These two figures hailed from Asgard, guardians of the Asgardian treasury, known as the destroyers. Formidable weapons of annihilation. Sol swiftly elucidated to his companions. These entities originate from Asgard and are forged from the same unique metal, you, as my hammer. Its hardness is such that even your nuclear bombs would be rendered ineffective against it. They possess no life, no pain receptors, and can emit high-energy beams without limitation. Loki, that scoundrel, has summoned two of the four destroyers in the Celestial Palace. It seems he truly wishes to honor me, his sister. Sol spoke through clenched teeth. While Mose entertained a different notion, perhaps Loki's decision to deploy two destroyers was not out of regard for Sol, but rather due to himself. Furthermore, these destroyers were not necessarily aimed at Sol, but rather seemed intent on targeting Mose. After all, the events of the day prior had led to the arrival of the destroyers that very night. Loki could not have anticipated Sol's presence in such a location. Thus the truth was undeniable. These two destroyers were directed at Mose. Alas, it is akin to a child, unable to win a fight, resorting to calling for reinforcements. Mose murmured. Boom. The bell-like sound reverberated once more, heralding the descent of yet another rainbow beam from the sky. This time, Loki appeared, accompanied by 100 Asgardian guards. As the light dissipated, Loki paused upon spotting Sol, momentarily perplexed as to why she was present. Following the destroyers, he now brought forth an army. Loki, you truly fear I might perish, Sol remarked, narrowing her eyes in mockery at the spectacle before her. Mose felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that Loki had no inkling of Sol's presence. His arrival was solely for his own sake. You all stand back a bit. He is after me. Retreat and find an opportunity to escape, Sol quietly urged her three companions. Mose intended to respond, but Sol stepped forward, shielding them behind her, and called out to Loki, if you wish to kill me, do so. They are innocent and should not be put in harm's way. Her words rendered Loki's expression somewhat grim. This woman truly dared to voice anything. Mose could only shake his head in disbelief. The sibling rivalry between them was typically not aired publicly. After all, Asgard was a small realm, and should rumors of Loki and Sol vying for the throne circulate, it would tarnish their reputations. They are all devotees of Odin, for Odin declares who shall ascend as the next king of the gods, rather than engaging in disputes like Thor and Loki. Thus, when Thor's voice rang out so loudly, both he and Mercer found themselves momentarily speechless. It appears that she does not refrain from speaking out of reticence, but rather due to a lack of opportunity, as Loki's previous tricks had failed to harm her in any meaningful way. Now, however, as she has become immortal, fragile and susceptible to death, it was only then that Thor boldly proclaimed his thoughts. Thor, what brings you here? Loki glowered at Thor. Is it your intent to disrupt my affairs at every turn? Is this how you address your sister? Wait, are you not here to kill me? Loki's questioning tone caught Thor off guard. Was this grand spectacle not meant for his own sake? Who else could it be for? Our grievances can wait for another time. I am here for this individual. With his spear pointed directly at the direction indicated by Loki, Thor turned to see Mercer. You, what enmity do you hold against him? This human dares to provoke the dignity of Asgard. I have brought my army to demonstrate to him what Asgard truly embodies. The spear struck the ground with a commanding resonance, and at that moment, Loki was posturing like a sovereign. Had Mercer not just driven him away, he might have genuinely believed it. What a challenge to the dignity of Asgard. It seems you were simply unable to best me, and thus slinked away to rally your forces. How disgraceful. Mercer concluded with a derisive click of his tongue, fully laden with mockery. Loki, seething from a distance, clenched his teeth tighter, his grip on the spear tightening. Amidst the derision, Mercer was discreetly observing the opposing army. The destroyers were, as he remembered, But the appearance of the Asgardian guards differed slightly. In Mercer's recollection, the Asgardian guards wore round helmets with a distinctive shape at the top. However, the current design featured a pair of curved goat horns, reminiscent of Loki's crown, but significantly shorter. What is the origin of this army? Is this the armor worn by your forces in Asgard? Mercer quietly inquired of Thor. Thor, his expression grave, shook his head and replied, "No. These are trained personally by Loki. They have been developed from the original Asgardian warriors, incorporating certain magical elements, making them formidable." This world's Loki continued to astonish Mercer. Not only had he truly become a mage, but he also commanded a guard he had personally trained. This universe's Loki is remarkably powerful. Entirely distinct from the Loki of the cinematic universe, Mercer murmured. "What? Nothing. You should leave now. As a mortal, you cannot assist here. I shall handle this." Mercer cracked his neck and stepped forward, preparing himself. "You shall handle it. But what can you do?" Before Thor could finish his sentence, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Brilliant lightning erupted from Mercer's being, dancing around him with an intelligence of its own. Once, the night sky was a pristine expanse, unmarred by clouds, but suddenly, a vast mass of tumultuous storm clouds, crackling with lightning, obscured the moon, the final source of illumination for the land. With each step he took, the lightning coalesced into gleaming silver armor that adhered to his body. After traversing a mere dozen paces, Imose found himself enveloped in this lightning-forged battle armor. The air was filled with the resonant sounds of thunder, heralding the arrival of a true god of thunder. In an instant, he appeared as a celestial being, his silver silhouette standing firm like a towering edifice. Lightning armament. Indeed, this layer of armor possesses strengths that rival the Blacklight armor, each having its own merits. Imose marveled. The protection afforded by the Blacklight armor is the pinnacle of physical defense. The armor crafted from the lightning of the thunder fruit also provides physical protection. Yet Imose discerned an even greater advantage, its magical protection. During a brief skirmish prior, he had already noted the remarkable anti-magic properties of the thunder fruit. Chapter 25. Stealthy learning. Faced with Loki's Asgardian guard and two formidable destroyers, Imose did not falter, but instead advanced with unwavering resolve. This audacity struck fear into the hearts of all present. Loki scoffed, his voice icy. "You may muster some courage now, but once I capture you, you shall experience a fate worse than death. Charge." With the command issued, the nearby guards unsheathed their long swords, their battle cries piercing the heavens as they surged toward Imose. The blades shimmered with a faint golden light, seemingly capable of severing all obstacles. As they charged, the two destroyers positioned themselves on either side of the guards, their iron masks glistening ominously, and suddenly, searing rays of light erupted forth from them. The blazing light struck first. Imose raised his right hand, channeling lightning into a circular ring at his wrist. In the next moment, the ring unleashed a powerful thunderbolt, hurtling toward the two streams of intense light. Divine judgment. Boom. The clash of three potent energies erupted. As the formidable lightning unleashed by Imose effortlessly dissipated the two streams of searing light, also generating pillars of lightning that struck backward. Several Asgardian warriors at the forefront were instantly scorched, their armor, even that forged in Asgard, unable to withstand the onslaught. Considering that his adversaries were Asgardian warriors, he knew their physical prowess was extraordinary. Thus, at the onset of this initial assault, Imose escalated the intensity of his lightning to 10 million volts. Such formidable thunder would deter even the mightiest of Asgardian fighters. The few warriors who had surged ahead were unprepared for the lethal force of Imose's attack, which followed the destroyer's searing light. Without a moment to evade, they met the lightning pillar head-on, resulting in them being rendered unconscious by the overwhelming shock. With a flash of lightning beneath his feet, Imose swiftly moved to the side of the fallen Asgardian warriors. "Since you have come here with a resolve to perish, I shall not be polite in accepting the offerings presented to me." The lightning dissipated from his hands, replaced by an enigmatic, liquid-like black substance. As the dark matter surged forth, it instantaneously enveloped the Asgardian warriors who had been momentarily stunned by the lightning. In the blink of an eye, they were consumed by the darkness, their forms diminishing within it. The five towering men, each over 6 feet tall, vanished in an instant. This bizarre occurrence left the women surrounding Thor speechless, while Miser, in stark contrast, wore a look of rapture. Ah, what potent biological energy! Truly, it is beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings, Miser mused, somewhat intoxicated by the experience. If one were to quantify the biological energy of an ordinary human at a mere 15, the Asgardian warriors would surely start at a minimum of 100. The disparity was remarkable. Achievement unlocked. Delicious meat chicken. Acquired damage card, demigod. Upon the system's announcement, a surge of information flooded Miser's mind. clarifying the purpose of the newly obtained damage card. It appeared to be a one-time use card, a rarity for him, rather than merely being a single-use item. It seemed that the energy contained within could only be harnessed once. This damage card did not bestow Miser with a long-lasting ability like the Blacklight Virus or the Thunder Fruit. It required sufficient energy to invoke the demigod ability. Miser was acutely aware of the energy needed, chakra. However, the Marvel Universe lacked any concept of chakra, and summoning it into existence was impossible. The chakra accompanying the damage card was only sufficient for one use. He would need the training methods akin to those in the Naruto world, for without such guidance, he would remain clueless on how to cultivate chakra. It seemed his journey to the Naruto realm would need to be expedited. While Miser absorbed the implications of the damage card, Loki, not far away, wore a pallid expression. The elite guard he had personally selected and trained had already lost 5 members in their first engagement. This was a tremendous setback. Formation. First formation, hexagonal power array. Yes, the Asgardian warriors wielding swords rushed to encircle Miser. Meanwhile, some remaining warriors exchanged their swords for magical staves, reciting arcane Asgardian incantations. After a brief moment of spellcasting, golden magical energy emanated from the tips of the staves and enveloped the sword-wielding warriors before them. The warriors divided into 6 groups, forming a hexagonal formation. Their magical energies interlinked. In that instant, the aura surrounding the sword-wielding warriors intensified significantly. They had effectively sealed off all escape routes for Miser, poised to strike at any moment. When one corner launched an attack, the energies from the other 5 corners would bolster it, amplifying its power exponentially. Should Miser attempt to redirect his focus, they could seamlessly transfer their energies to another corner, making it a formidable tactic against a powerful individual. Remarkable, a hexagonal power array. This very formation enabled 5 warriors to effortlessly slay a lava dragon. Loki is indeed serious about this, Thor murmured. The enhancement brought forth by the hexagonal matrix force array has elevated both physical strength and defense to an astonishing degree. The magma dragon, a colossal being towering several meters high, is both ferocious and formidable, capable of obliterating an entire nation in the middle world with its fiery breath. There was once a middle world that fell victim to an invasion from the realm of flames within the 9 realms, which included numerous fire beings and several magma dragons. During that time, Asgard dispatched the siblings Thor and Loki to quell the chaos. While Thor struggled to slay one magma dragon, Loki, utilizing solely the hexagonal matrix force array he had conjured, was able to encircle and defeat a magma dragon with the combined strength of 10 ordinary Asgardian warriors. Much to everyone's astonishment, this was among his proudest magical feats, and thus, upon witnessing Loki employ the hexagonal matrix force array so swiftly, Thor was genuinely taken aback. Seeing Moser standing still, utterly unresponsive, a triumphant expression emerged on Loki's face. Umph. Now you understand my prowess, do you? If I were to take this seriously, how could a mere human from a barbaric land hope to contend with me? However, before Loki could finish his arrogant proclamation, he was abruptly silenced. His gaze fell upon Moser, who was far in the distance, his eyes wide with shock. Moser's lips moved, though the distance rendered his incantations inaudible, yet the transformation occurring on his body was visibly evident. Much like the Asgardian warriors chanting their spells, a golden magical radiance enveloped Moser. Compared to the hexagonal matrix force array of the Asgardian warriors, the magical brilliance surrounding Moser appeared significantly weaker. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that he too wielded a hexagonal matrix force array. You have surreptitiously learned my hexagonal matrix force array. How could this be possible? Loki's expression darkened considerably. Although his hexagonal matrix force array was not the pinnacle of magic, it was a synthesis of ancient Asgardian scripts and external texts. The mere act of attempting to pronounce these incantations would require considerable effort, let alone executing them precisely and conjuring the corresponding magic. Loki had always regarded such feats as fanciful nonsense, yet before him, Moser had accomplished just that. Have you absorbed the memories of my warriors? A flicker of astonishment crossed Loki's eyes. This was the only plausible explanation. Without assimilating those warriors' memories, Moser could not possibly know these magical incantations. If this were indeed the case, it was peculiar, for Loki had never encountered such an adversary. You are quite astute. This is one of my abilities. Moser replied amidst the crackling lightning. With a sweeping motion of his arms, dark matter surged forth, transforming into sharp black claws, crackling with electricity. Should one be caught by these claws, not only would their flesh be torn asunder, but they would also suffer the searing burns of the high-temperature lightning, inflicting secondary damage. Since I am here, let me test the extent of my current power. With that declaration, Moser was enveloped in a flash of lightning as he charged towards one corner. Having absorbed several Asgardian warriors, he was well acquainted with the effects of the hexagonal matrix force array and felt no fear. Now, imbued with the Blacklight Virus and the Thunderfruit, he pondered where to seek out opponents for practice, and fortune favored him with an opportunity at hand. Moser did not wish to squander this chance. As he unleashed a sudden and ferocious assault, the Asgardian warriors found themselves momentarily flustered, their long swords swinging furiously, golden radiance flickering in their eyes and upon their hands, enhancing their offensive capabilities and dynamic vision. Yet, even with their enhanced perception, Moser's movements remained elusive, mere afterimages to their sight. Originally, under the augmentation of the Blacklight Virus, Moser's speed had already reached a terrifying threshold, and with the added velocity from the Thunderfruit, he became nearly unrivaled. In this realm, only one being could match him in speed, the mutant Quicksilver. However, Moser remained uncertain as to whether Quicksilver was a true mutant or a creation of the Infinity Stones, leaving the matter ambiguous in this world. "Do not underestimate us, Asgard," one warrior gritted his teeth and shouted, his speed noticeably increasing as he managed to keep pace with Moser, albeit slightly lagging. The clash of their rapid exchanges echoed, leaving onlookers to hear only the sounds of weapons colliding. Meanwhile, Loki stood at the rear, persistently urging the enchanted warriors to channel more magical energy into the formation. This fellow was hardly engaged in earnest combat. From a distance, Thor squinted, her millennia of battle experience allowing her to discern Moser's intentions immediately. Why is he not surrounded? Daisy and Jane were perplexed, having only seen Moser encircled by the warriors, and despite his ferocity, the formation remained unbroken. Is this not considered a genuine fight? Thor's gaze lingered on Moser, observing how the Asgardian warriors encircled him. She remarked, "He strikes here, then there, and whenever he sees the warriors tiring, he deftly shifts to another corner to engage." Those who could not comprehend might assume the warriors were conducting a wheel of combat against him, but in truth, it was Moser who was orchestrating the wheel against them. Upon hearing Thor's insights, the two women were taken aback. So he had been maneuvering effortlessly against them all along? They had assumed he would gradually falter and be captured by the warriors. However, after Thor's statement, they began to notice the nearly imperceptible claws, each strike delivering tremendous force, raising doubts as to whether he ever grew weary as he continued unabated. Only Thor among them perceived this reality. Yet, even if Loki were slow to grasp the dynamics of battle, it was inconceivable for him to remain oblivious for such an extended period. Observing Moser's relentless attacks, Loki's expression darkened as he began to understand Moser's strategy. Destroyer advance. Leave no survivors. With Loki's shift in command, the warriors casting the hexagonal matrix suddenly redirected their focus towards the two destroyers. The golden energy transformed abruptly into a rich green hue, enveloping the legs of the destroyers. They surged forth, moving with a speed that belied their enormous stature. The Asgardian warriors of the hexagonal matrix force, upon witnessing this scene, instinctively retreated. Ceasing their combat with Moser, they spread out, transforming their formation from a hexagon into a circle, their long swords driven into the ground, interlinking to create the semblance of an arena's edge. At that moment, the destroyer surged into the circle, raising its massive steel fist, larger than Moser's head, to strike him down. The impending attack bore an oppressive force that left Moser momentarily breathless. He had not anticipated that this turret-like automaton could unleash such terrifying speed. With a swift sidestep, Moser evaded the destroyer's colossal fist as it grazed past him. Unperturbed, the destroyer adjusted its facial armor, a searing beam of flames swirling within, ready to be unleashed. The destroyer's fist instantly unfurled, reaching for the back of Moser's head, intent on delivering an Asgardian-style fiery embrace. But just then, dark energy erupted from Moser's back, manifesting into a colossal black hand that seized the destroyer's palm, rendering it immobile. A brilliant silver glint flashed in Moser's eyes, and within half a second, a battle axe forged from pure lightning materialized in his grasp, slicing decisively towards the destroyer's head. At such a close range, the axe, charged with over 1 billion volts of electricity, wielded immense power, the air itself appearing to tear as it surged forward, trailing arcs of lightning as it aimed for the destroyer's cranium. With a resounding thud, the destroyer's head was cleaved from its body by Moser's lightning axe. Immediately thereafter, a black and white longsword appeared in Moser's hand, and he swiftly executed a horizontal slash. The second destroyer's form was instantly marked by a penetrating wound. The temperature of the dark sword rivaled that of the destroyer's flames, and with an additional surge of lightning enveloping it, the sword's innate ability to cleave through iron was amplified several-fold. While the materials of the destroyer were indeed formidable, the weapon in Moser's hands was far from mere trinket. It was a powerful artifact from its original realm, now wielded by Moser, surpassing its inherent strength and elevating it to an entirely new echelon. To prevent the destroyer from reactivating, Moiser did not conclude his assault there. Brandishing the dark sword, he unleashed a dazzling flurry of strikes, reducing the already fragmented destroyer into mere shards scattered across the ground. The towering silhouettes had vanished, leaving only a carpet of metallic debris. Even Thor, witnessing this spectacle, felt a shiver run down his spine. While dismantling the destroyer was not beyond his capabilities, the true challenge lay in fragmenting such resilient metal into minuscule pieces. Even in Asgard, one would require specially designed stellar temperatures to achieve such a feat. The temperature necessary to vaporize an ordinary human on Earth ranges between 8,000 to 10,000 degrees per millisecond, precisely sufficient to slice through that metal. Yet, Moiser's sword seemed to slice effortlessly. Could it be that the blade's temperature soared beyond 10,000 degrees? Unbeknownst to them, the actual temperature of the dark sword surpassed 200 million degrees. The internal magnetic field within the hilt restrained the blade's beams from emitting heat outward. Otherwise, even someone with Moiser's physique could not withstand such extreme temperatures. At such close range, even Thor and Loki would struggle to endure it. The formidable strength of the opponent was far beyond that of any ordinary being from a mere planet. Loki had underestimated the situation. He was aware of Moiser's prowess and thus had summoned his elite guards. Yet he found that even this was insufficient to inflict harm upon his adversary. Just how high could Moiser's limits be? Do you wish to continue? Moiser inquired, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Loki, whose countenance had grown increasingly grim. The unfolding events had strayed far from his expectations. With a sinister glance sweeping over Moiser, Loki's hand trembled slightly around his scepter as he declared in a low voice, "We shall depart. This matter is far from settled. You will pay for this." The radiant light of the Bifrost once more cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the Asgardians, even taking the shattered destroyer with it. Thus, the incident was quelled. Thor's feelings could no longer be described merely as shock. Her gaze involuntarily scrutinized Moiser. Amidst her astonishment, she pondered the true nature of this enigmatic figure. His power, surpassing her own, the ability to consume others' essence, and a lightsaber capable of slicing through even the destroyer's URU metal, rendered Moiser a man shrouded in mystery. The sudden emergence of such a powerful being on Earth, only to have her awareness awaken now, left Thor utterly bewildered. How could such an individual be so unremarkable? Meanwhile, as Moiser stowed away his divine abilities, he turned to see Thor and was momentarily taken aback. Wait, I recall that Thor regained her divinity when Loki commanded the destroyer to slay her. Now, with my involvement having interrupted this sequence, how did she reclaim her godhood? It dawned on him that his arrival had disrupted the timeline, and nothing in the ensuing events could justify Thor's self-sacrifice to regain her divinity. This presented a dilemma. If Thor did not regain her godhood within this time frame, it would diverge further from the timeline Moiser remembered, which boded ill. The Celestial Manipulator. Moiser suddenly recalled the battle damage card he had just acquired. The effect of the Celestial Manipulator was to subconsciously control others, permanently and utterly altering their thoughts and will. If Thor possessed her divine powers, she might have a chance to resist such a mental intrusion. However, as she was merely a mortal now, she would be wholly defenseless against this otherworldly form of mental assault. Very well, it is worth a try. With that thought in mind, Moiser sprang into action. The battle damage card materialized in his hand, adorned with a crimson background and a black, boomerang-shaped eye, a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Upon the appearance of the Celestial Manipulator card, Moiser's eyes transformed into kaleidoscope Sharingan. What is this? Thor exclaimed, observing the transformation in Moiser's eyes, only to find herself momentarily frozen in place. What eyes? What is happening? The other two women approached, glancing at Moiser's eyes, both astonished. Wow, aren't you of Eastern descent? How come your eyes are a mesmerizing blue-green? They are truly beautiful, Daisy exclaimed, starry-eyed. Moiser blinked, chuckling softly. It's natural. I'm not quite sure why. After saying this, he discreetly turned his head, narrowing his eyes. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan he had just displayed lasted less than a second before vanishing. Even in that fleeting moment, it imparted a profound dryness to his eyes, compelling him to shut them for a brief respite. Soon after, he felt a constricting sensation at his temples, a consequence of the divine power he had invoked. Indeed, this was the most potent illusion from the original work, known for its lengthy cooldown period of over a decade. The mental toll was immense. Rubbing his temples, Moiser was completely unprepared for the severe aftermath of this combat card, and even with his constitution, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Soul, what's wrong? Jane inquired, noticing Soul's dazed expression as she gently shook her shoulder. After several attempts, Soul finally came to her senses. What is going on? She responded, looking somewhat bewildered. No, what is wrong is what I'm asking you. Why have you been staring off into space? Jane replied, exasperated by the vagueness of Sol's response. I don't seem to have anything going on, Sol said, shaking her head. Under Jane's incredulous gaze, she turned to look at the hammer inside the tent. After a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand towards the tent, fingers slightly curled. The hammer of Thor, which had been resting on the ground, suddenly emitted a faint humming sound, and in the next instant, it flew out from the tent, soaring directly into her grasp. Simultaneously, the sky rumbled with thunder, and flashes of lightning cascaded down. What is this chaos with the lightning? Mose swiftly pulled Jane and Daisy aside, narrowly avoiding the aftershocks of the thunder. Watching Sol, now adorned with the power of thunder, he felt a mix of exasperation and relief. He mused that she should be more mindful of those around her while flaunting her power. Had he not intervened, these two women would have been reduced to cinders. With a sigh of relief, seeing her regain her divine strength brought him comfort. As the thunder clashed against Sol, once the lightning subsided, she stood clad in glimmering silver armor, protective yet accentuating her figure, exuding an aura as if a deity had descended. You actually wielded it. Is this your attire in Asgard? Truly impressive, Daisy exclaimed uncontrollably upon witnessing Sol grasp the hammer, revealing her admiration for both men and women alike. Sol, holding the hammer with an expression of confusion, reflected on how just a minute prior, she had felt disconnected from her divine essence, only to suddenly feel it now. She had attempted to summon the hammer, and to her astonishment, it had indeed responded. Daisy, noticing the lightning around Sol dissipating, hurried over, chattering excitedly around her. Although Jane shared some of Mose's exasperation, she too joined in the excitement. Only Mose remained a short distance away, lost in thought, for he was undoubtedly the most astonished by Sol's reclamation of her divine essence. To my astonishment, the god of mischief has indeed achieved the unimaginable. Its power within the Marvel realm is undoubtedly on par with that of Odin or the sorcery of the Ancient One. Chapter 28. An unexpected invitation. Merce employed the god of mischief to cast an illusion upon Thor, instilling in her an unwavering belief that she could wield the hammer of the thunder god, a feat no one else could accomplish. Initially, this was merely an experiment, and Merce held little hope, considering it was a seal imposed by the All-Father Odin himself. To my surprise, the god of mischief succeeded, altering Thor's thoughts. Even in the absence of her past acts of selflessness, her subconscious compelled her to act in such a manner, a quality that had previously eluded her. It was precisely this newfound attribute that enabled Thor to lift the hammer once more. Phew. Thankfully, this allows us to restore the timeline to a semblance of familiarity. Merce gazed at the horizon. Thor had reclaimed the hammer, yet the fate of Loki remained uncertain. Having been driven away by his own actions, it was unclear how he might retaliate upon his return. Judging by recent events, it was evident that he was not a man of open heart. This indeed posed the threat of Loki leading an army against Merce, and what subsequent maneuvers might ensue were difficult to predict. Ah well, whatever comes, we shall face it. Merce murmured to himself. Turning to Thor, he inquired, what are your plans henceforth? Thor weighed the hammer in her hand, casting her gaze skyward. I must return to Asgard. With my powers restored, I must act swiftly, otherwise, I cannot fathom what Loki may do. Quite right, Merce nodded in agreement. With Thor present, that rascal should pose no significant threat. Thank you, Thor said, casting a deep glance at Merce, uttering words that left others perplexed. Observing the unique glimmer in her captivating eyes, Merce smiled. Until we meet again by fate's design. Indeed. With that, Thor took a few steps back and called to the heavens, Heimdall. In the next moment, the radiant light of the Bifrost enveloped her, whisking her away. As he watched this female version of Thor depart, Merce finally exhaled, relieved that this matter had been resolved. However, before he could savor his relief, a feminine voice suddenly resonated behind him. Alas, it appears my journey here was in vain. I had not anticipated that Mr. Alex would single-handedly disperse the army Loki brought. The elegant British accent carried an air of sophistication and nobility. Turning to behold the speaker, Merce raised an eyebrow. Ancient One, what brings you here? The woman before him was the supreme sorceress of Earth. If Loki wielded such formidable prowess, surely this world's Ancient One must surpass him, Merce mused. I did not expect Mr. Alex to be acquainted with me, the Ancient One replied, somewhat astonished. Given that Loki has brought his royal guard to Earth, I felt compelled to witness the events myself. Now that the situation has been resolved, you may take your leave. Merce replied nonchalantly, if Mr. Alex has the time. Would you care to join me for tea? The Ancient One smiled gently. Her bald head and lack of eyebrows might seem peculiar on another's visage, yet it suited her remarkably well. Tea. For two strangers to meet. You propose such an invitation right away? Is the tea you mentioned genuine? Asked Mose, with a hint of skepticism. Gu paused momentarily, then chuckled, Rest assured, Mr. Alex, it is merely a cup of tea, and I wish to engage in conversation with you. With that, she raised her hand adorned with a magical artifact, and with her other hand, she traced circles in the air, opening a golden portal. She gestured for Mose to enter. Without further hesitation, Mose stepped inside. Gui nodded with a smile at Jian and Daisy, who then followed Mose through the portal. Left behind were Jian and Daisy, exchanging glances. They just walked away. What does it matter? What I witnessed today has truly expanded my worldview. It was worth it. Indeed, let us proceed. Who knows when Thor will return? Little did the two women know that their next encounter with Thor would occur amidst a fierce battle. On the other side of the portal stood an antiquated study, impeccably clean, yet bearing the marks of time on its furnishings. This is the tea tree I cultivated, brewed with spring water. Do have a taste, Gu Yi's voice beckoned. Turning to look, they saw her seated at a tea table, wisps of steam rising from her cup. Mose observed her for a few moments before moving to sit down. He lifted the cup and took a sip. The aroma of the tea instantly enveloped his palate, lingering and delightful, with a subtle sweetness accentuated by a hint of bitterness. Although Mose was no connoisseur, he could not help but exclaim, "What a splendid tea." Gui smiled and refilled his cup. They exchanged few words, simply savoring the tranquility of tea. After several rounds of sipping, Mose set down his cup and regarded Gui. "What is the purpose of my invitation? Surely, it cannot be solely for the enjoyment of tea." After finishing the tea in his cup, Gui replied with a serene smile, "Tea is but one aspect. My primary intention is to discern the character of Mr. Alex." "Have you gleaned anything?" he inquired. "Indeed," Gui responded, "you are not a malevolent person, yet neither can you be deemed virtuous." Her ambiguous words prompted Mose to raise an eyebrow, signaling her to elaborate. The ability to absorb others' powers and memories, along with that formidable thunderous strength, truth be told, in my many years, I have yet to encounter anyone with such capabilities. Moreover, Mr. Alex, you appear to possess a profound familiarity with me and others in this world. The information you relayed to Nick Fury from the future, the presence of Transformers, entities entirely foreign to this realm, and your immediate recognition of my name all indicate that you are quite extraordinary. An ordinary high school student would not possess such knowledge. Though her words were simple, they conveyed much. The attributes displayed by Mose were beyond the reach of his original identity. For a typical high school student to suddenly acquire such extraordinary abilities could be deemed fortunate. Yet, to maintain composure in the face of Loki's army and to utter Gu Yi's name without hesitation implies that, unless his power is prophetic, it would be impossible for him to know such things. So, what are you trying to convey? Mose smiled, his expression unchanged by her remarks. Dr. Strange gazed intently at Mose, his eyes flickering with curiosity. "Mr. Alex, from which universe do you hail? Might you enlighten me?" Chapter 29. The Request of the Ancient One. Why do you inquire? Mose did not respond directly. Instead, he regarded her with a smile. The Ancient One, unperturbed, replied leisurely, "You are surely aware of my duty, to safeguard Earth from the encroachments of the magical realms. Simultaneously, I periodically utilize the Eye of Agamotto to glimpse into the future. While I refrain from altering its course, I am nonetheless intrigued by the events that may unfold. Recently, as I once again employed the Eye of Agamotto, the previously clear vision of the future suddenly became obscured." Obscured on that very day? Mose pondered. The time she referenced coincided precisely with the day he activated his system. Thus, it seemed that from that moment onward, the timeline began to diverge in unforeseen directions. It has been confirmed, indeed, this world is markedly different from the one I once comprehended. Noticing Mose deep in thought, the Ancient One did not linger long before continuing. "I have been searching for the cause of this obscurity, and ultimately, I traced it back to you, Mr. Alex Mose. Your arrival has rendered the timeline indistinct. There are only two potential reasons for such a phenomenon. One, a powerful magical entity has disrupted the timeline. Or two, a being from outside this universe has arrived, thereby altering the pre-existing timeline. I suspect, Mr. Alex, that you lean towards the latter." These words caused Mose to pause, his cup poised at his lips, before a slight smile graced his features. After finishing his tea, he replied thoughtfully, "Indeed, in this universe, your prowess is remarkable, Supreme Sorcerer. I have no objection to your title." Such a near acknowledgement elicited a raised eyebrow from the Ancient One. While the outcome was anticipated, it still surprised her. "How did you arrive in this world? Were there others with you?" Her tone held a hint of urgency. It was understandable. The mere presence of Mose was formidable, and the Ancient One did not claim to completely surpass him. Through their brief exchange, she discerned that he was not malevolent. However, if there were others as powerful as he, it could pose a threat to Earth and this universe at large. "Rest assured, I arrived in this world alone, and I believe I am the sole traveler here," Mose assured her. He did not entertain the notion of a second traveler. If there were, they would surely be a being of significant caliber. However, I do not intend to disclose my origins. Do you mean to compel me to reveal them? As he spoke, subtle arcs of lightning danced at his fingertips, gripping the cup. Of course not, the Ancient One replied with a gentle smile. This invitation was merely to engage in conversation. One must commend her. Having lived for centuries, the Supreme Sorcerer did not react with anger to the flickering light at Mose's fingertips. As she had stated, it was simply a request for tea. Having absorbed the wisdom of so many individuals and gained insights into others' perspectives, I deeply scrutinized Ancient One, and indeed, I discerned no malice in her demeanor. The flicker of lightning at her fingertips dissipated. May I request your assistance? Ancient One suddenly inquired. Request my assistance. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued that such a formidable Sorcerer Supreme would seek my help. What could warrant such a request? Please, do elaborate. I was not in haste to acquiesce. I needed to understand the nature of her appeal first. Are you familiar with Stephen Strange? Upon seeing my nod, she continued. This individual is destined to become my successor. Ordinarily, he will encounter an accident that leads him here to study, ultimately assuming my role as the master of this sanctum. As I listened, I nodded in acknowledgement. I was already aware of these developments. Hearing them articulated by Ancient One, however, felt peculiar. As if two individuals privy to a script were fervently divulging its plot. I fear he may not survive that accident, should he fail to emerge from it. I hope you can offer some guidance, at the very least, to prevent him from straying down a dark path, or even eliminate him if necessary. Her resolute words astonished me. Had Dr. Strange perished in that fateful car crash, yet still arrived at the sanctum to learn magic? If that were the case, his performance in Avengers Endgame should not have been limited to merely controlling water. Even in darkness, one can grow stronger, I mused. Observing the expressions that flitted across my face, ranging from grave to perplexed, Ancient One, though unaware of my thoughts, could sense that they were intertwined with her concerns regarding Strange's descent into darkness and my envisioned future. With a resigned sigh, she acknowledged her helplessness. Gazing across the earth, I realized that if Strange were ever to face peril, the Avengers would undoubtedly prove unreliable allies. Their combat prowess was not on the same level. A master of magic who had succumbed to darkness could silently eliminate everyone. One could jest with comrades one moment and step into an illusion the next, with no awareness of the transition. This was the true reason Ancient One had invited me for tea, not because of any potential threat I posed to Earth, nor out of fear of otherworldly beings like myself, but rather out of concern that Strange might be unfit for the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. Why must he assume the role of Sorcerer Supreme? You are undeniably powerful yourself, I replied, hesitating to agree. This was no trivial matter. Throughout history, emotions have been a potent catalyst for change. If I committed to this endeavor, I would inevitably confront a darkened Dr. Strange, an adversary whose tenacity was unfathomable. Do you know how I have survived until now? Ancient One inquired. Glancing around to ensure we were alone, I whispered, Dormammu? This single word elicited a subtle shift in Ancient One's otherwise composed expression, revealing that my knowledge exceeded her expectations. Ancient One chuckled softly, shaking her head. The sensation was truly remarkable. It seemed as though I could conceal nothing from you. From what universe do you hail? Mose lifted his teacup and took a sip, feigning an air of mystery without responding. Noticing that the other party seemed to possess all knowledge, Ancient One candidly spoke. Indeed, I have survived by harnessing the power of Dormammu. While this has granted me several centuries of life, it is ultimately a dark entity of higher dimensions. I cannot continuously draw upon its energy for sustenance. In the past, I absorbed it due to the lack of a suitable successor. Now that I have found one, I need no longer siphon its energy, which can be seen as an early retirement. Chapter 30. Maximum Intensity. Seeing the other speak with such sincerity, Mose did not hastily decline, but rather pondered the implications of this arrangement. As he contemplated, the voice of the hero card system echoed once more in his mind. Task issued. Learn any magic within the Sanctum Sanctorum to receive item card 1. Upon hearing the sudden voice in his mind, Mose raised an eyebrow. This indeed presented him with a choice. Learning magic within the Sanctum Sanctorum seemed a commendable option, especially since he had absorbed several Asgardians and possessed a certain magical aptitude, making it worth a try. Evaluating the feasibility of mastering magic, he reflected that had this task appeared before he absorbed the Asgardians, he would undoubtedly have dismissed it. Struggling to master English felt akin to reaching for the heavens. Learning the arcane languages of unfamiliar magical scripts seemed like a fool's errand. However, now it appeared worth attempting. After a moment's deliberation, Mose spoke. I am willing to agree, but I have one condition. What is it? Ancient One inquired. I wish to borrow the magical tomes from the sanctum for my perusal. Mose stated his condition. Ancient One hesitated. This was no small request. However, Her own demands were equally substantial, as stopping a corrupted supreme sorcerer was no trivial task. She contemplated the feasibility of Mo Se's proposition. If I were to learn the magic contained in the tomes, should Strange fall into darkness, I would possess knowledge to counter his spells, would I not? Seeing that Ancient One did not immediately reject his request, Mo Se seized the opportunity to press on. Ancient One internally lamented, "Indeed, you could do so. But this also implies that our magic may be rendered ineffective against you." This was a wager. Even if Mo Se agreed, it would merely be a verbal commitment. Drafting a contract seemed ludicrous for individuals of their caliber. However, another form existed, a pact. Yet this was impractical, as such a binding method would severely restrict personal agency. Were Mo Se and Ancient One longtime friends, they would readily agree to a pact, but as mere acquaintances, it seemed unreasonable to demand a commitment from him. While Ancient One deliberated, Mo Se remained patient, silently observing her as he awaited her response. In the span of a few cups of tea, the Ancient One arrived at a resolute decision. She regarded Mo Se earnestly and said, "Very well, I accept. I only hope that Mr. Alex will not go back on his word." "Of course I will not. There is no need for me to deceive you over such matters. Furthermore, if Strange were to fall into madness, I doubt the Avengers could resolve it," he replied. Both were somewhat aware of the future, in their eyes. The formation of the Avengers was an inevitable occurrence. Hence they spoke of the Avengers directly, even though their establishment had not yet been publicly declared. "Let us then experiment with magic," Mo Se suggested, his expression brimming with excitement. Having watched Doctor Strange, he found the magic depicted to be quite formidable, though its execution left something to be desired. He was eager to discover what his own practice could yield. The enthusiasm radiating from him caused the Ancient One to momentarily forget that he was merely a high school student. Within the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the two had settled these significant matters. "Come, let us venture outside," the Ancient One beckoned. With a wave of her hand, a cacophony of shouts erupted from beyond the once quiet door. Upon stepping outside, they found a group engaged in combat, brandishing weapons that shimmered with a golden light. "So this is a magical artifact. It does not appear particularly powerful," Mo Se remarked. Although these artifacts glimmered brilliantly, he noted that their potency seemed minimal compared to his own dark sword, which emanated an intense heat. In a contest of strength, his dark sword easily severed the magical weapons. The strength of a magical artifact relies on the wielder's magical prowess. As most have not mastered their craft deeply, the artifacts do not exhibit their full potential, the Ancient One explained. "May I give it a try?" Mo Se inquired eagerly. "Certainly," she replied. With a gesture towards a nearby weapons rack, a black short staff soared into her grasp. This staff was adorned with brass rings along its length, with black ends reminiscent of a handle. "This is the staff of the Court of Life. Some spells are too potent for ordinary mages to handle, so we infuse them into artifacts." As she spoke, the Ancient One gripped the staff and gave it a sharp tug. The staff extended from the brass rings, revealing luminous lines resembling golden threads connecting its segments. Infused with magic, the weapon could transform into various forms, depending on the wielder's technique. Handing the staff of the Court of Life to Mo Se, she remarked, "It feels quite substantial, crafted from a material of considerable weight. Surely it is not ordinary metal." In his grasp, the staff appeared ancient, likely older than Mo Se himself, and capable of enduring years of magical infusion without cracking, a feat ordinary metals would struggle to achieve. "What does it feel like to infuse magic?" Mo Se asked, aware that he possessed some magical potential. However, having absorbed the powers of a few Asgardian warriors for less than an hour, he had yet to learn how to wield it effectively. With a master of magic at his side, he thought it the perfect opportunity to learn. "It is difficult to articulate, generally. We entrust spellbooks to apprentices for them to comprehend on their own. An ordinary individual can perceive the essence of magic within a month and learn to store it, feeling the magical energy within and naturally infusing it into their magical instruments." As she spoke, she summoned a robust, dark-skinned man. "This is Modu. You may practice with him. I sense that there is magical power within you, which can be harnessed through practical combat." Modu, standing under 6 feet tall, with a close-cropped haircut and clad in the training attire of the Supreme Sanctuary, displayed impressively muscular arms. He silently nodded at Moser, acknowledging him. Handing over a short staff to Moser, Gui stepped back, clasping his hands behind his back, a smile gracing his face as he observed them. "Please, let us begin simply." Moser raised his hand to interrupt. "No need for that. Let us go all out." Chapter 31. Visitors from beyond. Moser, brought by Gui, appeared to be merely a novice in magic, yet he boldly requested to maximize his strength right from the outset. Wasn't that somewhat audacious? Modu, looking helplessly at Gui, had not intended to proceed this way, but upon turning to her, he found her neither rejecting nor opposing the notion, instead wearing a contemplative expression. What did this mean? Was she truly allowing him to unleash his full power? After a moment, Gu Yi turned to Modu and said, "It matters not. Use all your strength. Should you injure me, I can heal." Modu glanced at Moser with an odd expression, stating, "If I happen to cause any unintended harm, please do not take offense." Moser smiled and nodded, stepping back to maintain a safe distance. Due to their impending clash, Gu Yi had instructed the other apprentice mages to pause their training and gather to witness the duel. Upon seeing Gu Yi's arrival with a challenger for Modu, the young apprentices, all around the age of 23, regarded Moser with curiosity. In comparison to them, Moser appeared exceptionally youthful, which only deepened their intrigue. Why would such a young man immediately face off against their formidable peer, Modu? What was Gu Yi up to today? I will still hold back somewhat. Modu initially intended to restrain himself, but as he blinked, Moser's form flickered, and in an instant, he closed the distance of 10 meters, standing right before him. Before Modu could finish his thought, a sense of imminent threat surged within him, prompting him to raise his life tribunal staff defensively. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed as Moser's staff struck Modu's, yet it seemed Moser had not infused his staff with any magical energy. Oh, this strike lacked magical infusion. It appears to be more complex than anticipated, Moser mused softly. He did not press the attack and instead stepped back, maintaining a safe distance. Moser continued to examine the life tribunal staff in his hands, seemingly pondering how to channel magical power into it. On the other side, beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickled down Modu's forehead. He had never anticipated such swiftness from Mo-se. Was this speed even attainable by an ordinary person? This boy was indeed remarkable, a true embodiment of overwhelming strength. It seemed I could no longer afford to hold back. With that, Modu shifted his offensive strategy, channeling his magical energy into the staff of life court, and launched an attack towards Mo-se. What transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. No matter how Modu assaulted him, Mo-se always managed to find an unexpected angle to deflect his attacks. Remarkably, Mo-se had no intention of counterattacking. Once he neutralized the assault, he simply stood there, seemingly lost in thought as he manipulated his own staff. Modu had never experienced such profound frustration. He could discern that his opponent was not striving to defeat him, but merely experimenting with how to channel magical energy into the staff of life court. After exchanging blows for about 10 rounds, Modu reluctantly raised his hand in surrender. What? Why? Mo-se responded, bewildered, still unaware of the demoralizing impact of his actions. I haven't even touched you yet. How can you concede? Modu replied. Gu Yi chuckled softly, beckoning Mo-se to return to her side. Taking the staff from his hands, she remarked, "It seems using this all at once presents quite a challenge. Perhaps you should try this instead." With that, Gu Yi conjured a dark golden dual-finger ring in her right hand. This is the suspended ring, serving both as an offensive tool and a means of transportation for us mages. It was through this that I opened the portal when I came to find you. As Mo-se accepted the suspended ring from Gu Yi, he was not unfamiliar with it. The first thing Dr. Strange had interacted with upon arriving here was indeed this artifact. However, it also required intense concentration, otherwise, its use would be quite challenging. While Gu Yi continued to explain the usage of the suspended ring, she suddenly saw Mo-se donning it, and, imitating her earlier actions, began to draw circles in the air. Before she could finish her explanation, golden light flickered before his fingertips, and to everyone's astonishment, he had opened the portal of the suspended ring in just a few circles. Staring at the portal, Gu Yi's mouth fell slightly agape, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she gazed at Mo-se and slowly inquired, "Were you merely pretending when you claimed you couldn't channel magical energy into the staff just now?" Mo-se felt somewhat embarrassed, having just struggled to channel his magic. It was indeed amusing that the portal had opened so easily now. "No, I just casually swiped. And it opened," he replied, shaking his head, his words leaving others speechless. Many apprentice mages witnessing this scene regarded Mo-se with newfound respect. For most of them, it took over a week, and in some cases even a month, to open the portal after acquiring the suspended ring. In stark contrast, Mo-se had opened the portal in under 2 minutes, and his nonchalant demeanor only added to their incredulity. Well, magic does have a degree of adaptability. It is not unheard of for someone to instantly master one spell while being unfamiliar with another, Gu Yi remarked. At that moment, a voice echoed in Mo-se's mind. Acquired item card 1. Upon hearing the sound, Mo-se let out a quiet sigh, regretting not having retrieved the suspended ring earlier. He had overestimated his prior absorption of the Asgardian warriors. Although he now possessed a modicum of magical power, he remained ignorant of its application and lacked the opportunity to explore their memories. Holding the scepter of the Court of Life felt no different than wielding an iron rod. Just as Gu Yi was about to impart further cautionary advice, she noticed a change in Mose's expression, which shifted to one of solemnity. After a brief moment of surprise, both gazed toward the horizon. There, a fiery light descended from the heavens, landing upon a distant mountain range. What could that be? Mose pondered, intrigued by its landing on the mountain. Without hesitation, Gu-yi produced the suspended ring and opened its portal, stepping into it alongside Mose. Upon emerging from the portal, they surveyed their surroundings. There it was. Mose pointed, and Gu-yi followed the direction of his finger, spotting a colossal creature lying on the ground. Gu-yi's expression grew serious, and she nodded before reopening the portal, bringing them beside the enormous being. Upon encountering the massive creature, Gu-yi and Mose exchanged glances, both astonished by the spectacle before them. This monstrous form, reminiscent of a small hill, was a deep shade of green and appeared as an irregular liquid, yet it held together in a solid mass. Atop the mound, two enormous eyes, each at least a person's height, stared vacantly at Gu-yi and Mose. A slime, they both exclaimed in unison. This vast, emerald creature was a liquid monster known as a slime. Such beings existed on Earth, albeit rarely, and collectively they would scarcely amount to a fraction of this one. It must have originated from another planet. However, creatures of this nature possess minimal combat prowess, easily dispatched by any planet that has entered the age of firearms. As they observed the creature, an unexpectedly crisp voice rang out from behind them. Are you here to steal my food? Chapter 32. The young girl at that moment. As the voice faded, Mose and Gu-yi swiftly turned, revealing a golden magic circle weapon prominently in Gu-yi's hand. Simultaneously, a gentle sound emanated from Mose's body, as silvery arcs of lightning intertwined around him, forming a fitted lightning cloak, while a lightning battle axe materialized in his grasp. Gu-yi was taken aback by the sophistication of his energy manipulation. Although the cloak appeared delicate, the energy it contained was formidable. She sensed that even the slightest touch could result in a shocking encounter. What is the matter? Mose inquired, noticing her gaze. Nothing. I'm merely astonished by your adeptness in energy utilization. It is both remarkable and distinctive, Gu-yi replied candidly. It's nothing extraordinary. Such techniques are commonplace in our mystical realm. Mose smiled lightly. Thor merely swings his hammer mindlessly, striking with thunder and lightning, he remarked. I am different. I can craft numerous techniques using lightning, and the thunder fruit itself harbors various abilities, awaiting my further development. The two individuals watched warily as the girl suddenly appeared behind them, gradually approaching and revealing her true self. The girl appeared to be around the same age as Moser, perhaps 18 or 19, standing approximately 1.60 meters tall. Her attire was predominantly purple, and atop her head rested an extraordinarily large purple cylindrical hat. The hat featured two pointed extensions on either side, a highly distinctive accessory that momentarily left Moser in a daze. He thought of someone, no, rather, a deity, one who even 10 versions of Moser could never hope to defeat. The girl's fair face was partially obscured by a delicate purple veil, her violet eyes scrutinizing Moser and his companion for a brief moment before a soft voice emerged from her rosy lips. Indeed, I have been pursuing it for quite some time. This creature may lack combat prowess, yet it possesses an exceptional ability to flee. Initially, it intended to descend into a densely populated city, but I managed to divert it to this desolate wilderness. Otherwise, it could have inflicted significant harm upon your planet. Both Gu-yi and Moser were momentarily taken aback by her words, realizing that she had indeed considered the well-being of Earth. Particularly Moser, who suspected he might have gleaned some insight into the girl's identity, yet hesitated to confirm it. After all, if she were truly connected to that divine being, matters could become quite complicated. Mr. Alex, what are you doing? Please refrain from staring. Gu-yi subtly prodded Moser, who had been fixated on the girl. Such behavior was rather impolite, especially in light of their ignorance regarding her background. Moser, finally regaining his senses, acknowledged that he had indeed been lost in thought. Of course, he would never admit that it was the girl's striking appearance and attire that had ensnared his attention, particularly the attire that conjured images of a figure from his memories. This figure was one of the 5 primordial deities from the Marvel Universe, known for devouring planets to sustain itself, and was humorously referred to as a unit of combat power by many online users in Moser's previous life. The girl's garb, with its distinctive pointed cylindrical hat and purple ensemble, bore a striking resemblance to that figure, achieving a resemblance of about 90%. All right, let us discuss matters after I finish my meal, the girl exclaimed cheerfully as she bounded over to Moser, playfully patting his shoulder. Standing before the mound of slime, she appeared diminutive in comparison. This petite girl opened her mouth, and the large pile of slime before her transformed into a stream of energy, flowing into her mouth. The process lasted less than 10 seconds, and the enormous mass of slime vanished from the sight of the three. Moser and Gu-E gaped in astonishment at the purple-clad girl, who, with a pained expression, rubbed her stomach. Sigh, this amount is really insufficient, she lamented, her smooth belly resembling jade, showing no sign of having consumed anything at all. Observing the girl's adorable yet distressed countenance, Moser took a deep breath and inquired, "Is your father the planet devourer?" Upon hearing those words, Gu-E turned in astonishment, her surprise beyond articulation. She was certainly familiar with that name. Such a being could effortlessly obliterate the earth. Even Gu-E, when confronted with such an entity, would find herself utterly helpless. How could Mose possess knowledge of such an elusive existence? The girl's expression mirrored her surprise. She had not uttered that name in a long while. "How do you know this?" This inquiry prompted her to scrutinize the human boy before her with newfound seriousness. After receiving the violet-clad girl's unequivocal affirmation, Mose refrained from directly answering her question, his wariness intensifying. This was, after all, the answer he least wished to hear. "This is of little consequence. What truly matters is that your father survives by devouring planets. Did you come here solely for this slime?" Mose found it impossible to divulge that this was knowledge gleaned from his previous life. That would be the most bizarre revelation. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation to another topic. At this point, Gu-E fixed her gaze upon the violet-clad girl, equally concerned about her purpose for coming to Earth. The two, vigilant in their demeanor, observed the girl, who merely scoffed and replied, "I am not like my father, indifferent to life. With so many beings on Earth, I could never bring myself to harm them." This statement astonished Gu-E. In her mind, planet devourers were indiscriminate in their appetites. Yet here was the daughter exhibiting such a stance. Conversely, Mose's expression shifted, a smirk crept upon his lips, as though he were concocting a scheme. Suddenly, he raised his palm, lightning coalescing into a sphere the size of a thumb, tossing it up and down in his hand. "Why not accompany me? I can offer you delectable treats." Mose's tossing of the lightning sphere resembled that of a dubious uncle attempting to entice an unsuspecting girl. Had Gu-E not known him, she might have considered alerting the authorities. Mose felt a bead of sweat trickle down. If this ploy succeeded, he could navigate the Marvel universe with impunity. In the face of what lay ahead on Earth, no villain could rival the girl's prowess. Keeping her by his side would undoubtedly be a profitable endeavor. The lightning sphere in his hand bore no extraordinary effects, merely containing pure lightning energy. If one were to insist, it could provoke a significant explosion when unleashed. "Is this orb in your hand the treat you promised me?" "I need to verify its quality first," the girl stated. Mose did not refuse. He condensed several more spheres and tossed them to her. Without hesitation, she caught them and, without a second thought, consumed one. Chapter 33. Transformation. Is this thing safe? Gu-E inquired, leaning closer to Mose, a hint of concern in her voice. They were in the presence of a formidable deity, and she herself dared not treat the situation lightly. If there was anything amiss with the orb Mose had given her, both of them could meet their demise. "Rest assured, I have not tampered with it," Mose replied. His initial reassurance soothed Gu-E, yet his subsequent words sent a shiver down her spine. It was merely an energy bomb capable of obliterating a medium-sized city. A medium-sized city? You gave her something like that to eat. In the tone of Ancient One, there lay a hint of astonishment. The notion of obliterating a medium-sized city, if uttered by another, would have elicited her derision. Yet, now, the one proclaiming this was Moser, and Ancient One found herself surprisingly inclined to believe him. Observing the tension etched upon Ancient One's visage, Moser remarked with a calm smile, "Rest assured, while this substance poses a threat to us, it is not so for her. It is pure energy. Its explosion would undoubtedly yield only detriment. However, if the consumer thrives on absorbing energy, what harm could it bring?" At this juncture, Moser paused. An Ancient One grasped the implication. Indeed, for an ordinary individual, such energy would be akin to the peril of a nuclear bomb. Yet the girl before them subsisted on energy absorption, which might well be advantageous for her. Amidst their casual discourse, the girl regained her composure, her expression radiating excitement. "This orb is truly remarkable. The energy within rivals that of a multitude of slimes I've previously encountered." Moser, upon hearing this, bore a broad smile, while internally, he was besieged by 1,000 llamas. "Only 10 slimes. I possess the capacity to gather thunder into limitless orbs of lightning." He had merely restrained himself in his earlier statement to Ancient One. Indeed, this orb could devastate a medium-sized city, yet he could produce even more. When Moser had crafted this orb, he had sensed an abundance of energy within himself. Launching 7 or 8 at once would pose no challenge. Thus, with strategic placement, it could even annihilate a large city. The girl hesitated, feeling that the energy contained in this lightning orb was fundamentally unlike anything she had previously absorbed. It was on an entirely different plane of existence. If it were a mere energy entity, she would possess the ability to seek it out herself. The energy within the orb Moser offered was extraordinarily unique, far surpassing any energy to be found within the cosmos. Though her desire for the lightning orb was palpable, it did not cloud her judgment, and she refrained from hastily agreeing. If I accompany you, will these wonders be mine? You won't compel me to commit any nefarious deeds, will you? Of course, I would not impose any malevolence upon you, Moser replied, smiling. To be candid, one of my abilities is consumption, with you by my side. I can more effectively pursue sustenance. However, his manner of presenting the lightning orb bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a dubious uncle, leaving Ancient One beside him in a state of incredulity at the audacity of his presence. Should one commend him for youthful ambition or criticize him for his ignorance? The girl displayed a flicker of uncertainty on her face, and Moser awaited her response in quiet anticipation. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Securing the girl's allegiance would provide substantial assurance in this universe of shifting timelines. Hence, he endeavored earnestly to persuade her to stay. 4 unforeseen challenges might arise in the future, making her a formidable trump card. Just ensure you don't withhold sustenance from me, the girl said, prompting a subtle smile to grace Moser's lips. It's settled. Rest assured, I shall see to it. He envisioned the acquisition of further abilities in the future, thus supporting the girl should not prove to be an issue. At that moment, Moser suddenly realized he had yet to inquire about her name. Indeed. My name is Alex Mercer. What do you call yourself? I am Ganata. Ganata, a splendid name. Well, since matters are resolved, let us return. Conversing in this desolate wilderness is rather cumbersome. Mercer turned to face Ancient One. After a moment of contemplation, Ancient One replied, back to the sanctum? Certainly. I have yet to learn a fraction of the spells you possess. Merely one suspended ring is insufficient. Mercer produced his suspended ring and opened a portal, leading Ganata through it. Such a formidable being was easily ensnared by Mercer, leaving Ancient One alone, bewildered by the winds. I do not comprehend the realm of gluttons. After a sigh, Ancient One too opened the portal and departed. After an indeterminate span of silence, on the land where the slime had once resided, minuscule green particles began to stir from the earth. 1, 2, and many more sentient green particles surged forth from all directions. After nearly an hour, they coalesced into a dark green slime the size of a soccer ball. This entity fixated upon the direction Mercer and the others had taken before slithering away in the opposite direction. Upon returning to the Supreme Sanctum, Mercer delved into the study of magic with fervor. Although he was not particularly fond of magic, preferring the tangible assault of energy manifestation or physical enhancement, he acknowledged the necessity of incantation, which he found rather bothersome. Ancient One, do your mages cultivate their own magical energies? He inquired, flipping through a tome of spells while glancing at Ancient One, who was brewing tea in the distance. Ancient One poured a cup of tea for Ganata and replied, not entirely, for our human bodies cannot actively communicate with the cosmic energies. While it is possible to absorb minuscule amounts of cosmic energy through meditation, this method is exceedingly slow. Thus, we forge contracts with beings from other dimensions or directly open dimensional gateways to absorb their energies and transmute them into magical power. As she spoke, Ancient One cast a knowing glance at Mercer. The significance of that gaze was understood only by the two of them. It implied that the energy Ancient One used for her immortality was derived from Dormammu. Relying solely on human cultivation would only extend one's life to a mere 120 or 30 years. To exist for centuries was utterly unattainable. Absorbing the energies of beings from other dimensions? Mercer pondered as he perused the spellbook. He felt no objection to the notion of siphoning the magical energies of other dimensional entities. In fact, he was intrigued. He did not wish to tread the path of magic, having acquiesced to Ancient One's request due to a system task. Should Dr. Strange succumb to darkness, he resolved to intervene. Presently, he was perusing the text to uncover spells akin to summoning. After all, he remembered that his foundational ability was the Blacklight Virus. If he could summon beings from other dimensions and consume them with the Blacklight Virus, his power would experience a terrifying augmentation, granting him the strength to confront even the ancient deities. As he contemplated these matters, he coalesced energy from the thunder fruit into luminous orbs of lightning, tossing them to Ganata from time to time. She received the orbs with delight, akin to a young girl receiving candy. Observing their harmonious interaction, Ancient One felt her worldview undergo a profound transformation. Such a divine being, indeed, remains here with unwavering honesty. Chapter 34. A Night of Restlessness. As night fell, Gu Yi assigned a room to both Mo-Se and his companion, for neither of them had intentions of returning home, and sleeping in the living room was certainly out of the question. Fortunately, the Supreme Sanctuary housed numerous vacant rooms, providing both Mo-Se and his companion with a place to reside. The luminous moonlight cascaded through the window, and Mose refrained from turning on the lights, allowing only the gentle glow of the moon to illuminate the room. Gazing at the moonlit scenery outside, after a considerable time, Mose raised his hand, pinching his thumb and forefinger in the air, summoning the item card he had acquired from the system. After examining the card for a moment, he lightly tapped it, and a line of text appeared before him. Acquired item, Sharingan 1 Tomo. Could it truly be the Sharingan? Though it was merely 1 Tomo, this remained a formidable skill for Mose. It reminded him of his previously used Divine Departure damage card. Grasping it in his left hand, he summoned it forth. Contemplating the two cards in his possession for half a second, Mose brought them together, and another line of text promptly emerged before him. The current Sharingan has not reached the level to merge with the damage card. Merge? Mose was somewhat astonished, aware that the Divine Departure was indeed one of the abilities of the Sharingan. It was precisely because he recognized this that he had retrieved the damage card he had utilized once before upon discovering that he had obtained the Sharingan. He had not anticipated that damage cards could merge with item cards. However, the requirement of reaching a certain level seemed rather challenging. To utilize Divine Departure with the Sharingan, one must awaken the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yet, prior to achieving the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, there were 2 additional levels, 2 Tomo and 3 Tomo. Observing that there were merely 2 levels, it appeared that upgrading might not be overly difficult. Yet, the Sharingan possesses an exceedingly peculiar stipulation. It necessitates a profound stimulus, one derived from the intense anguish of friends and family facing calamity. For Mose to endure such suffering, it would be more prudent to forego upgrading the Sharingan altogether. Well, whether he could upgrade it or not, he would take it one step at a time. If it truly required the loss of a loved one, then that was a price he would rather not pay. Mose chuckled softly. Despite his words, he found little attachment to anyone in this world. The previous foster family had offered him no support, and in these days, he had been left to fend for himself, entirely indifferent to his existence. The evolution of the Sharingan seemed exceedingly difficult. With a resigned sigh, Mose decided to utilize the item card, bringing it forward and tapping it. The item card transformed into a burst of red light, surging into Mose's eyes, prompting him to instinctively squint. After a brief moment of silence, Mose opened his eyes, and his once turquoise gaze had transformed into a crimson hue, with a small Tomo nestled in the lower left corner of his pupils. This was the 1 Tomo Sharingan. Looking around, the arrival of the Sharingan did not provide Mose with a significant sense of change, if one were to insist. It merely allowed for clearer vision in the darkness. The true application would need to be tested in combat. After all, his physical prowess was already remarkable, and the Sharingan's capabilities were characterized by an extraordinary perception, enabling one to observe the flow of chakra, cast, and see through illusions, as well as replicate techniques and non-bloodline limit jutsu. Among this array of skills, the only aspect that could potentially benefit Moser was the ability to cast illusions. The rest of the abilities were of no use to him. The Marvel Universe lacked chakra users, let alone those who employed ninjutsu. As for heightened perception, he had already possessed it since the onset of the Blacklight Virus. Unless he evolved into a Mangeki Sharingan, the single or double Tomo Sharingan would hold little significance for him. Nonetheless, having it was better than not having it at all. It would be delightful if someone could help him experiment with it. Moser murmured. Even though this single Tomo Sharingan was not deemed a formidable skill for him, he was reluctant to employ it indiscriminately on ordinary individuals. There was no need to mention Ancient One. It was impossible to have her spar with him, and the group of sorcerers led by Mordo was similarly off limits. Although Moser considered the single Tomo Sharingan weak, it might still be effective against them. If anything went awry, it would not bode well for him to explain to Ancient One. Suddenly, Moser glanced towards the window near the outer corridor, his expression tinged with exasperation. There, he spotted a small head cautiously peeking out, quietly observing him. Their eyes met, and the individual startled, hastily turning to flee. In the next moment, a surge of lightning flashed before her, barring her path, and the lightning coalesced into Moser's form. Ganata, did you see everything? The peeper was indeed Ganata. Upon realizing she had been discovered, she awkwardly scratched her head, lowering her gaze, unable to meet Moser's eyes. I was bored. Unlike you humans, I don't need sleep. And being cooped up in that tiny room was truly dull, so I came out to roam around, wanting to see what you were up to. Observing her innocent demeanor, Moser felt a surge of frustration but found it akin to striking a cotton candy. He couldn't help but respond with resignation. So, what did you see? Huh. Ganata momentarily froze, snapping back to reality before quickly responding. I saw 2 cards suddenly appear in your hand. Then one disappeared while the other transformed into a red light and floated towards your eyes. As she spoke, Ganata abruptly lifted her head. Her curiosity piqued as she stared intently at Moser's eyes, eager to discern any changes. It appeared she couldn't see the characters, meaning only he could perceive the text that had emerged from the cards. Moser mused. Well, since you've seen it, you might as well come in, Moser exclaimed, grabbing Ganata and pulling her into his room. Hey, what are you doing? Wait. Ganata's words were cut off as the door swung shut. The following day, in Moser's room, he leaned against the headboard, drenched in sweat, while Ganata gazed at him with excitement, her eyes reflecting a hint of lingering thrill. That was so much fun. Your eyes are incredible. Just a glance, and I was ensnared in an illusion, although the intensity was quite weak. Any ordinary person would surely be overwhelmed, Ganata marveled, having spent the entire night as Moser's test subject for the Sharingan. Initially, Moser believed he had captured a free laborer, but after several rounds, he realized that he was the one ensnared. The Sharingan indeed had the power to impose illusions, ensnaring the opponent without their awareness. Even Ganata was not impervious to its effects. However, despite her attempts to evade, she possessed divine mental fortitude. Though Moser was formidable, he could not diminish such a godly spirit. To her, Moser was akin to a pirate ship ride, slightly dizzying, yet ultimately safe, posing no real threat to her life. After several attempts, Moser contemplated terminating the exercise, but Ganata found it immensely entertaining and insisted, under the pretense of assisting Moser's training, that he continue throughout the night. After a night's exertion with the Sharingan, Moser felt as though his eyes were no longer his own. Chapter 35. The Art of Vishandi. Mr. Alex, breakfast is ready. A voice from outside announced, belonging to an apprentice mage. All right, Moser responded, turning to Ganata. Let us go. It is time for breakfast. You should partake in it as well. How rude. Of course, I shall eat. Until I feel that pang of hunger, I dine like any normal person. After all, gastronomy is one of the most irresistible pleasures in this world, Ganata huffed lightly. Moser chuckled awkwardly, affirming, yes, indeed, as they proceeded to the dining area. Mr. Moser, you should join Master Gu Yi for breakfast. She is awaiting you in her previous chamber. Just as Moser was about to enter the communal dining room, he was called to a halt. Moser offered a friendly smile to the speaker and nodded to Ganata, who lifted her chin, as they redirected their path to another location. In a moment, they arrived at Gu Yi's chamber, where a table was already set with 3 servings of breakfast. The meal was simple, 2 slices of toasted bread, a glass of milk, and a small bowl of nuts. As Moser prepared to savor this breakfast, just as he picked up a slice of toast, he felt a gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he noticed Ganata's plate was completely empty. You have finished already? Moser exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Ganata replied innocently, her eyes fixed on the toast in Moser's hand without blinking. That was merely 10 seconds. Moser thought to himself, silently placing his other slice of toast onto her plate. After a moment's hesitation, he also offered her the milk and nuts. Slow down. Once it's gone, there will be none left. Ganata eagerly collected the items before her, taking delicate bites, in stark contrast to her previous rapid consumption. Seeing her nibbling on the toast, Moser turned to Gu Yi and inquired, what brings us here? Surely it is not merely for breakfast. Truly, Mr. Alex, your insight is remarkably keen, Gu Yi replied with a slight smile, her right hand raised in the air, fingers curling inward. With a swift motion to the right, a 3-dimensional triangle materialized in the center of the table. Because you have uncovered the Hydra's infiltration within S-H-I-E-L-D, both parties have now engaged in a covert conflict. What was once their greatest weapon, hatred, has been intercepted by your revelation. As she spoke, a hint of an indescribable meaning resonated in the voice of the Ancient One. It was precisely from that fateful day that she found herself unable to foresee the events of the future. The Hydra would certainly not surrender so easily. Some among them had mastered an ancient malevolent art, intending to summon a being from a lower dimension to this realm. Should they succeed, the situation would become dire. For even the might of S-H-I-E-L-D would be utterly inadequate to confront such a being from the lower dimensions. When the Ancient One broached this grave matter, her demeanor was initially serious, fully aware of its severity. However, upon glancing at the eager faces of Mose and his companion, she was momentarily taken aback by their fervent excitement. Ganata, did you hear? We have delectable treats coming. Wow, that is fantastic. When do we go? The 2 food enthusiasts displayed no fear, only exhilaration at the prospect. Could you 2 please take this more seriously? The Ancient One remarked, somewhat exasperated. This is a being from a lower dimension. Failing to regard this matter with the seriousness it warrants could lead to catastrophic consequences. A being from a lower dimension? Mose interjected, clearing his throat as he redirected his focus to the matter at hand, a realm entirely unfamiliar to him. In the Marvel Universe, beings from lower dimensions could only be akin to the likes of Dormammu. Why don't you go? He queried, knowing full well that such entities were beyond his current magical capabilities. The Ancient One sighed, shaking her head with a faint smile. I could have gone, but I am concerned about this place. I fear that if I leave the sanctum unprotected, it may come under attack. There are 3 sanctums. If one were to be breached, Earth would lose its magical defenses. Is it truly that serious? Mose frowned, realizing this was a perspective he had not previously considered. The Ancient One exhaled deeply. Thus, I wish for Strange to assume my position as soon as possible. This way, I can delegate some of my responsibilities, ensuring the safety of Earth. Her words left Mose momentarily speechless. Delegate? Are you implying you might die? Even with her composed nature, the Ancient One could not help but roll her eyes at this notion. Why would I die when I am thriving? I merely meant that once I find an heir, I can relinquish my eternal burdens and pass away naturally. Am I to perish the moment I discover a successor? Mose felt a twinge of awkwardness, recalling that in his memories, the Ancient One had met her end in a rather hasty manner. Had she not perished so easily, that purple-headed villain would not have dared to come to Earth so swiftly. With this realization, he began to understand that the current Ancient One possessed the rational thoughts befitting a normal individual. After sharing a few light-hearted laughs to shift the topic, Mose inquired, given that it is a being from a lower dimension, how do we subdue it? What is there to discuss? With me here, there is nothing we cannot resolve, Ganata declared, shaking her small fist confidently. While Mose couldn't disagree with her sentiment, he recognized the substantial risks involved. After all, it was a creature from a magical dimension, and relying solely on physical attacks might prove ineffective. I have a plan, the Ancient One announced, her left hand hovering in the air. With a sweeping motion from left to right, an exceedingly ancient tome materialized from thin air, floating majestically before them. The tome is entitled The Book of the Emperor of Veshin, containing the most potent white magic and defensive spells known to man. Rather than allowing you to flounder alone like a headless fly amidst the pages of this arcane manuscript, I shall assist you in selecting a spell. The incantations inscribed within are formidable. I trust you will wield them wisely. Mose extended his hand to receive the book, which was quite weighty, approximately the thickness of a palm laid horizontally. As he perused the pages, he was met with an array of ancient characters, esoteric and challenging to comprehend. Gu-E continued to speak, noting that the magic was somewhat complex, suggesting that Mose might attempt to master the initial spells with his guidance. In a short span, acquiring 2 spells would be commendable. As for the rest, he could take his time. Are you listening? Observing Mose's silent fixation on the book, Gu-E felt a flicker of curiosity. Was he truly that captivated? Just then, Mose lifted his gaze, and Gu-E found herself momentarily frozen, ensnared by the crimson hue of his pupils, within which swirled 2 mesmerizing magatama. Veshin's law, punishment. Mose's voice reverberated from all directions, despite him not uttering a sound. Immediately, an overwhelming magical pressure erupted from his eyes. Ganata, with her elevated mental prowess, remained unaffected by this magical intimidation, but Gu-E, even as a formidable being, staggered back a few steps, astonishment etched upon her face. Why you learned it? Chapter 36. The upgrade of the Sharingan just moments prior. Gu-E had expressed her intent to teach Mose the spells under her tutelage, yet in the blink of an eye, he unleashed a wave of magical pressure from his eyes. The inaugural spell of the Book of Veshin was indeed to exert magical pressure to subdue one's foes. This was not only the first spell, but also the most arduous to master at its pinnacle. Unlike direct attacks or defenses, it required the continuous output of magical energy in an intangible form, which is far more challenging than simply channeling a fixed amount of energy into a formation to cast a spell. Gu-E had initially planned to bypass this spell and commence with the second, never anticipating that Mose would grasp it at a mere glance. Could it be attributed to those extraordinary eyes of his? She had never witnessed such magic before. It was evident that Mose's rapid comprehension stemmed from his unique ocular abilities, which he had not previously employed. Throughout the annals of history, no mage had been known to cast spells through their eyes, a realm beyond Gu-Ye's scholarly scope. Mose himself was equally astonished. After calming his thoughts, he narrowed his eyes, only to reopen them to find his Sharingan reverted to their normal state. Remarkable. This Sharingan indeed facilitates the learning of magic and possesses immense strength. He mused. Upon first encountering the Book of Veshin, he felt a fleeting moment of distraction, after which the Sharingan activated autonomously. Subsequently, a vague silhouette emerged in his mind, accompanied by a dense throng of figures behind it. Mose could perceive a plethora of vaporous entities swirling around him, and soon, this mass of vapor erupted from the figure before him. The vast, shadowy figures knelt upon the ground, rendered immobile. At this juncture, the scene abruptly ceased. Observing this, Moser encapsulated the technique of the Vashandi Emperor within his Sharingan, harnessing its formidable ocular power to unleash it. Due to the unique properties of chakra, coupled with the magic of the Vashandi, The amalgamation of the two rendered even the Ancient One momentarily powerless against this extraordinary magical pressure. At that instant, Moser felt an unusual sensation emanating from his eyes, akin to the invigorating feeling one experiences upon awakening from a restful slumber. Could it be that studying the magic of the Marvel Universe could facilitate the evolution of my Sharingan? Ignoring the Ancient One's astonishment, Moser found himself preoccupied with this thought. Although it was not overtly evident, he was certain that this sensation indicated an enhancement in the potency of his Sharingan. Perhaps the system had rectified the method of upgrading his ocular power. Otherwise, if it still relied on pain as before, he feared he would have no opportunity to progress. Such torment was something Moser had no intention of enduring. Determined, Moser turned to the next page of the Vishandi tome, and the familiar experience re-emerged in his mind. Albeit this time, it was a different form of magic. He resembled a machine, mechanically flipping through the pages, and with each turn, he mastered and executed the preceding spell. The astonishment etched on the Ancient One's face transformed into a state of numbness. Many spells she had spent centuries deciphering, Moser grasped with but a glance, his proficiency rivaling her own. A prodigy indeed. The Ancient One repeatedly mused internally, tinged with a sense of regret. The astonishment Moser evoked in her surpassed that of centuries combined. She even contemplated appointing him as the supreme sorcerer. If he were to take on that mantle, she believed he would undoubtedly become the most formidable supreme sorcerer in history, unmatched by any peer. However, through their brief interactions, she understood that Moser would not remain at the sanctum as its supreme sorcerer. His destiny lay far beyond the confines of this modest establishment. In a mere half-hour, Moser closed the book, having absorbed all its knowledge, his eyes gently squinting as he quietly assimilated the magic swirling in his mind. When he finally opened his eyes, the Ancient One beheld a transformation. His previously singular Tomo Sharingan had evolved into a Tritomo form. Your eyes, the Ancient One pointed at them. What happened? Have they transformed into Tritomo? Moser inquired calmly, devoid of panic. Indeed, are you aware of this change? Yes, this signifies the evolution of these eyes. Having absorbed the entirety of the tome's magic, Moser's eyes had transitioned from a single Tomo Sharingan to a Tritomo Sharingan. As he had surmised, within this Marvel universe, the evolution of the Sharingan could indeed be achieved through the learning of magic via its own ocular power. These spells would manifest through the Sharingan. To wield them, Moser need only activate his eyes. Very well, I have mastered everything. I am prepared to confront that interdimensional creature, Moser declared confidently. The Book of the Emperor Weishan is replete with formidable spells. Although it purports to be solely defensive, many of its protective formations are far more terrifying than the so-called offensive spells. Kanata, would you accompany me for some practice? Moser inquired, glancing at the seemingly bored Kanata, who was idly toying with her hair. Let us go. Upon realizing she had something to engage in, Kanata sprang to her feet and seized Moser, leading him outside, to the training grounds. If you feel any discomfort, just let me know. We are merely practicing, not engaging in a life-and-death duel. We should keep it light, Moser stated. Both were aware that they would not fight earnestly, but this was an experimental application of untried magic, and unforeseen circumstances could arise. Hence, it was prudent to set expectations beforehand for safety. Hee, all right, bring it on. Kanata bounced lightly on the spot, her stance momentarily catching Moser off guard. This was a classic maneuver from the U.S. military combat techniques. How could she possibly know it? Noticing Moser's astonished gaze, Kanata chuckled. If you think of me merely as a glutton, you are greatly underestimating me. In this universe, no planetary knowledge has yet proven too challenging for me. As for Earth's martial arts, I can master them with just a glance. Surprised to discover she was a prodigious talent, Moser shook his head in amusement and declared gravely, then I shall proceed. Weishan Emperor's Law, for direction suppression. An ethereal and resonant voice echoed from all directions as Moser's eyes widened, the three Tomo Sharingan activating in a dazzling display. The formidable ocular power combined with the magic from the Book of Weishan conjured four large, rectangular dark golden blocks in midair, one of which fell directly above Kanata's head. The towering dark golden block, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, was effortlessly caught by Kanata's slender arms as she raised them towards the sky, despite its overwhelming size. Yet, this was only the beginning. Moser glanced aside, and another dark golden block descended upon the one Kanata was already supporting. The combined weight doubled, causing Kanata to emit a slight gasp as the ground beneath her feet sank considerably. The remaining two dark golden blocks rapidly drew together from either side, as if magnetically attracted. With a resounding thud, the two blocks merged instantaneously. Is this safe? Isn't this perilous? The commotion inevitably drew the attention of onlookers. Moto, witnessing the scene, felt a chill run down his spine. How could anyone survive such a pressure? He pondered, his gaze fixed upon the unfolding spectacle. Impossible for anything to happen. If she were to perish like this, such a divine entity would no longer be a source of terror, murmured Gu Yi, hands clasped behind his back. As soon as he finished speaking, the two converging dark golden blocks erupted violently, first shattering into fragments, then dissipating into wisps of dark golden mist. Kanata reappeared before everyone, her laughter ringing out triumphantly. Haha, fascinating, truly fascinating. Chapter 37. A call for help. Observing the girl who chattered incessantly about the wonders of the magic, it was evident that she had not suffered any harm from it. Moser's hands gradually tightened into fists. His recent attack had not been aimed at inflicting lethal damage. It was merely a practice session. Yet, despite the intent not to kill, he still pondered whether he could inflict even a modicum of harm. Moser was curious to ascertain if he possessed the strength to contend against a deity of such caliber. The fourfold suppression was among the top 3 sealing techniques documented in the book of the Emperor Visan. Ordinary beings would find themselves utterly exhausted after resisting just 1 or 2 dark gold blocks, rendering them powerless, let alone facing 4 blocks simultaneously. Moser believed that even a being as formidable as Loki would not dare to underestimate this spell. However, witnessing the ease with which Janata shattered such a potent magic, one could only marvel at her lineage as the daughter of a creator deity. Ah, indeed, she is the daughter of a god. It suffices to engage in combat. Recognizing the strength of his opponent's physique, Moser unleashed his attacks, realizing that his strikes would barely inflict any damage upon a deity of Janata's stature. Nevertheless, he now felt considerable confidence that he would not be outmatched by beings like Loki, Thor, or Odin. As Moser and Janata exchanged blows with flourish, the onlooking ordinary mages, including Modu, began to feel out of place. In comparison to the two, no amount of effort on their part would allow them to land even a single blow. Modu, in particular, was overwhelmed by a surge of disbelief. Just yesterday, this individual claimed to possess no magical prowess. How could he have acquired so many supreme-level spells by today? It was utterly absurd. Their practice match lasted a mere 10 minutes, yet during this brief span, the surrounding ordinary mages bore witness to an array of powerful spells that would astound them for a century. After experimenting with around 20 different spells, Moser gained a clearer understanding of his own magical abilities. One could assert that he was now at least on par with the Ancient One. However, the fact that his practice partner was Janata left Moser devoid of any sense of achievement. As soon as the practice concluded, Moser's phone rang with an urgent tone. The caller ID displayed Carter's name. Moser, do you have a moment? We need your assistance with something. Carter's anxious voice resonated from the other end as soon as he answered the call. Has the Hydra caused trouble again? Moser instantly deduced that Carter's call was related to the Hydra situation. Yes, if it weren't for the urgency of the situation, she wouldn't have reached out to you so casually, Carter confirmed. Are you available? If so, could you come to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters? Just inform the guards downstairs, and they will escort you up. Understood, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Moser turned to Janata, saying, Let us go, duty calls. Ancient One, we shall meet again. This pendant is quite useful, I'll take it with me. Without waiting for a response from the Ancient One, Moser promptly opened the portal of the pendant and departed with Janata from the location. The man exuded a commanding presence, prompting Ancient One to shake her head in resignation. Very well, it is merely a suspended ring. Having already bestowed the Book of Vishanti, this ring seems inconsequential. One can only hope he remains true to his word. Meanwhile, in the operations room of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury glanced at Carter, his expression tinged with anxiety. Did he agree? Natasha, present alongside them, mirrored his unease. The extermination of Hydra was no trivial task. The trio had scarcely slept in days, tirelessly directing the battle from the front lines, fearful that a moment's slumber might herald a disaster. Their eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion. Carter nodded, announcing that he would arrive shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a towering golden circle materialized in a corner of the room. Upon witnessing this anomaly, many in the operations room drew their sidearms. Aiming at the golden portal, 2 figures emerged from within, and a teasing voice echoed, What a grand welcome you have prepared for me, Moose. This unconventional entrance was a first for the gathered audience. Recognizing the newcomer, Fury gestured for everyone to lower their weapons. And who might this be? The striking woman drew immediate attention as soon as she appeared. Ganada's presence commanded the room, not solely due to her appearance and physique, but also owing to her peculiar attire, which was undeniably eye-catching. Moose suddenly recalled that Ganada had yet to change her outfit. It was impossible for her to go unnoticed in such flamboyant garb. Please wait a moment. I shall take her to change into something more suitable, Moose said as he opened another portal, leading Ganada through, leaving Fury and the others exchanging puzzled glances. Before long, the The portal reopened, revealing Ganata clad in a fresh ensemble. She wore simple denim shorts paired with a white shirt, her purple hair styled in a high ponytail, radiating youthful exuberance. Though her outfit was uncomplicated, it fit her like a model. "Now you appear far less peculiar," Moose remarked, pleased with Ganata's transformation. He openly admired her beauty without reservation. "Your earthly fashion sense is quite commendable, far superior to that of other planets. It is wonderfully practical," Ganata commented, admiring her attire with evident delight. "Do you like it? If you do, I shall take you shopping for more," Moose chuckled, his newfound wealth evident in his demeanor, as he casually mentioned spending. "Yes, yes." Ganata chattered excitedly about the clothes she had just seen, her appreciation for beauty equally vibrant. "Ahem, Moose, shall we commence?" Carter interjected with a polite cough. "Of course. My apologies for nearly forgetting the matter at hand," Moose replied, signaling Ganata to be quiet as they approached Fury and the others. "What is the current situation?" The group quickly fell into focus, as Natasha began typing on a virtual keyboard, retrieving a video which she played while explaining the situation. "In recent days, we have summoned all those we can trust to collectively resist Hydra. However, amidst our meticulous preparations, an infiltrator has emerged from within our ranks, stealing a crucial item." An image of the object was displayed, and before Natasha could elaborate, the words escaped Mercer's lips. "The Tesseract?" Chapter 38, The Meeting. "Are you aware? This artifact is one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most classified secrets, and Mercer, as an elite level 8 agent, should have been oblivious to its existence. Yet, he effortlessly uttered the name of the Tesseract. Could it be that he had prior knowledge of it? Mercer chose not to elaborate on this and directly inquired. "Has its location been pinpointed since it was taken? To my understanding, it emits gamma energy, making it easily locatable by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s satellites. Regarding this matter, we have enlisted 2 top-tier technicians who have been laboring diligently to conduct a thorough search." Natasha regarded Mercer with admiration when S.H.I.E.L.D. recognized the need for expertise. They brought in those 2 individuals, and their research yielded results. Now, Mercer had articulated a solution with such confidence. Indeed, he was a worthy asset acquired through Nick Fury's level 8 agent privileges. Top-tier personnel? The individuals whom Natasha referred to as elite suddenly conjured images of 2 specific people in Mercer's mind. Could they be the ones? Nonetheless, the loss of the Tesseract is undeniably grave. It is merely a vessel, a container, while the true significance lies within. Within it resides one of the Infinity Stones, the Space Stone, which has the capacity to teleport to any location across the cosmos. Fortunately, neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor Hydra currently comprehends its precise applications. According to the Ancient One's prior statements, Hydra intends to harness it to summon interdimensional beings, likely utilizing the immense energy of the Space Stone rather than its inherent capabilities. Before Carter was encased in ice, the then leader of Hydra wielded the Tesseract. Surely, you are aware of its formidable power. Such an artifact should be under stringent control. How could it have been so easily stolen? Mercer, having abandoned pretense, disclosed this military secret outright. Upon finishing, the gazes of Natasha, Carter, and Mercer converged on Nick Fury, with Carter's expression particularly complex. "Fury, is what he said true? Has S.H.I.E.L.D. been researching weaponry using that artifact?" She had witnessed the Tesseract's might firsthand, on the day of the ice incident. She led a team into Hydra's base. There, she beheld Hydra exploiting the Tesseract's energy to develop a weapon capable of reducing a person to nothingness. At that time, the Hydra leader vanished under the glow of the Tesseract. Such a terrifying energy source cannot be recklessly pursued given Earth's current technological capabilities. If mishandled, the consequences could be more catastrophic than the simultaneous detonation of dozens or even hundreds of nuclear warheads. Contemplating this, Carter rarely furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with anger at the thought of such power being misappropriated for weapon creation. Nick Fury was well aware that such behavior was ill-advised. Utilizing the Tesseract to forge weapons was excessively advanced and overwhelmingly potent. Once created, unless wielded with utmost precision, it could spell catastrophe for humanity. This was precisely the predicament at hand. The Tesseract had been exploited by Hydra to manufacture weaponry, resulting in heightened tensions on both sides. This matter could be addressed later. Mercer chose to conclude the conversation on that topic, fully cognizant of Carter's past experiences. Prolonging the discussion would yield no benefits. "Where are those 2 technicians? I would like to make their acquaintance," he stated. As soon as Mercer spoke, he heard the distant sound of footsteps drawing closer, followed by a voice he recognized. "We have located them. The adversary has not fled New York City. They remain within the confines of the city." Upon turning, Mercer was not the only one taken aback. The individual who spotted him was equally astonished. Tony Stark and Dr. Banner? Although it was an anticipated encounter, seeing them in person still left Mercer somewhat bewildered. This must be Mercer. A pleasure to finally meet you. I have long wished to make your acquaintance, but you are rarely at home, Stark remarked as he approached, scrutinizing Mercer with a look of recognition. The expression on Stark's face intrigued Mercer, prompting him to inquire, "We have never crossed paths. How do you know of me?" "A few days ago, you were spotted on the street. Your peculiar black energy sword and your automotive robot have been trending online, second only to myself. It would be hard not to know of you," Stark chuckled. Indeed, Mercer had been completely disconnected from the internet in recent days, preoccupied with various matters, and had not contemplated the happenings online. Had Stark not mentioned it, he would have remained oblivious. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Dr. Banner." Stark gestured to the man behind him. "Hello, I am Banner. I have heard of you as well, and I happen to have some inquiries I would like to discuss," Banner stated. "You have inquiries as well?" Mercer was taken aback. While it was understandable that Stark was intrigued by his dark sword and confinement, why would Banner wish to converse with him? What could he possibly have to discuss with someone like Mercer? An ordinary high school student compared to Banner's multiple doctoral degrees and genius intellect? Banner surveyed the surroundings, ensuring those present were trustworthy. He sighed and candidly revealed, "To be frank, I seek assistance regarding the Hulk within me. I have heard you managed to resolve the Abomination. I wish to know how you accomplished that. Is it possible for me to eliminate him as well, or at the very least, gain control?" The troubled expression on Banner's face rendered Mercer momentarily speechless. For Banner, the Hulk was indeed a burden. However, over time, he would come to realize the significance of the Hulk's strength. In Mercer's memories, Banner had accepted the existence of the Hulk, even merging with him. What would happen if I absorbed Hulk's blood? Mercer pondered, his gaze lowering as he envisioned the transformations that might ensue from such an act. Loathing is merely a diminished version of the Hulk, having undergone such a transformation. One can only imagine the terrifying consequences if the Hulk were to be absorbed. However, this remains merely a thought, as Mercer would never truly entertain such an idea. He is not a man-eating fiend like Hannibal. Although the Hulk is undeniably of great utility to him, it is equally crucial to retain it for the formation of the Avengers. Mercer has no desire to bear the monumental responsibility of saving the Earth. Thus, he must ensure the Avengers are assembled properly. Otherwise, when multiple threats arise in the future, he would be compelled to intervene each time, which would be quite cumbersome. Nevertheless, absorbing a small amount of blood could still yield significant enhancements. Chapter 39. Observe his teeth. After a moment of contemplation, Mercer smiled and said, "How about this? If you trust me, provide me with a vial of your blood sample, and I will study it to determine how to help you control the Hulk." "All right," Banner replied eagerly, nodding vigorously, as if fearful that Mercer might reconsider. Despite it being their first meeting, Banner had considerable faith in Mercer. He had previously watched a video of Mercer entering the room where loathing was contained, and upon his exit, there was indeed no sign of loathing remaining. There are only two possibilities. Either Mercer allowed it to escape, but given the room's specialized construction, it would be impossible to breach without a rocket barrage. Or Mercer employed some method to eliminate it and subsequently contained it, which would certainly not be an ordinary containment method. Otherwise, there would be some trace of evidence. Now, if Mercer were not to be trusted, he would not be standing alongside them in their fight against Hydra. It is precisely for these reasons that Banner, meeting Mercer for the first time, unhesitatingly handed over a vial of his blood. At the very least, Banner feels utterly powerless against the Hulk within him, and he can only place his hopes in Mercer. Naturally, they could not commence work immediately upon their first encounter, and Nick Fury understood this. Observing the three engaging in effortless conversation, he decided to forego his intention of facilitating their rapport, allowing them to converse for a while longer to deepen their understanding of one another. Mercer and the others did not converse for long. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they steered the discussion back on track. Banner and I, utilizing both SHIELDS satellite and my own, have devised a specific program designed to locate the source of gamma radiation signals. Stark, with a glint of amusement in his eyes, glanced at the exasperated Banner beside him and continued, "In addition to our significant signal source, there is another one here." Stark pointed to a location on the map, which indicated an address in Queens, specifically at a high school. A school? Why would they plan to take action at this institution? Fury furrowed his brow. The equipment capable of operating such devices cannot be small. How could they possibly transport it into a school? "You are correct," Stark nodded, shifting the content on the screen. A news article popped up, stating, as illustrated, there is a technology exhibition at their school in the coming days, with several major corporations investing in it. This includes my Stark Enterprises and the recently renowned Osborn Group. It is likely that Hydra took advantage of this to transport large equipment into the school. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of difficulty. The adversary's actions within the school serve as a shield, using the entire faculty and student body as a human barricade, making it challenging to secure the surrounding area. Students are the most easily panicked group. Once chaos ensues, the likelihood of accidents escalates significantly. This poses a grave concern. Our personnel cannot infiltrate the campus in large numbers, and if such an event were to occur, identifying Hydra agents concealed among the crowd would prove arduous. Should they plan to perish together by detonating their weapons at the high school, the ensuing devastation would be catastrophic. A solemn silence fell over the group. This is indeed a serious issue. Moser, what are your thoughts? Carter turned to Moser, who appeared lost in thought. After calling his name a few times, Moser hastily replied, "Oh, please, share your opinions first." He had been momentarily distracted, as this location evoked profound memories for him. Queens, High School, Osborne Group. These keywords were all associated with a particular superhero from Moser's recollections. Spider-Man, Peter Parker. I wonder where Peter Parker is now, having been bitten by that spider. Perhaps I should seek him out, Moser mused internally. After contemplating for a moment, Moser lifted his gaze to the individuals passionately debating how to infiltrate the school and suddenly suggested, "I could sneak in and scout Hydra's position. My youth makes me suitable for the task." Huh. Nick Fury responded with a puzzled expression, "You are the least suitable for infiltration." Indeed. You are now a primary target for Hydra. If you appear at the school, their operatives will undoubtedly spot you immediately, Natasha concurred. How about this? Moser smiled slightly, brushing his palm across his face. In the next instant, everyone gasped in astonishment. Moser's striking Eastern features transformed into an ordinary Caucasian visage, one so commonplace that it would go entirely unnoticed in a crowd. You can change your appearance? Carter stepped closer to Moser, scrutinizing his face, her astonishment growing with each passing moment. There were no traces of disguise. If one were to claim that Moser had always possessed this face, they would wholeheartedly believe it. I can even assume several different identities, he declared, demonstrating a few additional faces. Even Natasha, seasoned in undercover operations, was captivated by this technique. She could discern no signs of disguise whatsoever. This ability to alter one's appearance is unique to Moser in this world, as it transcends mere disguise. He truly becomes that individual. This is the camouflage capability of the Blacklight Virus. The identities Moser now adopts are those he had previously absorbed, merely with their ages adjusted. In the game, this was unattainable, but now that the Blacklight Virus has materialized in reality, modifying the age of his assumed forms is a trivial task for Moser. By harnessing the power of the Blacklight Virus to diminish wrinkles and replenish collagen, even the elderly, aged 70 or 80, can have their youthful appearance restored by Moser. Just as Moser was demonstrating this transformation, the sound of something crashing echoed nearby. A few turned to see a staff member, his face a mask of shock, hurriedly crouching to pick up his belongings, eager to escape the attention of the onlookers. Observing this figure, Moser furrowed his brow and softly instructed, "Janata, restrain him." With a whisper of wind, Janata, who had been standing among the crowd, swiftly moved to the side of the staff member, her hand gripping his neck and lifting him effortlessly. The bewildered members of S.H.I.E.L.D. raised their rifles, their expressions tense as they focused on Janata. A girl barely over 5 feet tall wielding such inhuman strength against a man towering over 6 feet left them in awe. "Alex, what's happening?" Nick Fury gestured for those wielding weapons to lower their arms, turning his attention to Moser. "Look at his teeth," Moser said casually. This seemingly innocuous statement ignited a fire within the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel as they redirected their firearms toward the staff member Janata was holding. They were acutely aware of the current precarious situation within S.H.I.E.L.D., comprised solely of individuals meticulously selected by Nick Fury, whom he deemed trustworthy. They understood that members of Hydra often bore venomous fangs, and Moser's words carried a weight of implication. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression darkened, and he strode swiftly to confront the staff member. The man, unable to move with Janata's grip, could only open his mouth as Fury inspected his teeth. Moments later, Fury extricated a tooth from the man's mouth, his face clouded with rage. "This is a venomous fong. Vamir, you're a Hydra member. You've been within S.H.I.E.L.D. for years, and from the very beginning, you were one of them." Fury's voice trembled with a mix of anger and disbelief, revealing a personal connection to the man. "Well done, Janata, come back," Moser commanded, conjuring several orbs of lightning energy from the thunder fruit in his hand, which he tossed to Janata, who caught them deftly. "You shouldn't have kept up the pretense," Janata remarked with a huff. "I am not your servant to be summoned at will." Moser offered an awkward smile and quickly generated more lightning orbs, sheepishly responding, I certainly did not intend that. I merely couldn't help but say so in that moment. Seeing Moser's sincere demeanor, Janata accepted the orbs, her annoyance dissipating. Meanwhile, as the tooth was extracted, the man known as Vamir scoffed, that kid is truly astonishing. I lost my composure, never expecting that after lurking in the shadows for so long, I would be exposed in such a manner. However, even if you now realize this matter, it is futile. The ritual is already in progress, and you may as well await your demise. A glint of madness and exhilaration flickered in Vamir's eyes, tinged with a trace of reverence. The entity we summon this time is a malevolent god from beyond earth, and when he descends upon this realm, it shall be the day you bow in submission. He is none other than the god of deceit, Loki. With this frenzied proclamation, Vamir erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, brimming with arrogance. However, his mirth was short-lived. As an unsettling silence began to envelop the atmosphere, he glanced at those before him, noting their varied expressions. Some were astonished, others speechless, and some wore looks of bewilderment. But conspicuously absent was the fear and panic he had anticipated. It could not be Loki. Mercer shook his head in resignation. Where was the promised extra-dimensional creature? He had spent an entire night mastering the techniques of the Vishanti to combat that terrifying entity, and now he was being told it was Loki? He had already encountered him before, and had even driven him off. What was there to fear? The three agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. shared a similar sense of disbelief. Upon hearing the first half of Vamir's statement, their hearts had indeed leapt to their throats, envisioning a fierce battle. However, the events that transpired in New Mexico had already been relayed in full by Coulson, though only Nick Fury and his two associates were privy to this information. Hydra had previously sent operatives to investigate in New Mexico, but those two had vanished without a trace, leaving Hydra in the dark. At that time, Nick Fury and his companions were quite astonished, marveling at Mercer's prowess to stand against an outer god without faltering, which also confirmed the existence of such entities. The atmosphere shifted from tense to relaxed. Nick Fury waved his hand, ordering Vamir to be detained. The group then returned to the conference table to deliberate their strategy. Vamir, utterly perplexed, was dragged away, entirely unaware of why they were not expressing astonishment at his revelation. 10 minutes later, the plan was finalized. Nick Fury declared, "All right, Alex. Our course of action is set. You will infiltrate the campus to ascertain where Hydra intends to investigate, and then inform us. The subsequent matters will be left to us." Mercer nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us depart immediately. There is no time for further discussion." Once the arrangements were made, they set off without delay. Mercer and Janata headed to the school. Originally, Janata was not supposed to accompany him due to her striking appearance, which would hinder their stealth. However, when Mercer inquired about her intentions, she produced a small flashlight and illuminated her face. Astonishingly, her celestial beauty transformed into an ordinary visage, aside from her figure. She bore a striking resemblance to Mercer, her disguise flawless. Stark, a technology enthusiast, rushed over at the sight of this device, reaching out to grasp it. But Janata swiftly moved the flashlight out of reach. Upon noticing the other party's reluctance to part with the object, Stark stood nearby, meticulously scrutinizing the flashlight. "Is this device capable of altering its appearance at will?" he inquired. "Indeed, I have traversed numerous planets, many of which do not conform to our humanoid form. Thus, I have developed a technology that enables my body and appearance to transform into another guise." As she spoke, Janata demonstrated the capability, leaving everyone, including Mercer, in astonishment as they witnessed dozens of alien life forms in less than a minute, wooden life forms, stone life forms, and beastly life forms alike. "You claim this is your invention?" Stark noted the subtleties in Janata's words, incredulously asking, "Such an advanced technology is beyond my current capabilities, yet this youthful girl before me, seemingly no older than 16 or 17, has created it?" Janata, aware of the implications in his gaze, huffed lightly and replied, "My age surpasses the combined total of everyone present, and my knowledge encompasses the technological advancements of all intelligent planets within the universe. The technology of your Earth holds little significance in my eyes." Mercer muttered nearby, "So, she's an old lady." In an instant, Janata's purple figure flashed to Mercer's side, lifting him by his collar. "So many years. You're not even from Earth." Mercer, bewildered by the unexpected disdain, would have reacted explosively had anyone else uttered such words. Yet, Janata's appearance, physique, and intellect completely captivated him. Watching Janata effortlessly lift Mercer as if he were a mere chick, Stark felt a pang of regret. It seemed impossible to pursue her. At the very least, he was determined to examine her technology. Chapter 41. Old friends, may I borrow this device for research? I assure you, it will not be for naught. Name your price, and I shall pay. Stark declared with grandiosity, embodying the demeanor of a wealthy patron. "No, I harbor no interest in the currency of your planet," Janata retorted, casting him a disdainful glance. Just as Stark felt at a loss, his cheeks flushing, he witnessed Janata toss the transforming flashlight into Mercer's hands, saying, "Here, you may play with this. Of course, during your time with it, you may lend it to whomever you wish, but do remember to treat me to something delicious." "Delicious? I have some of those too." Stark thought he glimpsed a glimmer of hope, yet he saw Mercer momentarily stunned before raising his hand, a brilliant lightning surge erupting from his palm, swiftly condensing into a bead the size of a thumb, which he then offered to Janata. Janata accepted it, examining it briefly before nodding in satisfaction and consuming it. Stark looked on, utterly speechless. "Do all you deities enjoy such peculiar edibles? Is that merely a pure energy form? How can one consume such a thing?" Despite the fading hope in his eyes, Stark recalled Janata's words when she had given that object to Mercer. There might still be a path forward. With renewed optimism, he turned his hopeful gaze toward Stark. After being soundly reprimanded by Janata, Mercer bore an unmistakable red handprint on his face. With this mark, he turned to Stark and cleared his throat, suggesting that they discuss the matter of the flashlight once this incident had concluded. "Good," Stark replied, sensing the potential in Mercer's words. Janata may not be of this earth, but Mercer certainly was, indicating that he still held a concern for monetary matters. A simple flashlight capable of disguising one's appearance had brought Mercer and Stark closer, transforming them into allies who would quietly negotiate terms. "By the way, when you infiltrate the school later, take this." Stark suddenly recalled an important item. He hurriedly dashed outside, only to return moments later, holding a round device the size of a bowl. "This is a gamma energy disruptor. While I cannot ascertain its effectiveness against such arcane forces, having an additional safeguard is prudent. It was developed in collaboration with Dr. Banner." "Very well," Mercer responded, expressing his gratitude with a nod as he accepted the device and placed it into the backpack that Carter had procured for him. Under Natasha's preparation, Mercer now donned a simple checked shirt and shorts, carrying a black backpack, with a pair of black-framed glasses perched on his nose. Coupled with his altered visage, he appeared to be an ordinary student. Janata bore a similar guise, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to suspect their true identities as formidable beings. "Excellent." Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction. "I will lead the team outside the school. Should anything arise, report immediately, and we shall act accordingly." "Understood." With their tactical decisions made, the group set off towards their destination, Queen's First High School. The front entrance appeared unremarkable, suggesting that SHIELD had yet to uncover their intentions. "Once we summon that dark deity, SHIELD will be nothing more than our servants," one of them chuckled. "Do not lose focus on the tasks at hand. That fellow named Mercer might interfere," another cautioned. "Rest assured, given his appearance, he will undoubtedly be noticed should he attempt to infiltrate," came the confident reply. As they spoke, the two men surveyed their surroundings and noticed a young couple approaching. The boy was rather unremarkable, failing to pique their interest, while the girl, despite her ordinary features, possessed an alluring figure, which drew their gaze. They observed the couple conversing, but the distance rendered their words inaudible. After a brief glance, they redirected their focus to monitoring the area. "Little Na, it seems you are quite popular," Mercer remarked with a light chuckle. Janata shot him a disapproving look at the familiarity of the nickname, but refrained from reprimanding him, retorting, "Humph. I can hardly be bothered with those who think with their lower halves. Indeed, how could such individuals ever catch the eye of our sister Janata, especially since you are a celestial being?" Mercer continued to lavish praise upon her, recognizing the importance of nurturing their relationship to ensure her future assistance in their endeavors. This all-encompassing praise seemed to delight Janata immensely. Gradually, Moser also realized that although this young girl excelled in technology, she was quite naive in interpersonal relationships. "No wonder I managed to keep her around with food," Moser mused, as they wandered aimlessly around the campus, continuously observing the changes in the people around them. There were indeed many individuals. A Hydra disguised sentry stood every 10 meters, indicating that the situation was rather precarious. Moser's expression grew solemn. Those Hydra members, although masquerading as teachers, staff, or visitors, still exhibited behaviors characteristic of spies or soldiers. This was easily discernible to Moser, who had absorbed the skills of a Hydra assassin. "Ah, is that him?" Just as Moser was idly surveying the campus, a figure captured his attention. Indeed, upon arriving at this school, he was bound to encounter that person, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. The astonishment etched on Moser's face stemmed from the fact that the Peter Parker nearby was not the Marvel Universe's version, but rather the one from the Amazing Spider-Man. To think it would be him. Moser's voice trembled slightly. This Spider-Man was his favorite, Andrew Garfield's portrayal, since his arrival in this world. He had not leveraged his abilities for personal gain. Instead, he found himself in a passive position. The death of his girlfriend Gwen's father, followed shortly by Gwen's own demise, had profoundly affected this young Spider-Man. This became a poignant point of concern for Moser. The final scene of the film, where Garfield stood before Gwen's grave, gazing at the changing seasons, had pierced Moser's heart. If it were you, I would be willing to assist you. At least I would prevent those regrets from resurfacing, Moser quietly resolved. Observing Moser's unwavering gaze fixed on a young man in the distance, Ganata inquired, "So, it seems you have a preference for that type?" Moser, finding no desire to explain this jest, continued to focus on Peter Parker's silhouette and replied slowly, "I merely see an old acquaintance." Chapter 42, Mockery, an old acquaintance? Ganata regarded the two with some surprise, noting the complexity in Moser's eyes, which did not resemble the warmth typically associated with seeing a friend. Of course, it was not indicative of a crush either. Ganata could discern from Moser's gaze toward her that he was heterosexual rather than homosexual. At that moment, Moser's expression conveyed a sense of sorrow and regret, which Ganata found difficult to comprehend. Let us address the matter at hand. This was not the time for pleasantries with Peter Parker. After casting a few glances his way, Moser turned to Ganata and said, "We have more pressing matters to attend to. Can you sense where the energy source is located?" Moser inquired of Ganata. The Tesseract undoubtedly emitted gamma radiation, albeit in minute quantities, which would still be detectable. Generally, most individuals could not perceive this energy, and SHIELD could not pinpoint its exact location. However, now that they were inside the school, the area was significantly reduced, allowing Ganata to sense it more effectively. Ganata surveyed the campus with narrowed eyes, her slender fingers pointing towards a specific location where a notable energy was emanating. What? Mose was somewhat taken aback, for the spot Ganata indicated was the most crowded area, the gymnasium. As a thought crossed his mind, Mose furrowed his brow and hurriedly made his way in that direction, with Ganata following closely behind. Upon entering the gym, the once spacious arena was now teeming with people. At the center of the crowd stood a colossal machine that was both bewildering and awe-inspiring. The machine resembled a mountain, with two massive metallic columns extending outwards, each too thick for two people to embrace, while a slightly longer central column towered above. Although its purpose eluded comprehension, the sheer scale of the contraption was undeniably striking. The Hydra had seemingly abandoned all pretense, placing their device right in the midst of the throng. Mose's expression turned somber. They had previously speculated that the Hydra might conceal the Tesseract. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the Tesseract was not hidden at all, but rather prominently displayed atop the machine. Within the machine's center, a transparent glass compartment housed the Tesseract, which radiated a soft cosmic energy, creating a visually captivating spectacle. Had Mose not known its true nature, he too might have found it beautiful. "I could simply go up and take it," Ganata stated, making a gesture as if rolling up her sleeves, causing Mose to break into a cold sweat as he hastily waved his hands in protest. "We cannot act here. More and more people are being drawn to this thing." Mose urgently grasped her arm, whispering, "If we engage here, many lives will surely be lost." "Are you joking? Can't you hear that?" Ganata cast a sidelong glance at Mose's hand, only then realizing he was still holding her wrist. Embarrassed, he quickly released her and managed an awkward smile. If consequences were not a concern, Mose was certain that Ganata could easily extract the Tesseract. With her physical prowess, enduring the direct impact from the Tesseract was not beyond her capabilities. However, the potential repercussions were daunting, necessitating an alternative approach. After relaying the situation to Nick Fury, Mose and Ganata lingered near the machine, contemplating a resolution. Evacuating the crowd? That was the least viable option. The sheer number of people present made it impossible to clear even half without attracting the Hydra's attention. "Excuse me, what is this?" a curious onlooker inquired, stepping forward. A Hydra operative, feigning friendliness, began to elaborate. "This is a new energy machine manufactured by the Creation Group. If operated correctly, the energy it generates in a single day is equivalent to that produced by a coal-fired power plant in an entire year." Wow. This assertion sparked a cacophony among the crowd. Such a bold claim seemed outrageous. Could one day truly match a year's worth of energy from a power plant? While many were skeptical, it was undeniably an excellent marketing tactic, as it attracted even more spectators. Something about this didn't seem quite right. Just as Mose was grappling with how to proceed, a whisper suddenly emerged from beside him. Turning his gaze, Peter Parker found himself perplexed by the presence of a stranger standing a mere 2 paces away, staring curiously at the energy-emitting Tesseract. "What do you mean? Do you sense something amiss?" Moser raised an eyebrow and leaned closer, wondering if Peter could indeed discern the anomaly. Peter regarded the unfamiliar boy beside him, recalling that they were both at the Tech Expo and dismissed further thoughts. I feel as though that object inside doesn't belong to the exhibition. It seems to genuinely radiate energy, and it's not diminishing. After stating this, he felt somewhat foolish, hastily adding, "But didn't they just say this was a new type of energy? You could consider my words mere ramblings." Moser nodded with a smile, though internally he mused that Peter's spider sense must be at play, allowing him to detect the threat posed by the Tesseract. After all, if he remained there when trouble arose, he too could become a victim. While speaking, Moser's gaze inadvertently drifted to Peter's chest. This was not due to any inappropriate thoughts, but rather because he noticed a hint of red peeking from underneath Peter's shirt, the crimson of his spider suit. It seemed that at this moment, Peter had already assumed the mantle of Spider-Man. No wonder SHIELD had gathered intelligence on him. He had assumed he was flying under the radar, yet he was already being monitored. Moser felt a sense of relief that Peter Parker harbored no malevolent intentions, nor did he seek to misuse his powers for harm. Otherwise, within a few days, he could find himself pursued by SHIELD. This would be an overwhelming ordeal for a newly minted Spider-Man, who would likely falter within 3 days and surrender. SHIELD's methods were indeed formidable. "Hey, Parker, this kind of thing is beyond the comprehension of a simpleton like you. You'd best head home." A sarcastic voice suddenly pierced the crowd, followed by laughter from several individuals. Moser could easily identify the source of this juvenile mockery. Only one person habitually tormented Peter Parker, the school bully, Flash. This made Moser sigh. It was disheartening that Peter, a superhero endowed with extraordinary powers, remained unable to escape the clutches of schoolyard bullies. In a typical scenario, he would have been dragged into an alley for a beating, rather than allowed to linger and argue. How could someone's words be so foul and yet devoid of any curse? Chapter 43. The search nearby. Wallace turned pale upon hearing the remark, quickly scanning the crowd for its origin. It did not take long for him to spot Moser, who had made a gesture of fanning his nose with his hand. Moser's comment incited even more laughter, with several Hydra members nearby finding it amusing. Despite the absence of profanity, it was undeniably embarrassing. Even Peter Parker couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing it. As he listened to the surrounding laughter, Wallace, with a dark expression, marched towards Moser, flanked by a few of his cronies. As Wallace approached with an intimidating demeanor, Mose raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze upon him, prompting Wallace to quicken his pace. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up. This guy is wealthy. You cannot contend with him." Just as Mose contemplated how to discipline such a bully, someone tugged at his sleeve. Turning to look, he was surprised to find it was Peter Parker who spoke. "Do not worry. He cannot harm me. You should leave first. I doubt he will let you off easily." Mose replied with a calm smile. Gazing at the menacing Wallace, Peter hesitated for a moment, seemingly making a decision. Instead of retreating, he positioned himself in front of Mose, which took him aback. "Wallace, if you seek trouble, direct it at me, not him." Peter understood that Wallace had targeted him because he was defending Mose. He did not wish anyone to suffer on his account. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Wallace, without hesitation, raised his fist and aimed it directly at him. To both Peter and Mose, the punch appeared exceedingly slow, easily evaded. Yet, Peter refrained from dodging. He could not reveal his strength. He stood motionless, as if caught off guard, allowing the punch, which could have been effortlessly avoided, to approach his face. Just as the fist was about to collide with him, Peter felt a sudden tug on his backpack, pulling him backward. Wallace's punch grazed Peter's cheek, missing its target. To resort to violence so quickly, you must be devoid of any sense. Your head is filled with nothing but nonsense. This provocation caused Wallace, the towering figure, to lose his composure. Ignoring the current setting, he barked at his henchman, "Go capture him." The henchmen hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing Wallace's grim expression, they gritted their teeth and lunged at Mose. "Why the rush?" A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Mose's eyes as he faced the advancing boys. He slightly shifted his body to the right and extended his foot. One of the boys, running ahead, was caught off guard by Mose's swift reaction, tripping and falling clumsily. The two boys behind quickly adjusted their course and lunged at Mose, seizing his collar. Unfazed, Mose pulled back forcefully, as if attempting to escape. To their surprise, he leaned forward, causing the two to topple over, their strength inadvertently directed towards him. Coincidentally, they fell right in front of the machine housing the cosmic cube. Mose stumbled as well, falling alongside them, his hand reaching towards the machine. To the unsuspecting onlookers, it appeared that Mose was merely trying to steady himself as he fell. However, to the closest observers, Gamora and Peter, a flash of light flickered in Mose's hand, instantly vanishing into the machine. A smile appeared on Gamera's face as she watched him with an amused expression. Peter stood in utter astonishment, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, as he thought he had glimpsed a silvery luminescence emanating from Ser's hand, though it was faint and perfectly angled. If he had taken a few steps back, he would have completely lost sight of that glimmer. Just as Peter was about to speak, he noticed Janata beside him. Her slender finger pressed to her lips, signaling him to be silent. The young spider felt dazed. Had this girl noticed it too? Who were they? He could discern that Ser's actions were far from those of an ordinary individual. The latter remained composed, exhibiting none of the panic one would expect from a youth. Could it be that he was akin to me? Gazing at Ser's silhouette, Peter felt a longing for companionship. He could not voice his thoughts alone, for the weight of responsibility was too burdensome. If only someone could share the load, even through mere conversation, he would not feel so stifled. Raising his hand, Peter contemplated calling out to Ser, but reconsidered, realizing that this was perhaps not the right moment. There were too many people around, and he was uncertain about what Ser had just been doing. He decided to seek him out later when they were outside. Are we still going to fight? Ser asked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Wallace. His subordinate had been swiftly subdued, indicating that he possessed some martial skills. Wallace's face turned a shade of deep anger, yet he recognized from Ser's earlier actions that engaging him would be futile. Just wait. This isn't over. Frustrated and without recourse, Wallace shot a glare at Ser and, with his companions, retreated in disgrace. How dull was that all? Ser scoffed, disappointed that his opponent turned out to be merely a blustering fool. Thank you for your help earlier, Peter said as he approached Ser, expressing his gratitude. Ser smiled in response. It was nothing. I have little patience for such individuals. While outwardly engaging with Peter, Ser was discreetly observing the crowd's reactions. The energy of the lightning he had just channeled into the device was meant to detect the intensity of the cosmic cube's energy release, which was steadily increasing. This indicated that someone was continuously channeling energy, albeit inefficiently. Despite the prolonged effort, the cosmic cube had yet to yield the required power. In the recent commotion, those who had failed to pay attention or had merely glanced away were the spellcasters. Ser had intervened to exploit this opportunity to identify the incantation's wielder. But amidst the throng, discerning their identity proved challenging. He could only create some disturbance to observe the reactions of the crowd. 10 meters behind you to the right. Wearing a black baseball cap, Janata's voice whispered softly into Ser's ear, audible only to him. Ser naturally turned his head towards the indicated direction. And at that moment, a deep crimson hue flickered from the depths of his gaze, as 3 Tomo began to rotate within his eyes. 3 Tomo Sharingan, activate. Since studying the Book of Vishanti, his Sharingan now enabled him to perceive traces of magical energy. In his eyes, objects imbued with magic shone like phosphorescent paint against the backdrop of night, strikingly conspicuous. However, due to Peter's incessant chatter beside Mercer, his attention remained fixated on the latter, preventing him from utilizing his Sharingan for a casual glance. In that moment of turning, he activated his Sharingan and directed his gaze toward the individual mentioned by Ganata. There it was him. Mercer's eyes suddenly locked onto a rather unremarkable middle-aged man standing in a corner. The man's eyes, concealed beneath a duckbill cap, were intently focused on the cosmic cube, his lips subtly moving as if murmuring an incantation. Chapter 44. The Turn of Events. Great Deity, heed the call of your faithful supplicant, descend upon this world, and allow the foolish denizens to receive your baptism. Observing the man's lips, even the slightest motion was easily decipherable to Mercer, showcasing the unparalleled observational prowess of the Sharingan. These summoning incantations were rather juvenile, Mercer mused. And as for the deity he sought to summon, Loki was hardly a great god, merely a petulant child unable to attain his throne. Was Ancient One jesting with him? Where did this interdimensional creature come from? He had anticipated something of substance. Regrettably, Mercer thought, now that he had acquired magical abilities, and with Ganata as a reliable ally at his side, he truly wished to witness the might of such an interdimensional being. I need to use the restroom. After briefly explaining his departure to Peter, Mercer turned to Ganata beside him and said, I have a plan. I'll leave this in your capable hands. If anything goes awry, save as many as you can. Feeling insufficient, he added, 5 lives saved will earn you a thunderstone. To his surprise, Ganata's expression darkened. Am I merely a glutton in your eyes? Do I not merit your trust? If that were the case, your planet would have long since been devoured by me. Upon hearing this, Mercer froze, realizing the misstep in his words. My apologies, I failed to articulate properly. That was my mistake. I'll entrust this to you, my good partner. Humph, who is your good partner? Ganata turned her head away, though a slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her amusement. The man continued his incantation, intent on employing his knowledge of spatial magic, augmented by the formidable energy of the cosmic cube, to summon a powerful, malevolent deity. Just as he became absorbed in his chanting, a young man approached him, seemingly in a hurry. The man's initial thought was that the boy sought directions to the restroom, as he had already been asked by at least 5 individuals during his prolonged wait. The man regarded this as an excellent guise, offering no explanation. And when he saw the boy run toward him, he remained unperturbed. "Are you asking for the restroom?" Before he could finish his sentence, he caught a glimpse of the swirling Tomo in Mercer's Sharingan. In that instant, a wave of dizziness overtook him, and his body stiffened, collapsing forward. Sir, what is wrong? Someone call for help. This man has suddenly fainted." Moose, with a theatrical flair, shouted out, immediately drawing the attention of several Hydra members who rushed toward the scene. Upon noticing the man collapsed on the ground, one individual bent down and reached toward his neck, his pupils narrowing in shock, before subtly shaking his head at the others. "He is dead. How could someone die silently right under their noses?" Their sharp gazes fixated on Moose as they inquired in hushed tones about the unfolding events. Panic and confusion etched across their faces. Moose appeared as bewildered as a child unaware of the situation. "I merely wanted to ask him where the restroom was. He fainted as I approached. I truly have no idea." A nearby Hydra member scrutinized Moose's expression closely and, upon hearing his words, discreetly signaled to the others that the young man was indeed telling the truth. "First, take him outside. We can delay that matter for a moment." 2 Hydra members quickly moved to support the man, assisting him out while one of them discreetly pressed an earpiece, murmuring, "All units, be advised SHILD. Agents have infiltrated. Manton is deceased. Heightened security." To the others, this was merely a minor interruption, and they gave it little thought. To kill an ordinary person with mere eye power was exceedingly effortless. "I could truly slay with just a glance now," Moose murmured as he watched the man being escorted away, pondering whether everything would now be under control, allowing SHILD to come in and manage the aftermath. Just as he believed the situation was nearing resolution, the building suddenly trembled violently. Confusion washed over the crowd as they looked around in bewilderment. Only Moose, Ganata, and Peter shared a stunned glance, their eyes drawn to the nearby Tesseract machine. A brilliant blue light erupted from the cube, battering against the seemingly sturdy glass shield. Though the others were oblivious to its significance, they sensed it was a harbinger of calamity and began to scream and flee. One person set off a chain reaction, and soon the entire assembly was rushing toward the exits in a frenzied swarm. Such chaos inevitably led to trampling, and Moose could already see several individuals sprawled on the ground. "Oh no," Moose exclaimed as he spotted a girl fall, perilously close to being trampled. Suddenly, a white thread shot in from an unknown source, ensnaring the ankle of a nearby individual, altering their next step so that their foot narrowly missed her face. Turning his gaze, Moose caught sight of Peter darting into a nearby emergency exit. Within half a minute, a red and blue figure leaped through an open window from above the gymnasium. Recognizing the figure clad in the vibrant costume, Moose realized it was Peter Parker, also known as Spider-Man. With his arrival, the evacuation of those around them improved, preventing any injuries from the stampede. After most had been ushered outside, only about 30 individuals remained within. Moose was quite astonished that so many lingered, for aside from himself, Ganata, and Peter in his Spider-Man guise, the rest were all Hydra members. This was more than Moose had anticipated. What is happening with the device? Has it gone out of control? A few individuals rushed to the machine, their fingers flying across the keyboard, yet no matter their efforts, the vibrations persisted unabated. Was it you who instigated this? Those remaining in this moment surely cannot be ordinary individuals. Witnessing the peculiar attire of Peter and Mercer still lingering, their expressions darkened. Recalling the recent events, including the sudden collapse of the spellcaster, the implication became clear. Mercer had approached him moments ago, and his presence here now rendered the answer evident. The death of the spellcaster was his doing. Was he one of SHIELD's operatives? Yet, I had never heard of such a young member in their ranks. At that moment, both Mercer and Ganata underwent a transformation, reverting to their true forms. The members of Hydra did not recognize Ganata, but they were aware of Mercer. They were astonished to see the previously unremarkable young man transform into a figure of significant interest. No one had anticipated the extent of his disguise, as several nearby Hydra members failed to perceive any anomaly in his appearance. Peter stood by, transfixed. The boy he had conversed with moments ago had suddenly transformed into someone remarkably handsome. Of course, looks were secondary. The crux of the matter lay in their apparent purpose concerning the blue cube. Is that not merely an exhibit? Peter murmured, gazing at the Tesseract, lost in thought. These wretches, they are to blame. His curse was abruptly silenced as the glass casing containing the Tesseract shattered under a surge of energy. unleashing a brilliant beam of azure light. At the beam's terminus, a spatial distortion materialized, and a colossal portal, towering 4 to 5 meters high, opened before them. Moments later, several crimson phantoms emerged from the portal, ensnaring 3 Hydra members who were still in a daze. As their agonized screams pierced the air, they were swiftly dragged into the portal. More phantoms emerged, unveiling the true nature of this swift harbinger of death. The writhing tendrils suspended in midair revealed themselves to be tentacles, reminiscent of an octopus. This was the Great Old One. Chapter 45. An unexpected turn as these tentacles appeared. An indescribable terror surged within the hearts of all present. The Hydra members, upon sighting these appendages, contorted their mouths into incredulous shapes, and then they lost their sanity. They collapsed to the ground, shrieking like lunatics within the arena, uttering meaningless phrases devoid of coherence. The only connection among them was their frantic attempts to crawl backward, distancing themselves from the portal, utterly terrified to approach. Turning to Peter, perhaps due to his mutation, his condition was markedly better than that of the Hydra members. He was not screaming, but his arms and legs trembled visibly. Even Mercer, known for his composure, felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing this abomination. How could it be the Great Old One? How could such a being be summoned? He had encountered tomes within the archives of the sanctum, detailing entities distinguished by their most conspicuous feature, tentacles. The Great Old Ones, formidable beings of higher dimensions, cannot merely be classified as aliens or deities. The texts within the sanctum contain a particular passage that elucidates this. Their true forms remain obscured, known only as a congregation of indescribable, tentacled entities. Those who gaze upon them may suffer from madness or even sudden death. Should one have the misfortune to encounter such beings, it is advised to immediately shut one's eyes and kneel until they depart. This passage, written with a tone of humility, might have been dismissed by Moser had he discovered it elsewhere. However, its presence within the sanctum's archives lends it an undeniable authenticity. It is not the product of an encyclopedia or fanciful tales. Its inclusion in the sanctum's writings affirms its existence in reality. Furthermore, the latter part of the passage suggests that such actions are not merely effective, but are expressions of humility, seeking mercy from these Great Old Ones. The texts also recount a time long past when Earth faced an incursion by a Great Old One. During that epoch, the then Supreme Mage, at the height of his power, amalgamated various forms of magic to barely repel the invader. It is crucial to note the term barely, indicating that each Great Old One possesses the capacity to influence an entire universe. To document their potency, the Sanctum's writings categorize them as entities of universal scale. Should all of them emerge, the consequences would be dire. Nana, take that being outside and return to help me close this portal. Understood. In an instant, Gonata materialized beside Peter, swiftly transporting him away before rejoining Moser. Simultaneously, Moser's eyes widened dramatically as the 3-tomo Sharingan emerged from the depths of his gaze. He placed his right hand atop his left, striking forward with determination. Void Seal of the Vashandi. An ethereal voice resonated around him, producing rippling waves that emanated from his eyes, expanding outward to envelop the entire arena. Boom. A surge of violet energy erupted from Gonata. She was uncertain of her purpose. Yet she trusted that Moser's summons would not require her to engage in any form of sorcery. What he sought was merely energy. He needed the immense power residing within Gonata to bolster his own magical endeavors. During their previous training session, Moser had confided in her that with his own ocular and magical prowess, he could conjure only 2 or 3 spells at most, and their efficacy was limited. Should any peril arise, he would require her strength to enhance his magical capabilities. The energy within Gonata was derived from the cosmos, a universal source unlike the arcane essence within Moser. The Thunder Fruit and Blacklight Virus are not products of the Marvel Universe. Thus, energy cannot be directly channeled into the Sharingan to utilize the Vashandi Codex. However, if it is the energy of Gonata, it suffices, for it belongs to the Marvel Universe. Gonata's energy can undoubtedly transform into the magical energy required for the techniques of Vashandi. It feels as though I am carrying a colossal power bank with me, murmured Mercer. No sooner had he uttered these words than he received a light tap on the head from Gonata, and without needing to look, he could sense her glaring at him. With an awkward chuckle, he redirected his attention to the matter at hand. With the boundaries of the void now lifted, I can freely wield my powers without concern for the outside world. Boom. Silver and black light surged at Mercer's sides, rising like flames into the sky, while the 3-tomo of the Sharingan in his eyes spun slowly. The tendrils instantly sensed the threat emanating from Mercer. The previously chaotic tendrils swiftly changed direction, all converging upon him, one of them lunging forward at an alarming speed. Layers of lightning coiled around Mercer's right fist as he struck out against the approaching tentacle. Bang! A dull thud resonated in the ears of those present. Mercer's earnest punch surprisingly inflicted no damage upon the tentacle. However, it recoiled significantly, evidently unprepared for the magnitude of Mercer's strength. Mercer's expression grew grave. He had exerted at least 70% of his power in that punch. Yet it still failed to breach its defenses. This was troubling. Mercer's mind was clouded with confusion. Indeed, this old one was a being of a lower dimension, just as Agamotto had described. Yet, had not the members of Hydra claimed they summoned the malevolent god Loki? Could it be that they spoke falsely? After a moment's contemplation, Mercer dismissed the thought. No matter how formidable Hydra was, they could only summon entities from this universe. Summoning beings from a lower dimension would require a sorcerer of Agamotto's caliber. Otherwise, it was a mere pipe dream. Could it be that he had been ensnared by Agamotto's schemes? The law of Vishanti, fourfold suppression. Several dark, golden rectangular blocks materialized above the tendrils, crashing down with force, pinning all the appendages to the ground where they writhed violently. Faced with such a presence, his fourfold suppression would not hold for long. However, his intention was not to genuinely suppress the entity, but rather to buy himself some time. This would not last indefinitely. I must act swiftly. With a flash, Mercer appeared in front of a Hydra member, observing the deranged individual before him. He frowned, unleashing the power of his Sharingan which seeped into the member's eyes. The once murky gaze of the Hydra operative gradually became vacant, and their struggling motions weakened. He had taken control of the individual's mind with the Sharingan, a feat that most could not withstand. I ask you, who provided you with this summoning magic? I do not know. Sighing in disappointment, Mercer shook his head, preparing to question another individual when the operative's words froze him in place. I only know that the person is a bald woman. Chapter 46, The Highest Temperature. Upon hearing this keyword, Mose's expression darkened profoundly. It became evident that this matter was orchestrated by the Ancient One. But the question lingered. Why would she do such a thing? She had clearly asked for assistance in resolving Dr. Strange's temporal dilemmas during their previous conversation. Yet now she was engaging in this treachery. Could it be that Mose harbored an incredulous thought? The Ancient One had not remained the righteous sorcerer supreme of Earth as he had remembered. It was entirely possible that during the years she sustained her life through the power of Dormammu, she had succumbed to darkness and become a devotee of Dormammu. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such contemplations. The pressing matter at hand was to address the situation before him. Any musings were merely conjectures swirling in Mose's mind. He needed to deal with the creature before him. The expansion of the portal could not be permitted to continue. Should the great old one breach this world, it would spell catastrophic doom for humanity. He attuned himself to the energy that Ganata had just bestowed upon him. For this battle, he could wield it freely. Xiaona, remain on the sidelines and do not intervene. Allow me to handle this myself. After all, this predicament arose from his own actions, and Mose preferred to resolve it independently rather than rely on another's strength. Very well, exercise caution, she replied, given that Mose had not instructed her to engage. Ganata stood by, watching intently. If you were at full power, even 50 of me would not suffice to vanquish you. Yet, with merely a few tentacles, you think to impose your will. You are woefully inadequate. A flash of light shimmered in Mose's hand as two cards materialized, one depicting the dark sword, the other the enclosure. The dark sword activated its beam blade, while the enclosure transformed into its battle form beside him. Without needing further instruction, the enclosure understood Mose's intent. The tentacles interpreted Mose's commands, curling like a multitude of menacing serpents seeking to ensnare him. In an instant, they sliced through the air, encircling Mose and the enclosure within moments. Countless tentacles converged, attempting to entangle them. These massive tentacles, several meters wide, would easily crush anything ensnared within their grasp. A cannon barrel emerged from the enclosure's forehead, while it produced two submachine guns seemingly from thin air. Unleashing a barrage upon the advancing tentacles, Mose swung the dark sword, asserting that these tentacles posed no threat to him. Yet the temperature of the dark sword surged to its zenith. With the full force of energy unleashed, the blade's edge bore a faintly distorted aura, reaching a staggering temperature of 200 million degrees. On Earth, nothing could withstand its cutting strike. Not even vibranium shields could endure such terrifying heat, rendering everything it touched into nothingness. With a fierce slash, the ultra-high temperature severed a segment of the enormous tentacle, which had previously endured Mose's lightning strike unscathed. It fell to the ground, thrashing for a moment before becoming still. Within the gash created, Mose detected the tantalizing aroma of grilled squid. How delightful, he instinctively remarked, inadvertently inciting the fury of the tentacles. The tentacles' attack speed has ascended to an unprecedented level, rendering them mere phantoms in midair. Swiftly raising his hand, Mose positioned the dark sword before him as the tentacle struck with ferocity against the blade of light, leaving a charred layer upon its resilient surface. The force transmitted from the tentacle was formidable, causing Mose to grit his teeth as he was propelled backward, skidding several meters before regaining his footing. With a flourish of his sword, he broke free from the tentacle's grasp and launched another strike. This time, the tentacle, aware of the dark sword's searing heat, refrained from a direct confrontation. It recoiled and descended to the ground, attempting to burrow into the earth. Cognizant of its intent, Mose immediately discerned its thoughts. Several massive tentacles clawed at the ground, pulling forcefully as more emerged from the portal, extending several meters. With a surge of lightning coursing through his legs, he unleashed a powerful blast beneath his feet, propelling himself towards the tentacle, clutching the dark sword tightly. Observing Mose's interception, the tentacles that were free launched an assault upon him. Yet, Mose's speed surpassed theirs. Despite the immense strength of the tentacles, their velocity was lacking. Each time they nearly struck him, he deftly evaded their grasp, inciting frustration in the tentacles as their attacks fell short. As he maneuvered, Mose executed a backflip. Seemingly endowed with the ability to see behind him, and with the momentum of his descent, he plunged the 200 million degree dark sword into the tentacle. The excruciating pain sent the tentacle thrashing wildly, and Mose utilized this force to propel himself away, his assault relentless even in midair. The temperature of his lightning could not rival the terrifying heat of the dark sword. Thus it transformed into a slender chain in his grasp. One end held firmly while the other was cast forth. Even suspended in the air, Mose maintained control over the dark sword, severing the tentacles with greater dexterity and a wider reach than when it was directly in his hand. In the brief span of less than 10 seconds aloft, upon landing, he had already cleaved 3 tentacles. My analysis holds true. This ancient dominator is not adept in close combat, indicating that its kind is renowned for mental assaults. Mose mused. Indeed, the ancient dominators are formidable. Their physical forms are colossal. Even the largest creature on Earth, the blue whale, would meet its demise with a single strike from them. Their true strength lies in psychic attacks, and if all the tentacles' true forms were to manifest here, employing mental assaults, Mose's current abilities would be utterly helpless against the onslaught of a single cosmic-level psychic attack. Yet, at present, these few tentacles lack the power to render him defenseless. Upon landing, seizing the fleeting moment while the tentacles writhed in agony, Mose summoned lightning once more, instantly flashing to the side of the cosmic cube. Gazing at the ceaseless energy being released from the cosmic magic, his attention was drawn to the formation beneath the cube, which bore a silver glow. Indeed, the very spark of lightning he had infused. It was clear that this streak of lightning was the catalyst. Ancient One, you truly outwitted me. His lightning was not aimlessly flitting within the formation, but rather operated in a deliberate sequence. Upon witnessing this magical array, Mose did not display any signs of impatience. Rather, a smile crept across his lips. Ancient One had calculated countless outcomes. Yet she could not foresee that Mose possessed a Sharingan capable of instantly mastering all forms of magic. Perhaps upon observing Mose's rapid assimilation of the entire treatise of the Vashandi Empire in less than half a day, Ancient One felt a flicker of anxiety. Chapter 47. The Violet Bones. Mose speculated that Ancient One's intention in presenting the treatise of the Vashandi Empire was to teach him a spell or two from the Supreme Mage repertoire, thus instilling him with a sense of security before venturing into such a place. However, she could hardly have anticipated that Mose not only mastered it, but absorbed the entire tome, far surpassing her expectations. The potency of the treatise of the Vashandi Empire was even greater than Mose had imagined. He mused silently. Truly, it was a super magic attainable only by those of the Supreme Mage caliber. Alas, he still had much ground to cover and had yet to fully harness its power. If he could master it completely, he would possess confidence in his magical prowess that rivaled anyone. Mose continually contemplated this in his mind while demonstrating all the spells he had learned. Observing the writhing tentacles afflicted by excruciating pain, he refrained from casting the spells he had acquired. Instead, he sought to amalgamate those spells with his inherent abilities, aspiring to forge a unique style of magic that belonged solely to him. Ancient One, I shall not let you off the hook once I emerge from here. A fierce intent to kill blazed in his eyes. This was the first time he had been ensnared since entering this world. Had he not acquired the Sharingan, relying solely on the initial spells from the treatise of the Vashandi Empire would have rendered him incapable of subduing the tentacles of this ancient ruler. While he might not perish at their hands, he would undoubtedly return grievously injured, leaving him defenseless against Ancient One's subsequent machinations. Boom! A resounding roar echoed from an unknown source, its volume increasing, becoming increasingly distinct. as if it resonated right beside him. Mose, perplexed, lifted his gaze. The space around him had been enveloped by his boundless ceiling, rendering it impervious to the elements outside. It cannot be the storm outside. After a moment of investigation, Mose discovered the thunderous noise emanated from within his own heart. In the next instant, a flash of lightning glimmered in his eyes, interspersed with flickers of darkness. Mose parted his lips, and at that moment, a peculiar sensation welled up from the depths of his being. He did not resist this strange feeling, rather, he allowed it to spread throughout his heart. In the following moment, the energies of both colors were drawn into the Sharingan. An unceasing influx of lightning and darkness absorbed within. The three tomo within his Sharingan gradually began to transform. They coalesced into a black circle, interconnected by three black rings, with a small black dot positioned centrally above them. Mose could distinctly sense the transformation in his eyes. This was his own kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It was not the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of any character from the original work. These eyes were entirely his own, a brand new Sharingan. Originally, the Sharingan could not actively absorb the energies contained within the Thunder Fruit and the Blacklight Virus, but Mose had been ensnared by Ancient One, nearly facing a life-threatening peril. That peculiar sensation was a precursor to the Sharingan's ability to absorb these two types of energy. Perhaps this was the unique characteristic of the system's Sharingan. The evolution requirements of the Sharingan have been met. Reason for satisfaction, extreme rage. The sudden voice of the system echoed in Mose's mind, illuminating the truth behind it all. It seemed that the emotions capable of triggering the evolution of the Sharingan were not limited to the sorrow of losing loved ones. Extreme anger could suffice as well. The system did not provide specific conditions for evolution, so Mose deduced them from the information at hand. Meanwhile, the tentacles, having recovered from their agonizing state, were now consumed by unrestrained fury. Initially suppressed by the four-direction suppression, several tentacles had now been severed by Mose. The humiliation of being bested by a mere human was profound. The color of the remaining tentacles began to shift to a deep crimson, akin to the flush of a human face in anger, signifying their genuine wrath. Witnessing this transformation, the previously languid Ganata gradually adopted a serious demeanor, purple energy mist swirling around her. Shao Na, do not engage. Mose's voice resonated from a distance, leaving Ganata momentarily stunned. You intend to handle this yourself? The situation is entirely different from before, she exclaimed, urgency lacing her tone. With a whoosh and a boom, two resonant sounds reverberated through the vast arena. The force of the blast shattering the floor beneath Mose and enveloping the area in a thick cloud of dust. What is happening? Ganata fanned the air with her hand, her eyes darting through the haze in search of Mose's figure. When she finally caught sight of him emerging from the dust, her expression froze in disbelief. As the mist dissipated, a colossal, deep purple skeleton appeared, firmly grasping one of the massive tentacles, holding it fast despite its thrashing. Given the spaciousness of the arena, the purple skeleton was not overwhelmingly large, yet it stood at an impressive height of 5 to 6 meters. A radiant glow emanated from the skull of the skeleton, and its free left hand seized the dark sword from Mose, activating the energy field of the beam blade, which then expanded rapidly. The blade grew to a size comparable to that of the purple skeleton, and the energy field within the sword's hilt spread outward, reconstituting it into a beam blade. This motion occurred in under 3 seconds, as the skeleton raised the now enlarged dark sword, preparing to cleave the tentacle. Previously, Mose could only sever 1/5 or 1/3 of a tentacle, but now, wielding a massive dark sword akin to the purple skeleton, he cleaved the tentacle cleanly at its root. The excruciating pain caused all the tentacles to curl, instinctively protecting themselves like a human hand reflexively curling in response to pain. What in the world is this? Ganata was utterly bewildered. She had never seen Mose employ such an ability before. Shao Na, indeed. It is different when it is enraged, but I too have transformed. Mose's amused voice rang out. This enormous purple skeleton was none other than the unique ability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo. From the bones of the skeleton surged forth an abundant array of black threads, intricately intertwined upon the skeletal structure, resembling veins of blood that connected thunder and lightning, thus forming flesh and blood. Once this flesh and blood took shape, a silvery radiance of lightning erupted within it, enveloping the surface in a shimmering raiment of thunder. Should a member of the Uchiha clan, capable of manifesting Susanoo, stand before this manifestation, they would undoubtedly be awestruck by the sight of this formidable Susanoo. This entity had ascended into its second form. It is a rarity to witness one who has just awakened Susanoo immediately transition into its second form. However, the second form of Moxie S. Susanoo diverges from the ordinary. It is a corporeal body composed of the Thunder Fruit and the Blacklight Virus, and in terms of resilience, it rivals the original second form of Susanoo. When it comes to offensive capabilities, the 200 million degree dark sword renders it invincible. This Susanoo shall emerge as the mightiest manifestation of its kind. How marvelous, how exquisite. Feeling the profound changes within, a look of rapture graced Moxie's countenance. No wonder that before gaining the power of the six paths, the second pillar favored this form of Susanoo. Its versatility is unparalleled. Chapter 48. Heroic Valor. With a mischievous grin, Moxie boldly faced the tentacles before him. In a flash, the spectral form of Susanoo appeared beside several tentacles, severing 3 or 4 meter-long appendages that fell to the ground. The Ancient One, aware that its current number of tentacles would be insufficient to contend with Moxie, retracted 2 of them to brace against the portal, attempting to force it open slightly. Yet Moxie would not grant it such an opportunity. With a swift strike, he severed the tentacles propping the portal. Thus, the farce drew to a close. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan erupted with power, instantly dismantling the array that operated the cosmic cube, causing the portal to begin its contraction. Originally extending 7 or 8 tentacles, the portal diminished in size, leading to a reduction in the number of tentacles, which clung desperately to the portal, unwilling to be vanquished by Moxie. The intensely heated dark sword effortlessly severed the remaining appendages, leaving them in vain. Ultimately, the last 2 tentacles were also cut, and with no supports or functioning array, the portal gradually closed. In truth, Moxie could have closed the portal the moment he observed the array, having mastered the principles of its operation through the entirety of the Vishandi Codex's Sharingan. Stopping it would have been effortless. Yet the emergence of Susanoo sparked Moxie's desire to test its might. Thus he refrained from hastening the closure. Now, having stirred enough chaos, and uncertain if the Ancient One possessed any further tricks, Moxie chose to close the portal preemptively to avoid unforeseen complications. The cosmic cube lacked sentience. As the array that powered it faltered, the surrounding azure magic was absorbed back into the cube, returning to a hushed stillness. As the dust settled, Moxie exhaled in relief, reverting the dark sword to its normal size and dispelling the form of Susanoo. I truly regard you with newfound admiration. You exceed my expectations immensely. Ganata approached Moxie. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the man before her. Despite being of an age that barely registered in comparison to her own, he possessed an array of hidden strengths. The deep purple skeletal giant that had just appeared was an enigma to Ganata. She had never encountered such a phenomenon in this universe, and it did not appear to be a piece of advanced technology. Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that they needed to prepare the battlefield. Moser surveyed the surroundings, a smile creeping upon his lips. Prepare the battlefield? Ganata inquired, puzzled. Leaning closer to her ear, Moser whispered a few words, and upon hearing them, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded. I want to join too. 10 minutes later, the boundless lock made contact, and before long, the door was forcefully breached. Moser, Carter's voice echoed from outside as agents from SHIELD surged in, only to halt in shock at the chaos within. The gymnasium was in utter disarray. No part of it remained intact, marred by colossal, inexplicable marks and charred gashes. The once pristine floor was now a mosaic of destruction, with no fragment exceeding a meter in size remaining whole, and the tesseract lay abandoned beside the machinery. He's over there. Carter scanned the room, his gaze quickly locking onto the center, where he dashed forward. Upon reaching Moser, he found him lying in a pool of blood, the viscous fluid presenting a harrowing visual impact. Moser's chest was severely concaved, and both his hands and ankles bore grotesque distortions. The onlookers, seasoned in the face of death, instantly recognized the futility of survival in the presence of such a mangled form. Did Loki do this? What on earth transpired? Questions swirled in everyone's minds. This did not resemble the work of a being of their stature, but rather that of a colossal creature. The lifeless boy in the bloodstain was beyond saving. Carter slowly crouched down, trembling as he reached out to lift Moser, acutely aware that the loss of blood rendered any hope of survival non-existent. Gazing at Moser, now devoid of life, Carter found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by silent grief. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding SHIELD agents remained silent, quietly departing to tend to the battlefield. Some brought specialized containment boxes, intending to secure the tesseract. You cannot take that, it belongs to me. A voice emerged from the ether as golden light emanated from beneath the tesseract, lifting it into the air. A golden ring materialized, a sight all too familiar to Nick Fury and his compatriots, for Moser had previously emerged from such a luminous portal. Moser? Those who knew him looked on with hopeful eyes, yet to their dismay, the figure that emerged was not the one they longed to see, but a bald woman clad in a yellow outfit. It was none other than the Ancient One. This item has been under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s custody. May I inquire who you are? Nick Fury stepped forward, gauging the reactions of those around him. The Ancient One cast a fleeting glance in his direction, disregarding him entirely, and spoke to herself. It seems rather difficult to kill Moser. It requires the use of a teleportation array from an ancient entity. While speaking, she scanned the area, perplexed by the absence of Ganada. Was it through the boundless confinement that she managed to send someone away? Humph. How curious it is to send others off while neglecting herself, all the while feigning concern for the safety of Earth. Ancient One's soliloquy left the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in perplexity. What is this old one? They were unaware, yet they recognized that another had participated in the murder of Morse. What do you mean? Carter, who had remained impassive until now, finally raised her head, her icy visage marred by an intense murderous intent, her gaze locked onto Ancient One. With a smile unfazed by Carter's malice, Ancient One mused, "This individual is an unpredictable variable. If I do not eliminate him, how shall I seize control of Earth? I have long grown weary of safeguarding you feeble beings. Had Morse still been alive, he would have surely appreciated the gift I have bestowed upon him. I will kill you," Carter exclaimed, leaping into action, her fist aimed at Ancient One. With a mere flick of her hand, Ancient One sent Carter hurtling through the air, crashing against a nearby support column. Observing the scene, the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents swiftly drew their firearms, intent on firing at Ancient One. Yet, as she moved her hand again, they felt an invisible force strike their wrists, causing their weapons to slip from their grasp. Huh, with such meager skills, you would do well to kneel. You lack even the qualification to stand. Ancient One chuckled, her eyes narrowing, compelling all present to feel their legs weaken. Succumbing to the ground as she had foretold, Carter and her companions struggled to rise, but the weight upon them was suffocating. They could barely twitch a finger, let alone stand. At last, I can reign over Earth. With Morse deceased, no one remains capable of thwarting me. The pitiable sight of the struggling agents, unable to rise, incited a derisive laughter from Ancient One, her mirth brimming with arrogance. Yet, before her laughter could fade, a soft chuckle interrupted her. Is that so? Then allow me to present you with a gift as well. In the next moment, the spatial cube in Ancient One's possession erupted with a thunderous explosion. The formidable energy did not dissipate. Rather, it enveloped her entirely. For as the sound echoed, another ethereal voice resonated. Technique of the Vishanti, boundless confinement. In a mere heartbeat, Ancient One vanished from the sight of all. Within 10 seconds, she reappeared before them, now kneeling upon the ground. The sight was one of utter disarray. Her former arrogance had vanished, replaced by a visage drenched in blood, appearing exceedingly wretched. Her garments lay in tatters. And even if something were to be revealed, no one dared to gaze upon it, for her injuries were truly horrific. Her body bore no unscathed skin, marked by charred remnants from the explosion. A layer of black runes coursed across her surface. Perhaps these inscriptions were the reason for her survival. The black runes flowed, each one seeping into her wounds, astonishingly healing at a visibly rapid pace. With a subtle gesture, Ancient One summoned 2 black garments that gracefully flew from the portal of suspended rings, draping themselves upon her form. Once she had adorned herself, her countenance darkened as she fixed her gaze upon a certain direction. There, the fabric of the void trembled, and a boy with a smile emerged alongside a stunning young woman. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It was Moser and Janata. In Moser's hand, the cosmic cube radiated a brilliant azure light, revealing that they had just employed its power to cloak themselves. You deceived me, employing the magic of all things and nature from the Book of Vishanti, did you not? The Ancient One's voice dripped with malice. Just an hour prior, they had exchanged pleasantries. Yet the atmosphere now crackled with tension. Moser tossed his head back with a chuckle. Thanks to you, I have mastered the Book of Vishanti. It truly is quite effective. I owe you my gratitude. Although his words were ostensibly gracious, they carried no warmth, their icy undertone palpable to all, especially to the Ancient One, whose expression darkened further. Had it been an ordinary illusion, the Ancient One would have seen through it effortlessly. However, all things in nature was a premier illusion from the Book of Vishanti, capable of seamless disguise, a sophisticated art. Unbeknownst to her, Moser had acquired the kaleidoscope Sharingan, elevating his magical prowess to a level that equaled or even surpassed her own. At this level, employing a supreme illusion rendered him undetectable to her. She had genuinely believed Moser to be dead, emboldening him to brazenly emerge with the cosmic cube. Now, not only had he failed to claim the cube, but he had also dealt her a significant blow. Well done indeed. The murderous intent in her voice was unmistakable. Though she had existed for centuries and possessed the magical prowess of a supreme sorceress, her corporeal form lacked the extraordinary resilience that Moser possessed. She was merely above the average human. A bullet or a stab could inflict fatal harm upon her. The recent explosion had triggered a life protection spell she had woven years ago with considerable effort. The Ancient One had not anticipated such a moment, and before she could react, the spell had activated. I never imagined that an old one could not slay you. You have truly surpassed my expectations. Dark, visible waves of energy emanated from her being, and the surrounding space bore faint signs of fragmentation. I expended the vast majority of Dormammu's power to peer into the only visible future with the Time Stone, crafting a plan accordingly. Yet, it appears I have only succeeded in inflicting superficial wounds upon you, truly worthy of one who has altered the timeline. The onlookers were oblivious to the implications behind her words. All they understood was her intent to kill Moser, who, however, sensed something amiss. Dormammu's power? Moser's brow furrowed deeply at this revelation. Was this not her arch-nemesis? Could it be that you? The Ancient One cast aside any pretense, the black mark of Dormammu materializing upon her forehead. Originally no larger than 3 fingers, the mark rapidly spread across her visage, enveloping her face in a chaotic display. Have you truly succumbed to Dormammu's power? Mercer exclaimed, astonished at the terrifying visage before him. A supreme sorcerer, ensnared by the Lord of the Dark Dimension? Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely seek to harness its power for my own purposes. And I have come to a realization. With such formidable strength at my disposal, why should I remain tethered to this insignificant Earth, safeguarding this feudal realm? I shall seize control of the entire planet and become its sovereign. Gone was the previously serene demeanor of Gu Yi, replaced by an unimaginable madness. I never anticipated you would undergo such a transformation, Mercer remarked, disappointment lacing his voice. Do not feign omniscience. Once I capture you, I shall find ways to pry open your mind and uncover its secrets. A dense, dark energy surged from Gu Yi's hand, embodying the essence of pure malevolence, spreading rapidly around her feet. Those members of S.H.I.E.L.D. attempting to exit the arena found themselves ensnared by the encroaching darkness. Their once white sclerae now transformed into a deep abyss, rendering their gazes eerily unsettling. I never perceived you as possessing such capabilities, Mercer chuckled, standing idly without making a move. Gu Yi disregarded his words, clenching her palm as boundless darkness surged forth towards Mercer, with a smile adorning his face. Mercer observed Gu Yi as the shadows loomed to envelop him, only to halt abruptly 5 meters away, unable to advance further. Have you forgotten what I possess? This space is under my dominion. The azure energy pulsated subtly, creating a barrier that repelled Gu Yi's darkness. By the Book of Ashanti, calm the spirit and cleanse the veins. As Mercer's voice resonated, those who had been tainted by darkness regained their clarity. Before they could fully comprehend their situation, they felt the disorienting sensation of stepping off a staircase, and in a blink, they found themselves outside the arena. Within the arena, the faintly radiating azure energy retracted into the cosmic cube, expelling everyone else. Only Mercer, Ganata, and Gu Yi remained amidst the shattered remnants of the arena. Now, I shall witness what abilities you possess to escape from my grasp, Mercer declared. You think a mere child like you can thwart me? Gu Yi retorted, her plans thwarted. With a casual gesture, she conjured a portal beside her and leaped into it. Observing this, Mercer sighed and shook his head slightly. Dark energy materialized from his right arm, greatly enlarging it as he reached back. With a swift motion, his hand seized Gu Yi's neck through the portal, the overwhelming force causing her eyes to bulge in disbelief. Did I not mention? This space is already mine to command. Chapter 50. Simplicity. It was only then that Ancient One realized that the surrounding space was subtly infused with a deep azure energy, swirling around her. While Emosu's grip on the cosmic cube remained unchanged. This was not the original arena. From the moment Ancient One stepped into this place, she had already found herself in a dimension conjured by the cosmic cube. Just as Emosu had stated, this realm, constructed by his manipulation of the cosmic cube, was indeed under his dominion. Within this space, any teleportation spells had become utterly ineffective. With a vice-like grip around Ancient One's neck, Emosu hurled her forcefully towards the ground. The tremendous impact caused the ground beneath her to fracture like a spider's web, illustrating the sheer power of the blow. Coughing violently, she spat a copious amount of blood. Her body could scarcely endure such an assault multiple times. Don't underestimate me. A black and gold circular magic array surged into existence in Ancient One's hands, imbued with colossal magical energy, aimed directly at Emosu's visage. However, before she could unleash the spell, Emosu swiftly stepped onto her palm, ruthlessly shattering the magic array. The bones in her hand fractured alongside it, eliciting a cry of pain from her lips. Ancient One was a supreme sorceress, drawing strength from Dormammu, rendering her far more formidable than before. Should the Avengers attempt to thwart her, even if they succeeded by a stroke of luck, the outcome would be devastating. Emosu was acutely aware of this fact. Hence, each of his attacks was unrelenting, truly aimed to incapacitate. After all, the adversary had already harmed him once. Did he expect to show mercy? Curse that wretch. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as a dark luminescence emanated from her chest. Rather than gathering energy as before, she unleashed it instantaneously in an explosive manner. The tremendous detonation forced Emosu to instinctively leap back, affording Ancient One the opportunity to distance herself. Escaping was certainly impossible at this juncture. She first needed to inflict some trouble upon him, or else her own exit would be thwarted. With this thought in mind, she uttered a low incantation and struck the ground with fervor. A dozen golden and black magic arrays materialized beneath her hands, lifted into the air, and with a sweeping motion of her palm, they erupted into powerful beams of magical light, hurtling towards Emosu. Is that all you've got? Emosu smirked slightly, releasing his hold on the cosmic cube, instead harnessing the thunderous energy of the lightning fruit. With a mere thought, he activated the cosmic cube's abilities, causing the incoming magical beams to vanish into thin air as if they had sunk into a bottomless abyss. As Ancient One stood in astonishment, the space beside Emosu rippled, and identical magical rays re-emerged from within, aimed back at her. Ancient One's expression soured as she absorbed the onslaught of magical rays. Their previous potency was now mirrored in their return. The overwhelming magical energy disoriented her momentarily, as Emosu had utilized the cosmic cube to redirect her own spells back against her. This magic has completely lost its efficacy against him. No matter how much is used, it ultimately rebounds upon oneself. The capabilities of this space gem are truly vexing. Ancient One's complexion darkened, as she found herself utterly at a loss. The spells she had employed were all derived from the Book of Vishanti. Although their effects differed, their operational principles remained the same. The kaleidoscope Sharingan was already functioning in Master's eyes. No matter what magic Ancient One attempted, he could instantly discern its essence. Could it be that? Ancient One caught sight of his even more peculiar eyes. Could these eyes truly perceive all of her magic? This seemed far too exaggerated. Even if one were to master magic, achieving the ability to counter every move would be impossible. Could it be that Master had transcended the boundaries of magic? Damn it. This fellow is nothing short of a monster, mastering the Book of Vishanti to perfection in less than a day. This time, I have truly provoked the wrong person. Ancient One cursed internally, completely devoid of the initial composure she once had. Had Master not mastered the Book of Vishanti, she might not have lost to him. But now it was far too late. The space was sealed by Master. Ancient One could neither flee nor retaliate, her magical prowess insufficient to match his. Subduing Ancient One was astonishingly simple. With restrictions at every turn, victory was entirely out of reach. Fists rained down upon Ancient One's face, and no matter what escape tactics she devised, they were effortlessly thwarted by Master, leaving her to endure a relentless assault. Minutes later, Master held the half-conscious Ancient One in his grip, his eyes filled with pity. What a shame. I had thought we might become good friends, only to find you lost your way due to the allure of dark powers. The Ancient One I knew is unrecognizable now. Please wait. I concede. Spare me, and I shall follow you. Just grant me my life. Ancient One implored in desperation, sensing the murderous intent rising in Master's words. If this continued, she would surely perish. After uttering these words, Master stroked his chin in contemplation and nodded. Indeed, you are not yet dead, and you still hold some value. Upon hearing this, Ancient One's expression brightened. She believed she had found an opportunity and was about to say more when Master interjected. Earlier, you instructed me to battle it. Now, let us see if you can survive entering it yourself. If you can endure in your current state, then give it a try. What? Master snapped his fingers, and the cosmic cube, buoyed by lightning energy, emitted a cerulean energy wave, opening a portal. As he spoke, several tendrils appeared to wriggle through the portal. Seeing this, Master casually tossed Ancient One into the abyss. The tendrils reached out, ensnaring her immediately and pulling her back toward the portal, ensuring she could not escape. Master swiftly closed the portal, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You are truly ruthless, throwing her into the lair of that creature. We just roused its ire. Who knows how furious it has become now? Ganata's ethereal voice wafted over, as she gracefully landed beside Mercer. This was a reciprocal arrangement. With the Ancient One as a scapegoat, the Great Old Ones should refrain from disturbing our world. This was Mercer's intention. Having severed numerous tentacles from the Old One, it would undoubtedly be filled with rage. If left unchecked, it could potentially lead to a second invasion of Earth by the Old Ones. However, with a scapegoat to bear the brunt of its wrath, it might assuage some of its fury. Should it return, Mercer would be far more formidable than before. Oh, but those concerns were trivial now. The pressing matter was what to do with the severed tentacles. Ganata pointed eagerly at the gruesome remnants Mercer had discarded. Of course, we shall keep them. Such delectable morsels. Why would we offer them to others? Mercer replied with a grin. At his words, Ganata leapt up like a jubilant child, already devising a plan to divide the tentacles from the great old one with Mercer. With a sigh of relief, Mercer felt a weight lift off his shoulders. The situation had reached a resolution. This battle not only thwarted the Hydra's grand conspiracy, but also neutralized a hidden threat. Finally, he thought, perhaps he could indulge in a well-deserved respite. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Mission triggered. Rescue the Ancient One. Chapter 51. The curtain falls. This belated mission announcement left Mercer momentarily stunned. Why was the task issued only now? Shouldn't it have been assigned prior to the events? And to rescue the Ancient One, wasn't she just delivered to the Great Old One? Mercer furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering various possibilities. No, this could not be. The system wouldn't present such an unreasonable demand, knowing well the nature of the world he had sent the Ancient One to. Given his current strength, venturing to that realm would only lead to demise. Yet, the system had issued the task. Could there be another Ancient One? A glimmer of hope sparked in Mercer's eyes. After careful reflection, this seemed the most plausible explanation. Otherwise, traversing to the dimension of the Great Old Ones would only offer one route: death. Unless the system planned to grant him some formidable advantage post his arrival, but that was mere speculation. He dared not gamble his life to explore the nature of the Great Old One's realm. Thus, Mercer speculated whether there existed another Ancient One, holding on to a flicker of hope that this version, clouded by malevolent forces, was not the true one. He resolved to venture to the sanctum. Engaging in idle musings would yield no results. It was far more prudent to investigate the sanctum directly. As he pondered, Mercer lifted the cosmic cube's barrier over the space. Once the shimmering blue energy enveloping the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside the gymnasium dissipated, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings before stepping inside. As they entered, they were greeted by the sight of Mose and Ganata, their faces alight with excitement as they transported the enormous, grotesque tentacles, unceremoniously discarding them into a cerulean portal. Mose, are you all right? Seeing the two engaged in such an endeavor, particularly Mose, who appeared utterly unscathed, one would have thought him in perfect health. Ah, Carter. Upon noticing Carter, Mose found himself momentarily at a loss for words, vividly recalling the moment when she had held his lifeless body, speechless and choked with grief. Perhaps she harbored some peculiar feelings towards him. To be the object of attention from such a stunning woman is indeed a fortune for any man. Yet, Mose understood that her unusual sentiments were likely influenced more by the man who shared the same strikingly colored eyes as his own, Steve Rogers. Initially, Mose had regarded her as a neighborly sister, never contemplating anything beyond that. So when he witnessed the scene, although it stirred something within him, the sensation was not profound. Carter, I appreciate your care during these times. Allow me to present you with a gift, Mose said with a gentle smile. Huh, what is it? Carter inquired, puzzled. Mose raised his hand, and a ripple of spatial energy emerged beside him, revealing a large black rat that startled everyone present. This is your gift, take a look, Mose said, his face beaming with delight as he watched Carter. At this moment, Carter was unaware of the gravity of the situation. She stepped forward and discovered that it was a mummy. Squatting down, she knocked on it, but it did not respond. Trusting Mose implicitly, she boldly attempted to open it, unbothered by the possibility of something leaping out unexpectedly. This object was composed of Blacklight Virus material. Unless obliterated by an intercontinental missile, it would remain impervious to any attempts to disturb it. However, since Mose had encouraged Carter to open it, she found it surprisingly easy to do so. As she removed the facial covering of the mummy, the face she had long yearned for, often appearing in her dreams, came into view, leaving Carter momentarily dumbfounded. As the light broke through, Rogers, who had been trapped for so long, suddenly surged forth. Just as he was about to rise, the blacklight shell, which Carter had effortlessly opened, ensnared his limbs, forcefully pressing him back into the mummy's casing. What happened to him? Carter asked, stepping back in confusion and looking to Mose for answers. He was brainwashed and controlled by Hydra, subjected to experiments akin to those you endured. He has been under Hydra's control, frozen when not needed. A truly pitiful fate, Mose replied, shaking his head. Carter stood rooted, watching the man struggle, his eyes devoid of the tenderness he once held for her. Please, help him. He is a victim as well, coerced into becoming Hydra's weapon. The identity of the person who perished at his hands is something you would never expect, Mose continued. Who is it? Nick Fury approached, eager to hear more. With Natasha by his side, her rank sufficient to stand alongside Fury and listen to confidential matters. The remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents discreetly withdrew, aware of their place in the hierarchy. Though they were trusted by Nick Fury, their duties did not extend to such grave matters. Once they departed, Mercer revealed a shocking truth. He had killed Howard Stark. The mention of Howard Stark left Carter and the others momentarily stunned. Howard Stark was not an unfamiliar name to them. In fact, the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. was deeply intertwined with his contributions, as he had provided substantial financial support. Moreover, he was the father of Tony Stark. This posed a significant dilemma. Tony Stark was a crucial asset to the Avengers, and if he were to learn of his father's demise at Roger's hands, he would undoubtedly don his iron suit and seek vengeance. Despite his carefree demeanor, the wealthy young man longed for his parents, a sentiment that was palpable to Nick Fury and the others, even if he did not openly express it. Beneath his frivolous exterior lay a hint of self-destruction. "This is your concern now. I shall take my leave and rest. Do not seek me out again," Mercer stated, his expression grim. The others, bearing troubled faces, found no solace in his words. These past few days had been exhausting, and even a simple return home for fried chicken was marred by Hydra's attacks. Mercer, while mentally alert and physically unwearied, had begun to feel the weight of complications, and all he wanted was to contemplate how to utilize the acquired squid tentacles. "Very well, let us handle the next matters. Thank you immensely. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out," Nick Fury said, shaking Mercer's hand gratefully. Mercer nodded, snapping his fingers, and with a ripple of spatial distortion, he vanished alongside Ganata, leaving the onlookers in awe. This scene was witnessed by Peter, who had been lurking outside the gymnasium. Who was this individual with such formidable and enigmatic abilities? He had contemplated rushing in to aid Mercer, but every entrance to the gymnasium was sealed by a vibrant blue energy, confining him to aimless wandering outside. With relief flooding over him upon seeing Mercer unharmed, he turned to leave, only to notice a white piece of paper floating before him, inscribed with a message: "If you wish to find me, proceed to the address below." Chapter 52. The shadowy path. Mercer did not return home, but instead made his way to the Sanctum Sanctorum. Ganata was unwilling to accompany him there, so Mercer escorted her back to her residence first. Currently, the sanctum was devoid of the Ancient One, leaving no one to notice Mercer's presence. He wandered alone within the sanctum, able to evade all prying eyes thanks to the existence of the Tesseract. Yet, doubts began to creep into his mind. Could my deductions be erroneous? Am I truly meant to rescue the Ancient One? Mercer furrowed his brow. If so, he would prefer to abandon this mission altogether. After a fruitless search, Moser sighed and was about to turn back home when he suddenly halted in his tracks. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, prompting him to turn his head. He found himself on the highest floor of the sacred sanctuary, which served as the office of the Supreme Mage, a place rarely visited by anyone. The room was filled with an array of weapons and tomes, magical artifacts and spellbooks, that he regarded as mere refuse. Approaching the right side of the bookcase, he observed the shelves brimming with books, acutely aware that a breeze had indeed swept through moments ago. He stood before the bookcase, gazing for about 10 seconds, and smirked, already familiar with the scenario. Moser stepped forward, causing ripples of space to shimmer as he passed through the bookshelf. Behind it lay, as expected, a dimly lit passageway. The path was constructed of cobblestones, many of which were covered in moss, suggesting it had existed for a considerable time, certainly not built in the last century. Moser could vaguely surmise what awaited him at the end of this passage. With a swift motion, he leaped deeper into the gloom. The passage was not long, and within seconds, he reached the end, confronted by a wall. Dim, damp, and narrow. These were Moser's 3 impressions of the corridor. It was an exquisite prison, indeed, crafted with the essence of a villain. "Who goes there?" A weak voice echoed from the end. Startled by the sound, Moser looked up to see a small, altar-like platform at the passage's terminus, flanked by 2 upright pillars from which black chains emerged. Bound between the chains was a familiar visage. "Ancient One, what has happened to you?" Moser exclaimed, rushing forward. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the Ancient One's form appeared somewhat ethereal. A soul form? It was evident even to an ordinary person that her body was insubstantial, with her legs vanishing above the mid-thigh, resembling a spectral state. "You are the first to venture here in many years. Who are you?" The Ancient One's voice was frail, her eyelids drooping heavily. Were it not for Moser's ability to sense her energy directly, he might have thought she was on the brink of death. "That is inconsequential. What matters is that I rescue you." As he began to dismantle the 2 magical pillars beside her, the Ancient One halted him. "Do not. These pillars possess powerful protections. No one can breach them except for her." Moser quickly deduced whom she referred to, flashing a reassuring smile. "Fear not. I am quite adept in matters of magic." With that, Moser widened his eyes before the astonished gaze of the Ancient One, his azure-green irises transforming into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. After surveying the two pillars, Moser chuckled. Recognizing the simplicity of the old trick, he raised his hands, forming intricate seals, as golden magical energy coalesced before him into a palm-sized sigil. With a decisive gesture, he pressed his right hand against the sigil and struck the two pillars. The magic pillars that had imprisoned the Ancient One for countless years shattered from top to bottom. Freed from her bonds, the Ancient One collapsed onto the ground. Had the seal been broken? In disbelief, she gazed at the two pillars beside her, then turned her attention to the smiling youth before her. Noticing his unfamiliar attire, she paused for a moment and slowly inquired, "What year is it now?" Upon hearing this, Mose hesitated briefly before responding, "It must be long past your era. I am quite curious to hear how you became trapped here." The Ancient One let out a long sigh and began recounting her tale. She hailed from the mid-17th century, a time when she was still young and remarkably gifted, having ascended to the rank of the most powerful sorceress by the age of 23. During that period, she was a luminary in the magical realm, renowned for her prowess, leading fellow sorcerers in repelling numerous attacks from magical forces originating from other planets and dimensions. It was this formidable strength of Earth's sorcerers that began to echo throughout the cosmos. Many extraterrestrial magical beings recognized the most fatal limitation of the Ancient One, her mortality. While humans typically lived for around a century, many beings from other worlds enjoyed lifespans of 150 to 200 years. To protect Earth from these extraterrestrial assaults, the Ancient One founded the Sanctum Sanctorum, earning the title of Supreme Sorceress among the people. As time elapsed, she began searching for a new candidate to succeed her as Supreme Sorceress. Although many possessed magical talent, finding one who could grow to her level proved elusive. By the age of 50, the Ancient One grew anxious, for no suitable successor had appeared. It was during this time that she encountered dark magic. For every noble sorcerer dedicated to safeguarding Earth, there were also those who strayed from the righteous path, drawing upon the malevolent energies of evil dimensions for nefarious purposes. In the course of exterminating these villainous sorcerers, the Ancient One unexpectedly discovered Dormammu, the sovereign from the dark dimension, who sustained himself by devouring the universe. His existence would later be recorded in magical tomes as a multiversal threat. Should such a being unleash his full power, Earth would stand no chance of defense. Amidst this peril, a glimmer of opportunity emerged. The Ancient One uncovered spells capable of siphoning Dormammu's power. Ordinarily, she would disdain the notion of absorbing such malevolent energy to enhance her abilities. However, she recognized that many sorcerers who sought to draw on Dormammu's strength were motivated by the desire for immortality. Thus, the Ancient One began to contemplate the potential of harnessing his power for herself. If I can absorb Dormammu's strength to achieve immortality, I would have more time to find a suitable successor. The thought took root in her mind and spread uncontrollably. Yet, should this notion become public, it would strike a devastating blow to the entire alliance of noble sorcerers. Chapter 53. The Ancient One's past. The Ancient One had become more than just the leader of the Sanctum Sanctorum. She was the spiritual cornerstone for countless sorcerers. It was her very presence that inspired them to persevere. If the noble Supreme Sorceress were to draw upon the powers of a malevolent deity for the sake of immortality, regardless of her intentions, trust in her would be irrevocably shattered. The circumstances compelled Ancient One to adopt such measures, prompting her to retreat into the shadows. Withdrawing from the public eye, in secrecy, she siphoned off the energy of Dormammu, seeking both longevity and a suitable successor. Upon finding the right individual, she would promptly cease her current endeavors. However, this fleeting respite was not to last. For the act of absorbing Dormammu's power came with dire consequences. A dominion of the dark dimension was not meant to be easily appropriated. As the Supreme Sorceress, the repercussions of her actions manifested only after a considerable duration. Upon reaching the age of 100, Ancient One began to experience a fragmentation of her consciousness. The excessive intake of Dormammu's energy led to a bifurcation of her personality, embodying both benevolence and malevolence. The darker aspect of her persona was the malevolent Ancient One whom Mose encountered previously. This sinister side insisted that she should claim dominion over Earth, deeming it unnecessary to invest time in safeguarding such a world. Conversely, the virtuous Ancient One remained steadfast in her principles, tirelessly searching for the right candidate while awaiting the conclusion of her own life. The situation evolved, and the two distinct personalities harbored divergent aspirations. Thus, the malevolent Ancient One lurked in obscurity for decades. After a protracted period, she erupted in a fierce confrontation against the benevolent Ancient One. In that titanic clash, the malevolent Ancient One emerged victorious, expelling the virtuous aspect from her corporeal form and imprisoning her for her own amusement. The aftermath of the battle left the malevolent Ancient One unable to immediately pursue her ambitions of conquest, necessitating a gradual restoration of her strength. As time progressed into the modern era, the malevolent Ancient One's power was fully restored. She anticipated commencing her grand design. Yet when she employed the gems to glimpse the future, the world's trajectory eluded her grasp. Suddenly, the future shifted, leading her to discover Mose. And she began to contemplate how to eliminate him. Mose, already aware of the unfolding events, nodded silently in acknowledgement. This sequence of events did not surprise him. Rather, he found it aligned with the expected narrative. Dormammu, as the sovereign of the Dark Dimension, stood as an arch-nemesis to the Supreme Sorceress. It was perplexing that such a formidable entity would allow the Supreme Sorceress to intermittently draw upon his power for the sake of immortality without interference. It appeared that Dormammu was cognizant of the potential outcomes and permitted the situation to transpire. Had it not been for Mose's unexpected arrival in this realm, disrupting the original timeline, the ensuing developments would have likely seen Ancient One seize control of Earth, amassing ever more of Dormammu's power, ultimately becoming his acolyte, and leading the universe to fall under Dormammu's dominion. A being of multiversal caliber is not easily toppled by ordinary individuals. By the way, how did you come to know of my presence here? Ancient One inquired, her curiosity piqued upon encountering Mose. He recounted the circumstances surrounding his encounter with the malevolent Ancient One, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Ancient One regained her composure and heaved a long sigh. Impressive, truly impressive. To echo the sentiments of your nation, it is indeed a testament that heroes emerge from youth. You are also proficient in the language of Huaxia? Mose was somewhat astonished. Gu Yi's Mandarin was so impeccably standard that he almost believed she was an authentic Huaxia native. Having traversed the globe, Gu Yi had naturally acquired numerous languages. With a nonchalant smile, she responded, then inquired in Chinese, "How fares the world today?" Mose replied with a smile, "Quite well. Although there are still overt and covert conflicts among nations, it has transformed immensely compared to the world you once knew. Technological advancements are remarkable. You may require considerable time to acclimate." Gu Yi waved her hand dismissively, stating, "Conflicts among nations are perpetual. I have grown accustomed to them. I am, however, intrigued by technology. What marvels has it wrought now?" Mose chuckled lightly, opting not to elaborate further on the matter, and led Gu Yi outside. Upon witnessing the drastically transformed holy sanctum, Gu Yi opened her mouth, momentarily rendered speechless. Through the windows of the sanctum, she beheld the steel forest outside, lost in reverie. "It seems I have truly missed so much." "It's nothing. You can make up for it. I am curious, though, what will you do about your current state? Will you perish under the light?" Mose inquired. "Fear not. I am not the kind of spirit you envision," Gu Yi replied with a smile. Having visited Huaxia and being familiar with its myths, she understood his implication. "The previous seal has been lifted, and within the tomes of magic I stored, there exists a method to materialize through magic. I can easily recreate a vessel." Though her voice still bore a hint of weakness, her smile radiated a newfound sense of liberation, free from the previous fatigue. After being trapped for centuries, not through torment, but through the joy of rediscovering the world, Gu Yi felt quite content. "By the way, I have a question. Why did that Gu Yi not utilize the time stone during our battle?" Mose asked. "If employed in combat, the time stone becomes quite a formidable entity. It could revert time intermittently, effectively predicting your actions. In such a scenario, regardless of one's moves, the opponent could counter with ease." Gu Yi chuckled softly, explaining, "She was unable to use it. In our previous confrontation, the time stone had its power partially sealed. Currently, it can at most glimpse into the future, but cannot traverse through time. That is why each time she tormented me, she doubled her efforts, claiming that if I unsealed the time stone, she would release me. Who would believe such words? Is that so?" "Well done," Mose nodded, realizing he had been wary of this matter, thinking she would save it for a later time. He had not anticipated that it was the time stone that was sealed, rendering the malevolent Gu Yi powerless. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he spoke with a hint of urgency. "Oh no, I cast that Gu Yi into another dimension. The time stone hasn't followed her there, has it?" After a moment of silence, Gu Yi squinted her eyes, sensing the situation. She raised her hand, pinching her fingers together, and a gem radiating a green light materialized between them. The gem has lost its ability to control time, rendering it practically useless in combat. Hence, she chose not to take it with her. That is indeed a relief. Mercer exhaled, feeling assured that it was still manageable. Chapter 54. Childlike joy. Now that the matter had been resolved, I shall return. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. However, I must clarify that I will not engage in menial labor. Haha, splendid. The sanctuary shall always welcome your presence. You will be a lifelong friend of our hallowed place. Ancient One extended her ethereal right hand and exchanged a handshake with Mercer. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mercer departed the sanctuary using the cosmic cube. Standing under the sunlight, Ancient One gazed at the world beyond, murmuring to herself, "Where shall I begin to replenish my knowledge?" Stepping through the portal, Mercer found himself back in his room, nodding in satisfaction at the closed portal. This device is truly remarkable, far superior to the suspended ring. The mere thought of that cumbersome item, which required intricate circles to operate, deterred him from ever wanting to use it again. He had already relegated it to the storage space created by the Cosmic Cube. With the Cosmic Cube, Mercer could effortlessly fabricate various storage spaces of differing sizes for his belongings. This was particularly useful for storing the tentacles of the old ones. Otherwise, accommodating such large objects would be quite challenging. When Ganata observed his method, she could only marvel, exclaiming that he was undoubtedly a person from a fantastical realm. Mission accomplished. Reward acquired. Item card obtained. Armor Summoner. Game card acquired. 8. Upon hearing the series of voices echoing in his mind, Mercer felt a shiver run down his spine. Hastily, he raised his hand to grasp, and 2 cards materialized at his fingertips. Upon seeing the card, Mercer initially thought he had misread it and promptly selected to use it. What appeared was a thick tome. Upon opening it, he found it filled with many incomprehensible texts, yet he was certain it was a guide on how to play games. Such a thing exists? Moreover, I recall that the maximum in my previous world was merely 5. How did the system grant me an 8? Mercer had waited in vain for a 6 in his past life. Yet here in this world, he unexpectedly encountered the games of his former existence, and even an 8. This revelation filled Mercer with excitement. The gaming industry in his current world was still in its infancy. Despite the advanced technology, gaming had stagnated at 2. It was quite perplexing and decidedly unscientific. As for the game card, Mercer decided to store the tome for later contemplation. At present, his eager gaze was fixed upon the other card, Armor Summoner, Flame Dragon. As a native of Huaxia, Mercer was all too familiar with the armor warriors. This was a nostalgic echo of his childhood. He hastily used the card, and the sudden manifestation startled him, for 3 items appeared. The main component of the Armor Summoner. Several silver-edged badges, and a crimson crystal. Is this a fire crystal? Does this mean I can summon the Flame Dragon armor? Setting the fire crystal upon a nearby table, Mercer withdrew a chair and sat down, meticulously examining the summoner in his hands. The summoner resembles the style of Armor 1. Featuring retro telephone-like buttons on its backside for communication. Contrary to what Moser had envisioned, the front's circular viewing area was not red. Since he possessed a fire crystal, Moser assumed it was meant to summon the Flame Dragon armor. If that were the case, the front ring should indeed be red. However, it now appeared a dull gray. And even the silver-edged emblems were blank, failing to display the insignias of the 5 sets of armor. Could it be that Moser, holding one of the silver-edged emblems, drew it near the fire crystal? The crystal emitted a faint glow, and a beam of light shot forth, illuminating the center of the silver emblem. Instantly, the once empty emblem revealed a vibrant crimson hue, showcasing the striking dragon head insignia. Was this how it was meant to be used? I still need to collect the other light stones. Moser glanced at the other 4 blank silver emblems on the table, suddenly feeling a pang of anxiety. As if the game were demanding a sacrifice of his in-game resources. He chuckled to himself, eager to experiment. Gazing at the Armor Summoner in his hand, Moser couldn't suppress a broad grin. Anyone watching would surely be startled by his foolish laughter. Ahem, here it comes, here it comes. With a serious demeanor barely concealing his excitement, he stood in the room, securing the Armor Summoner to his wrist and inserting the Flame Dragon emblem. He raised his left hand, then his right, repeating the motions, before shouting with fervor, "Flame Dragon armor, merge." Boom. The fire crystal erupted with a surge of luminous energy, enveloping Moser. The crimson energy outlined the contours of the armor, with additional energy swiftly filling the gaps, transforming into the genuine armor. In the blink of an eye, Moser had become the Flame Dragon Knight. I've transformed. I've truly transformed. As he reveled in the sensation of his metamorphosis, Moser erupted into joyful laughter beneath his armor, feeling more exhilarated than at any previous acquisition of power. This armor was steeped in nostalgia. While its combat effectiveness might not be the highest, it was undoubtedly the most sentimental. What is happening? Is that you, Moser? The resounding transformation echoed throughout the room, catching the attention of Janata, who lived in the same building. Her voice approached rapidly as she flung open Moser's door, only to behold him clad in the Flame Dragon armor. Ah, you're here. Look at me. Am I not utterly striking? Upon seeing Janata enter, Moser confidently flashed a peace sign, convinced of his own dashing appearance. Janata stared at the armor, her mouth agape, and after a moment, she slowly closed the door. Just pretend I was never here. Enjoy yourself. TCH, you simply don't understand the romance of a man. Moser paid her no mind, standing still as he fondled his armor. No, he should be caressing the armor itself. Up and down, left and right. He reveled in it like a child who had just received a new toy. except he was the grand toy himself. Time to test its power. Moser descended the stairs to the rear of the house, where a small patch of open land awaited him, an intentional choice he made while inspecting the property. This space would serve as a venue for physical exercise or leisure activities. As he turned the knob on the right side of his belt, a thought crossed his mind. And the central Tai Chi emblem of the belt projected a red crystal card, perfectly aligned with his height, which contained a double-edged long sword. Reaching out to touch the red crystal card, Moser grasped the double-edged sword with his palm, and the belt emitted a triumphant sound. Flame blade. Wow, this is incredible! Moser exclaimed, thoroughly enchanted by the built-in sound effects of his belt. It was an extraordinary toy, one he could freely enjoy. Thus, clad in his flame dragon armor, he played from 3 in the afternoon until 8 in the evening, indulging in 5 glorious hours of excitement. Ganata, observing from the balcony, wore a complex expression as she beheld the scene below. The manner in which the armor appeared was indeed peculiar. But was it truly necessary to play for 5 continuous hours? She had previously thought him quite mature. Was that merely an illusion? Had she not called out her hunger? Moser might have continued his revelry for another 5 hours. The exhilaration was simply overwhelming. During these 5 hours, Moser thoroughly acquainted himself with all the abilities of the flame dragon armor. He mastered its trio of weapons, the sword, bow, and darts, along with the ultimate techniques, slash and punch, as well as an auxiliary skill, the Zen seal, which allowed him to freeze time within a certain radius. However, he pondered what entities might resist its effects. This skill was rare even in armor warriors, where it was often used to impress rather than utilized effectively, despite its immense potential. Perhaps it was due to the energy consumption of the armor? The armor did not simply disengage at the wearer's whim. It could be forcibly removed through combat. Each set of armor possessed a specific combat duration, and the use of skills would deplete the light energy within the armor. The rarity of using broad control skills like the Zen seal likely stemmed from their significant energy demands. Lost in thought, Moser took out the armor summoner and executed a transformation on the spot. Armor fusion, he declared as red light enveloped him, and the armor descended. This spectacle ignited fervor among the other boys, yet Ganata remained unimpressed. Could you refrain from being so dramatic? Don't you realize how juvenile this seems? She remarked, showcasing her awareness of the term nibby. Hey, what is juvenile about this? I've always dreamed of having a suit of armor that outshines everyone else's. Moser chuckled. Clad in armor, he stepped aside, his hands layered upon each other. Zen seal. The belt of armor resonated once more, and simultaneously, the surrounding sounds abruptly ceased. The gentle rustle of the wind through the treetops, the occasional chirp of birds, and the distant blare of car horns vanished entirely. Ganata focused her mind, quickly regaining her composure, yet she was not immobilized. Startled, she sensed the transformation around her. Had time truly been suspended? Observing her ability to move, Moser engaged the Zen seal again, employing it several times. After the third invocation, the flame dragon armor disassembled autonomously, affirming Moser's suspicions. It appeared that the energy stored within the armor dictated its limits. Each transformation could be sustained for no more than 3 instances before disintegration occurred. As the merged form of Moser reverted, he found himself muttering to himself, only to soon feel a lingering, resentful gaze directed at him. Turning, he beheld Ganata. Her lips pursed in indignation as she glared at him. What are you, an ancient crone of 1,000 years, pretending to be adorable? A small, furious punch aimed for Moser's cheek, imbued with a palpable intent to harm. Moser gasped, swiftly utilizing the cosmic cube to evade the blow. Beholding the irate Ganata, he broke into a cold sweat. Had that punch connected, he would have been sent flying at least 800 miles away. Just a jest, a jest. Let us dine. Moser chuckled nervously, offering some flattering words to pacify the girl, and after much effort, he managed to soothe her. Dinner that evening comprised the tentacles of the old ones. As both Moser and Ganata were no ordinary beings and had long anticipated the flavor of these squid appendages, they set up a grand bonfire in the open space behind the building, producing a tentacle measuring no less than 4 meters in length and width, which they proceeded to slice with a dark blade. Naturally, this fire was not of the mundane sort. Earthly flames could never cook such tentacles, no matter how long they burned. Instead, they utilized a specially crafted boiler made from Kebir crystals, capable of elevating temperatures to several thousand degrees. Although the tentacles were notoriously resilient to heat, they had lost their vitality, and such extreme temperatures were adequate for cooking. Moser slathered a generous amount of seasoning over the tentacle, which was so abundant it could make even the most mundane dish delectable. Quite delightful. It possesses a wonderful chewiness. Moser and Ganata nodded in satisfaction, engaging in a spirited discussion about the flavor of the tentacle. Should the old one witness this scene, it would surely incite its wrath. After a few bites to satisfy their cravings, the ensuing spectacle would undoubtedly terrify any onlooker. They raised the enormous squid tentacle, far larger than their own bodies, and began to stuff it into their mouths. The tentacle transformed into a luminous streak as it approached Ganada's lips, swiftly vanishing within. Even she could not suppress her astonishment at the energy contained within the tentacle. Noticing her expression, Moser felt a surge of excitement. The eagerly anticipated Blacklight Virus surged forth from within him, enveloping the entire tentacle in a mass of dark energy, morphing it into a writhing, indistinct entity. The Blacklight Virus incessantly decomposed and absorbed, leaving no trace of the matter contained within the tentacle unused. The two individuals absorbed all those tentacles, with Ganada contentedly rubbing her belly beside him. Meanwhile, Moser stood frozen in place, acutely aware that the Blacklight Virus within him was rapidly evolving. He gasped in horror, exclaiming how terrifying it was. The tentacles from the ancient dominators possessed an overwhelming energy. Not a trace of that energy was lost in the layers of decomposition by the Blacklight Virus. The few he absorbed instigated a mutation within him. What kind of evolution would it bring forth? Would it manifest as weaponry, or perhaps skills? Moser awaited eagerly, sensing the blacklight matter swirling ceaselessly within his body. Just as he thought it would converge towards his arm, unexpectedly, it surged upward into his brain. In that moment, Moser was left stunned. Ganada noticed his unusual state and approached him, poking him gently. "Hey, what's wrong?" No response. "Come on, say something." Despite her repeated inquiries, Moser remained unresponsive. His gaze blankly fixed on the distance, causing Ganada to panic. Chapter 56. Fragile knowledge. While her own constitution could easily absorb such entities, Ganada suddenly recalled that Moser's body had not transcended to her level. Would ingested matter of this nature overwhelm him? Unaware of the changes occurring within Moser, she feared that if this continued, it might jeopardize his life. Gathering purple energy in her palm, she intended to pat Moser on the back to help dissipate some of the energy he had just absorbed. In that instant, an immense surge of intangible energy erupted from Moser. Although the range was limited, Ganada, being closest, was undoubtedly struck directly by this invisible force, sent hurtling backward and leaving a deep mark upon the ground before finally coming to a stop. After regaining her balance, she looked up at Moser in shock. What is he doing now? Externally, Moser appeared unchanged. The transformation was occurring within. The tentacles had not altered his physique, but rather enhanced his mental prowess. Mental strength, the most challenging ability to augment. In the realm of fantasy novels, this is a feat achieved by only a select few. In the Marvel Universe, it is even more difficult to enhance, as the vast majority of its inhabitants rely on technology and cosmic energy. With the exception of the old dominators from subdimensions who are inherently endowed with strong mental capabilities, ordinary individuals find it nearly impossible to discover methods to elevate their mental strength. In the Marvel Universe, mental power lacks a classification system. Perhaps I could establish one myself. Previously, Moser had encountered two levels in the scriptures of the Sanctum, the singular cosmic level and the multiversal level, both concerning the potency of these entities. This distinction was straightforward. Moser contemplated for a moment, choosing not to elaborate further with Ganada, and dashed back to his room, where he began to scribble down the following conclusions with the rustle of paper currency. Asteroid level, with destructive power sufficient to influence a single planet. Followed by subplanetary and planetary levels, capable of affecting one or multiple planets, mastering cosmic aerial combat. Ascending the hierarchy, we encounter substellar and stellar tiers, with the latter possessing combat capabilities rivaling those of celestial beings, along with the capacity to obliterate stars at will. Further up lies the nebula tier, whose deterrent power can pervade entire nebulae. Beyond that, we reach the level of the Celestial Father, a being capable of effortlessly annihilating a nebula. Following this are the singular universe and multiverse tiers. These two existences represent the highest forms encountered by Mercer, either directly or indirectly, namely the ancient rulers of the singular universe and the dark Lord Dormammu of the multiverse. I suppose I belong to this tier, Mercer mused, circling the term substellar on the paper. Despite possessing a myriad of abilities, such as the Blacklight Virus, the Thunderfruit, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the Book of Vishanti, he pondered that, in the eyes of those deities, he might appear as nothing more than a child playing pretend. It appears I must enhance my strength, Mercer murmured. Learning something new at this point seems futile, rather than accumulating flashy skills. What I truly need is to amalgamate my existing abilities. In the context of a fantasy narrative, Mercer's current prowess is merely inflated. His foundation lacks solidity. It may seem impressive, yet against an opponent of equal standing but superior technique, Mercer would find it exceedingly challenging to prevail. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of envy towards Xiao Huohua. How wonderful it would be to have an elder in a ring guiding my training. With a sigh, Mercer acknowledged that although he possessed numerous formidable abilities, the methodologies for their application were solely for him to explore. For an ordinary individual to master even one of these abilities would require a lifetime of dedication, and Mercer simply did not have the luxury of time. In this Marvel universe, where celestial beings abound, he must swiftly elevate his capabilities to a divine level. Gazing at the tier classifications on the paper, Mercer tapped lightly on the table with his pen. In this light, beings like Thor and Loki could only be considered at most substellar in rank. After all, neither Thor nor Loki possesses the power to single-handedly obliterate a planet. Despite their self-proclaimed divinity, the Asgardians are not gods in the truest sense, but rather technologically advanced entities wielding immense power. They have mastered the energy of stars to enhance and transform themselves. On this backward planet Earth, their self-identified godhood is not entirely unwarranted. However, when it comes to genuine prowess, they are merely extraordinarily strong mortals, subject to natural death once their lifespan reaches its limit. I shall begin by learning about weaponry, Mercer decided after some contemplation, conjuring a dark sword into his hand. His understanding of swordsmanship was entirely lacking. These lightsaber-like weapons possessed techniques, yet the system provided no relevant information, indicating that swordsmanship must be self-taught. However, he could not recall any adept swordsman within the Marvel universe, which posed a challenge. Perhaps I should inquire of someone. Mercer retrieved the Tesseract, using it to open a rippling portal, stepping directly through the Sanctum Sanctorum. Upon the sudden appearance of Mercer, the Ancient One inquired, "Mercer, what brings you here unexpectedly? Is there something you need? How long have I been gone? And yet you've read so many books?" Mose glanced at the modern daily newspaper she had just set down, which contained only a few pages. However, around her, there was a towering pile of books. Gu-Yi was already immersed in a sea of literature. There is much knowledge to catch up on. I must hasten to keep pace with the times. Even in the fight against evil, one must evolve, Gu-Yi remarked with a smile. How do you manage it? Mose could not help but inquire. In such a short span, finishing even one or two books seems quite a challenge. How could you accumulate so many? Gu-Yi chuckled and revealed the artifact hanging from her chest, the Eye of Agamotto. At that moment, the time stone embedded within it radiated a green glow, already activated. I have significantly slowed down the passage of time for myself relative to the outside world. While I read for 10 hours in the realm of time, only about 10 minutes pass outside, Gu-Yi explained. You have been reading for that long? Mose murmured. When she calculated the time since her departure, over 5 hours had elapsed. By that conversion, Gu-Yi had read nearly half a month's worth of material. Such perseverance was truly remarkable. Setting that aside, your sudden visit must mean something has occurred? Gu-Yi closed her book and approached, her ethereal form having gained more solidity since Mose's last encounter. It appeared that she had not neglected her physical restoration during that half-month. Oh, it's nothing of great importance. I simply wanted to ask if you know any masters of swordsmanship, as I wish to learn how to wield a sword. Chapter 57. Learning the sword, learning swordsmanship? Gu-Yi expressed surprise. What has prompted this sudden interest? Well, not entirely out of the blue. Since my weapon of choice is a sword, I believe it would be wise to learn its art. Otherwise, possessing such a weapon would be a waste. I see, Gu-Yi nodded thoughtfully. After pacing the room for a moment, she suddenly gestured towards a particular bookshelf. An invisible force drew a book from the second shelf, which landed gently in her hand, its pages turning autonomously as Gu-Yi spoke. During the days of my confinement, my other persona occasionally shared news of the outside world. In the early 19th century, a formidable assassin alliance emerged in Eastern Europe, and nearly every notable figure of the time was connected to them. As she spoke, the pages ceased their movement, and beams of light surged forth, transforming into projections reminiscent of an old-fashioned projector. The scene revealed Eastern European architecture steeped in 19th century style. Children frolicked in the streets. Nobility traversed in horse-drawn carriages, and a few elegantly dressed women strolled by, parasols in hand. The scene shifted to a grand castle bustling with activity, seemingly hosting a ball. The host, smiling broadly, welcomed esteemed guests, and everything appeared perfectly normal. Just as Mose felt reassured, a group of cloaked figures in black burst through the doors and windows, charging towards the guests, each wielding a gleaming dagger. In an instant, chaos ensued, and blood was shed. Strangely, amidst the 30 or so individuals present, a massacre transpired without a whisper of sound. The scene unfolded like a meticulously rehearsed ballet, showcasing a gruesome tableau that nonetheless captivated onlookers. The execution was executed with such precision that not a flaw could be discerned. The assassins, upon entry, immediately pinpointed their targets and struck with unerring decisiveness, each blow resulting in instant death. It was only 10 minutes later that the guards outside, sensing something amiss, discovered the horrific aftermath. The sight within left all who beheld it in utter shock. Some of the deceased bore expressions of serenity, as if caught in a moment of bliss before their demise. Their methods of execution must have been truly terrifying. Even more bewildering was the fact that these corpses had already desiccated, resembling a water bottle that had been drained of both liquid and air, grotesquely shriveled. Yet, remarkably, the autopsy revealed they had perished merely 10 to 30 minutes prior. At this juncture, the projection concluded, and Ancient One resumed speaking. My alternate persona had gleaned that these assassins hailed from a singular entity, the Assassins' Alliance, a cohesive and utterly formidable organization with a failure rate of 0. Furthermore, according to my other persona's insights, Hydra had plans to enlist the leader of the Assassins' Alliance should they fail to eliminate you. This leader is a master of various martial arts and has never been replaced. Never been replaced? He has lived from the 19th century to the present? Mercer exclaimed, astonished, realizing this meant he had existed for several centuries. Ancient One nodded affirmatively, confirming that the texts detail a spring of eternal life. But with the caveat of proximity, one must immerse themselves for 10 hours every decade, and the process renders the individual increasingly ferocious and bloodthirsty. No longer akin to a normal human being. Such phenomena did not strike Mercer as particularly implausible. In the Marvel Universe, anything is conceivable. If Ancient One could harness Dormammu's power for immortality, it was hardly far-fetched for the King of Assassins to utilize a spring for the same purpose. Should I seek out the King of Assassins to learn swordsmanship? Mercer pondered, nodding in agreement. Indeed, there were currently few capable of instructing him in the art of the sword. Those available in the market were merely self-proclaimed masters, posturing without genuine substance. Do you have their address? Mercer inquired. Of course, Ancient One replied with a subtle smile, gesturing towards a book with a flick of her finger. A glimmer of light materialized, transforming into 2 lines of text. Kick Nigel. Yinchit Snow Mountain. The letters formed for a moment before dissipating into a beam of light that surged into Mercer's mind, providing him with the precise location. After a moment of contemplation, Mercer smiled and nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. I shall depart at once. As Mercer prepared to use the cosmic cube for transportation, Ancient One halted him. Wait, carrying that around is rather cumbersome. Here, try this instead. With a pinch of her fingers, a pale blue ring materialized in her grasp. This was once a vessel for the time stone, but I deemed it too ostentatious, so I replaced it with the more discreet Eye of Agamotto. Now this is yours. As Moser grasped the ring, a subtle chill enveloped his fingers. It appeared to be crafted from jade, yet when gently flicked, it emitted a metallic resonance. Intriguing indeed. He held the lower end of the cosmic cube and, with a firm squeeze, shattered its glass-like exterior, revealing the space gem within. With 2 fingers, he lifted the gem towards the ring, and an unexpected force drew it forth, causing it to affix itself to the ring. Upon adorning the ring, Moser slightly clenched his fist, and the space gem emitted a faint glow, creating ripples of spatial distortion before him. Truly remarkable. After several experiments, he discovered that the mechanism operated in accordance with his thoughts, rather than necessitating a clenched fist. Moser merely felt that striking a pose added an element of flair. Take it without hesitation. The favor I owe you is considerable, and this trifle cannot be deemed repayment, Gu Yi remarked with a smile. Moser nodded in agreement, glanced at the time, and promptly set off. As he approached the Nigel and Yinkiyut snow mountains, night descended, illuminating the mountaintop with brilliant lights. The ancient castle perched atop exuded an air of formidable authority. Numerous figures clad in black hoods patrolled the castle's perimeter, and those with keen eyes might discern shadows concealing hidden assassins among them. Even the most ordinary observer would struggle to perceive their presence. These individuals were assassins from the Assassin Alliance, each capable of extraordinary combat prowess, easily suited to serve as personal bodyguards for influential figures. Despite their presence, no one noticed a figure racing up the mountain from below. Whenever someone attempted to glance in that direction, the figure deftly evaded their gaze. The mountain was indeed well fortified. The swift silhouette traversing the forest was none other than Moser. He conducted reconnaissance of the defenses, narrowly avoiding detection on several occasions, thanks to timely utilization of the space gem to conceal himself. In Chapter 58, The Castle on the Snow Mountain, he ultimately unleashed a wave of energy akin to a bat's sonar using the space gem. Within a 30-meter radius, even with his eyes closed, Moser could distinctly sense all living beings. As he ascended, the number of people increased, becoming ever more concealed. Yet, Moser consistently eluded detection, aided by the feedback from his emitted energy, allowing him to infiltrate the castle with ease. Within the castle's corridors, guards periodically patrolled. One guard stationed by a door instinctively turned as it swung open, just as his head peeked around the corner. 2 hands swiftly emerged from behind the door, one clasped over his mouth while the other seized his clothing, pulling him into the shadows. The guard's eyes widened in realization as his right hand reached for the dagger concealed at his waist, but the grip of the hands was far too powerful. He had no time to draw his weapon before being yanked behind the door. The door closed silently. In the next moment, the guard emerged from the room, impeccably composed. Unchanged from before. Could it be that the physical prowess of an ordinary guard reached the level of a special forces soldier? Indeed, it is quite remarkable, being at least half the physique of Carter. The current guard, already a Moser, effortlessly consumed this unfortunate soul utilizing the Blacklight Virus, marveling at the latter's terrifying physical prowess. To possess physical capabilities reaching even half of Carter's would enable one to shatter various world records in athletic competitions with ease. Yet, this guard merely appeared to be an ordinary sentinel, not someone of exceptional status. It is astonishing that such a person possesses that kind of physique. The fountain of life, was it? So, they rely on such a substance for enhancement, albeit with significant repercussions. As Moser sifted through the memories of this guard, he discovered that each year, this band of assassins consumes a special water known as the Fountain of Life, bestowed by the King of Assassins. A mere capful, no more than the size of a bottle cap, can induce transformations within their bodies, enhancing their physical capabilities and alleviating pain. However, there exists a fatal flaw, a thirst for blood. They must periodically draw from human blood, lest their emotions spiral into uncontrollable anger and violence. A consequence of the Fountain of Life. Due to their insufficient intake, receiving the fountain only once a year, they must resort to blood to suppress such impulses. Once these urges erupt, even a familiar companion could be driven to slay them. Thus, Moser understood that the noble figures he had glimpsed in the visions of Ancient One, who had inexplicably morphed into desiccated corpses, were victims of those assassins' bloodlust. Fortunately, the Blacklight Virus is formidable, even after absorbing this individual. Moser remained untainted by the sanguinary pathogens within. In comparison to the Blacklight Virus, these matters seemed trivial. Assuming the guise of an assassin, Moser strode through the castle with confidence. Any suspicion regarding his identity was swiftly quelled, with those who dared question him summarily seized in a corner for absorption. Moser couldn't help but feel relieved that there were no cameras in this place. As long as he remained silent, no one would know of his actions. Of course, should the need arise to respond to their inquiries or codes, Moser could easily comply, for he possessed their memories. The castle was sparsely populated, housing merely around 100 individuals, with a few others engaged in external missions, totaling barely 200. Their numbers may be limited, but each one is a seasoned warrior. The absence of weaklings can be attributed to the scene unfolding before Moser now. He found himself in an inner hall, where 5 assassins, clad similarly to himself, encircled a lone man. The man, somewhat gaunt and dressed in a flowing black robe, stood with both hands bracing the hilt of a long sword, his narrowed eyes obscuring his thoughts. The assassins exchanged glances, their silence lingering for about 10 seconds. Sensing the impatience of the man in black, one assassin finally stepped forward. A sharp dagger slipped from his sleeve, gripped in a reverse hold, radiating a lethal aura as it was thrust toward the throat of the man in black. This maneuver was lethal, a direct assault aimed at taking a life. Confronted with the fierce assault, the man in black remained entirely unfazed until the adversary's attack was merely an arm's length away. In a sudden motion, swifter than the assassin himself, he pressed the blade against the assailant's throat, and without a moment's pause, he swiftly slit the assassin's neck. The man in black did not continue his movements. Instead, he sheathed his weapon and closed his eyes once more, exhibiting no intention of seriousness. The remaining assassins exchanged glances, hesitating for a brief moment before drawing their daggers and launching an attack against him. Among them, only one assassin managed to evade the man in black's assault and ultimately survived. The others fell victim to his lethal prowess in an instant. This man in black was none other than the current king of assassins, Occam. His strikes transcended mere slaughter, resembling an artful harvest. Those assassins who met their end did so without a hint of retaliation, their bodies twitching slightly as their consciousness dissipated. Despite being comrades, he showed no mercy. A testament to the world's most formidable assassin organization, whose training methods were nothing short of extreme. Witnessing this scene, Mercer, having absorbed knowledge from the previously fallen assassins, understood that skirmishes of this nature occurred periodically. Each encounter was a life or death trial. As long as one could withstand the first strike of the man in black, the subsequent moves would be less lethal. This was the leader's assessment of their capabilities, a scrutiny not to be underestimated. For to do so could cost one their life. This was the reason why the assassins within the Assassin Alliance were the elite among killers. Their training evaluations were a matter of life and death. Surviving the King of Assassins' onslaught made subsequent missions far less daunting. It was no surprise that the Assassin Alliance comprised so few members. Though limited in number, each was a powerhouse, unlike the mercenaries in the outside world, many of whom appeared formidable yet were fundamentally weak. Mercer mused that this was entirely distinct from the combat techniques he currently possessed, which emphasized direct confrontation. While there were techniques capable of defeating an opponent with a single strike, they demanded considerable strength. Conversely, assassination required a mastery of technique, with a unique application of force that allowed for the accomplishment of the most with the least effort. "Why are you just standing there? Come over here." The man in black called out to Mercer, who had been hiding a short distance away, inviting him to approach. Grateful for such an open opportunity to engage, Mercer boldly made his way toward him. The man in black then addressed the surviving assassin beside him, saying, "You two take him on together. If you can withstand 3 strikes, the fountain of life will be granted early." Initially, the assassin felt a surge of displeasure at the mention of Mercer, glaring at him with resentment. However, upon hearing the latter part of the statement, a look of intense desire replaced his disdain. The early granting of the fountain of life meant a better suppression of the bloodthirst within and an enhancement of their physical constitution, surpassing their contemporaries among assassins. Consequently, their chances of survival in the ensuing sparring would be significantly heightened. Observing the man clad in black at close range, Mercer discerned that he appeared to be in his 60s, with an unremarkable visage, neither sinister nor striking. Such an elderly figure would easily be lost amidst the throngs of the outside world. Who could have imagined that he was, in fact, the legendary assassin king with centuries of existence? "My lord Occam, I shall not hold back," declared the assassin, as he drew 2 razor-sharp daggers from his sleeves, launching an assault upon the man in black. The angles of the daggers were exceptionally cunning. Should one be defended against, the other would surely find its mark. It was evident that this maneuver was the result of rigorous training. Yet, even in the face of such a fierce onslaught, the man in black merely squinted, waiting until the attack was nearly upon him before he made his move. The seemingly aged body of the man in black unleashed a speed that belied his years. With a swift step forward, his right hand surged to seize the assassin's left wrist with astonishing rapidity. Utilizing the force of the incoming strike, he thrust his back against the assailant. "Have I succeeded?" The assassin felt a flicker of surprise, believing that his other dagger could soon pierce the man in black. An ordinary individual would have surely been impaled by the second dagger in that fleeting moment. However, the man in black twisted his waist at an incredible angle, flawlessly evading the incoming blade. Concurrently, his free elbow swung back forcefully, striking the assassin squarely in the face. The tremendous force sent the assassin, who appeared to be in his 30s and in the prime of life, soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the assassin's face was now deeply contorted, his features twisted in agony. Under the impact of that incredible elbow strike, his skull was effectively shattered. How ferocious! Mercer marveled at the combat prowess displayed, affirming that the title of Assassin King was truly deserved. "And you, feel free to join in." The unremarkable man in black remained rooted in place, his posture unchanged, as he stood there with his eyes closed, awaiting Mercer's advance. Half a minute passed without any attack forthcoming. The man in black opened his eyes, gazing at Mercer with furrowed brows. "What are you doing standing there? Attack!" To his surprise, Mercer stood idly with his hands in his pockets, exuding a languid demeanor with no intention of engaging. "Why should I go? You should take the initiative. If I strike at your behest, wouldn't that be quite undignified? Charles, have you lost your mind?" The man in black scrutinized the assassin before him, easily recalling his name. He was not the ignorant ruler of mere legend, but someone who knew all within the castle. Being called insane elicited an eye roll from Mercer, who then raised his right hand to extend a middle finger, a gesture of insult commonly recognized in Western cultures, even in the far reaches of Eastern Europe. Rather, it can be said that such a gesture has become universally recognized across the globe, unless one happens upon a primitive tribe devoid of any electrical devices. Otherwise, who could possibly be unaware of the significance of this gesture? Seeking death. This action ignited a fierce intensity in the man clad in black, his previously calm eyes now radiating a palpable malevolence. For the first time, Moser sensed the aura of murder emanating from this man. It was a tangible presence, manifesting as an overwhelming sense of oppression. The recipient of such potent murderous intent might find themselves paralyzed with fear, or, at worst, left with psychological scars that render them mad. This was merely the release of his deadly intent, without any direct assault. Such an intensity of murderous intent could only be born from having emerged from the mounds of countless corpses. For an ordinary person, unless they possessed an exceptionally steadfast mind, they would be utterly unable to withstand such intimidation. In contrast, Moser remained unfazed. He merely tapped his nails and apathetically scrutinized his fingers, much like a young woman admiring her freshly manicured nails, showing no signs of being affected by the lethal aura. "Are you going to strike, or what? I fear if I make a move, You want to have another chance, Moser remarked disdainfully. Murderous intent? Even if 100 kings of assassins stood beside him, bombarding him with their lethal aura, it would merely tickle him. No matter how formidable the kings of assassins' intent might be, could it surpass that of a singular, cosmic-level Old One? Certainly not. Although Moser had only absorbed a few tentacles from the Old One, they contained at least 5% of its mental strength. While this may seem trivial in numerical terms, when measured against the capabilities of Earthlings, Moser's mental attacks would equate to the combined strength of at least 500 kings of assassins. The man in black sprang into action, closing the 10-meter gap with a clarity that even the swiftest could perceive. Yet, he appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow, instantaneously materializing before Moser. His right hand brandishing a dagger aimed at Moser's throat. As the dagger's trajectory neared its target, the man in black unexpectedly released it, pivoting on his left foot to propel himself past Moser's armpit, swiftly positioning himself behind him. This was his true intention. By utilizing the right hand's attack to capture all of Moser's attention on the dagger, while he concentrated on blocking, the man relinquished the dagger, employing his agile movements to maneuver behind Moser for a lethal strike. Such a tactical approach could easily ensnare even the most seasoned fighters. However, the man in black did not anticipate that he was facing the most extraordinary individual on Earth. From the moment he initiated his attack from 10 meters away to the moment he circled around, the entire sequence transpired in less than 5 seconds. Just as the dagger was about to plunge into Moser's body, it abruptly halted mid-air, as though the very air had solidified, rendering it impossible for the man to advance even a fraction. Upon looking down, the man in black saw that although Moser had not turned, his hand had reached behind him, firmly grasping the sharp blade. Humph, did you think such a tactic would suffice? My blade is coated with a deadly poison. Within a minute, you shall perish. Releasing the dagger from his grasp, the man in black leaped back a distance, a cold smirk directed at Moser, as if he had already foreseen Moser's tragic demise. Moser, clutching the blade, turned to face the man with a smile, remaining still, standing before him for a full minute while holding the dagger. What did you just say? Care to repeat that? Chapter 60, An Unexpected Arrival. Hearing Moser's mocking tone, the man in black visibly froze. Moser raised his palm, revealing a mass of indescribable black substance writhing in the center of his hand, resembling something akin to feeding. This mere toxin, while lethal to the average person, poses no threat to me. I could consume an entire vial without consequence. As he spoke, the black substance in Moser's palm seemed insatiable, darting forth to snatch the dagger from the man's grip, devouring it with a series of crunching sounds, and subsequently spewing forth a heap of metallic fragments. Both Moser and the man in black wore expressions of disbelief. Is he truly capable of such voracity? Even seizing and consuming another's weapon? It seemed this poison held an irresistible allure for the Blacklight Virus. Who are you? When have I wronged you? The man in black now sensed something amiss. Such a maneuver was unprecedented in his experience. An ominous thought crossed his mind. The intentions of this intruder were far from benign. The adversary must be aware of his identity and the silent infiltration of the castle, coupled with the audacity to provoke him, indicated that this individual was not weaker than himself, an unsettling realization, as he could not recall having offended anyone of such caliber. Moser's attire shifted dramatically, reverting to his original appearance, and with a beaming smile, he remarked, "Someone recommended that I learn swordsmanship from you. But she does not understand me. Why learn when I can simply absorb others?" Witnessing the transformation from an assassin to a youthful Asian boy of 16 or 17, the man in black's pupils constricted sharply. Such a capacity for metamorphosis was extraordinary. Absorb? The man instantly grasped the crux of Moser's words. Pondering the implications, could he truly absorb others and assume their forms, even their abilities? Observing the shifting expressions on the man's face, Moser chuckled. It appears you have gleaned the essence of my abilities. Indeed, as you surmised, I can absorb others and transform into them, reaping numerous advantages. This was alarming. The man instinctively took a step back. Such powers were beyond his comprehension, utterly bizarre. Quietly, he clenched his right hand into a fist, summoning 3 black spheres the size of quail eggs, which he hurled forcefully between himself and Moser. With a thunderous crash, a dense cloud of black smoke erupted, obscuring their figures. The man in black had dwelled within this ancient castle for a century, able to navigate its corridors with his eyes closed. He shut his eyes to evade the smoke's interference and dashed towards a specific direction, executing swift and fluid movements. Left turn, right turn, leaping. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself still in the same spot. Moser regarded him with an expression of mockery, as if observing a fool. How is this even possible? What have you done? The man clad in black looked around in disbelief, remaining rooted in place, having not moved an inch. Yet, just moments ago, he had indeed fled. What was happening? You have been merely spinning in circles, just like this. Moser raised his right hand. A ring adorned with a blue gemstone glimmered faintly. And then his form vanished before the astonished eyes of the man in black. As the man widened his eyes in confusion, a sudden kick struck him from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground in utter disarray. When he scrambled to his feet and turned to see who had attacked him, he found nothing but emptiness, only to catch a glimpse of a figure standing to his left. Before he could react, another kick landed squarely on his face. A relentless barrage of 10 such brutal kicks followed, leaving the man in black spitting blood, his fists clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with unbridled fury. After living for so many years, he had never felt such humiliation. It was a first. Damn it, what on earth is this? He thought, bowing his head in a feigned daze, while inwardly calculating his possible escape routes. You have no retreat left, Moser declared. Today, it is either I vanquish you, or you attempt to vanquish me. Alas, you stand no chance of achieving the latter. Moser, perceiving the man's thoughts, swiftly appeared beside him, delivering a kick that struck his chin, propelling him into the air. Moser then seized his throat, feeling the man's breath falter. The moment had arrived. Rather than subduing his opponent to gain knowledge willingly, Moser resolved to absorb him entirely. The acquisition of all his knowledge would be a tremendous boon. Apologies, brother. But before you engage in your desires, I must hit the pause button. Just as Moser prepared to absorb the man in black, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Moser turned at the sound, his expression shifting to one of surprise upon seeing the newcomer. Before him stood a man engulfed in flames, his head a mere skull, with hollow eye sockets fixed upon Moser. The absence of eyes rendered it impossible to discern his thoughts. Recognizing the iconic fiery skeleton, Moser immediately identified the figure. It was the Ghost Rider, Johnny, a man who had made a pact with the demon Mephisto and wielded the fires of hell. Though surprised internally, Moser maintained an air of composure, responding coolly, Mr. Johnny, do you require my assistance? The flaming skull momentarily paused, taken aback that Moser knew his true name. Impressive. You are indeed the one who thwarted the descent of a lesser-dimensional evil deity. You seem to possess considerable knowledge. However, I am not here for you. I am here for him. His words indicated that he was aware of Moser's identity as well. The Ghost Rider extended a flaming skeletal finger, pointing at the man in black, whom Moser had been gripping. Him, why? Moser continued to grip the man in black, with unwavering resolve. You may consider this my accomplishment. This scoundrel has wreaked havoc for years, and has long been on my list. I have awaited his demise to collect his soul. Please allow me to take him. The spirit of vengeance spoke with genuine sincerity. No, Moser replied decisively. Although the Blacklight Virus had not explicitly stated that souls lost their efficacy upon absorption, he had no desire to experiment, especially with a high-value target like the man in black. In this world, none were more adept at the sword than he. Their conversation resembled a mundane negotiation over the price of goods on a street corner, utterly disregarding the man in black, whose face was contorted with fury. Suddenly, the man produced a slender needle from who knows where and aimed it directly at Moser's forehead. Upon impact, the needle bent, while Moser merely frowned, seizing the man's hand and twisting it with a force that elicited a spine-chilling degree of distortion. The man in black, unable to utter a sound due to Moser's grip on his throat, could only emit meaningless syllables, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets in response to the excruciating pain. Observing Moser's youth yet formidable strength, the spirit of vengeance adopted a more serious demeanor. This was not someone easily deceived. When he was lively, you did not seek him out. Now that I am on the verge of ending him, you wish to claim his soul? Such fortune is not yours to seize. As the conversation unfolded, the spatial gem on Moser's ring began to emit a faint glow, ripples pulsating through the space surrounding him. Today, this man must be mine. Not even Jesus can save him. Mark my words. Chapter 61. One sword style. Upon hearing such audacious words, the spirit of vengeance rubbed his fiery head, his voice turning icy. It seems I have no choice but to resort to forceful means. Forceful means? At this term, Moser laughed rather than seethed. There would always be those willing to provoke him. How fortuitous, as he was eager to test his strength after mastering swordsmanship. In the next moment, with a surge of power from his right hand, the man in black, the legendary king of assassins, met his end at Moser's hands. The long-anticipated Blacklight Virus could hardly contain its eagerness, immediately rushing forth to absorb and digest him. With the intention of stealing, could Moser afford to engage in further conversation? He absorbed the man directly. Enveloped entirely by the Blacklight Virus, the man in black was swiftly consumed, lacking even the strength to resist. How dare you? The spirit of vengeance seethed, witnessing Moser's complete disregard for his words and the immediate absorption of the man in black. An ember of rage flickered in his hollow eyes. He tore 2 iron chains, each as thick as a forearm, from his body, flames enveloping them as he hurled them fiercely at Moser. The blacklight material instinctively formed a massive shield beside Moser, intercepting the assault of the chains. Yet, upon contact with the flames, the blacklight material faltered, losing nearly half of its integrity to the searing heat. Noticing the damage to the blacklight material, Moser promptly retracted it. Moments ago, the fiery chains scorched a basketball-sized mass of blacklight, marking the first depletion of this enigmatic substance, which left Mose somewhat displeased. How audacious it was for someone to not only pilfer his belongings, but also injure his Blacklight Virus. Mose found himself chuckling in disbelief. Having never encountered such brazen behavior, could it be that the Blacklight Virus feared fire? He pondered, recalling that the original narrative never indicated such a vulnerability, especially for a virus capable of surviving even a nuclear explosion. The temperature of the Ghost Rider's flames, no matter how intense, could not surpass the approximate 100 million degrees Celsius generated by a nuclear blast. This fire, hailing from the depths of hell, was designed to inflict eternal suffering upon the guilty, while the Blacklight Virus was a malevolent entity that thrived on assimilating the evolution of others. Although the flames were not particularly high in temperature, they possessed a unique trait of judging evil, which perhaps accounted for the Blacklight Virus being scorched. Mose pieced together the sequence of events and could at least ascertain that hellfire inflicted significant damage on the Blacklight Virus, rendering it unusable for offense or defense in subsequent battles. As Mose was deep in thought, a sudden voice resonated in his mind, accompanied by several lines of text materializing before him. The host of the Blacklight Virus may unlock a branch. Please make the following choice. Choice 1. Acquire the lifelong teachings of Gil's Occam, allowing the Blacklight Virus to evolve. Choice 2. Cancel the reward of Choice 1 and condense all rewards into a swordsmanship reward, Zoro's one sword style. Without a moment's hesitation, Mose chose the second option. Zoro's swordsmanship? Though it was referred to as swordsmanship, he wielded a saber. In the world of Japan, swords and sabers were often indistinguishable. Had he been armed with a conventional sword, he might not have opted for this choice. However, with the dark sword in his grasp, he was confident in its capability to execute such techniques. How delightful it was to possess skills from a narrative he had not seen concluded in his previous life. It somewhat alleviated the lingering regret of being a fan of One Piece. Undoubtedly, this swordsmanship, in the context of Mose's current Earth, would be unmatched across the universe, as he was destined to hone it to perfection. There was no doubt about his prowess in swordsmanship. The instant Mose made his decision, the system immediately infused the corresponding rewards into his consciousness. The dark sword shimmered in his hand. Previously, it had felt like merely an impressive weapon, devoid of any significant sensation. Yet now, he could distinctly perceive the weight of the hilt and the state of the blade. At that moment, he felt akin to a master swordsman who had devoted decades to the art of swordsmanship. No matter how skilled the dark-clad man's swordsmanship was, it remained bound by human limitations. In the world of Zoro, even a single sword style was adorned with flamboyant flourishes. In an instant, the Ghost Rider standing before Mose sensed an unusual intensity in the gaze directed at him. Why did he feel a hint of excitement emanating from his opponent? And why did that weapon seem so extraordinary? As he gazed upon the blade glimmering with a pale light, contrasting with the dark hue of the sword's core, the Ghost Rider felt no warmth emanating from it. Yet, he understood that what Moser had drawn forth at such a moment could hardly bode well for him. Hey, I hope you can withstand a bit more. Don't collapse after just a few exchanges. Moser's voice echoed, and before the Ghost Rider could respond, he propelled himself forward with the speed of an arrow. One blade style, dark port bird. Just as the Ghost Rider braced himself for a direct confrontation, Moser abruptly halted, unleashing a crescent slash that transformed from a vibrant green to a deep black. The crescent strike expanded as it traversed the air, growing from a mere few seconds of flight to a formidable height of 2 to 3 meters, continuously swelling in size. The Ghost Rider, unable to sweat, felt a cold dread wash over him, and hastily sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the arc of the strike. Had it not been for the infernal flames within him guiding him aside, he might not have reacted in time. Stunned, he turned to see a massive, leaf-shaped gash where he had just stood. What if that had struck me? A wave of terror washed over the Ghost Rider. What a formidable combat technique this was, exhibiting such destructive power. Moser moved with sudden agility, the lightning from the thunder fruit enveloping his fists, resonating with the sound of sonic booms as they surged toward the Ghost Rider, causing the flames atop his head to flicker. The Ghost Rider raised his arms in a cross, conjuring a shield of hellfire before him. The thunderous assault collided with the fiery barrier, neutralizing the lightning. Yet the force of the punch swept around the shield, obliterating the ancient castle's sides. The onlooking assassins, who believed they were safe from a distance, were inexplicably caught in the aftermath, flung away with unknown fates. Such a powerful attack, The Ghost Rider was momentarily astonished, yet he quickly regained his composure, unleashing two fiery chains that surged toward Moser with searing intensity. Come forth. Moser's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he positioned the dark sword at his waist, extending his right leg forward while bending his left, adopting a stance of readiness. As the fiery chains approached, Moser drew his sword with fervor. One-blade style lion song. The sound of slicing echoed. Crack, crack. The two fiery chains shattered into fragments the size of fingers, falling to the ground and dissipating into embers. An exhilaration welled within Moser, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. Truly, the techniques derived from Zoro were remarkable. Even wielding a sword, their potency was evident. Observing the Ghost Rider's successive retreats, Moser let out a disdainful huff. This is far from over. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air and brilliant lightning, resonating even within the depths of the castle. Assassins, who thought they could remain safe at a distance, found themselves grievously torn apart by the mere gusts of wind generated by the punches, their fates tragically sealed. The Ghost Rider could only passively defend himself. After finally leaping a considerable distance away, he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. The power of that attack was astonishing. How could such a young individual possess such terrifying explosive strength? Initially, he had assumed that his opponent's combat style relied on magic, considering he had previously faced otherworldly foes. However, the attacks from Moser now bore no resemblance to magic at all. Was this some form of mockery? Wasn't he supposed to be after souls? His soul was far more potent than that of his adversary. Was he to continue this charade? Observing the Ghost Rider's immobility, Moser did not rush to strike. A nonchalant voice soon echoed, as dark energy coiled around the blade of his sword, ever poised to unleash the next crescent strike. The calm demeanor of his opponent sent a chill down the Ghost Rider's spine. The intensity of Moser's recent assaults was outrageous, inflicting immense damage, yet he appeared unfazed, as if he had not exerted himself at all. He had not even landed a single blow, while his opponent's strikes resembled those of a powerful ultimate attack. Who could withstand such pressure? I have been rather presumptuous. Although Occam is indeed a nefarious entity, I do not wish to offend another formidable individual on his behalf. That would be an unwise trade-off. The Ghost Rider chuckled. Why not forego hostilities and become friends instead? Flames manifested in the shape of a crescent with upward curving horns upon the desiccated skull, resembling a smile. However, this smile appeared exceedingly eerie on his skeletal visage, devoid of any semblance of friendliness. Moser offered a faint smile in response. The Ghost Rider, believing reconciliation was at hand and about to inquire for his name, found himself momentarily speechless at Moser's next words. Certainly, but you must surrender some of your hellfire to me. As he toyed with his dark sword, Moser advanced towards the Ghost Rider, the blade weaving intricate patterns in the air. How could I possibly part with that? I acknowledge that injuring you was indeed unfortunate. Perhaps I could treat you to a meal instead? The Ghost Rider retreated a few steps, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Oh, that is not for you to decide. With an outstretched hand, Moser clenched his fingers, causing the ring adorned with a space gemstone to emit a faint glow. The Ghost Rider, perplexed yet aware that this could not bode well, tried to move, but found himself utterly immobilized, as if the very air around him had solidified. How could I allow you to depart so easily? Come here, Moser beckoned with a curled finger. The flames surrounding the Ghost Rider's head vanished mysteriously, leaving only a bare skull. In the next moment, flames identical to those of the Ghost Rider ignited in the palm of Moser's hand. However, these flames danced in an unusual manner. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to struggle, yearning to break free from his fingertips. An invisible barrier ensnared the flames, rendering them incapable of escape, no matter how fiercely they fought against their confinement. Moser released the Ghost Rider, and flames once again surged from the latter's head. Witnessing the flames in Moser's grasp, the Ghost Rider's emotions soured. He had never anticipated Moser could truly accomplish such a feat. He had never seen anyone capable of seizing flames in this manner. At this moment, we are finally even. If you wish to continue fighting, let the victor emerge. Mose remarked with a smile, his eagerness to engage further evident. If he could not triumph over a mere phantom knight despite his myriad abilities, then perhaps life held no further worth for him. Well, you truly are something. The phantom knight replied, his head bowed, his voice laced with grit. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, and from his once hollow eyes, a flicker of flame ignited. The eye of judgment. He aimed to scorch Mose's very soul with hellfire. Yet, the agonizing cries he envisioned from Mose never materialized. He stood there, still smiling. The phantom knight was momentarily taken aback. This technique was not one that could simply be avoided by closing one's eyes. Even a blind man could not evade it. How was it that Mose appeared entirely unscathed? Upon closer inspection, the color of Mose's eyes had transformed into an unprecedented crimson hue. A discerning eye would perceive an invisible energy emanating from his gaze, creating a barrier in the air before him that resisted the advance of hellfire. It was precisely this that rendered the Phantom Knight's eye of judgment utterly ineffective. How is this possible? Just how many abilities do you possess? The Phantom Knight exclaimed incredulously. The transcendent swordsmanship and lightning-infused strikes alone were astonishing, making it nearly impossible for anyone ordinary to contend with Mose. The Eye of Judgment had never failed before. To encounter such a setback today was beyond the Phantom Knight's imagination. If you wish to know, I can reveal everything, provided you can endure it, Mose replied, his smile unwavering. A purple aura emanated from his eyes, enveloping him in a layer of violet armor, albeit forming at a leisurely pace. As though awaiting the Phantom Knight's response, "Consider yourself formidable, we shall meet again." With his flames extinguished and the Eye of Judgment rendered ineffective, the Phantom Knight recognized the vast array of unknown abilities possessed by Mose, casting one last penetrating glance at him. The Phantom Knight turned and leaped down from the ancient castle, mounting his ghostly motorcycle, vanishing from Mose's sight. How dull. He actually ran away just like that. Mose remarked with a pout, feeling rather bored. He noticed the assassins lurking at a distance, observing the scene, and decided to amplify his voice using a spatial gem. "Come forth." The assassins, previously far away and peering through telescopes at the castle's commotion, were startled by Mose's voice, as though he stood right beside them. After a moment of internal deliberation, they resolved not to flee, opting instead to return obediently, for the opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving them uncertain of their chances of escape. Aside from those who had perished in the aftermath of the earlier assault, all the remaining assassins within the castle gathered before Mose. Chapter 63. Subjugation according to your customs. Since I have slain your leader, I must now be regarded as your new leader, Mose stated, hands tucked into his pockets. With his weapons stowed away, he appeared merely as an unremarkable yet handsome youth. A stark contrast to the prowess he had just exhibited in overpowering the Assassin King and the Phantom Knight. The group of assassins exchanged glances, seemingly gauging whether anyone held a differing opinion. After surveying the surroundings, a palpable silence enveloped the crowd, as none dared to utter a word. They had all witnessed the recent battle firsthand, where a mere flick of the wrist unleashed a devastating and horrifying wave of sword energy. As members of the world's foremost assassin organization, they possessed a deeper understanding of the universe, aware of the existence of both divine and ghostly entities. Yet, the aftermath of that colossal sword strike remained starkly evident before them. Did they dare to resist? Faced with such a lethal blow, even 1,000 of them would be powerless to withstand it, destined to dissolve into nothingness under its weight. What means did they have to counter such force? Their only recourse was submission. One individual knelt halfway, and soon after, another followed suit. Gradually, the entire assembly sank to their knees in unison. "How many among you are nearing the time to partake of the fountain of life?" Mose inquired. Although the purpose of his question was unclear, he now held the mantle of authority, and several assassins obediently raised their hands. Mose surveyed the group and noted 20 individuals. "Good. Step forward and report how many days remain until your consumption time." "I have 1 week left." "I have 5 days remaining." "I have just 1 day." I need to partake today." As the final assassin uttered his words, his body began to convulse. "This is bad. The blood poison is manifesting. Is there any blood left in reserve?" Upon witnessing this scene, the assassins quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, and one among them shouted, "There was some, but now it's gone." A weak voice emanated from the crowd, and all eyes turned to a specific location behind them, where their gaze converged. A large pool of blood lay, defying reason and easily suggesting that some enormous creature had been injured to produce such a deluge. "The blood bank has been destroyed." A shiver ran through the crowd. That vast pool of blood represented their accumulated essence, saved for this very day. If the man in black chose to deny them the fountain of life, this blood served as the antidote to suppress their primal instincts. So, this is what blood poison entails. The blood bank was obliterated in the recent skirmish, and I was utterly unaware of it. Mose rose and approached the assassin afflicted by the blood poison. The latter's eyes quickly filled with bloodshot veins, turning the whites of his eyes crimson, his expression contorting into a grotesque visage. As Mose approached, the overwhelming urge for blood rendered the assassin incapable of rational thought, lunging at him with a ferocious snarl. This action sent a chill through the surrounding assassins, for a hallmark of blood poison is the corruption of the mind, compelling one to rush recklessly regardless of the opponent's strength. Mose's prowess in battle had positioned him in an entirely different realm. A direct confrontation would yield a victory rate of 0. What a splendid example lies before us. Mose waved his hand toward the assailant, and the air around him crystallized instantly, suspending the assassin mid-lunge as if the play button had been abruptly halted. I do not favor such bloodthirsty and violent methods of control. You need not be burdened by this any longer. It is time for an upgrade. With that, Mose conjured a small, black orb the size of a pinky finger and hurled it toward the afflicted assassin. A dark orb adhered to the back of his hand, gradually merging into his body under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. The scene was too strange, and it certainly did not bode well. Mose offered no explanation, his hands tucked in his pockets, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the assassin before him. After a mere 10 seconds, as he received feedback from the released dark luminescent substance, Mose liberated the spatial confinement. The assassin, known as Carl, descended from the air and fell to his knees, gasping for breath as he sensed the transformation within himself. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Am I cured? That bloodthirsty sensation has vanished." His words sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd of assassins, who hurriedly approached him, eagerly examining his condition. The blood poison had truly dissipated. Unbelievable. This was a toxin that even the most potent antidotes could not suppress, yet it had been eradicated. How could this be? The murmurs of astonishment grew louder. All present had suffered under the torment of the blood poison. They had contemplated remedies of their own, consuming any number of antidotes or pills. Yet none could quell the onset of the toxin, and overdoses often resulted in death. Just as their excitement peaked, Mose raised his hand and unleashed a multitude of dark orbs, each one affixed to their bodies without exception. He was harnessing the devouring nature of the dark luminescence to consume the blood poison within them. For the dark luminescence virus, these orbs were akin to a miraculous elixir, perfectly replenishing the recently lost dark substance while also serving to control the assassins. Mose chose not to retract the dark luminescence. Leaving it within their bodies would not only cleanse the blood poison but also enhance their physical capabilities, enabling them to assist him more efficiently in the future. After all, subsisting on blood was rather absurd, reminiscent of vampires, leaving them unable to venture out during daylight. 1 minute later, the assassins felt the shackles that had long confined them suddenly release, akin to the relief of dislodging food that had been stuck in their throats. Freed from the constraints of the blood poison, its resurgence was far more terrifying than any drug-induced high. "We pay our respects, master," called one assassin, immediately kneeling before Mose to show his allegiance. "All hail the master," they chorused, kneeling in unison. The earlier battle between Mose and the malevolent knight had seemed trivial to them. However, now, his aid in ridding them of the blood poison felt like a blessing. The combination of the trivial and the miraculous had won their hearts. They now revered this young man from the depths of their being. Had they been subdued through force, perhaps doubts would have lingered in their minds, but the removal of a toxin that had plagued them for years left no room for rebellion. Many had sought help in hospitals, only to discover that this poison was deemed incurable. Yet, Mose had managed to eliminate it, signifying that his prowess far surpassed that of the former king of assassins. Such a figure commanded their respect. Seeing the throng kneeling before him, Mose nodded in satisfaction. But before he could utter a word, a voice resonated in his mind, solidifying the smile upon his face. "You have acquired a faction, the Assassin Alliance. Activate the card." Shadow Legion. Chapter 64. The Shadow Assassin. The mention of the Shadow Legion momentarily left Mose in a state of bewilderment. Before him materialized a card, ethereal and elusive, invisible to the surrounding ninjas, as if the system had rendered it solely for his perception. The card bore an ominous title, Shadow Legion. The illustration contained within confirmed Mose's suspicions. It depicted several figures clad in dark ninja attire, their eyes of vivid crimson, devoid of discernible emotion, emanating an aura of insatiable bloodlust. Could it truly be the Shadow Legion? The striking illustration astonished Mose. This Shadow Legion was the very foundational troop frequently summoned by the antagonist, the Master, in Jackie Chan adventures. Though basic, they were remarkably versatile, exhibiting a comprehensive combat capability without the bizarre appearances of other Shadow Legions. This unexpected delight was beyond Mose's imagination. He had long aspired to establish his own organization. Despite possessing the privileges of an 8th-level agent in SHIELD, he did not belong to their ranks and had no desire to join an organization infiltrated by enemies, only to realize it too late. To form a faction, the Shadow Legion was the most fitting choice. Nothing could be more competent than a legion of ninjas wholly devoted to him. At that moment, Mose also noticed a line of small text on the Shadow Legion card. Note: the first use of this card requires initial assimilators. 1 becomes 2, 2 become 4, ensuring an endless supply. Assimilators? This term momentarily stunned Mose, for before him lay a group of potential assimilators. Upon reflection, it made sense. He had acquired this card precisely because he had subdued the Assassin Alliance. Before Mose uttered a word, not a single kneeling assassin dared to move, exhibiting their absolute obedience. As long as the leader remained silent, they could kneel for an entire day and night, enduring until they fainted from exhaustion. Do you wish to possess greater and more covert assassination techniques? Mose inquired. Yes. The assassins replied in unison without a moment's hesitation. Very well, then become my shadows. In this world, there shall be no place to thwart your incursions. With that, the Shadow Legion card illuminated, transforming into streams of dark energy that penetrated the bodies of all the assassins before him. Their appearances morphed from that of ordinary assassins to figures garbed in ninja attire, their eyes now a singular shade of blood red, obscuring their gaze and radiating an overwhelming sense of lethal intent. The sudden transformation left all the assassins momentarily stunned. But after a brief moment of acclimatization to their new forms, expressions of horror washed over their faces. You have 1 minute to familiarize yourselves with your new bodies, Mose stated coolly. As his words echoed, the newly transformed ninjas swiftly became shadows, merging with the ground and darting towards the surrounding darkness. The grand hall was suddenly devoid of life, yet Moser remained unperturbed. He turned and strode towards the throne at the back. Upon reaching 2/3 of the way, he paused momentarily before ascending the throne and sitting down. As he turned, the multitude of assassins silently knelt in their original positions, each maintaining a single knee posture, not a sound escaping their lips. How do you find the new body and appearance? Are you satisfied? Moser inquired with a smile. Satisfied. The crowd responded in unison. Satisfied. The term scarcely encapsulated the overwhelming waves of exhilaration surging within them. This masterful guise, coupled with a method of tracking that was as silent as a shadow, rendered them nearly invincible. No matter how one might evade, a shadow always lingered, and wherever there was a shadow, they could manifest. It was utterly impenetrable. For an assassin, the art of concealment is of paramount importance. When concealment is perfected, even a 5-year-old child could fatally wound with a fruit knife, let alone these highly trained elite assassins. The assassins retained their original attire, though the colors had deepened to a predominantly black palette. Their silent congregation exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure. Moser nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. From this moment forth, the Assassin Alliance shall be renamed the Shadow League. Yes, Moser mused. I should now be able to summon you from an infinite distance. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Shadow Assassins exchanged glances, questioning the feasibility of such a feat. Let us test it. Run far away. As far as you can, disperse. At Moser's command, the Shadow Assassins leapt into the chasm behind them and sprinted into the distance without uttering a word, blending with the night. Their speed reached a level imperceptible to the naked eye. Moser mentally counted the seconds. Within 5 minutes, the Shadow Assassins had covered nearly 5 kilometers. This was an inhuman enhancement. When he deemed it sufficient, he thought, come forth. Dozens of shadows materialized beside Moser, transforming from mere silhouettes into 3-dimensional figures. Each one was precisely one of the Shadow Assassins who had just sprinted away. It truly worked. Both Moser and the assassins were astonished. If the Shadow League were to expand, it would be akin to carrying an army at all times. What place could withstand Moser's incursion then? Very well. Proceed to repair the damaged wall, Moser instructed, gesturing toward the wall he had just destroyed before departing. However, he did not leave the vicinity. Instead, he made his way to the spring of eternal life typically used by the Assassin King. The fluctuations of the spatial gem spread throughout the castle, allowing Moser to perceive everything within, even the concealed safe house underground with clarity. Soon, he arrived at a vast chamber. Rather than a room, it resembled more of a cavern. Emerging from the ancient gates, which appeared to be far older than himself, he was greeted by a cavern, scarcely developed, merely having its surroundings smoothed out, yet retaining the essence of a natural grotto. It became evident why the ancient castle was built in such a location. It was to safeguard this spring of water. Mose marveled. At the rear of the cavern, there flowed a spring, its waters gently cascading. Upon closer inspection, the water was crystal clear, adorned with naturally luminous stones, casting a unique charm upon the dimly lit cavern. Is this truly the fountain of life? It differs greatly from my imagination. Chapter 65 Unexpected Fortune. Mose had anticipated a grim scene, envisioning a forest of bones strewn about. The so-called fountain of life, he imagined, would be a viscous, blood-red liquid, a grotesque tableau worthy of the legend of immortality. Yet now, everything appeared remarkably mundane, revealing that it was his own thoughts that were rather bizarre. The spring before him was no larger than a bathtub, its dimensions suitable for a single person to recline within. Is this really the fountain of life? Gazing into the pristine waters, Mose plunged his hand into the spring, only to have it enveloped by a dark, luminous substance. The water level remained unchanged, yet its quality began to alter. The previously clear water slowly turned murky, not due to filth, but because the microorganisms and bacteria within were vanishing. "This water is indeed the fountain of life," Mose exclaimed. The dark luminescent substance continuously absorbed the bacteria, and without their protective presence, other impurities mingled with the water, clouding its clarity. Initially, the peculiar bacteria facilitated the exclusion of foreign entities, rendering them colorless and intangible. Thus, the spring appeared clear, while in reality, it was teeming with an outrageous quantity of bacteria. After utilizing the dark luminescent virus, Mose gained insight into the bacteria's lifestyle. Those who partook of this fountain of life harbored these microorganisms within their bodies. The notion of immortality held true, as they would consume the harmful cells and generate new ones to replace them. Ultimately, the majority of the human body would be composed of cells birthed from these microorganisms. They do not succumb to illness, nor do they consume themselves, thus requiring sustenance. Blood or fresh waters from the fountain of life serve as their essential nutrients. Should the host fail to provide blood, they would resort to consuming the host's own, explaining the excruciating suffering experienced by those afflicted by blood toxicity. Without timely access to the fountain of life to restore balance, the host would be utterly depleted, a truly terrifying prospect. Such entities ought not to remain in this world. A torrent of dark luminescent substance surged from Mose's hand, swiftly purging the spring of all its bacteria, leaving not a trace behind. The dark luminescent substance also underwent significant restoration, fully recovering the portions previously scorched by the flames of the malevolent night. Now, this spring water is merely an ordinary clear stream. Having lost its significance, Moser could not be bothered to pay it any heed and turned to exit the dimly lit cave. As he stepped through the door, the air shimmered, and he found himself before another portal. The door, cast from bronze, bore the patina of age, suggesting it had been erected centuries prior. The treasures within had already stirred his spirit when he had previously scanned the ancient castle with a spatial gem. However, at that time, his quest for the fountain of life had diverted him from this chamber. Grasping the massive lock with his right hand, he exerted a slight force, and it was easily dismantled, rendering it utterly ineffective. This was merely a specialized lock, no longer necessary for security within this fortress, as the shadow assassins could effortlessly meld into shadows and breach the door from within. Moser pushed the door open, and a flash of golden light struck his eyes. Gold bars, countless gold bars. This chamber resembled a grand lecture hall, filled with shelves, each laden with myriad gold bars, numbering in the tens of thousands. Numerous antiques and artifacts were also displayed, their combined worth easily exceeding $100 million. This was merely Moser's estimation of the gold's value. The antiques and paintings, if auctioned, would fetch astronomical prices. These items were not carelessly strewn about like mere trinkets. They were meticulously encased in specially crafted glass displays. Such artifacts, safeguarded with utmost vigilance by the previous assassin king, were undoubtedly extraordinary. "Let us take it all," Moser declared, sweeping his hand to gather the entirety of the room's contents into the space created by the gem. The once resplendent chamber, bathed in golden reflections, instantly dimmed. Outside, assassins awaited Moser's return, and upon seeing him emerge, they promptly followed. They were well aware of the happenings within the room. To say they were not astonished would be disingenuous. Yet having gained the ability to merge with shadows, Moser's capability to instantly collect these treasures seemed less extraordinary. "How many are currently on missions outside?" Moser inquired as he walked. "There are 4, replied the shadow assassin standing to Moser's left. "Obtain their mission details for me," Moser instructed. Each assassin's mission was unrelated, and communication regarding their progress was strictly prohibited. This was not a realm that valued teamwork. Although they trained together regularly, emotional bonds were scarce, for one could meet their demise at any moment, and the speed of forming friendships paled in comparison to the frequency of changing comrades. Thus, they remained largely unfamiliar with one another, let alone aware of each other's assignments. Soon, the shadow assassin returned with 4 brown paper bags, presenting them to Moser. Upon entering the main hall, he took his seat upon the throne and examined the contents. 3 of the missions pertained to corporate magnates, all marked as completed, while the final assignment bore the notation of termination. To his astonishment, the individual marked for assassination was someone he recognized. Stark? Could it truly be him? Moser gasped, realizing that the person he encountered here was none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. Within the task dossier, even the details concerning the employer are alarmingly meticulous. Obadiah Stane, a shareholder of Stark Industries, harbored ambitions to usurp Tony Stark. Following Stark's escape from a bandit attack utilizing his homemade armor, Stane enlisted assassins to act. Upon settling the final payment, he attempted to forge a new suit from the armor Stark had used to flee the cave, yet met his demise in combat against Stark. leaving the payment unsettled and the mission terminated. Mercer recognized this individual. In the memories of his previous life, he was known as Ironmonger, the formidable adversary Stark faced in the film. Stane's approach was one of direct confrontation, which is why Stark survived. Had he maintained his composure and dispatched an assassin to eliminate Stark, Stark's defensive measures would have proven insufficient. After all, Stark was accompanied solely by his bodyguard, Happy. While a frontal assault might have been thwarted, an assassination would have eluded even Happy's foresight. Stark might not have had the opportunity to declare himself Iron Man before meeting his end. Mercer, having absorbed several assassins, was well aware of their absurd combat methods. Their ability to kill without a trace was not merely figurative but a genuine aspect of their skill. He pointed to the 3 completed dossiers and inquired about the phrase infiltrated. Chapter 66. Fall to Earth. The assassin replied, for missions involving commercial assassinations, we ensure our operatives infiltrate and occupy key positions, which is part of our pricing strategy, beyond mere monetary compensation. As the assassin spoke, Mercer glanced down at the brown paper bags containing the dossiers, surprise flickering in his eyes. The 3 companies listed were renowned internationally, operating in shipping, food, and cosmetics, generating astronomical annual revenues that would be unfathomable to the average person. Had the assassination of Stark succeeded, there would have been operatives embedded within Stark Industries, continuously supplying resources to the Shadow Alliance. This would also afford the infiltrators legitimate identities, facilitating their future endeavors in targeting significant figures. Very well, proceed as usual. Investigate those associated with me. Let us ensure you do not mistakenly target me, Mercer instructed. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Some individuals feigned innocence while plotting. Naturally, the assassin replied respectfully as he accepted the brown paper bags from Mercer. With little else to occupy his time, Mercer opened a portal and returned home. Oh, today yielded new insights, quite gratifying. Upon returning home, it was already midnight. Mercer exhaled deeply, grabbed a change of clothes, and headed for a shower. Kanata was absent from the house, having seemingly vanished. It appeared he ought to provide this individual with a mobile phone. Otherwise, communication would be impossible if they ventured out. Such a presence, even if absent for an entire night, did not concern Mercer. After his shower, he retired for the night. The following day, Mercer was roused by the urgent ringing of his mobile phone. Groggy and rubbing his eyes, he reached for the device resting beside his bed. His mobile phone had remained untouched on the bedside, for he possessed a space gem that allowed him to access anything at any moment. However, there was little need for the device. Upon noticing an incoming call, Moser suddenly felt as though he had been yanked from a celestial realm back to the mundane world. Upon answering, he was greeted by a voice dripping with sarcasm. Alex, I am quite pleased that your phone is still operational. I shall refrain from questioning why you have neglected to answer my numerous calls. The voice belonged to a woman. And only then did Moser realize he had over 20 missed calls. He had simply kept his phone on silent amidst the chaos of his life, failing to notice. She continued, you are soon to commence school. Are you still planning to attend? If not, we shall refrain from covering your tuition fees, which would be a waste of money. It seemed as though the speaker eagerly anticipated Moser's rejection of education, allowing them to evade the responsibility of his expenses. Despite the tumultuous events he had endured and the formidable power he now wielded, his social standing remained that of an ordinary sophomore. I must devise a means to elevate my social status. Otherwise, despite my ability to vanquish deities, I remain merely an average high school student in the eyes of the world, Moser murmured to himself. What did you say? Came the query from the other end, unable to discern his words. I said I no longer require it. I shall not be attending school, that is all. With that, Moser could not be bothered to engage further and promptly terminated the call. During his previous, destitute existence, that foster family had never offered him any assistance. His life had mirrored that of Harry Potter, yet in a more tragic light. He felt less like a foster child and more like a slave they had taken in. Moser had moved out shortly after arriving in this world, finding it hard to comprehend how the original owner of this body had endured such a life for so long. Now that he had begun to thrive, he had no desire to inform them, lest it devolve into some melodramatic family saga. Presently, he felt no inclination to pursue education. For ordinary individuals, schooling was a pathway to a brighter future. However, Moser now possessed fortunes in gold bars and antiques, rendering the question of education seemingly irrelevant. While lost in thought, another ring of his phone interrupted him. He picked it up to discover an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a vaguely familiar voice greeted him. Moser, this is Stark. Is something the matter? Moser glanced at the time, perplexed that Stark had called so early in the morning. Did you not mention that you would let me examine your sword? I can hardly contain my excitement, and wanted to know if you are available now. Stark's laughter echoed through the line. Now, certainly. Please provide me with your address, and I shall come to you, Moser replied. You are coming to find me? Stark seemed taken aback. I am the one in need. It would be simpler for me to visit you. Not at all a bother. I am quite eager to see your Iron Man suit. Is that inconvenient? Moser inquired. Haha, not at all. You are most welcome. I will send you the address. Just drive right in when you arrive, Stark chuckled. The two exchanged no further pleasantries before ending the call, shortly followed by a text message arriving on Moser's phone. Moose glanced around a few times before rising to wash up and set out in his confinement vehicle. Though he could have utilized the spatial gemstone for instant transport, he preferred to drive, taking his time. Such a splendid car should not be forsaken. It could still be enjoyed occasionally, unless the destination was truly distant. After a wild 40-minute drive, Moose arrived at his destination. Stark's residence was considerably larger than Moose's modest villa, likely costing several $1,000,000. Not to mention the exquisite interior design. As he approached the grand entrance, the automatic doors slid open, and a voice with a British accent reached his ears. You must be Mr. Moose. Please come in. Mr. Stark is awaiting you in the studio. Moose turned to glance at a small camera perched on the eave. Presumably the artificial intelligence known as Jarvis that Stark frequently employed. Without further ado, he drove through the automatic doors. Inside was a spacious studio. To the right, work tables and materials were neatly arranged, while to the left stood several of Stark's prized vehicles. However, some of the cars bore scorch marks on their hoods, evidence of Stark's mishaps during his research on the Iron Man suit. One parking space was conspicuously vacant, presumably reserved for Moose. Dismounting, Moose parked the confinement vehicle, which then came to a stop automatically. At last you've arrived, Stark exclaimed with a smile, approaching Moose to shake his hand. Despite Moose's youth, Stark exhibited no airs of superiority. Is this your car that transforms into a robot? Its design is quite impressive. Stark's excitement was palpable as he admired the confinement vehicle, having noticed its capabilities when it reversed into the parking space. Indeed, Moose replied with a smile. Confinement, come, show him your humanoid form. Oh, remember to bend slightly. The space here isn't sufficient for you to stand straight. The studio boasted a height of over 5 meters, making it necessary for confinement to either sit or crouch in order to transform. With a confirmation, confinement emitted a series of mechanical sounds as it morphed into its robotic form. As anticipated, it could not stand upright in such a confined space and had to crouch down, resembling a forlorn giant. Chapter 67. The meeting perfect, simply perfect. Stark circled confinement, his enthusiasm infectious. Had Moose not informed confinement that Stark was not malevolent, it might have retaliated with a punch at being so closely inspected. Did you create this yourself? It's astounding. With Earth's current technology, it's utterly impossible to produce a robot with such agility. As one of the foremost scientific minds in the world, Stark's commendation was well-deserved. The seamless transformation and high intelligence of confinement left Moose bewildered by the intricacies involved. However, for Stark, each aspect presented a new challenge, and he could not fathom how these obstacles had been surmounted. This is not my invention, but in this world, only I possess it. In the entire universe, there exists but this one. Moser confidently remarked that this was, after all, not a creation of the Marvel Universe, and he was not wrong in saying so. While Stark was circling around the confinement, Moser was examining several sets of armor displayed in the exhibition cases. From left to right, they were the Iron Man armors numbered 1, 2, and 3. Number 1 was a replica of the suit Stark used to escape the cave. Number 2 was the first genuine suit he developed, and number 3 was the one he currently utilized. It is often said that mechs represent a man's romance. Moser's claim of disinterest would surely be a falsehood. Approaching the display case, the door opened automatically, inviting him to reach in and explore. In his previous life, he had owned several Iron Man action figures, yet now, being able to touch the authentic Iron Man armor left him somewhat enamored. Well, how do you find it? Quite impressive, isn't it? Stark observed Moser's delighted expression, a hint of pride in his tone. Moser nodded, pausing for a moment before responding. Indeed, it is remarkable, but it lacks portability. Should you find yourself in peril, this armor won't be of much assistance. I am actually researching a portable suit, Stark replied, gesturing for Moser to follow him. The two made their way to the workbench on the right side of the studio. Stark tapped a few keys on the virtual keyboard before them, and surrounding projections illuminated, revealing a suit of armor before their eyes. This is my latest concept for a portable armor, which can shrink to the size of a briefcase. Its drawbacks include limited flight capability and diminished energy reserves. In a real confrontation, it still pales in comparison to suit number 3, Stark lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Although this suit is somewhat fragile, at least it does not rely on the human body to withstand attacks, providing some degree of protection, he added. I recently acquired a particularly effective set of armor that I believe will pique your interest, Moser replied with a smile. Oh, where is it? Did you bring it with you? Is it at your home? Stark's interest was piqued upon hearing Moser's enthusiasm. The mere presence of the confinement had already astonished him. And now the emergence of yet another set of armor indicated that Moser's treasures were indeed endless. Moser chuckled, stepping back a few paces to maintain distance from Stark. With a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned the armor's calling device from his storage space, adeptly placing it on his wrist before inserting the fire crystal badge. This time, Moser refrained from dramatically announcing the transformation. Instead, as he inserted the badge into the device, a red, translucent glow descended from above, penetrating through the layers of the building's protection and enveloping Moser within. The sudden brilliance caused Stark to instinctively raise his arm to shield his eyes. Once the crimson light dissipated, he lowered his arm and beheld the armored figure standing before him, momentarily rendered speechless. His gaze traversed the various sections of Moser's armor. And after half a minute, Stark bolted towards him, exclaiming, "What is this?" He glanced up at the ceiling, which remained unaffected by the earlier flash of red light, indicating that it posed no threat. He reached out and tapped on the armor encasing Moser, producing a soft metallic echo. "This cannot be ordinary metal. Is it an alloy? If so, what kind of alloy? The ability to descend in the form of light transcends mere technology, does it not?" "Indeed. I believe it embodies something beyond the realm of science." Moser hesitated before speaking. "This armor is known as the Flame Dragon, derived from the fire crystal. To transform, I rely on a summoning device that requires the insertion of a crystal card, which harnesses the energy of the fire crystal to enable our fusion. This could be considered a manifestation of Eastern mystical powers." Even Moser finds it challenging to elucidate the origins of the armor. After all, his recollections do not clarify why such a modern mechanism is necessary to activate the armor. It is merely stated that it was invented by a brilliant scientist, allowing individuals to summon the armor at will. Otherwise, carrying around a stone larger than one's own head would indeed be quite cumbersome. Now it was Stark's turn to circle around Moser's armor, captivated by the extraordinary nature of this battle attire. "How about we engage in a duel and discover the distinctions between our armors?" Moser suggested, observing Stark's relentless orbit around him. Chapter 68. Flame Dragon Knight and Iron Man. Since acquiring the Flame Dragon armor, Moser had only experimented with its functions on that particular day. He had yet to engage in actual combat. He remained unaware of the specific combat data pertaining to the armor. Naturally, it was impossible to practice with Ganata. Setting aside her willingness, her physical capabilities were far beyond that of an average human. Unlike Moser, she could not suppress her enhanced abilities to match those of an ordinary person, thus denying him the opportunity for practical experience. Now that he was at Stark's place, a duel with him presented an excellent chance for real combat. Sure, after my recent bout with Obadiah, I've been engrossed in developing armor in the workshop, eager to refine my combat skills. Since acknowledging my identity as Iron Man, Stark had been seeking opportunities to don the armor for practical engagements or training. Yet, finding an evenly matched opponent was no simple task. "All right, let us suit up." Moser could hardly contain his excitement. "Absolutely." Stark nodded in agreement. Just as someone entered the workshop, "Tony, how could you skip such an important meeting today? There are numerous matters concerning Obadiah's affairs that require your attention." The newcomer was a woman clad in a white uniform, busily jotting down notes on a file as she entered, looking quite harried. Upon raising her gaze and spotting Moser in the Flame Dragon armor, she gasped, "Tony, have you developed another suit of armor?" "Madam, it is not he who has created this. There is someone inside it." Moser waved his hand, startling her. Allow me to introduce." Stark jogged over to stand between them. "This is Pepper Potts, my secretary, and this is Alex Moser, my friend." Moser recognized the woman. Stark often affectionately referred to her as Pepper. She was one of the few individuals who genuinely cared for Stark and would eventually become his wife in a few years. Moser and Pepper exchanged nods, acknowledging one another. Gazing at the armored Moser, Pepper Potts turned to Stark and inquired, "Do you have something to attend to?" "Indeed. Moser wishes to engage in some sparring with me. I am just about to don my suit," Stark replied, hastening toward the iron armor. With the assistance of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, he began to equip himself. His excitement was palpable. It was the first time she had witnessed such a genuine expression from him. As Pepper observed Stark, clad in his suit with Jarvis's aid, she found herself momentarily entranced by his smile, a rare display of unadulterated joy that contrasted with his usual demeanor focused solely on suit development. In less than a minute, Stark stood before Moser, fully suited, as the two men locked eyes in silence. "Oh, right, I should probably step aside. It would be disastrous if I were caught in the crossfire," Pepper thought, swiftly making her way outside. "I'm heading upstairs. Call me when you're finished, Tony. You have many responsibilities. Don't fixate solely on the suit." Yes, Stark replied, a hint of exasperation evident beneath his mask at Pepper's persistent admonishments. "She truly cares for you. Individuals like her are quite rare," Moser remarked with a smile. Stark turned his gaze toward Pepper, who was exiting the room and heading upstairs. Upon noticing his attention, she gestured encouragingly to him. Before departing, she pointed to the documents in her hand, reminding Stark not to forget to address the matters of Stark Industries later. A secretary managing a CEO's affairs to such an extent is indeed unparalleled. Seeing the impending confrontation, Moser discreetly crouched to the side, ensuring he would not be inadvertently affected by their clash. "Shall we fight here?" Moser asked, gesturing towards a few luxury vehicles nearby. "It's fine, we can spar here. If anything gets damaged, it's on me," Stark declared with a bold laugh, stretching his limbs and bouncing lightly as if preparing for a boxing match, clearly eager to begin. "Very well, let us commence," Moser replied, shaking out his wrists. Taking a deep breath, he moderated the enhancements of the Blacklight Virus to a level akin to that of an average human. In his current state, his punches could easily achieve ton-level force, and with the suit's augmentation, delivering a lethal blow to Stark was not merely a fantasy. However, it was essential to reduce his physical prowess to that of a normal person to make the duel worthwhile. Otherwise, it would merely be a one-sided domination devoid of significance. With a powerful thrust of his feet against the ground, the force unleashed by the flame dragon armor exceeded Moser's expectations. In the blink of an eye, he closed the 10-meter gap that had separated them, raising his right fist engulfed in flames and striking fiercely at Stark. "Your fist can ignite," Stark exclaimed, utterly taken aback by the opponent's remarkable agility. He quickly raised his hands to block, but the fiery punch sent him reeling backward. "Be cautious. My armor is no trifling matter," Moser declared, though he too was somewhat astonished. The capabilities of the armor were far more formidable than portrayed in television shows. Chapter 69. The Battle of Fists and Feet. The powers of the Flame Dragon armor were significantly more potent than depicted on screen, such as the effortless ability to envelop his fist in flames. As the most balanced of the 5 sets of light and shadow armor, its combat capabilities are truly formidable. Unfortunately, it is constrained by budgetary limitations. If given free rein, the Flame Dragon armor could yield remarkable combat results. From that recent punch, Moser has conducted a preliminary analysis, indicating that the armor's fundamental performance is commendable. Well then, I shall not hold back. One strike suffices to reveal the strength of the Flame Dragon armor. Stark chuckled heartily as the thrusters on his feet and hands belched flames, propelling him towards Moser like a swift arrow. The mobility of the iron armor is also impressive. After all, it can effortlessly breach the first sound barrier and boasts remarkable agility over such a short distance on the ground. Upon reaching Moser, Stark did not launch a straightforward punch. Instead, he unleashed flames from his left hand to stabilize his stance, while his right hand positioned itself in front of his chest. The flames erupting from his palm allowing him to pivot, delivering a powerful elbow strike. Clang! At such close proximity, Moser chose not to evade and took the hit head-on. The pressure from the elbow forced him to stagger backward slightly. "Impressive speed and strength," Moser exclaimed, swiftly countering with a whip kick that sent Stark flying to the side. In midair, Stark steadied himself using the hand cannons, avoiding a fall. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a red figure approaching. The left-hand cannon continued to emit flames to maintain balance, while the right-hand cannon suddenly surged in power, executing a similar maneuver towards the side. Though simple, it must be acknowledged as a powerful killing blow. For an ordinary person, such an attack could prove fatal. Moser sidestepped, his right hand forming a fist engulfed in searing flames, accompanied by an intimidating wave of heat. The thrusters on his feet fired, propelling Stark forward just in time to evade the punch. The fiery fist swung through empty air, leaving a charred imprint on the ground. Had it connected, the impact would have been devastating. Indeed, quite impressive. I shall now engage seriously. If anything seems amiss, do not hesitate to speak, Stark's voice echoed. Moser extended his palm and beckoned him with a finger. This gesture ignited their fighting spirit. In an instant, the two figures collided in a fierce melee. Moser unleashed all his combat skills without restraint, employing every possible striking surface, hands, elbows, knees, in a relentless onslaught. The sound of metal clashing reverberated around them. "You are quite formidable. With such a plethora of combat techniques, surely they cannot all be self-taught," Moser remarked during the skirmish. "Not entirely. I have learned a bit of Wing Chun, but most of my techniques were acquired online. Your fighting style is remarkable as well. The ferocity of your Muay Thai and boxing techniques is utterly refined," Stark replied, astonished. He had Jarvis continuously analyzing Moser's combat style, a fact of which Moser was well aware and accepted. Ultimately, the armored suit embodies a high-tech combat approach, employing artificial intelligence to analyze adversarial fighting methods and techniques, all within permissible boundaries. Stark himself is merely an ordinary individual lacking combat experience. Thus, utilizing this advanced strategy to engage in battle poses no issue whatsoever. It is precisely for this reason that Stark is able to discern the origins of Mercer's fighting style and the martial arts techniques he employs. If it were merely superficial strength, I would indeed be underestimated, Mercer remarked with a light chuckle. The martial arts techniques he possesses stem from the various individuals he has assimilated, each possessing at least one or two forms of combat proficiency. Coupled with Mercer's unique abilities granted by the Blacklight Virus, even when his physical capabilities are diminished to the level of an ordinary person, he comprehends these techniques with greater acuity than the average practitioner, discerning precisely when and where to exert force and apply them. Even at his diminished state, Mercer remains a paragon among men. These two are utterly insane. Their ferocity is astounding. Observing the fierce confrontation between Mercer and Stark, Jinbe could not help but express his astonishment. Had it not been for the activation of battle analysis, he would have struggled to keep pace with their swift movements. The intensity of their combat escalated, yet a discerning eye like Jinbe's could easily ascertain that Mercer was the one dominating the fight. This outcome was hardly surprising, as the armored suit primarily favors firepower dominance. Stark's willingness to engage Mercer in close combat was largely motivated by a desire to learn and refine his own skills in hand-to-hand combat. After all, close-quarters combat is an inevitable aspect of future encounters, and Stark had no intention of passing up such a valuable opportunity. Furthermore, the Inferno armor was specifically designed for close combat, placing Stark directly in the realm of Mercer's expertise. With a resounding crash, the two warriors were forced apart, each bearing various degrees of damage. Scratches and scrapes were inevitable, as they were not pristine vehicles to avoid being marred. Chapter 70. This is the worst I have here. I wish to test my weaponry, but it would be inappropriate for me to do so without any armaments of my own, Mercer stated. That is fine. As long as you don't kill me, you may use whatever you wish, Stark replied, his breath slightly labored, realizing that Mercer's combat prowess exceeded his expectations significantly. He was acutely aware of Mercer's formidable strength. It was not solely the peculiar equipment he possessed, but also the skill to wield it effectively. And what about your weapon? Stark was about to inquire about the location of Mercer's armament when Jinbe had already transformed into a humanoid, making it clear it was not on his person. Could it also be summoned? His thoughts were interrupted as Stark's eyes widened beneath his mask. He witnessed Mercer twist a knob on his right side, deftly maneuvering his fingers to catch an object that sprung forth from the Taiji emblem on his belt. Tossing it aside, a card emblazoned with the image of a double-edged blade floated beside him. To Stark's astonishment, Mercer actually retrieved the double-edged sword from the card. What kind of maneuver is this? This method of weapon utilization was beyond Stark's imagination. Is this yet another capability of the armor Mercer is donned in? The mere existence of such an extraordinary suit was already astonishing to him. To his astonishment, the weapon sprang forth from the belt. What arcane technology was this? Stark, now somewhat numb, was overwhelmed by the myriad surprises Mercer had presented him and quickly assumed a defensive stance, ever prepared for the next move. Gripping the hilt of his dual-edged blade, Mercer charged forward. In cinematic portrayals, clashes merely produce sparks as a visual effect, yet in reality, the sharpness of the flame blade was not to be underestimated. With a sound akin to tearing fabric, the flame blade struck the steel armor, leaving a faint scar on the remarkably resilient material. How sharp! Stark exclaimed in disbelief. His suit was crafted from aerospace-grade materials and titanium alloys, impervious to even tank fire, sustaining only superficial blemishes. Yet, this formidable armor bore a mark from Mercer's strike. Mercer's relentless assault followed in rapid succession. Each time he aimed to land a blow on Stark, the blade would momentarily falter, redirecting to another target. This pattern repeated with each swing. After half a minute, Stark found himself retreating with raised hands, conceding, "I've lost. I cannot match you." He discerned the restraint Mercer exhibited. Had the blade not halted each time, he would have been utterly cleaved by the strike. The first mark on his armor was undoubtedly a result of Mercer holding back. Otherwise, it would have been pierced through entirely. Consider it a lesson, Mercer chuckled, reverting from his armored state. Remarkably, he hadn't even broken a sweat during their bout. Observing Mercer's composed demeanor, Stark approached a nearby disassembly station to remove his steel armor. Beads of perspiration dotted his forehead. The recent engagement had certainly taken its toll on him. "Let me lend you this summoner for your examination. Perhaps you could find a way to integrate it with your armor," Mercer proposed, approaching Stark and producing a fire crystal from thin air, along with the summoner and insignia, extending them toward him. "Is that permissible?" Stark paused, taken aback. Such items should be deemed highly classified, yet Mercer was so readily entrusting them to him. "I have faith in your character, and I require your assistance. If you can produce them in bulk, even a few dozen sets would suffice," Mercer replied with a smile. Dozens? Stark was at a loss for words. What did he mean by a few dozen? Just one set was already staggering. The combat capabilities of the Flame Dragon armor were sufficient to take on thousands, effortlessly penetrating the armor of tanks. To mass-produce such technology would be nothing short of inciting war. Wait, I no longer manufacture weapons. I've even shut down my weapon factories. As this thought crossed his mind, Stark hastily pushed back the items Mercer had offered. Given the portability of the Flame Dragon armor, should it fall into the wrong hands, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. It's not as dire as you imagine. Morse placed the items on Stark's work desk and remarked, "This armor is the weakest thing I have here. If I wished to instigate a war, I would have no need for such a trinket." As he spoke, Morse showcased some of his other capabilities. For instance, the thunder fruit surged within him, manifesting as a radiant lightning armor enveloping his body. Additionally, the Book of Vishanti within his Sharingan revealed a vast golden magic array that unfurled beneath his feet. Although he did not specifically demonstrate any abilities, the latent energy still left Stark feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp. "This armor is indeed your weakest? I had thought our disparity was not so vast." Stark was left utterly speechless, realizing the extent of the gap between them. With newfound assurance, he accepted the armor summoner, his interest in it far surpassing that in the dark sword and the confinement. His primary combat method stemmed from his battle suit. Achieving such portability would be nothing short of exceptional. Chapter 71, The Path to Mass Production. Upon acquiring the summoner, Stark immediately delved into his research. Various intricate machines were positioned atop the summoner, executing operations that Morse could not comprehend. Pepper, coming downstairs to call Stark, paused upon seeing his engrossed demeanor, shaking her head in resignation and returning upstairs without uttering a word. Observing Stark's fixation, she understood that once this technological fanatic focused on something, it became increasingly difficult for him to heed anything else. As time flowed, Stark had spent nearly 2 hours immersed in his studies. Seated in his office chair, he flitted back and forth between his computer desk, tirelessly entering a multitude of incomprehensible data. Confinement had grown so bored that he began to play with the vehicles in Stark's garage, treating them as colossal toys that he pushed around with his hands. "Any results?" Morse inquired, leaning against Stark's work desk. The summoner was connected to numerous data cables, with 2 mechanical arms intermittently scanning nearby. "The armor you wear is not made of ordinary metal. It is a manifestation of energy," Stark stated, his gaze fixed on the screen's data. "This energy is emitted by the summoner, which initiates power through the inserted badge, activating the stored energy from the light and shadow stones elsewhere, thereby transforming into armor upon descending upon the summoner. If we wish to incorporate the Iron Man suit into this, we must also convert it into that form of light energy." "Transform into light energy?" Morse paused, taken aback. "Is that feasible? If it involves creating those badges and summoners, that should not be a challenge for me," Stark replied, rubbing his aching temples. After 2 hours of research, he had thoroughly deciphered the armor summoner. In the era from which the summoner originated, technology had not progressed as far as it had in this world. Being one of the foremost technological talents on this planet, Stark found it relatively straightforward to unravel the intricacies of the armor summoner. It should indeed be so, yet Stark now wore an expression of helplessness. Upon noticing the gaze cast by Moser, he picked up a nearby cup filled with green juice and took a generous sip before continuing. "What poses a challenge now is my inability to evenly distribute the energy within the Shadow Stone into multiple segments and relay it to all the armor summoners. Should this hurdle remain unresolved, even if we succeed in creating the armor summoners and badges, there is a significant risk that when summoning the armor, one might end up with a top without trousers. This is indeed a conundrum," Moser admitted, utterly at a loss for a solution. "Is there any way to resolve this?" Stark furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before striking his palm with his fist. "Eureka! In case my explanation eludes you, allow me to elucidate it in more scientific terms. We can modify the output power of the Shadow Stone, adjusting the available capacity at each output port, while constructing individual ports for each summoner and badge." Moser nodded, comprehending the scientific explanation with ease. He gazed at the Shadow Stone and queried, "But how do we implement this?" "It's not as simple as opening a computer and swapping out components." Stark stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I noticed you utilized a magical array earlier. Can your magic penetrate the Shadow Stone? If so, simply follow my instructions." "I shall give it a try," Moser responded, his eyes narrowing as he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, causing Stark to exclaim in awe at the transformation of his eyes. Raising his hand towards the Shadow Stone, he unleashed his magical prowess. A golden magical array illuminated the base of the Shadow Stone, extending outward as golden threads spiraled upward, making contact with the stone. Moser exclaimed in surprise, feeling his magic engage with the Shadow Stone, which surprisingly exhibited a distinct resistance. Does the Shadow Stone possess its own will? The sensation of being both invited and denied access was perplexing. Moser's magic was not forceful, as such a level of resistance would normally be inconsequential. Indeed, it is only natural for the shadow armor to bear a fragment of the heavenly Tao's intent, yet attempting to obstruct me is utterly futile. Moser intensified his magical energy, forcefully penetrating the interior of the shadow stone. What would you have me do? Speak. So soon? Very well, then. Stark promptly began to elucidate the tasks Moser needed to undertake, providing detailed instructions that, if not clarified, might easily be mistaken for discussions related to technology. Moser's formidable ocular power subdued the shadow stone's will to a negligible degree, effortlessly engraving 42 energy output sources into it. Of these, 41 were attributed to Moser, and only one to Stark. Initially, Moser contemplated allocating a few more sources to Stark, thereby enabling the storage of additional sets of armor. However, Stark insisted that his armor would continuously evolve, necessitating the re-engraving of each upgrade, while a single badge could be reused. Seeing Stark's unwavering determination, Moser refrained from further argument, reserving one output source for himself while designating the remaining 40 for the Shadow Alliance. Although the assassins possessed the shadowy abilities of the Shadow Legion, their offensive capabilities remained at the level of ordinary individuals. In the secular realm, this is entirely sufficient. However, after Moser, he may need to partake in the Divine War. The Shadow Alliance must also evolve with the times, lest it becomes ineffectual. Moser's aspiration to mass-produce armor stems from this necessity. He must fortify his own power. How long would it take to construct a prototype armor summoner? With the energy transmission lines of the Light Shadow Stone already established, Moser is eager to create the armor summoner and test its functionality. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Just give me one more hour. Producing a prototype summoner within that time is certainly feasible, Stark asserted. All right, as soon as possible. Moser nodded in agreement. Stark immediately immersed himself in the research and development of the armor summoner. Early in the analysis of the summoner, Stark had instructed JARVIS to liaise with suitable manufacturers to customize the synthetic materials he required. Over the course of the past 2 hours since the research commenced, the manufacturers had prepared the materials. After all, there is little that money cannot procure. Stark doubled the price, and the manufacturers prioritized his order, dispatching the materials directly to Stark's residence. By the way, where's Banner? Do you have his contact information? Moser suddenly recalled his promise to assist Banner in controlling the Hulk. Yes, we exchanged contacts during our previous operation. Are you looking for him? Stark replied. He is still at SHIELD. Ever since the last mission, he has remained there, likely because it offers him the best protection. Although the Hydra conspiracy has been thwarted, their presence still lingers throughout the world. Chapter 72. Self-preservation. Currently, many Hydra members are still at large. In his ordinary state, Banner is merely a regular person. If he were to be subdued and controlled by Hydra, it would pose a significant threat. Keeping Banner at SHIELD in the past would have easily led to suspicions of imprisonment or surveillance. Yet, in light of Hydra's recent exposure, SHIELD's actions are genuinely aimed at safeguarding him. Nick Fury has taken Moser's words to heart. Banner and the Hulk should be regarded as formidable assets rather than liabilities. Banner is quite affable and easy to converse with, while the Hulk presents challenges. His immense strength coupled with a low intellect makes him prone to destructive outbursts, rendering his presence in public perilous. Stark seldom praises others, yet he recognizes Banner's 6 doctoral degrees and finds common ground with him, enjoying their discussions. Moser nodded. Leave him a message. If he has the time, he should come over. I might be able to assist him in addressing his physical issues. Is there truly a method to resolve this? If Banner can control the Hulk at will, he would indeed be both scholarly and martial, Stark expressed, surprised. This matter pertains to biological knowledge, an area he is not well versed in, and he is curious to see how Moser intends to approach it. I don't believe it will be overly difficult. We will need to wait for him to arrive to ascertain the specifics. As they conversed, JARVIS wisely reached out to Banner. At SHIELD base. Banner, how is the progress on the synthetic tesseract? Nick Fury inquired as he approached Banner. Gazing ahead, before them lay a cube, strikingly identical to the cosmic cube. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Banner glanced at the data on his tablet and replied, "It's going well. Thus far, everything remains remarkably stable. Our efforts to retain even a trace of the cosmic cube's energy have not been in vain. Indeed, that energy is surely insufficient to fully restore the cosmic cube. Achieving even 10% of its power would be satisfactory." Nick Fury's expression was laced with complexity as he scrutinized the artificial cube. On the day the old ones were banished, Mysterio had taken the cosmic cube and SHIELD had not dared to voice any objections. Mysterio's power exceeded anything S.H.I.E.L.D. had anticipated. He was an entity beyond their control. As long as Mysterio refrained from causing trouble, they were grateful, and the thought of imposing limitations on him was unthinkable. During the cleanup of the battlefield, S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered this energy within Hydra's machinery. Fury chose not to consult Mysterio, and instead took it upon himself to collect the energy. Fury, are we truly doing the right thing? Banner was acutely aware that what he was engaged in was a closely guarded secret, a venture into creating a weapon of terrifying potential. Once developed, its power could surpass even that of a nuclear bomb. The implications of humanity wielding such a formidable weapon were daunting. After all, humanity has yet to leave Earth. Possessing such a weapon might ultimately endanger those who inhabit the planet. Nick Fury exhaled deeply, understanding Banner's concerns. Even in its incomplete state, this level of energy, if turned into a weapon, would present a precarious balance of advantages and disadvantages, with the latter likely outweighing the former. Unfortunately, Earth is too vulnerable. We must possess a certain degree of powerful weaponry. If a formidable threat arises again, we cannot rely on having another Mysterio to assist us. While nuclear weapons are powerful, they come with the risk of mutual destruction. Our only recourse is to develop a new energy weapon, one that affords our planet a means of self-defense. Let us continue our research. For now, we can at least ascertain that there are no traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D. And should we successfully develop this weapon, it will not fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, Fury stated. Banner nodded in agreement. To be candid, he had initially rejected this assignment. He was not an expert in weaponry and had wondered why Stark was not approached for such matters. When it came to weapon manufacturing, Stark was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the industry. Fury's response had been that Stark would not be persuaded to create such weapons again. After escaping that cave, Stark had indeed shut down all his arms manufacturing facilities. To expect him to produce weapons for S.H.I.E.L.D. would likely only lead to complications. Thus, Nick Fury chose Banner, who, despite being an amateur, possessed 6 doctoral degrees. His ability to grasp complex concepts was exponentially superior to that of the average individual, often several times faster. While the two engaged in conversation, a short-haired woman clad in a sleek agent's leather attire approached briskly, extending a phone towards Banner. Dr. Banner, you have a voice message. I believe you ought to listen to it. The woman before him was Hill, Nick Fury's right-hand assistant, responsible for numerous tasks that Fury could not attend to. Thank you, Hill, Banner replied with a smile as he accepted the phone from her. The only individuals capable of reaching him here were but a select few. One stood before him, Nick Fury, while the other was none other than Tony Stark. Upon accessing the voice message, the voice that emanated was indeed that of Stark's artificial intelligence, J.A.R.V.I.S. As he listened, the expression on Banner's face gradually transformed from a smile to one of excitement. What is it? Fury inquired, observing Banner's animated demeanor. Morse has gone to see Tony. He asked me to come over as well, saying he wants to help me figure out how to control the Hulk. Banner exclaimed, initially under the impression that the matter had been forgotten. He felt somewhat hesitant to impose on others, particularly in requesting assistance upon their first meeting, and later considered it rather abrupt. Had the offer been merely superficial, he would not have been surprised. To his astonishment, Morse not only remembered the issue but also urged him to address it immediately. Without waiting for Fury's response, Banner hurriedly relayed the details and made his way towards the exit. Fury, are we just going to let him go? Hill remarked, watching Banner's hasty departure. Well, what else can we do? Should we confine him? Fury replied, raising his hands in resignation. The current state of S.H.I.E.L.D. was severely weakened. We could not afford to alienate anyone who might be of assistance. Moreover, numerous Hydra members lurked in the shadows, seizing opportunities. The Avengers' initiative needed to be expedited. The Earth required a formidable superarmy to defend against external threats. Indeed, the two proceeded outside. They remained oblivious to the fact that as they exited the room, the artificial cube mounted on the apparatus emitted visible blue ripples, as if it had been activated. Chapter 73, the upgrade of Iron Man Banner arrived at Stark's residence, following the same open path as Morse had before, leading him to the underground workshop. Dr. Banner, it's a pleasure to see you again, Morse greeted, shaking Banner's hand with a smile. You may simply call me Banner, he replied, surveying his surroundings until his gaze fixated on a nearby entity. Noticing his attention, the entity raised a hand in acknowledgement. What is this? Banner's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the entity. Though he had heard of Morse's luxury vehicle that could transform into a robot, he had not anticipated the remarkable intelligence it possessed. The fact that it greeted him with a wave indicated that it transcended the definition of a mere robot. It resembled a form of life. That is J-A-R-V-I-S, my subordinate, a mechanical life form. Morse also perceived the astonishment of his counterpart and introduced the matter with a smile. Banner couldn't help but steal a few more glances before redirecting his gaze. He noticed the three-dimensional graphics displayed on the surface of the table, which resembled a communicator. Since it had not been turned off upon his entrance, it indicated that he was allowed to observe. Thus, Banner inquired, "Are you developing new equipment? A communicator, perhaps?" To the uninitiated, the buttons on the interior of the armor summoner might easily be mistaken for a mere communication device. The decorative elements on the exterior seemed merely fanciful, devoid of any practical utility. You're only partially correct, Banner. This is something that could alter the global landscape. You would undoubtedly be astounded upon seeing the finished product. Stark replied with a teasing smile. Given your excitement, is it ready? Banner, intrigued by Stark's words, felt his curiosity piqued. Stark glanced at his watch, then towards the machine not far ahead, noting that there was still a minute remaining until completion. The computer projected a countdown of 1 minute, and all three gazed intently at the diminishing numbers. As the countdown reached 0, the large machine ceased its operation. Stark swiftly approached and retrieved the completed armor summoner. This machine was typically employed by Stark to forge his Iron Man suits. Due to the sensitive nature of the data, he could not entrust its production to another factory, for fear of leaks. Hence, he had installed a working machine in his workshop specifically for crafting Iron Man suits, though it was capable of producing other items as well. The summoner Stark held displayed the standard red and gold of his armor, with accents of gilded edges. Accompanying it was a badge engraved with the visage of the Iron Man mask. This is what you refer to as a remarkable item? It appears to be nothing more than an embellished communicator, Banner remarked, unable to discern its underlying significance. Jarvis, analyze the summoning process, Stark said with a chuckle, sidestepping Banner's question as he urged Jarvis to initiate data simulation. Understood, sir, Jarvis responded, and a three-dimensional model of the summoner appeared on the projection, commencing a systematic analysis. Morse and Stark watched intently, while Banner, who had only just arrived, appeared perplexed. Noting that the device had reached the testing phase, Banner refrained from further inquiries, opting instead to observe what these two were up to. Minutes later, Jarvis announced, "Sir, the analysis is complete. The summoner is fully equipped to summon the armor and is ready for use." Morse and Stark's eyes lit up. While Jarvis's results could not be deemed infallible, it possessed an advanced intellect, rivaling the calculations of supercomputers from several major nations. Often, treating such results as definitive was inconsequential. Enough chatter, I shall test it first. Stark moved to an open space, eagerly donned the summoner on his wrist, and, following Morse's earlier actions, inserted the Iron Man badge into the device. The radiant energy stored within the emblem was activated, resonating with the nearby Fire Shadow stone. A crimson beam erupted from the stone, enveloping Stark. Meanwhile, the three armors, under Jarvis's command, soared toward Stark, merging with the red light before they even made contact. As the crimson glow dissipated, a new iteration of Iron Man materialized before the onlookers. This armor, a fusion of iron and flame dragon styles, exuded a distinctly Eastern aesthetic. Delicate dragon patterns emerged across the armor, enhancing its three-dimensional presence, while the shoulder armor featured claws resembling three-fingered dragon talons. The helmet, adorned with intricate dragon horns, transformed the formerly sleek armor into a more textured masterpiece. They had succeeded. Mose and Stark exchanged a triumphant clap, while Banner remained in a state of bewilderment. Wait, what just happened? How did your armor suddenly become armed? Witnessing Stark's transformation left Banner feeling utterly perplexed about the world around him. This was no longer mere technology, was it? Stark, no longer keeping secrets, elucidated the entire process to Banner. Hearing that Mose intended to mass-produce such armor, Banner mirrored Stark's earlier astonishment. Is it really feasible to create so many? That seems unwise. Chapter 74. Disappointment. Stark recognized Banner's concerns, recalling his own past apprehensions, and gently patted his shoulder. Rest assured, this is merely the weakest iteration. The more powerful versions are far beyond these armors. Was it not I who resolved the Cosmic Cube incident? Oh, is that so? At the mention of the Cosmic Cube, Banner's gaze flickered with unease. Stark noticed, but did not dwell on it, assuming it was merely a painful memory resurfacing. However, Mose perceived the situation differently, his keen observational skills revealing more. This avoidance of eye contact did not suggest a mere recollection of unwelcome memories, but rather hinted at some clandestine act that warranted such evasion. The Cosmic Cube? Isn't it currently in my possession? Why would he react so strongly to this topic? Mose observed the two conversing, noting how Banner consistently redirected the conversation away from the Cosmic Cube whenever Stark broached the subject. This behavior prompted Mose to draw parallels with his knowledge of the original Marvel timeline, where S.H.I.E.L.D. exploited the cosmic cube to manufacture weapons. Given that Banner had been at S.H.I.E.L.D. recently, despite not being a weapon expert, his intellect could undoubtedly contribute to such knowledge. Mose had no doubts. In his recollection of Avengers Endgame, Banner had even attempted to develop a time machine, albeit unsuccessfully. Yet he had managed to guide Ant-Man through the stages of childhood, adolescence, adulthood, and old age. Such an accomplishment hinted at the potential for immortality, devoid of adverse effects, showcasing the extent of Banner's intellect. Alas, I hope he comprehends the gravity of his actions, for I am disinclined to intervene. The individual in question has already reached adulthood. Even if they engage in unsavory activities, as long as it does not affect him, Moser is disinclined to intervene. He is not akin to the old man with the ring, who would go out of his way to caution others when they stray from the path. At present, his sole desire is to extract Hulk's blood. Let us return to the matter at hand. Banner, please provide me with a sample of your blood, Moser stated. Oh no, I completely forgot about that, Banner exclaimed, smiting his forehead. It was only upon Moser's mention of it that he recalled. Tony, do you have any blood extraction tools? Stark shook his head. No, how could I possibly have such equipment? This isn't a hospital. Then I shall go buy some, Banner said, turning to leave. But Moser called out to him. No need, I have a method. Moser beckoned Banner to his side, and the dark energy coalesced in his hand into a black syringe. He positioned the syringe against Banner's wrist, and the dark energy adhered to his veins. Banner felt a sudden cool sensation at his wrist, indicating that his blood was being absorbed, and he couldn't help but marvel at Moser's capabilities. Before long, Moser retrieved the black syringe, which now contained a quantity of blood the size of a pinky finger. The blood was a normal shade of red, contrary to Moser's expectation of it being green. He stored the syringe in his dimensional space. This action was actually irrelevant to assisting Banner in controlling the Hulk. However, it seamlessly allowed Moser to obtain Banner's blood without the need for coercive extraction. Now, let us witness the extent of Hulk's might. Before Banner could fully comprehend Moser's words, he caught a glimpse of a powerful fist hurtling towards him. Although the punch did not directly land, the forceful wind generated by it sent Banner flying. This sudden onslaught left Stark perplexed. What are you doing? Step aside. I will handle this, Moser declared as he advanced. Banner was slammed against the wall with such tremendous force that it shattered, leaving him deeply embedded within it. A ferocious roar, akin to that of a beast, emanated from the wreckage. A colossal green hand emerged from the rubble, pulling itself free. The Hulk stood before Moser. Is this the Hulk? He appears rather impressive. Far more aesthetically pleasing than Abomination, Moser murmured to himself. In comparison, Abomination looked as if he had been hastily thrown together, grotesquely so. It seems that even in mutation, the good can transform into something more appealing. Moser's self-reflection went unnoticed by the Hulk, who bent his legs slightly before straightening them, channeling power from his thighs to propel his massive form forward. He swung his enormous fist, creating a windswept force aimed squarely at Moser. The spectacle was formidable. Stark, contemplating the situation, thought that if he were the one being struck, the outcome would be rather grim. His diminutive armor would be utterly insufficient to withstand Hulk's might. It appears I must also begin researching armor capable of countering the Hulk, for should he ever lose control, someone must be there to restrain him. In contemplation, Stark's mind began to shape the nascent form of the future anti-Hulk armor. His attention returned to the present. Hulk's strikes were ferocious, each punch capable of reducing a head to mere paper. Yet, under such relentless assault, Mercer remained remarkably composed, hands tucked into his pockets, a smile gracing his face. He deftly dodged, occasionally landing blows on Hulk. One punch here, a kick there. Poor Hulk was toyed with, ensnared in a web of impotence and fury. Gradually, Mercer's initial indifference morphed into impatience. Disappointment began to set in. Chapter 75. The impotent fury. It appeared that this Hulk remained the same simple-minded creature, not the one who grew stronger with rage. Mercer had anticipated an improvement in this world's Hulk, only to find him unchanged. The Hulk of the Marvel Cinematic Universe had lost the characteristic of becoming more powerful with increasing anger. In the Avengers, he had transformed into a being akin to a super soldier. In mere minutes of engagement, it was evident that Mercer was merely showcasing his agility. Such a humiliating treatment should have provoked Hulk to grow stronger. Yet, his performance resembled that of a muscle-bound 5-year-old, powerless and furious, eliciting disappointment. Enough of this farce. Mercer ceased his evasive maneuvers. Seizing the moment, Hulk unleashed a devastating punch. Freeze. With a soft command, Hulk's form became rigid in midair, immobilized. Observing Hulk's stasis, Stark stepped forward, gazing at the statue-like figure of Hulk, witnessing him up close for the first time. Were it not for the eyes that remained eerily alert, one might believe he was merely a sculpture. Staring into Hulk's fierce, bulging eyes, Stark fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Have your eyes been open for so long that they're dry? Hulk's lips curled slightly. I'm glaring at you with murderous intent, attempting to kill you with my gaze, and you inquire if my eyes are dry? I think you might be quite ill. Laughter erupted from the bystander. And at that moment, the only eye of Hulk that could move blinked, ceasing its furious glare at Mercer and Stark. Mercer stroked his chin, lost in thought. Although he had previously agreed to assist Banner in controlling Hulk, he had not considered any specific methods. His sole intention had been to acquire Hulk's blood. Now, while Hulk's blood was indeed potent, it fell short of Mercer's expectations. The formation of the Avengers could not proceed without Hulk. He did not wish to bear the burden of such responsibility and thus needed Hulk to survive. As Mercer closed his eyes, a hint of crimson flickered within. The most effective control he possessed stemmed from the arcane texts learned in the Sanctum, notably the Book of Vishanti. After a thorough search, he found no powerful mind control spells. Disheartened, he suddenly opened his eyes, inadvertently unleashing his gaze. An invisible yet formidable force erupted forward, striking Hulk with tremendous impact. The unfortunate Hulk is ensnared in midair by the space stone, unable to fly away and dissipate this force. And he can only endure the violent impact of this invisible power. Even Hulk's formidable physique feels as though his very insides are churning. A trickle of green blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. My apologies. I have yet to fully master these eyes. My sincerest apologies. Since acquiring his Sharingan, Mize has utilized it primarily for learning magic or summoning Susanoo, lacking the opportunity for meticulous control. Upon noticing Hulk's sorrowful gaze, Mize awkwardly smiles. This is indeed a source of his current frustration. He possesses an abundance of abilities, each one a formidable force in its original context. They are not difficult to control due to weakness, but rather due to their overwhelming strength, making them challenging to manage. While Mize can unleash their destructive potential, he struggles with precise manipulation. This duality presents both advantages and disadvantages. During confrontations with adversaries, his attacks are extraordinarily potent, difficult for an ordinary person to withstand. However, this immense power becomes a liability. Should Mize fail to regulate this energy, it results in indiscriminate attacks, endangering even his allies. Thus, in every battle, he consciously suppresses his strength, utilizing less than half of his true power. The Kodo Amatsukami. As he recalls his recent use of the Sharingan, Mize remembers this supreme Genjutsu. Kodo Amatsukami. Now that his Sharingan has evolved into the Mangeki Sharingan, he is capable of casting Kodo Amatsukami. As one of the pinnacle techniques of the Sharingan, controlling Hulk, who possesses the mental acuity of a 5-year-old, is a trivial task. The crux lies in whether it is worthwhile. Kodo Amatsukami demands immense energy. If it is merely to assist Banner in managing Hulk, it would not merit such a significant favor from Mize. Unless, perhaps, I could aid Hulk in attaining that characteristic of becoming stronger with greater anger. This thought jolts Mize. If Hulk could acquire such a trait, his blood would be immensely valuable to Mize. Hulk's strength is derived from gamma energy. Currently, Hulk is merely subjected to gamma radiation, without connecting to the cosmic gamma energy. Thus, despite his rage, the power he possesses is limited, and his roars are mere expressions of impotent fury. Once he connects with the cosmic gamma energy, Hulk would wield the true strength he is meant to possess. Yet Mize hesitates. If Hulk is benevolent, possessing such power would enable him to protect others more effectively. But what if he is malevolent? A Hulk connected to gamma energy would rival even Thor and the other gods. Mize does not wish to create a true Hulk only to be forced to eliminate him. What troubles you? Have you found a solution? Observing Mize's conflicted expression, it is evident he has conceived an idea. Chapter 76. Gamma energy controlling him through Banner is simple, but my thoughts dwell on another matter. Mize shared his thoughts. Gamma energy? Is such a thing within your capability? Stark exclaimed in astonishment. This energy is exceedingly rare and difficult to control, let alone harness for a behemoth like Hulk, which would require a tremendous quantity. Moser nodded, casting his gaze upon his space gem ring. He could utilize the space gem to draw gamma energy from across the universe and infuse it into Hulk. Upon connecting with the gamma energy of the cosmos, Hulk would have an inexhaustible supply at his disposal. At that point, he would truly be formidable. However, such an endeavor carries significant risks. Stark furrowed his brow. Even a normal individual might struggle to maintain their sanity with such power, not to mention the immaturity of Hulk's mind. Moreover, Banner's character is not easily discerned. Moser and Stark do not fully comprehend his true nature. Many present a facade while concealing their true selves, and one can never be certain. Stark regarded Moser and remarked, "It is up to you. I trust in your ability to manage this. If you believe it is feasible, then proceed." After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Moser nodded. Let us give it a try. The three tomo in his eyes transformed into the shape of a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, as he employed the ultimate illusion, the day tension. Upon meeting Moser's gaze, Hulk's eyes turned a vivid crimson. The day tension had been cast upon him, with the essence being to coexist peacefully with Banner and safeguard the Earth. The illusion was straightforward, yet sufficient to ensure Hulk posed little threat to humanity. If he adhered to this, he would become a powerful member of the Avengers. After casting the day tension, Moser closed his eyes to attune himself. He needed to locate the gamma energy within the cosmos and extract it. With his eyes shut, Moser's breathing grew deep and deliberate, as the space gem radiated vibrant azure light, enveloping him completely. Witnessing this spectacle, Stark recoiled, his pupils dilating in astonishment. What was Moser doing? Yet, Moser offered no explanation at that moment, as his consciousness delved into the space gem, instantly immersing him in a universe of countless stars. Is this truly the cosmos? Bathed in azure light, Moser gazed at the endless stars in the darkness, momentarily entranced. Each star could represent a nebula, and within each nebula, myriad celestial bodies. The minuscule Earth, in this vast universe, is but a mere speck. As Moser experienced the cosmos for the first time, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, realizing he was merely one among the inhabitants of that tiny planet. While the ancient beings he had encountered possessed the power to influence the entirety of the universe, he felt somewhat insignificant. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to set aside those trivial matters and focus on the task at hand. The azure energy radiated from his being, expanding outward with each breath. This energy surged forward at least 10,000 miles, swiftly gathering a sufficient amount of gamma energy. This should be adequate, Moser concluded, nodding as he sensed the collected gamma energy, and with a flicker of his form, he vanished from the expanse of the universe. 5 minutes after his disappearance, a silvery figure materialized at the spot once occupied by Mercer. Observing the vacant space with an inscrutable expression, the figure scanned the surroundings. Despite sensing a presence in this direction, it was perplexing how everything had vanished so abruptly. Who could possibly appear in such a place? The silver figure lingered nearby, confirming the absence of any other beings, before muttering to itself, "Never mind. The current task is to locate Janata. Where on earth could she have gone?" As it spoke, the silver figure lightly tapped the surfboard beneath its feet, transforming into a streak of silver light that vanished into the cosmos. Back on Earth, Mercer opened his eyes, raised his right hand with his palm directed towards Hulk, and curled his fingers, tearing through the fabric of space before him. An inconspicuous ripple emerged in the previously empty air. Invisible energy surged forth from this spatial rift, coiling around Hulk's body, pouring an overwhelming amount of energy into him. The sheer intensity of this energy caused Hulk, despite his formidable physique, to widen his eyes in pain and tremble, trapped and unable to resist. Mercer couldn't help but murmur to himself, "It's the first time I've seen Hulk in such agony. If I weren't controlling him, he would surely be writhing in pain on the ground." Mercer could even feel a slight tremor emanating from the space that bound Hulk. It was unfathomable how much strength it took to induce even the slightest quiver in a space that could immobilize an ordinary person. This minor change was enough to astonish Mercer. He reduced the infusion of gamma energy to prevent overwhelming Hulk. As the gamma energy coursed through him, Hulk's skin transformed from a dark green hue to a translucent emerald shade. This transformation lasted only half a minute before his complexion reverted to the original dark green. "Stark, I'm going to release him to test the effects. For safety, step back a bit," Mercer instructed. Stark nodded and promptly retreated to the wall, summoning his armor to transform. Uncertain of what would transpire next, he deemed it wise to remain in transformation. If something were to occur, he might not have time to change. The moment the spatial confinement was lifted, Hulk's figure vanished from their sight. "He disappeared?" Stark exclaimed in disbelief. "No. He's just too fast," Mercer replied, his hands tucked casually in his pockets, unfazed by the unfolding events. The space behind him solidified with the power of the space stone, and a heavy sound resonated. Hulk's fist struck against it, but made no progress. The immense force collided with the air, which had been solidified by the space stone, bursting outward. Two powerful shockwaves sliced through the air, leaving deep imprints on the wall. Without hesitation, the green figure flashed again, and the same sound echoed from the opposite side of Mercer's body. This guy's speed and strength have increased by more than just a notch, Stark observed in astonishment, barely avoiding the residual shockwave. Had he not been fortified by his armor, even a fraction of Hulk's residual force could have landed him in the hospital for half a year. It was precisely due to his fury, having been ambushed by Moser, that Hulk found himself suspended in midair, only to be further provoked by Moser's piercing gaze. The culmination of these events had driven Hulk to the brink of explosion. Now free from his restraints, He yearned to unleash his wrath upon Moser. Despite possessing immense strength, he was still merely a simpleton who flailed about. Moser chuckled lightly. And Hulk, though capable of comprehension, found himself further incensed by those words. Gathering all his might, he delivered a punch that sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Aimed directly at Moser. Chapter 77. Venom this time. Hulk's green fist did not crash into the spatial barrier as before. Instead, it pierced through a void. In the next moment, Hulk's fist astonishingly emerged beside Moser's cheek. With no mitigation of force, the power he exerted was equally borne by him. Hulk was forcefully sent flying, demolishing several of Stark's luxury cars along the way before finally coming to a halt embedded within a wall. Stark lamented, "Why is it that during their battle, I am merely caught in the crossfire?" As for Hulk, his punch had rendered him unconscious. His physique had indeed been considerably enhanced. Yet he could not withstand the full impact of his own blow, having held nothing back. Moser swiftly appeared beside the unconscious Hulk, a dark sword materializing in his hand, igniting with a searing temperature of millions of degrees, murmuring to himself as he swung the blade downward. "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to observe the current regenerative capabilities of Hulk." As the words fell, the sword cleaved through Hulk's right arm. Though Hulk's bodily functions had improved significantly, he could not withstand the horrific heat of millions of degrees with mere flesh, unless he were to coat himself in a protective layer of gamma power, which regrettably Hulk could not do, especially in his unconscious state. With a stroke of the sword, the arm fell, and Moser promptly stored it within his dimensional space. To prevent Hulk's severed arm from regenerating into a whole again, Moser deliberately enveloped it with layers of spatial power. Before them, Hulk's severed limb visibly began to reconstitute at an observable rate. The process, while not particularly swift, was not slow either. After 3 minutes, from the loss of an arm to complete restoration, Hulk achieved what would have been impossible in his former state. "Is this the power of gamma?" Moser exclaimed in awe. The speed of recovery was astonishing. Once gamma energy circulated within Hulk's body for a longer duration, allowing for greater adaptation, his healing could surpass its current pace. Such an amputation could potentially mend in mere breaths. "This is overwhelmingly strong. I believe we have created a monster," Stark remarked, approaching with his armor still donned. "Save for the removal of the helmet. For you both, the intensity is indeed excessive." In truth, Moser was unaware of the true extent of Hulk's power, nor did he grasp the nature of gamma energy. Ultimately, in this realm of knowledge, he remained an ordinary individual. The comics he had read about Hulk in his previous life were scant, insufficient to form a comprehensive understanding of the character. His knowledge was limited solely to the cinematic portrayal of Hulk. "Fear not, I have faith in my illusions. Hulk is incapable of unraveling them," Moser asserted. "The formidable power of the god of the underworld is unmistakable. Only a master of illusion, akin to the likes of Janata, could hope to unravel it. Such beings possess an extraordinary strength, bolstered by the potent magic contained within the Book of Vishanti and the mental prowess of the ancient dominators. This amalgamation of enhancements renders its might beyond the ordinary." After fainting, Hulk gradually returned to his normal size, transforming back into Banner. Stark and Mercer hurried to his side, gently patting his cheeks. As Banner awoke, he quickly sat up upon seeing the 2 men surrounding him. "What just happened?" he inquired, rising to his feet, only to find the surroundings in chaos. "Did Hulk cause another ruckus?" Stark and Mercer nodded in affirmation. Banner gazed around with a heart heavy with despair. He bore no ill will towards Mercer for his earlier actions, understanding that it was a means to provoke Hulk into emerging, and that Mercer had no intention of truly harming him. "Does this mean I can no longer control Hulk?" Banner sighed deeply. If Mercer could not handle the situation, who could? "No," Mercer interjected with a smile, "we have succeeded. Feel the changes within you. You should now be able to communicate with Hulk's persona. Can I converse directly with him?" Banner was taken aback, carefully attuning himself to the alterations within. Suddenly, a green, solidified liquid erupted from his body, morphing into Hulk's visage, which bellowed, "Let me have another go at this person. I refuse to accept defeat." The unexpected emergence of Hulk's head startled both Banner and Stark. "What on earth is this?" Banner exclaimed, astonished. "Hulk, how did you come to be like this? Isn't it you're doing? Now Hulk can only emerge with your consent. Let him out. He wants to smash him." Hulk referred to himself in the third person, revealing a somewhat juvenile mindset. "Is this your doing?" Banner pointed at Hulk's head, bewildered, as he looked at Mercer. Mercer nodded with a grin. Mercer was also taken aback by Hulk's mode of appearance, reminiscent of another anti-hero, Venom. Venom shares a symbiotic relationship with his host, Eddie, allowing for mutual communication. Initially, Mercer had anticipated their interaction would resemble a dialogue within the mind, akin to conversing with another persona. He had not anticipated this Venom-like form of exchange. "This is intriguing," Mercer mused, a quirky version of Venom, Quite fascinating indeed. He smiled at Hulk. We will have ample opportunities to spar in the future. You and Banner should cultivate your relationship. While Hulk insisted on a fight, Banner was more concerned with understanding his situation with Hulk, leading to a spirited debate between the two. Mercer, I am still keen to examine your lightsaber. I am immensely intrigued by that energy source, Stark whispered. Leaning closer to Mercer, his attention had initially been diverted by the armor summoner, but witnessing Mercer effortlessly sever Hulk's arm with the powerful energy beam reignited his curiosity. The most pressing need for the armored warrior is energy. Although he currently possesses the Fire Shadow Stone, which swiftly supplies a set of armor, the energy required for the suit still derives from his own nuclear reactor. The Light Shadow Stone merely provides the location for a portable suit, without offering any energy supply. Thus, the issue of energy remains a matter of concern for him. Naturally, I cannot accept this without compensation. I am fully aware of the value of that sword, which amounts to $10 billion as a down payment. I will conduct my research on it and subsequently provide you with $100 billion, along with an unconditional 50% share of any future endeavors related to the sword. What do you say? With that, Stark promptly produced a bank card, revealing the preparation behind his swift action. Stark, a true magnate and technology enthusiast, casually mentioned sums in the billions, offering an enticing 50% return. This arrangement effectively means that Mercer's efforts yield him a windfall of thousands of billions of dollars with little to no effort. Indeed, a remarkable instance of gaining without giving. Furthermore, the ability to provide such a substantial sum clearly indicates his intent to foster goodwill. Mercer smiled as he accepted the bank card, saying, I shall not hesitate to barter. Your terms are satisfactory. You may proceed with your research on the dark sword and return it to me when I require its use. He withdrew the dark sword and handed it to Stark, unperturbed by the possibility of theft. As he extracted it, a blue glow enveloped the hilt of the sword. This was a spatial mark, allowing Mercer to retrieve anything marked in such a manner. Chapter 78. The fishbowl head. After a prolonged anticipation, Stark eagerly accepted the sword, utterly captivated by it. No man could resist a dark sword that unfurls and hums with a resonant buzz. In a few days, I will relocate my studio to Stark Tower, as this place is no longer conducive to my work. Stark carefully stowed the dark sword and surveyed the surroundings. The area had become dilapidated following the recent battle between Mercer and Hulk, rendering it unfit for any further use. Stark Tower? Indeed. I have already begun constructing my studio on a few upper floors of that building. As the current equipment fails to meet my requirements, a new space is imperative. Stark busied himself, gathering items that needed to be manually transported. Most of his documents were securely stored in a personal cloud, alleviating any concerns on that front. Mercer, I truly find myself at a loss for words. I am immensely grateful to you, Banner exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he approached. Though Hulk remained present, communication was now possible. From their earlier exchanges, it was evident that Banner had genuinely been angry several times, yet Hulk had not emerged, indicating that Hulk's release now required Banner's consent, a significant favor indeed. There is no need for excessive gratitude. I have already claimed one of your arms as payment, Mercer remarked nonchalantly. Banner, momentarily bewildered, repeated, Oh, all right, claiming an arm as payment is acceptable. It was only then that he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. What did you say? You mean to sever my arm? In the distance, Stark's voice floated over, asserting that he had indeed severed your right arm, although it had swiftly healed. Oh, to be precise, it was Hulk's arm, not yours. Banner flexed his right arm, which appeared entirely unscathed, showing no sign of having been severed. Could Hulk's regenerative ability be this formidable? As they exchanged silent glances, Banner's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. He covered his mouth and spoke a few urgent words into the microphone before turning to regard Mercer and the others with a grave demeanor. We are in trouble. Mercer and Stark turned their attention to him, urging for further details. After a moment of contemplation, Banner continued, after Mercer thwarted Hydra's attempt to transport extraterrestrial beings. We collected some residual energy from the Tesseract at the scene and fashioned it into an artificial Tesseract. At this revelation, Mercer's pupils subtly contracted. Although the timeline had altered, would those events ultimately unfold? Mercer spoke in a low tone. Has someone utilized the artificial Tesseract to come here? This inquiry caught Banner off guard, and he nodded in affirmation. Mercer pressed on. Who is it? Is it Loki? Not at all, came the unexpected denial, leaving Mercer astonished. Then who? I am uncertain. Fury sent me a video. Let us watch it together. Banner handed his phone to Stark, who accepted it, nodded, and connected it to his computer, pulling up the sole video stored within. The timestamp indicated it was merely 5 minutes after Banner had departed from that location. In the video, the artificial Tesseract, contained within a spherical vessel, emitted a radiant blue energy, crackling audibly. All machinery was powered down, ruling out a malfunction as the cause of the energy release. The recordings captured the voices of Nick Fury and his staff. "The energy of the Tesseract has increased by 4 points," exclaimed one staff member. "Shut down those machines," Fury commanded. "The machines have been off for quite some time." "It's not a machine issue. The Tesseract is emitting energy on its own." The urgency in their voices was palpable. Clearly, they had been investigating the problem, yet could not identify its source. Suddenly, someone suggested, "Could it be that someone on the other side activated it?" At this revelation, everyone fell silent, acutely aware that the Tesseract could connect with another realm, or even countless realms. Since they had not engaged with it, only one possibility remained. Someone had activated the Tesseract's powers on the other side. A dull thud resonated from within the artificial Tesseract. The surrounding azure energy coalesced into a flickering vortex, the very fabric of space around it displaying signs of fracturing. Soon after, a half-meter radius around the Tesseract plunged into darkness, resembling the void of the cosmos. Upon witnessing this anomaly, the staff quickly recognized that something was amiss with the Tesseract and hastily retreated, while armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surged forward, weapons drawn, aiming at the artificial Tesseract. The crackling sound emanating from the artificial cube grew increasingly louder until it reached a crescendo, at which point a beam of energy shot forth. This energy surged relentlessly ahead, ultimately transforming the cube itself into a component of the luminous beam. The energy beam, stretching over a meter in length, held its form for a moment before unfurling like a scroll, morphing into a rectangular portal. In the next instant, a figure slowly emerged from within. It was a man with a fishbowl perched atop his head. His visage was entirely obscured by a colossal circular dome filled with a white mist, rendering his features indistinguishable. While his attire remained concealed, upon stepping out, he was met by a group of individuals brandishing firearms, yet the man exhibited no signs of panic. Nick Fury approached cautiously, his gaze scrutinizing the enigmatic figure, and inquired, "Sir, might you kindly disclose your identity and purpose?" The man, encased in the fishbowl, surveyed his surroundings before a sonorous voice resonated from within. "Is this another universe? It appears rather unremarkable." "What do you mean by another universe?" Nick Fury attempted to press further, but the man raised his hand, prompting the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to erupt into chaos. Their weapons abruptly transformed into serpents several meters long, hissing menacingly at the startled agents. The chilling sensation of the cold serpents sent shivers down their spines, compelling them to hastily discard their arms. As the serpents hit the ground, a metallic clatter ensued. Upon closer inspection, they realized these were not serpents at all, but rather the firearms they had previously wielded. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents attempted to reach for their weapons, mere meters away, yet found themselves unable to grasp them. "How infuriating! Why can't I touch the gun?" one agent exclaimed. "I too, despite the proximity, cannot seem to reach it." After a moment of futile struggle, all eyes converged upon the man with the fishbowl. Noticing the collective gaze, a magnetic voice emerged from the bowl. "I shall explore this world for a while and observe your developments." With that, the man dissipated into a mist, vanishing entirely from sight. Chapter 79. The Multiverse. After viewing the video, Stark and Banner felt as though yet another adversary had appeared. Mercer, however, wore a contemplative expression, as the figure was not entirely unfamiliar. In fact, he felt a sense of recognition. "Mercer, what troubles you? Do you know this individual?" Stark inquired, noting his demeanor. "Not exactly an acquaintance, but I am aware of his identity," Mercer replied with a nod. "We should consult with Nick Fury regarding this matter." "Agreed," the other two affirmed. And under Mercer's guidance, the trio simultaneously vanished from their location. "Hey, what about me?" The confinement, trembling in a corner, stood bewildered. "I almost forgot you." Mercer's voice echoed in the air, and soon, the confinement was also whisked away by the spatial transport. The scene shifted, and Mercer and his companions materialized in the secret base. Alongside them was Captain Carter, whose expression was far from pleasant. Upon their arrival, Nick Fury inclined his head towards a nearby associate, who nodded in understanding and departed. "I trust you are all aware of what has transpired?" Nick Fury inquired, to which everyone nodded in agreement. "How could you consider employing such a force as a weapon? This is power beyond human comprehension." Stark, the weapons expert, spoke with a hint of indignation. In an instant, he grasped the terrifying potential of utilizing the Tesseract for weapon research. "What am I to do?" Fury sighed. Ever since Thor's arrival on Earth, the series of events he set in motion has confirmed the existence of formidable extraterrestrial beings in this universe, far surpassing Earth in advancement. Even though our adversaries have been driven away, we remain the underdogs. S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot solely focus on terrestrial threats. We must prepare to confront any menace from the cosmos. Thus, the Tesseract represents our greatest opportunity. We must harness a form of superior technology. Do you understand, Stark? Moreover, you sought Mercer's weaponry for research. Did you not fear the return of such beings to Earth? This statement rendered the three individuals, including Mercer, speechless. Indeed, in the vast expanse of the universe, Earth's combat capabilities are still comparatively weak. They could not place all their hopes upon Mercer in times of peril. They could not simply implore him for salvation. Such thoughts led Nick Fury to decide to create weapons from the Tesseract, but unexpectedly, trouble arose before any weapon was developed. Well then, if it is the current SHIELD, it possesses the right to utilize the Tesseract for weapon creation. At least you are all virtuous individuals now, Mercer remarked. Had it been the pre-discovery SHIELD of Hydra, Mercer would undoubtedly have opposed the agency's use of such a resource for weaponry. Even though the Tesseract is artificially created, the energy it harbors is immensely potent. In terms of sheer destructive capability, its energy might equate to the power of several nuclear warheads. However, it possesses the unique property of spatial teleportation. Such a weapon, applied to advanced firearms, could annihilate foes with a single shot. Over 70 years ago, during the era of Hydra member Dr. Zola's research, the Tesseract indeed facilitated the development of such a weapon. Regrettably, Dr. Zola has been the sole figure to achieve this for many years. After retrieving the frozen Captain Carter, Mercer noted that SHIELD had possessed the Tesseract for decades prior to his acquisition of it. Nevertheless, even with such access, no one has succeeded in applying the Tesseract's energy to weaponry. Seeing Mercer's stance, Stark chose not to pursue the matter further. Regarding that individual, Mercer, Banner inquired. Do you claim to know who he is? Mercer nodded, stepping forward, and with his outstretched fingers, summoned a figure from the lightning in his grasp. The attire mirrored that of the individual seen in the video. This person is known as Mysterio, his true name being Quentin Beck. The man I know is a con artist who employs high technology to deceive others into believing he possesses magical illusions. The Mysterio Mercer described had appeared in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, specifically in Spider-Man: Far From Home. At that time, he was indeed merely a swindler. But based on the video content, Mercer could clearly discern that this Mysterio is no mere charlatan. He is a genuine master of illusion. Observing his actions, this individual is not the Quentin Beck I once knew. Moreover, he hails from a multiverse, as inferred from his utterances. The group recalled the enigmatic guest's words upon emerging from the spatial portal, another universe. Banner expressed intrigue. Are you suggesting that multiple universes genuinely exist? Mose raised his chin and affirmed, indeed. These universes resonate at a shared frequency unless one can surpass this vibration through extraordinary speed or by employing specific artifacts or spatial magic to traverse to other universes. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it is utterly unattainable. Furthermore, I can divulge that I too am from a different multiverse, though I shall refrain from disclosing which one. The revelation that they had become characters from a film was almost beyond belief for them. How could they accept that the years they had lived were merely a construct of someone else's imagination? You are an extraterrestrial? The group stared at him in astonishment. Mose shrugged. I am also an Earthling, merely from a different universe. However, that is not the pressing concern at hand. We are still uncertain whether our visitor is friend or foe. You previously mentioned that this individual is called the mysterious guest? Nick Fury directed his gaze towards Mose. You should be able to locate him, correct? Mose nodded in affirmation. That is splendid. Please search for his whereabouts, and we shall proceed immediately. Before Nick Fury could finish, Mose's icy retort interrupted him. Why should I assist you? You have created this mess. Why should I clean up your mess? When did I become a member of your SHIELD? Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere grew tense. Stark feigned indifference, his gaze fixed elsewhere, while Banner stood by, at a loss for words. Indeed, this predicament had stemmed from their own actions. Mose's involvement in several events related to SHIELD had fostered the illusion that he was one of their ranks. Now, Mose had unflinchingly shattered this misconception, prompting Nick Fury to regain his composure. Mose was not a member of SHIELD. This debacle was of their own making, and they could not compel him to rectify it. In Chapter 80, Reunion, Mose remarked, I shall assist you only to this extent. I have already enabled Stark and Banner to better harness their powers. Your Avengers initiative may commence. The original Avengers certainly did not possess Stark with the Iron Dragon armor or Banner, who could now harness the Hulk. Furthermore, the Hulk had connected with gamma energy from across the universe, rendering him even more formidable than before. Should any crisis arise, reliance on the Avengers would be paramount. However, Thor was currently unaccounted for. Without her, the Avengers would lose a potent ally. Mose pondered whether this world's Thor was a woman. The original Thor was male, and he had shared a romantic bond with Jane, which had fostered his attachment to Earth. Yet now, with Thor transformed into a woman, their love story would never unfold. Thus, it seems that the narrative surrounding the Reality Stone will not come to pass. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Mose's eyes. The Reality Stone. How could he have overlooked this? The location of the Reality Stone also resides on Earth, and it is quite accessible. If memory serves, that place is Greenwich in England. Mose pondered while stroking his chin. There is no use in overthinking this. I shall visit there first. Resolutely, Mose conveyed to Nick Fury, well then, you all can handle the ensuing matters. I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With a decisive tone, Mose immediately utilized the Space Stone to teleport away. Nick Fury expressed a sense of resignation at Mose's departure. He turned to Stark and inquired, let us discuss this, Stark. What are your thoughts on the Avengers initiative we previously discussed? Stark articulated his conditions. I am willing to join, but let it be known that I refuse to be beholden to anyone. My armor shall not be entrusted to another. Of course, Nick Fury nodded, then directed his gaze towards Banner. And you? I concur. It's high time Hulk did something good, Banner acquiesced. I shall be your snake skin. Hulk's green head emerged from within Banner, unceremoniously retorting. This bizarre scene left Nick Fury momentarily dumbfounded. What is this state? A symbiotic relationship? Mose is assisting, Banner remarked. Nick Fury scrutinized the peculiar form before him. It was indeed quite remarkable. Meanwhile, Mose arrived in Greenwich, England, through the Space Stone. Strolling along the street, he observed his surroundings. Although I recall that Thor, the Dark World took place here, I remain oblivious to the precise location of the Reality Stone. With winter approaching, the air began to chill. Dressed in short sleeves, Mose felt distinctly out of place, further amplified by his appearance, which caught the attention of several young women. Uncertain of the Reality Stone's whereabouts, Mose wandered aimlessly until he found a park, where he sat on a bench, lost in thought. As he closed his eyes to rest, he was suddenly graced by the sound of girlish laughter nearby. You go. Why must I? I already have a boyfriend. I came here to accompany you. Hey, he's looking over here. Mose opened his eyes to see several girls shyly nudging one another upon noticing his gaze. Clearly, they were eager to strike up a conversation. Offering them a slight smile, Mose Southeast intended to close his eyes once more, but one girl among them captured his attention. Is he looking at Gwen? It appears so. Gwen, a handsome guy has set his sights on you. The girl referred to as Gwen chuckled lightly and replied, he is merely glancing in this direction. Do not speak nonsense. I already have a boyfriend. As she spoke, she discreetly glanced up at Mose, who had turned his head, squinting his eyes, seemingly unaware of her presence, his gaze slightly lowered. With squinted eyes, Mose mused, what a surprise, it's Gwen. Isn't she Peter's girlfriend? How could they be here? In Mose's memory, this girl represented Peter's greatest regret, a sentiment shared by countless fans. Morse never anticipated encountering Gwen at such a moment. Gwen, I've brought back ice cream for you. A male voice reached Morse's ears. It was Peter Parker. Oh. Gwen took the ice cream and discreetly pointed towards Morse's position, whispering, look over there. There's a remarkably handsome Asian guy. He can't possibly be a celebrity. Can he? How could he be a celebrity? We're here as exchange students, just wandering around. It's improbable that we would run into someone famous. Peter chuckled and followed Gwen's gaze. His breath caught as he beheld the boy with slightly squinted eyes. Isn't he truly handsome? Holly and the others want to approach him for his contact information, but they're too shy, Gwen remarked, unceremoniously critiquing the girls around her. How could we ordinary people ever interact with someone like him? I know him, Peter suddenly stated. The playful chatter among the girls abruptly ceased as they turned to him in unison. You know him? You must be mistaken. Peter nodded, but refrained from revealing where he had met Morse or the extraordinary powers Morse possessed. That day, when he left with the girl with purple hair, a card had appeared before Peter. It bore a single sentence and an address, devoid of any further elaboration. Although no name was inscribed, Peter was certain it was left by Morse. He had intended to seek Morse that weekend. Yet the school arranged for them to participate in a week-long exchange program at a high school in Greenwich, England, forcing Peter to abandon his plans. He never imagined he would encounter Morse here. I've only seen one Asian guy as handsome as him in my life. I'm going to say hello, Peter informed Gwen before striding toward Morse, under the envious gazes of the girls. Hey, long time no see, Peter began, but before he could finish, Morse, smiling, interrupted him. Parker, I can't believe I see you here. Morse opened his eyes, a radiant smile gracing his face, the crystalline blue flecked with green, rendering it particularly captivating. Seeing that Morse remembered him brought joy to Peter's face as he promptly sat beside him. What brings you here? I'm looking for something. Morse replied with a subtle smile. Looking for something? Upon hearing this, Peter lowered his voice. Are you searching for those artifacts? Morse was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. You're quite perceptive. Indeed, I am searching for such items. With that mention, the conversation between Peter and Morse blossomed as Peter recounted the events that transpired following the incident at school involving the old ones. Many had been privately requested to sign non-disclosure agreements, publicly attributing the occurrence to a mere machine malfunction. Nonetheless, even with such measures, some loose-lipped individuals couldn't resist divulging snippets of what they had witnessed. Currently, numerous discussions about that incident circulated online, featuring tales of indescribable tentacles, terrifying mental disturbances, and the eerie sounds of a crying baby echoing at night near the site. The legendary accounts strayed further from the truth, becoming increasingly ludicrous. Morse couldn't help but laugh. He recognized that someone was subtly manipulating the narrative. The SHIELD could hardly be oblivious to the leakage of such information. Rather than imposing individual bans, it would be far more prudent to manipulate the direction of public opinion. A straightforward prohibition would only render the matter more tangible, inciting a greater curiosity about the underlying truth. Now, it appears that the authentic incident has been steered into the realm of eerie horror tales, gradually losing its original essence. Observing Peter and Mercer engaging in conversation genuinely surprised Gwen and her fellow companions. This boy, clearly the most radiant among a throng of boys, was someone they felt even the most attractive among them could hardly captivate. Gwen, Parker is quite remarkable for knowing someone like him, remarked a girl with 2 buns. Her expression one of astonishment. I am equally astonished. He has never mentioned this to me, Gwen replied, entirely unprepared for the lively exchange between the two. Chapter 81. The enemy. Their conversation was brief, interrupted by the sudden sound of an explosion. Both Mercer and Peter stood up simultaneously, their gazes drawn toward the source of the commotion. What location is that? Mercer inquired. Peter squinted in that direction, frowning, and replied, I believe that is the Greenwich Museum. The girls rushed over, chattering excitedly about the explosion and speculating on its cause. Mercer, dismissing their astonished remarks, quietly asked Peter, Are you going? Gazing toward the direction of the explosion and then at Gwen beside him, Peter nodded slowly. I must go, delighted by his resolute demeanor reminiscent of the Spider-Man he admired. Mercer asked, How do you plan to get there? After a moment of contemplation, Peter feigned surprise and said to Mercer, You mentioned inviting me over? Sure. While Mercer was momentarily taken aback by this statement, Peter turned to Gwen and advised, It seems unsafe here. You should return. I will visit him and return to the hotel before nightfall. Without allowing Gwen and the others a chance to respond, he firmly grasped Mercer and headed in another direction toward the hotel. Watching Peter whispering to Mercer as they walked away, Gwen felt a mix of exasperation and concern. Another explosion from the museum sent the girls shrieking, prompting them to hastily retreat without further deliberation. Upon arriving at a narrow alley, Peter swiftly donned his spider suit, which he had been wearing beneath his clothes. Isn't it hot wearing that underneath? Mercer finally voiced the question that had been on his mind. Even in summer, Peter chose to wear it underneath. Surely, it must be uncomfortable. Peter smiled wryly. It is a bit warm. I wish I could stow it in my backpack. But I fear being discovered. It's too perilous. It's safer to keep it on close to my body. This was merely a minor consideration on his journey to becoming a superhero. Acknowledging his response, Mercer nodded, not dwelling on it further. Not wanting to expose her true identity before too many people, Mercer decided to keep her own facade intact. The Blacklight Virus surged across his skin, enabling him not only to assume the appearance of others, but also to alter his clothing according to Mercer's whims. The virus writhed incessantly, enveloping his original attire and forming a mask upon his visage. In no time, Mercer transformed into a robust figure clad in a striking black ensemble, complete with a mask and a prominent emblem on his chest resembling a black creature with outstretched wings. Is this a bat? Peter marveled, observing Mercer's swift metamorphosis into his new outfit. Mercer chuckled. Yes, I call this my Batman attire. Quite fitting, don't you think? His physique, far from frail, appeared even more muscular after the enhancement from the Blacklight Virus. Now, encased in the Batman suit, his figure looked exceptionally impressive. Absolutely stunning, Peter exclaimed in admiration. As they exchanged casual banter, an explosion erupted in the nearby museum. They exchanged glances and hurried towards the commotion, each employing different methods of transit. Peter swung forth using his webs, while Mercer propelled himself with his powerful leg muscles, leaping effortlessly several meters high, running vertically along the wall as if it were level ground. When confronted by obstacles, he soared into the air, gliding smoothly. Peter, swinging through the air, found himself momentarily awestruck by the variety of their movements. They soon arrived at the museum's entrance, opting to observe the situation from outside rather than rushing in. Inside, a figure clad in high-tech rhinoceros armor was methodically extracting artifacts from the display cases. Scattered around him lay several individuals, each suffering varying degrees of injury, trembling in fear. This fellow seems quite insatiable, taking everything. But why choose a museum instead of a bank? Peter pondered aloud, despite the inopportune nature of his remark. Indeed, it is rather peculiar, Mercer replied, his eyes glinting with recognition. He was well acquainted with the armored individual. This was none other than the Rhino, one of Spider-Man's formidable adversaries. Mercer contemplated the anomaly of the Rhino's presence here, which deviated from his usual behavior. Beneath the armor, the man was nothing more than a petty thug. Setting aside the question of how he acquired such advanced technology, Mercer reflected on his motives. Based on the Rhino's history, one would expect him to rob a bank for quick cash, the most expedient means of acquiring and spending money. Robbing a museum necessitated the further step of selling the stolen goods. Such a brazen heist would attract widespread attention, raising the likelihood of the stolen items being sought after by many, a risky endeavor indeed. Seems like it's just the two of us. Mercer, let us go? After assessing the situation, Peter charged in as the Rhino prepared to make his exit. Mercer swiftly followed. Did the zoo leave the door ajar today? Come along, big Rhino. Let us return you to your home. Peter quipped, playfully teasing the Rhino upon their encounter. Chapter 82. Confrontation. Upon seeing the eccentrically dressed heroes, the Rhino momentarily paused. But when he caught sight of the duo's seemingly diminutive stature, he erupted into laughter. How do you two little insects intend to thwart me? Go home and drink your milk. This place is not suitable for you. The Rhino Man secured his belongings and, with a swift motion of his right foot against the ground, thunderously charged at the two. Two strands of webbing shot forth from the launcher, with Peter ensnaring one of the Rhino Man's feet and anchoring the other into the wall. The Rhino Man stumbled and fell to the ground, caught in the sticky web. Damn little pests, come down here. Struggling to rise, he glared at Peter, who clung to the wall, unfazed by his shouts. First, I'll deal with this one. He appears to be much easier to handle. After a series of futile roars, the Rhino Man realized that Peter had no intention of descending and continued to shoot webbing to restrain him. He knew that if this persisted, he would be trapped. Thus, he shifted his attention to Mercer, who stood calmly by the entrance with arms crossed. Mistaking him for an easy target, the Rhino Man prepared to launch an attack. With astonishing speed, the massive figure of the Rhino Man shook the ground as he charged toward Mercer. Yet, Mercer did not flinch. He remained rooted in place, patiently awaiting the Rhino Man's approach, perceiving no threat from the impending assault. As the Rhino Man neared, believing Mercer to be paralyzed by fear, he grew bolder, swinging his colossal fist down upon him. Mercer, however, remained unyielding, a mocking glimmer in his eyes as if to deride the Rhino Man's foolishness. With a resounding thud, the Rhino Man's fist struck Mercer's body, producing a cacophony of sound. Such a powerful blow would have sent an ordinary person soaring, unconscious upon impact. Yet, Mercer did not retreat. He stepped forward, and the Rhino Man felt as if he had collided with an iron wall. The force of his strike rebounded, sending a jolt through his arm. What? The Rhino Man exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that his attack had been effortlessly neutralized. You are far too weak, Mercer remarked, shaking his head. The Rhino Man's face flushed with anger upon hearing those words, and he roared, You insolent wretch, you dare to insult me. With that, he lunged once more. However, at that moment, Mercer vanished. Where did he go? The Rhino Man shouted, but silence was his only answer. Mercer reappeared before him, lifting his right foot and forcefully stomping down on the Rhino Man's steel head. The massive form sank several inches into the ground under the impact. Mercer then raised his leg, exerting tremendous force to lift the Rhino Man high before throwing him aside. With a resounding crash, the Rhino Man's formidable steel skull collided with the hard marble wall, embedding him deeply within it, his limbs hanging helplessly. Despite the protection of his iron physique, Mercer's strike was devastatingly fierce. After a struggle, the Rhino Man managed to extricate his dazed head from the wall, but had barely begun to rise when Mercer delivered a punishing side kick. With another thunderous boom, the Rhino Man's body was once again driven deep into the unyielding wall. Mercer approached and landed a series of powerful kicks to his head. Thud, thud, thud. With 3 powerful kicks, the high-tech armor was shattered into countless pieces. The occupant within could not withstand such overwhelming force and succumbed to severe injuries, losing consciousness. Is this how it ends? Can even this technological marvel withstand my onslaught? Mose sighed softly, reflecting on his own formidable combat prowess. A charged kick could produce a sonic boom. Yet in this battle, he had barely exerted half of his strength. The disparity in power was indeed tedious. After effortlessly dispatching the Rhinoceros Man, Mose waved to Peter, who had been spectating from above. Peter leaped down to his side, his expression one of helplessness as he regarded the incapacitated foe. "I haven't even had the chance to make a move since I followed you here," he lamented. Upon arriving, he had merely shot a web and then watched Mose's display of prowess, feeling utterly sidelined. He pondered the purpose of his presence here. "This time I happened to be around, but there will be times ahead when you find yourself in distress," Mose replied with a gentle smile. "What do we do with this guy? Are we just going to leave him here for the police to find?" Peter glanced at the hulking figure of the unconscious rhinoceros man, realizing the predicament they faced. Mose turned his attention to the rhinoceros man and slightly clenched his palm. A brilliant blue energy emanated from the armor, causing it to rupture and break apart into metallic debris. Such technology could easily be collected and repurposed. And to avoid future complications, Mose opted for its complete destruction. Curious about the thief's haul, he examined the items the rhinoceros man had pilfered. Among numerous ordinary artifacts, one tool caught his eye, a pickaxe. Is this vibranium? Its design mirrored that of the one from the original narrative, instantly revealing its identity to Mose. So, the rhinoceros man's true objective was this? He had orchestrated the theft of numerous items merely as a smokescreen for this pickaxe. But why? Mose remained perplexed. The brazen attempt to steal vibranium was unlike the original story. The thief in that tale was Ulysses Claw, who, in this timeline, should have already acquired a significant amount of vibranium, with Wakanda sending agents to apprehend him. Logically, a museum housing vibranium would be discreetly targeted for theft, not boldly attacked. "What is vibranium?" Peter inquired, peering closer as he noticed Mose holding a pickaxe that appeared quite rusty. Covering it with his right hand, Mose channeled an energy wave that removed the rust, revealing the true form of the pickaxe. A smooth, silver metal materialized before them. This is vibranium, possessing a unique molecular structure that renders it nearly indestructible. If fashioned into armor on Earth, nothing could penetrate it, and it almost entirely insulates against heat and kinetic energy. How astonishingly powerful this material is. Possessing a certain level of scientific understanding, Peter quickly grasped the intrinsic value of the matter at hand. The potential applications of such a phenomenon in the realm of science were exceedingly vast. Should it be manufactured en masse into weapons, it would spell disaster for other nations. Was this rogue attempting to steal vibranium? Yet, how could an ordinary person possibly be aware of its existence? As Mercer pondered this perplexing thought, Peter suddenly seized his arm and pulled him aside. Mercer stumbled, about to inquire about the commotion, when he noticed a large dark imprint where he had previously stood. A faint gasp echoed nearby. How could he have anticipated my illusionary assault? How was this achieved? Chapter 83. Confirmation. The surrounding scene shifted dramatically. What had once been a pristine museum, marred only by the rampage of the Rhino Men, now lay in ruins. The devastation appeared as though it had occurred prior to their entry, rather than as a result of it. The Rhino Men on the floor, along with the vibranium pickaxe in Mercer's grasp, had vanished. Especially troubling was the implication of having predicted an illusionary attack. Who was orchestrating this deception? A sharp command erupted from Mercer's lips, as his intangible mental energy emanated outward. This enhancement of mental power was a consequence of absorbing the old ones via the Blacklight Virus. Mercer now possessed a level of mental prowess akin to that depicted in fantastical novels. His mental force rapidly enveloped the entire museum, and he distinctly sensed two presences aside from his own. "Reveal yourselves," Mercer commanded, directing a fierce glare towards a shadowy corner, unleashing his mental energy toward that direction. The space shattered like a broken mirror, revealing a hidden figure. The mysterious stranger. The name escaped Mercer's lips involuntarily. Before him stood the being who had traversed from the multiverse using a synthetic cosmic cube created by S.H.I.E.L.D., the mysterious stranger. "Oh, you effortlessly pulled me from the mirror realm. You truly are worthy of being the possessor of the space stone," the mysterious stranger remarked with gravity. "Do you know who I am?" Mercer inquired. "Indeed," came the response, accompanied by laughter from the fishbowl-like head enveloped in white mist. "The Infinity Stones. My universe had one as well, but it was destroyed. I employed an ancient magic to open a portal to other universes, only to discover it would manifest atop that synthetic cosmic cube. The energy contained within that cube was merely sufficient to allow my passage from another universe, after which it dissipated. Following the residual energy led me to your vicinity." Upon hearing this, Mercer narrowed his eyes, his Batman suit vanishing as he regarded the mysterious stranger from a short distance, his words imbued with a sense of mental pressure. "So, you intend to seize my Infinity Stone? Seize your stone? No. Why would I engage in such folly?" The mysterious stranger waved dismissively. "I have come to deliver a warning. Your world is under siege by a group of entities known as the Elementals. Should they unleash chaos, your world will be in peril for it is precisely how my own world met its demise. Elementals? Mercer was not unfamiliar with this force. These elemental creatures, composed of the four elements, wind, water, fire, and earth, are known as the elemental multitude. Their existence is akin to the thunder fruit that resides within Mercer, representing a natural catastrophe, rendering physical attacks ineffective against them. You assert this is true? Mercer replied coldly, a smirk gracing his lips as he proclaimed, Book of the Mountain Emperor, for direction suppression. In an instant, four colossal golden blocks materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the mysterious figure. Before the figure could utter a single curse, two beams of green light erupted from his hands, propelling his body sideways to evade the four-direction suppression. The suppression did not aim to directly crush him. Once he dodged, the four golden blocks fell around him, interconnected by golden magical lines that sealed off his escape routes. As Mercer advanced step by step, it appeared as if he were treading on an invisible staircase, walking through the air in the eyes of the mysterious figure and Peter. You actually possess the Book of the Mountain Emperor? How is that possible? The mysterious figure exclaimed in astonishment. Mercer raised an eyebrow. You are aware of the Book of the Mountain Emperor? I once asked that stubborn old coot, Ancient One, to lend it to me for study, but she stubbornly refused, clinging to her antiquated rules. As he spoke of this, the mysterious figure's tone turned irate. Had she allowed me to study the Book of the Mountain Emperor sooner, our universe would not have fallen to the hands of the elemental multitude. The mere mention of the Book of the Mountain Emperor lent credibility to the mysterious figure's words. This was a supreme magic accessible only to the highest-ranking sorcerers within the sanctum. To learn it, one would at least need to be at the threshold of a level akin to that of Ancient One. By the way, speaking of which, did you just conceal yourself using the sanctum's mirroring magic? Mercer inquired. The spatial distortion that occurred when he revealed the mysterious figure was a characteristic effect of the mirroring magic. Indeed, the mysterious figure nodded. Mercer pressed further. Did she instruct you in this? The figure nodded again, affirming, yes. What evidence do you possess to prove that this was not seized from Ancient One? Mercer remained skeptical. His preconceived notions made him reluctant to accept the figure's words, his tone bearing a hint of aggression. It was precisely due to the figure's words that the four-direction suppression was lifted. Swallowing hard, the mysterious figure adjusted his fishbowl and set it down, revealing a Caucasian face in front of them. As he alternated his hands, the helmet vanished, exposing the handsome visage of the mysterious figure, who would certainly rank among the finest in the realm of Western men. You possess a spatial gem. I will provide you with the extreme coordinates of my universe. You can use the spatial gem to verify the truth of my claims. While traversing the universe is a formidable task for a mere spatial gem, a fleeting glimpse is certainly feasible. A small orb of green energy materialized in the mysterious figure's outstretched hand. The so-called extreme coordinates were contained within this energy, something that could not simply be inscribed on paper. The direct infusion of energy into one's mind is indeed achievable, but this is primarily the case for individuals like Mose. Gazing into the mysterious guest's eyes, Mose raised his hand, summoning the energy orb from the latter's grasp. A more substantial mental force penetrated the green light sphere, confirming the absence of any ambush before Mose pressed it against his forehead. As this energy entered his consciousness, Mose closed his eyes, simultaneously invoking a protective barrier. Shield me, for just 10 seconds. Yes, your ever-reliable assistant is here, the barrier responded with a hint of exasperation, subtly critiquing Mose for only calling upon it in times of need. Despite its words, it could not disregard Mose's command. Instantly, an array of weapons emerged from the barrier, all aimed at the mysterious guest. The barrels of guns and cannons were readied, suggesting that any sign of trouble from the guest would be met with immediate and overwhelming force. 10 seconds later, Mose opened his eyes. He waved his hand, and the barrier retracted its weapons, standing beside him. You are indeed from another universe, and you are not malevolent, he stated. Utilizing the extreme coordinates provided by the mysterious guest, Mose ventured into that universe, only to find a void. This emptiness was indistinguishable from an absence of anything in the cosmos. In this void, had it not been for the presence of the space gem he possessed, which allowed him to sense spatial fluctuations, he would have been oblivious to the void's existence. This was a universe obliterated by a terrifying force. Chapter 84. The Blacklight Pulse. Only two possibilities could account for the annihilation of such a universe. One possibility is that the life of the universe had reached its end. However, the lifespan of a universe is notoriously lengthy. By the time such an end arrives, the universe's energy would have been depleted eons prior, leaving no life to endure. The universe would gradually descend into decay until its eventual demise. The second possibility is destruction by some immensely powerful entity. The Infinity Stones could accomplish this, as could certain transcendent beings. There exists an overwhelming abundance of entities within this universe. All right, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Mose lifted the foursquare suppression, gesturing to the surroundings. Did you cause this devastation? Not at all. The mysterious guest shook his head. It was in this state before my arrival. I merely recreated the previous scene. Recreated? So this place has indeed been pillaged, Mose murmured. After surveying the area for a moment, he took out his phone and composed a message. The recipient was Nick Fury, with the content succinctly stating, "The mysterious guest has neutralized the threat. Vibranium has been stolen from the Greenwich Museum." Having completed this task, Mose turned to the mysterious guest. "What do you intend to do next?" After a brief contemplation, the guest fixed his gaze on Mose. "Allow me to accompany you." Mose was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. "I am Quentin Beck, and I wish to learn the Book of Vishanti. Please, let me follow you, and teach me." At the mention of the Book of Vishanti, the mysterious guest's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Mose did not immediately decline, yet he also refrained from accepting. He contemplated the establishment of his own faction, and the mysterious guest undoubtedly seemed to be an ideal choice. However, the Book of Vishanti resides directly within the Sharingan, and for Mose, utilizing it is akin to simply launching a game software from a computer. While the software exists within the computer, it does not imply that Mose possesses the knowledge to elucidate the game's mechanics or instruct others on its creation. This predicament leaves Mose somewhat perplexed. "I understand that this sudden inquiry must place you in a difficult position." The mysterious stranger then articulated a means of mediation. "Regardless, I have nowhere else to go. So why not allow me to stay with you? I can assist you with any matters, and you may teach me whenever you are inclined." "Hold on a moment. Allow me to gather my thoughts." Mose rubbed his throbbing temples, having prepared himself for a fierce battle prior to his arrival. He had anticipated engaging in a spirited magical confrontation, yet he was taken aback by the absence of hostility from the other party. Indeed, had there been any animosity, the opportunity would have arisen during his time with S.H.I.E.L.D., where he could have wreaked havoc rather than resorting to mere tricks such as transforming a gun into a snake to instill fear. Now, the other party intends to accompany him. All of this is contingent upon the Book of Vishanti. Without it, the mysterious stranger would not follow so readily. "Very well then. I also seek to establish a faction, so you shall be my inaugural member," declared Mose. "Excellent." Though Mose appeared significantly younger, the mysterious stranger felt no discomfort. He adhered to a philosophy that exalted strength above all. For individuals of his ilk, age no longer held sway. Only formidable power commands respect. Youth matters not. Even an infant could vanquish individuals several decades older if endowed with great strength. The notion of leveraging age to assert dominance holds relevance solely within a conventional human society. Should an elder attempt to assert their age in the presence of the mysterious stranger, it would be fortunate if he did not simply dismiss them with a wave of his hand. After relaying the circumstances to Nick Fury, Mose stowed his phone and stated, "All right, let us depart. I have important business in Greenwich. So, I suppose I shall return to the hotel?" Peter inquired. Though he was unaware of Mose's pressing matters, he was certain they did not pertain to him, and he did not believe he could involve himself. "Indeed, may our paths cross again." Mose patted Peter's shoulder. The two exchanged a few more words before parting ways. In midair, Mose stood suspended, thanks to the space stone, effortlessly maintaining his position like a formidable warrior. The mysterious stranger conjured green sigils with his hands, which supported him in hovering. Observing Mose standing effortlessly in the sky, a flicker of envy crossed the mysterious stranger's eyes as he remarked, "How fortunate it is to possess the Infinity Stones, allowing one to traverse the air with such ease." Mose smiled but refrained from responding. His gaze swept over the city below. He could not recall the precise location of the Reality Stone, only that it resided in a somewhat dilapidated, remote warehouse. "What are you searching for?" the mysterious stranger inquired. "The Reality Stone, also known as ether particles." "You should be familiar with it," Mose replied. "That thing," the mysterious guest exclaimed with astonishment. "That object is extraordinary. Such a thing that can influence reality. If it were in my possession, I would effortlessly wield illusions to envelop the entire Earth." Mose cast a fleeting glance at him, causing the mysterious guest to immediately clamp his mouth shut, a sheepish smile gracing his face. "I was merely speaking casually." Ignoring his words, Mose narrowed his eyes. Gazing over the land, the host can utilize the pulse ability of the Blacklight Virus. After a period of enhancement, the Blacklight Pulse can detect certain special energies. It is worth a try. Chapter 85, Scene Reversal. The long-awaited system suddenly spoke, informing Mose that he could now employ his abilities in this manner. "The Blacklight Pulse. I realize I have never used this ability before. The Blacklight Virus emits a pulse energy akin to bat sonar. originally designed for locating human targets. Once a target is identified, it generates a fan-shaped wave centered around them, allowing MOC to sense their presence. Having had no need to seek anyone, he had forgotten about this capability. Let us give it a try. With a thought, MOC felt a peculiar energy emanating from his mind. It resembled the mental pulse of psychic energy, continually expanding outward. Oh, could it be? MOC infused a hint of mental energy into the blacklight pulse, dramatically increasing the range and speed of its dispersion. In an instant, it enveloped nearly half the city. Oh, what a fascinating sensation. In MOC's perception, he could sense every breath and movement of individuals nearby. He could even count the fine hairs on their skin with clarity, and perceiving through objects was a simple task. Consequently, he also encountered some rather inappropriate scenes. Clearing his throat, he reminded himself, this is not the time for such distractions. Let us focus on the task at hand. With a soft cough, MOC activated the blacklight pulse several times, successfully locating a place with energy akin to the space gem. There, he pointed to a specific location, transforming into a streak of light as he darted towards it. Wait for me. The mysterious guest called, hastily following suit. They arrived at an abandoned warehouse. MOC rushed towards the area brimming with infinite gem energy, where he beheld the stone pillars that held the reality gem. His expression brightened. Indeed, the reality gem was situated between these two pillars in the original narrative. However, as he gazed down, his joy swiftly turned to dismay. The reality gem was nowhere to be found. Could it have already been taken by someone else? MOC murmured. I may have a solution. Let me take a look. The mysterious guest replied. A green magical seal formed on his right hand, branching into several circular rings that ascended along his arm. With a gentle spin, the surrounding scene began to transform, as if time were rewinding. Is this magic for scene reversal? MOC muttered. The scene shifted, revealing a slender extraterrestrial spacecraft parked outside the warehouse. Subsequently, several aliens with pallid complexions descended from it. They approached the stone pillar, seemingly engaged in conversation. Before the leading alien raised his hand towards the pillar, the reality gem within the stone pillar gradually flowed towards him, as if imbued with life, entwining itself around his palm and merging with his being. In an instant, his eyes transformed into the crimson hue of the reality gem, and a look of profound satisfaction graced his visage. After half a minute, he reverted to his former state and returned to the aircraft with his subordinates. Departing from that place, the scene faded, returning the surrounding environment to its present state. What manner of person is this, who so effortlessly claims the reality gem? Inquired the mysterious figure. MOC's expression grew grave as he turned to exit, realizing it was the Dark Elves who had discovered the location of the reality gem and taken it. The Dark Elf clan were the former possessors of the reality gem, seeking to plunge the entire universe into the darkness they so desired. This notion left MOC perplexed. What was so appealing about darkness? A realm devoid of light, when the vibrant beauty of nature flourished all around. It seemed a sign of profound folly. Shall we pursue them? The mysterious figure's gaze sparkled with anticipation, eager for confrontation. MOC shook his head. No, this matter should be left to Asgard. It is their responsibility to address it. Asgard, the fabled realm of the gods. The mysterious figure expressed astonishment. Does Asgard truly exist, along with those deities? You wield magic. How could Asgard not be real? MOC began to chuckle at him, but soon sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. When the elementals ravaged your universe, did Asgard not intervene? Not at all. The mysterious figure replied, shaking his head. When Ancient One and I valiantly battled the elementals, Earth had only a handful of sorcerers. No one else appeared. Not even that spider boy who had previously accompanied you. It's Spider-Man, MOC corrected, then fell into deep contemplation. No wonder, though the elementals were indeed a formidable force. The notion that they could easily annihilate the universe left him skeptical. From the mysterious figure's words, it became evident that in their universe, Asgard was merely a myth, and Earth lacked an Avengers-like coalition. Only Ancient One and a few sorcerers remained, valiantly guarding the planet, the sole beings capable of inflicting harm upon the elementals. Is Tony Stark absent in your world? MOC inquired. Tony Stark? He exists, but that wealthy heir only indulges in pleasure. What good is he? The mysterious figure expressed disdain. MOC nodded in silence, realizing that in different universes, the trajectories of various characters diverged. The Tony Stark of his world had never endured the ordeal of abduction that led him to become Iron Man. Chapter 86. Fashionable Messages. MOC stepped out of the warehouse and addressed the sky. Heimdall, can you hear my words? The heavens remained eerily silent, so quiet that the mysterious figure cast a peculiar glance at MOC. Mercer had no intention of providing an explanation. Instead, he spoke to the heavens, declaring, Heimdall, the reality stone has been seized by the Dark Elves. You must promptly inform Odin. Should such an artifact fall into their hands, the universe will undoubtedly be engulfed in darkness once more. Upon completing his statement, the sky remained eerily tranquil. Under the intensely awkward gaze of the mysterious man, Mercer departed. Hey, wait for me. The mysterious man hurriedly followed. In the realm of the gods, Asgard, Heimdall stood within the teleportation chamber of the Rainbow Bridge, his eyes deep as the starry sky, scanning the cosmos. Suddenly, a human voice resonated beside him. Heimdall, can you hear me? As his gaze shifted, it immediately focused on a relatively small planet among the myriad stars, Earth. His vision pierced through the void, ultimately landing upon a singular human, Mercer. The unique power of his gaze scrutinized Mercer, who possessed formidable mental strength and could distinctly sense the probing. Heimdall, the reality stone has been, observing Mercer's words. Heimdall's pupils constricted, and he withdrew his gaze, swiftly drawing the sword used to activate the Rainbow Bridge, and hurried away to seek Odin. As the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, he was acutely aware of the calamity that would ensue if the reality stone fell into the hands of the Dark Elves, prompting his urgent departure. In the Grand Hall of the Holy City, Odin was attentively listening to reports from his subordinates regarding matters from the other 9 realms, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Loki and Thor, the sibling duo, were nearby engrossed in their studies, with Loki's face bearing the marks of a recent altercation. Report. A voice echoed closer, and Heimdall's figure promptly appeared in the hall. Observing his disheveled state, Odin inquired, Heimdall, why are you here instead of guarding the Rainbow Bridge? Your Majesty, I bring grave news. The reality stone has been stolen by the Dark Elves. This proclamation rendered the previously bustling hall silent, all eyes fixated upon Heimdall. From where did this news originate? Odin's brow furrowed. Earth, Mercer. 2 simple words conveyed the entirety of the situation. Loki immediately sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Mercer, I must settle the score with him. As he stood, Thor pulled him back down, saying, Come now, brother, show a bit of restraint. Didn't you already lead your guards against him last time? What more do you seek? Last time was an accident. I underestimated him. I assure you, it shall not happen again. Loki insisted, only to be met with Thor's dismissive smirk. Sister, your brother has been bested, and you do not come to his aid? Loki retorted, When I fell to Midgard, I saw no sign of you offering assistance. Sit down, Thor commanded. Loki pouted but obediently took his seat. Should Mercer witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be astonished by Loki's newfound compliance. Odin, seated upon the throne, rose and gestured with his hand. Thor, Loki, you 2 shall lead the forces to search for the Dark Elves. Should they be found, execute them on the spot. Yes. Dark Elves. It is fortunate that I previously refrained from exterminating your kind, yet you dare to harbor ulterior motives. This time, do not blame us for the consequences. Odin's icy voice reverberated throughout the Grand Hall. After Thor and Loki had departed, Odin continued, Heimdall, send a gift to that human named Mercer, as a token of gratitude for his message. Understood, I shall prepare it at once, Heimdall replied with a nod. The gift would be arranged by the guardians of Asgard, ready for Heimdall to deliver. Odin's whisper echoed in the hall. Mercer, an intriguing human indeed. I would very much like the opportunity to meet him. On Earth. Mercer returned home with the mysterious guest. Proceed to the 2nd floor, turn right, and the first room on the right is yours for your use, Mercer said, handing a key to the mysterious guest. The guest accepted the key with delight, but then suddenly remembered something, saying, By the way, I have no money for rent. Consider this payment for being my enforcer. That will suffice, Mercer replied. No problem, the mysterious guest exclaimed, rushing back to his room with his key. How long will you be gone? Ganada's voice suddenly called out. Mercer turned to see her standing behind him. Is that you? I haven't seen you for days. Where have you been? He inquired. Oh, just out and about. You had business to attend to, so I kept myself occupied, Ganada explained. Who is that? She asked, noticing the mysterious guest who had just entered the room. This is Quentin Beck, my newly recruited subordinate and resident, Mercer introduced. Ganada nodded, impressive. You've managed to acquire a Prot G in such a short time. Mercer chuckled. In celebration of our new addition, let us indulge in a barbecue tonight. Chapter 87. Silvery smoothness as night fell. The trio prepared ingredients atop the house's roof. Mercer, now a man of means, had procured only the finest ingredients, Wagyu beef, Kobe lobster, and other luxurious items. The mysterious guest, upon seeing such high-end provisions, swallowed hard. This is the first time I've encountered such exquisite delicacies. Boss, you must be quite wealthy. This feast must cost several $1,000s. After an afternoon spent together, the mysterious guest had taken to calling Mercer boss despite the latter being younger. Dig in. Grill whatever you desire. Do not hold back, Mercer laughed heartily. As his words faded, the mysterious guest and Ganada immediately sprang into action, skewering their desired fare over the fire. The energy from these delicacies posed no challenge to Ganata, yet even when not in a state of hunger, she enjoyed dining like any ordinary person. Once their basic needs were satisfied, it was time to indulge their spirits. High-quality ingredients, combined with suitable cooking methods, could fulfill those desires. The trio shared laughter and joy as they feasted together. "Hey, boss, a shooting star. Make a wish." The mysterious guest suddenly pointed at the sky, prompting both Mercer and Ganata to turn their heads in unison as a meteor streaked across the night. "Huh, what wish could one make? That is merely an ordinary meteorite. Just closer to your atmosphere," Ganata quipped. "You do not comprehend. This is a custom of our earthly inhabitants." The enigmatic guest glanced at Moser, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed that in this regard, the universes of both were in harmony. They clapped their hands together, palms united, genuinely performing a gesture of wishing. The naive Janata cast a sidelong glance at these two fools, gazing toward the horizon, suddenly taken aback. Something seemed amiss. Huh. A shooting star streaked across the sky, which was ordinarily a common occurrence, yet it abruptly veered back in Moser's line of sight. Moreover, its trajectory was directed towards Moser. What on earth? The group wore expressions of bewilderment. Could danger be approaching once more? This made Moser laugh in exasperation. Why were there so many incidents like this day after day? If that were to trouble him, Moser would not hesitate to unleash his full power and obliterate the adversary into mere fragments. Contemplating this, lightning surged around Moser's form, transforming him into a being of thunder. The mysterious guest watched this scene in astonishment, murmuring, "This does not appear to be magic. Indeed, my esteemed leader, though young, possesses an abundance of skills." As the meteor drew near, its true form became apparent, revealing a silver silhouette. A man, enveloped in an unknown silver substance, floated before Moser, his body appearing remarkably smooth, standing atop a surfboard that towered over him. This unique appearance instantly conjured a name in Moser's mind, the Silver Glider. His superior was the planet Devourer, who happened to be Janata's father. Fortunately, it was night. Had it been daytime, they would surely have attracted a crowd. Observing the man below, aglow with lightning, the Silver Glider slowly descended before him, his voice devoid of emotion resonating. "Calm yourself. I harbor no intentions of causing you trouble. I seek Janata." Upon finishing his statement, his gaze shifted directly to Janata. "Janata, the celestial beings cannot interfere in the wars between planets. I trust you are aware of this." The Silver Glider's words were devoid of sentiment, a reflection of his unique abilities. Acquiring such powers was not a blessing for him. Rather, it was a confinement. He was human yet devoid of emotions, incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. The existence of the Silver Glider was solely for the purpose of identifying suitable planets and relaying their locations to the planet Devourer, awaiting his arrival for consumption. A rather pitiful existence. "I have not interfered in any matters concerning Earth, thus you are free to depart," Janata responded coldly, evidently unwelcoming of this individual who had lingered by her father's side. The Silver Glider continued, "Moreover, you must accompany me. Your father wishes to see you." Janata appeared puzzled. "See me? Why? Does he truly remember that he has a daughter?" The unfolding scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to a familial drama. Moser muttered to himself, and upon uttering these words, he caught Janata giving him an admonishing glare, prompting an awkward smile from him, for it indeed felt quite similar. The Silver Glider cast a few glances at Moser, remaining silent for a moment before dispensing fragments of information. "Regarding the divine conflict, I cannot elaborate further. You must return and inquire with your father personally." Divine conflict? To articulate such thoughts is to communicate on a plane vastly removed from that of humanity on Earth, where the mere aftermath of battle could effortlessly shatter countless planets of Earth's magnitude. Should a divine conflict erupt upon this world, its inhabitants would stand utterly defenseless. It would be akin to an individual clad in impenetrable iron armor being besieged by a horde of ants, despite their numbers. The ants would ultimately be unable to breach even a fraction of his defenses. In the grand expanse of the cosmos, Earth's technological prowess scarcely registers as even mediocre, especially considering that humanity has yet to venture beyond its own confines. Chapter 88. A disagreement, please follow me. The silver figure descended slightly, his tone remaining nonchalant. In an instant, a sphere of lightning magnified rapidly in his gaze. The silver figure reacted with agility, narrowly evading the attack, and gazed at Moser with a hint of perplexity in his otherwise calm demeanor. "Mortal, what are you doing?" Moser, radiating with electric energy, had his eyes enveloped in lightning. The sphere he had just launched was indeed of his own making, as he raised his hand to reveal several more lightning spheres, each the size of a dumpling. "Did I ever say you could take her?" His words, though flat, oozed with supreme arrogance. Nearby, the enigmatic guest watched with fervor, indulging in skewered beef while approaching Moser. positioning himself at his side. As he beheld the silver figure hovering above, the guest cracked his neck, his greasy lips forming a fierce declaration. "Boss, shall we take him down?" Meanwhile, his free hand coalesced with green magical energy, poised for combat. The enigmatic guest felt no fear. He had arrived in this world as a solitary figure. Although his acquaintance with Moser had been brief, their half-day together had sufficed for him to recognize the youth's amicable nature. A good person with formidable abilities. Aligning himself with such an individual felt like a stroke of fortune. Thus, when Moser prepared to engage in battle, the guest did not hesitate to stand resolutely by his side. From his elevated vantage point, the silver figure contemplated, "These two are no weaklings. My chances of victory in a direct confrontation are slim." He raised his hand, gathering silver radiance into an energy sphere the size of an adult's fist. Humanity harbors a fatal vulnerability, their concern for one another. By inciting chaos, he could seize Ganata amidst the turmoil. This energy sphere, though seemingly modest, contained enough power to obliterate a city housing tens of thousands. The silver glider was devoid of emotion. He cared not for the casualties his energy sphere might inflict. His singular focus was the completion of his mission to abduct Ganata. Everything that obstructed him was deemed a target for elimination. As the energy sphere descended slowly, its destructive capacity was immense, yet it posed no threat to Ganata, barely even a tickle. Thus, he felt no trepidation regarding any potential harm to her. Just before the silver energy sphere reached the ground, a silver-red crescent, several meters long and trailing an extensive tail, charged towards him. This arc directly shattered the energy sphere, hurtling towards the silver glider. He raised his hand to block, yet the strength of the crescent exceeded his wildest expectations. A direct strike propelled him beyond the atmosphere. The silver surfer, whose features had remained unwavering, finally exhibited a flicker of emotion. He glanced down at his form, noticing the silver substance enveloping his body had significantly diminished due to the impact. What a formidable blow! It consumed nearly 30% of my cosmic energy just to withstand it. The silver surfer absorbed the energy contained within his surfboard, replenishing the lost silver on his surface. Although he had faced combatants before, none had ever exerted more than a fraction of his strength. Now, a mere strike from Mercer had drained nearly 30% of his cosmic energy, such terrifying power. On Earth, Mercer observed the silver surfer being hurled away, maintaining an air of calm without any signs of disturbance. In his hand, he wielded a long blade forged from pure lightning. Although the dark sword had been lent to Stark, Mercer found it effortless to create weapons from lightning. The nearby enigmatic figure gaped in astonishment. His mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit within. He glanced between Mercer and the magical energy in his own grasp. After several moments of indecision, he dispelled his magic and returned to his small stool with a complex expression. What a joke! Mercer's strike sent the opponent flying out of the atmosphere, a display of power far beyond his own capabilities. He would just assist by grilling some meat and wait for Mercer to return to dine. "Boss, you do your best. I'll grill some meat for you." Cheering for your triumphant return, the enigmatic figure shouted. Mercer gazed at the descending silver surfer, his lightning blade poised at his side. As he stepped forward through the air, appearing before him, "I have spent the past few days entangled in various events. Although I have resolved them, I am still filled with frustration. Irrespective of the truth of your words, your attitude is aggravating, and you wish to annihilate this city?" As he uttered these words, a voice echoed in his mind. "Mission initiated. Collect the cosmic energy from the silver surfer. Achieving 100% will reward you with a transcendence card." A transcendence card? Mercer's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding space shimmered. Utilizing the space gem, he sealed off the area, ensuring that any commotion within would remain undetected by the outside world. This also prevented the silver surfer from escaping. Should he flee, Mercer would be unable to gather the cosmic energy he sought. Chapter 89. Playing with fire. How shall I collect it? Should I employ the Blacklight Virus to absorb it? Mercer pondered inwardly. Indeed, if you find it unsecure, you may complement it with the space gem, the system replied. Understood. Mercer observed the silver surfer not far away, his lightning blade held at his waist with his right hand poised above the hilt. "Mortal." The silver surfer began to speak, but Mercer, uninterested in dialogue, vanished in a flash of lightning. In an instant, the silver surfer heard the faint rumble of thunder near his ear, and he turned abruptly to see a flash of light hurtling toward him. One sword style, Death Thunder Lioness Song. This is the enhanced version of the swordsmanship of Zorro that Mercer previously acquired. Building upon the original Dead Lion Song, it has evolved into the Dead Thunder Lion Song through the power of the Thunder Fruit, significantly amplifying the prowess of the original techniques. The silver glider is no ordinary foe. In an instant, formidable energy converged upon his arms, forming a circular shield to block the attack. A deafening boom resonated through the air, and a visible ring-shaped shockwave radiated from the two combatants. The surrounding white clouds within a 100-meter radius were dispersed by this powerful wave, while it mitigated most of the damage from the dead Thunder Lion's song. The residual force still sent the silver glider flying over 100 meters before he could regain his footing. Seizing the moment while the silver glider was retreating, Mercer swiftly darted to his side and grasped his surfboard. The Blacklight Virus began to siphon the energy from it, and fearing that the virus might be overwhelmed, Mercer utilized the space gem to create a small compartment specifically for storing this energy. "What are you doing?" The silver glider sensed the energy being drained from his surfboard and hurriedly broke free, darting away. Is it really necessary to be so tense over just a bit of energy? Mercer caught a glimpse of the progress displayed by the system in his upper right corner. Current progress, 13. There was still a long way to go. Mercer adjusted the hilt of his sword, reflecting the silver glider's visage upon the solidified blade of lightning. Directly absorbing energy from him seemed impossible. Thus, there was only one choice left: to incapacitate him and seize the opportunity to absorb the energy amidst the chaos. "I do not wish to be your enemy. I merely seek to take Ganata. Please do not obstruct me further," the silver glider stated. "Do you not wish to be my adversary? Your previous attack certainly suggests otherwise." Mercer snorted coldly, raising his sword and charging at the silver glider. The two clashed instantaneously. During their combat, Mercer frequently managed to graze the silver glider, each contact allowing him to absorb a significant amount of energy. The silver glider, intent on preventing Mercer from pilfering his energy, found himself forced to defend against Mercer's ferocious strikes, which distracted him from adequately countering the occasional theft. This left the silver glider both frustrated and powerless. On the rooftop, the mysterious guest watched the battle above with great interest, seemingly muttering to himself. Upon closer inspection, one could hear him exclaim, "Wow, boss, that strike is incredibly sharp." "Yes, attack his lower flank." "Amazing." Ganata, standing nearby, looked on helplessly at the mysterious guest, who appeared to be enjoying a show while the battle raged fiercely above. "Where on earth did you find this character?" "Truly a peculiar individual," he remarked. To which the mysterious guest shamelessly responded, "Thank you for the compliment." The aerial confrontation did not last long. In less than 2 minutes, both combatants descended. Mercer returned to the rooftop, while the silver glider was left half kneeling on his surfboard, his body marred by numerous cuts of varying depths and sizes. Though these wounds did not threaten his life, claiming they were painless would be a falsehood. The Silver Surfer discerned that Mephisto had no genuine intention of killing him. Otherwise, why would he continuously strike at him? The adversary was aware that his energy stemmed from the surfboard beneath him, yet he showed no inclination to target it, merely unleashing blows upon the surfer. In essence, it was merely an outlet for frustration, a form of play. The Silver Surfer had no choice but to endure the relentless assault, akin to a punching bag, though he attempted to retaliate. Every energy attack he unleashed was deftly redirected back at him by Mephisto utilizing the Space Stone, resulting in explosive repercussions erupting nearby. The fiercer the attack, the more violent the retaliation. The Silver Surfer was understandably hesitant to harness the energy of his surfboard for widespread offensives, fearing it would ultimately rebound upon himself. The Space Stone was remarkably potent. Thanos squandered its capabilities merely for doorways and teleportation. Mephisto internally scoffed at the Thanos he was familiar with, lamenting how such a marvelous tool was underutilized. Had Thanos employed the Space Stone more effectively in the previous Avengers, Infinity War, no one could have approached him. Unless one possessed superior powers to counteract the spatial confinement the stone imposed, there would be no solution. With a serene smile, Mephisto regarded the Silver Surfer, asking, "So, shall we continue? I wouldn't mind absorbing a bit more of your energy." He considered himself merely an executor. Even if the surfer were to render him battered or dead, it would bear no significance. The Silver Surfer's tones softened slightly, as the varying black spots on his form were gradually enveloped by the silver substance emanating from the surfboard. "Garnatha has a more pressing mission. If you forcibly keep her here, it would be detrimental to the entire universe." Chapter 90. Journey to Another World. Disregarding the surfer, Mephisto turned his gaze towards Garnatha and inquired, "Are you leaving?" She nodded silently, acknowledging that if divine battles were imminent, she must return. Mephisto fell into contemplation. When he initially invited her to stay, he had not considered the implications, merely seeking a safeguard. He had not anticipated that she would bear such significant responsibilities. "Very well. Depart, and once you have resolved your matters, return," he spoke gently. "Understood," Garnatha replied, stepping forward as a cascade of white radiance descended from above, transforming her back into the purple attire she had originally donned upon her arrival on Earth. "I shall return to play with you in the future." She cast a lingering glance at Mephisto before soaring into the sky, becoming a streak of light as she accelerated away. The Silver Surfer watched her depart without hesitation, realizing that she feared that any moment of indecision might lead her to stay. He glanced back at Mephisto, nodding in acknowledgement before following Garnatha's trajectory. After a considerable time, Mephisto, still fixated on Garnatha's departure, finally regained his senses. Come now, let us continue eating. Huh. The reaction from the mysterious guest left him momentarily bewildered. Boss, shouldn't you be heartbroken that your girlfriend has left? You seem rather unconcerned. Who said she was my girlfriend? Mephisto shot a peculiar look at the mysterious guest. Oh, aren't you too? The guest was now equally perplexed, having assumed they were in a romantic relationship. Not at all. Moose took a bite of a skewer of grilled wagyu, the unique aroma of the meat instantly filling his mouth. It was merely the presence of a friend. Then why were you so reluctant to part just now? She had lost a long-term source of sustenance, while he had lost a talisman, and that was all there was to it. Their relationship was indeed transparent. The mysterious guest, rendered speechless, quietly resumed his meal of grilled meat, acknowledging that there remained many facets of this world that eluded his understanding. The departure of Garnatha had indeed not significantly impacted Moose. It was not a permanent farewell. If a heart-wrenching scene of parting were to unfold, the mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine, and that would genuinely disturb him. After exchanging idle chatter and finishing their meal, they tidied up and retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Leaning against the moonlight while seated on the windowsill, Moose softly called out, "System, conclude the task." Task conclusion. Successfully absorbed 100 of the Silver Glider's energy. Reward, 1 Transcendence card. A card illustrated with a black hole materialized before him, grasped by Moose. The card bore no remarkable features, adorned with a golden edge, a white background, and the words Transcendence card inscribed at the top. System. To which world does this Transcendence card lead? The current selectable worlds are 3, available for the hostess choice. 1. The Age of Exploration. A world rife with pirates where one may acquire devil fruits and hockey skills. 2. The Era of Swords and Magic, where one can enhance swordsmanship and magical prowess. 3. The Earth of Various Realms, where angels, demons, and gods descend, and the people of Earth struggle against alien invaders. Here, one may obtain advanced technology, referred to as divine power. The 3 options presented themselves before Moose, who swiftly comprehended their meanings. These worlds corresponded to those of One Piece, Sword Art Online, and the Super God Academy, did they not? Though Moose was not a quintessential anime enthusiast in his previous life, he had indeed watched these renowned Japanese anime. Moreover, these phrases unmistakably indicated their respective worlds, so iconic were they. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, Moose's gaze flitted back and forth among the options. The world of One Piece did not pique his interest. He already possessed the sound Thunderfruit and the one-sword style, and he had no desire for more abilities or fruits, too much of a good thing. The world of Sword Art Online seemed somewhat redundant. The techniques of the one-sword style would undoubtedly be of a level far exceeding his current skills, rendering entry unnecessary. Ultimately, Moose's attention settled upon the third option, the Super God world. This world intrigued him greatly. It resembled the Earth of the Marvel Universe, also besieged by alien invaders. Although there were superheroes rising to the occasion, it was not a Marvel-style superhero world. There were always beings stronger than them. The Earth lay in ruin, its once thriving cities reduced to rubble. Moose felt compelled to assist, to aid the suffering people of the Xia dynasty, a sense of urgency that the other 2 worlds could not offer. Moose inquired, "System, if I were to venture there, how does the flow of time compare between the other world and this one?" The time ratio between the other world and the main world is 2-to-1. 2 days in the other world equate to 1 day in the main world. You may embark on your journey to the other world with complete peace of mind. This assurance brought great comfort to Moser, who feared that an extended absence might drastically alter the Marvel Universe upon his return. It is indeed splendid to have a world with a slower flow of time, for it allows me ample opportunity to diligently hone my abilities. Satisfied, Moser placed the crossing card before him, and a towering portal materialized. Without hesitation, he stepped into it, thus commenced his journey to the other world. Chapter 91. Sacrifice for Justice in the Super God World. During the night in the Great Xiao, a figure plummeted from the sky with remarkable speed. The elongated exclamation echoed until he crashed into the ground, creating a significant crater. Damn this system for placing my teleportation point in midair. Thankfully, my resilience spared me from injury. Moser emerged from the pit, brushing off the swirling dust and coughing repeatedly. He had anticipated the teleportation point to be on solid ground, only to find himself suspended in the air. Before he could voice his frustration, he had already fallen. Surveying the desolate terrain around him, Moser felt a sense of bewilderment. Where am I? Current location, suburb of Huangshe City. A notification from the system floated in the upper left corner of his vision. Huangshe City? Moser ruminated over the original plot he could scarcely recall, realizing that this narrative point featured characters named Rose and Liangbing. As their images surfaced in his mind, his interest was immediately piqued. Both women possessed striking physiques within the super god world. Rose was a super soldier skilled in spatial wormhole combat, her abilities reminiscent of a weakened space stone. What she could achieve, Moser could also accomplish using the space stone. Even more formidable was Liangbing, the daughter of an angel and a devil, also known as the fallen angel Morgana. She was not only amiable, but also exceptionally beautiful, and she held a fondness for Rose. The reason for her heightened interest stemmed from the fact that she had created the temporal genetic code embedded within Rose. A mission has been issued. Before departing, create a battle engine that belongs to the host. The system will not reclaim it, allowing the host to bring it back to the main world. The so-called battle engine is the divine apparatus through which the deities of this realm wield their power. To the ordinary eye, the deities and extraterrestrials descending from above exude legendary divine energy with every gesture. In reality, it is a form of advanced technology, a powerful computing device. During combat, the competition lies in the speed of calculations, enabling one to inflict negative effects upon the opponent or enhance oneself with greater swiftness. Annihilating the adversary. Battle engine? Suddenly mentioning that. How am I supposed to create one? I know nothing of this world's technology. Just as Moser expressed his concern, a luminous screen descended before him. Engine name, not set. Engine effect, not set. Energy source, not set. This screen displayed the engine template available to Moser. Yet it remained blank, with no parameters defined. Can I freely set these data? Mose inquired of the system. For further details, please consult the existence of this world. The system shall not provide answers. This dismissive reply left Mose with no choice but to click his tongue in frustration. Very well, I shall seek out others for answers. Having arrived in this world, it is imperative that I engage with its inhabitants. I will ascertain who possesses knowledge in this area and consult them accordingly. Although it was the outskirts, numerous dilapidated houses dotted the vicinity, appearing as though ravaged by some form of artillery. Mo Southeast ambled along the road, aimlessly moving forward, uncertain of whether to proceed or retreat. He chose a direction and hoped to encounter fellow humans. Ah, the sound of gunfire? Mose turned his gaze to the right, where faint gunshots resonated. He crouched, his palm gently brushing the earth, utilizing the skills acquired from the assassins and bodyguards he had absorbed, enabling him to discern the origin of sounds. This extraordinary ability was even more pronounced in his enhanced physique. With a powerful push from his legs, he propelled himself forward, causing the parched ground to crack like a spider's web. His form soared close to the ground, akin to an arrow released from a bow, and with each step, his speed doubled. As Mose actively ventured into this other world, a twisted smile of exhilaration crept upon his lips. Ahead, soldiers of the Great Xia were taking cover behind boulders, using them as shields against the demon's onslaught while attempting to retaliate. Captain, this is futile. We cannot possibly defeat this monster. A smaller warrior exclaimed, gripping a Type 95 rifle, relentlessly firing at the nearby demon. The creature stood defiantly in the open, allowing bullets to strike its form without flinching, laughing boisterously. Its skin had grown remarkably tough, rendering ordinary bullets nearly ineffective. Even armor-piercing rounds would require hundreds of shots to bring it down. Yet, they had to fight. If they did not vanquish it today, they would perish here. The dark muzzle of the gun belched flames, particularly striking against the night sky, as the man designated as captain continuously pulled the trigger, unleashing all his firepower upon the demon above. Ha ha ha, foolish mortals. Submit to me and become eternal demons, gaining everlasting freedom. The demon spread its arms wide, relishing the sensation of invulnerability, laughing maniacally. Curse your banana peel of a grandmother. I would rather perish in battle than become like you. A soldier retorted fiercely, unfastening a grenade from his belt, removing the safety pin, and hurling it at the demon. Boom. The grenade exploded, yet it failed to reach the demon, which evaded the blast. The other soldiers remained undeterred by the demon's taunts, their faces set with unwavering resolve, intensifying their fire. Behind them, approximately 200 meters away, a camp of ordinary people gathered, paralyzed by fear, unable to retreat. Humph, then perish. The demon concentrated purple energy in its hands and hurled it towards the soldiers. A few individuals narrowly escaped, yet the residual shockwave of the energy blast still left their internal organs aching. Gasping for breath, one soldier regained his composure first, gazing at the approaching demon with a sinister grin. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and shakily rose to his feet. It seemed he had made a resolute decision. As he produced a bundle of 7 or 8 grenades tied together, removed the safety pins, and charged directly towards the demon. No. Upon witnessing his actions, the other soldiers immediately grasped his intent and shouted in protest. Undeterred, the soldier summoned his last ounce of strength and dashed towards the demon. Faced with the grotesque visage before him, Wenhe felt no fear. Instead, a sense of vindication washed over him. Die, you bastard. The demon realized the gravity of the situation. It knew that it could not withstand such an explosion. Just as it contemplated fleeing, the soldier had already reached its front. The explosion erupted with a deafening roar. The few soldiers from the Great Xia stood in stunned silence, watching the devastation unfold before them, their comrade consumed by the blast. Some clenched their fists tightly, unable to bear the sight any longer. It seemed premature to grieve at that moment. They turned in astonishment. A young man, whom they had never seen before, bore a smile as he looked at them. To his left stood a bewildered Wenhe. Chapter 92. Fresh provisions. All eyes turned towards the young man. This unexpectedly youthful figure was the one who had saved Wenhe. They glanced back at the explosion site, where blood and flesh were scattered, the demon reduced to mere fragments. How had he accomplished this? As his gaze swept over the soldiers, Moser nodded in satisfaction. They were indeed valiant warriors of the Great Xia, selflessly courageous. The sight of so many compatriots brought a sense of joy to Moser, contrasting sharply with his experiences among foreign nationals, which had left him feeling quite dislocated. Conversations with fellow countrymen brought a certain delight. Just as Moser intended to step forward, the soldiers immediately went on high alert, their weapons half raised. Are you human or alien? Despite Moser having saved one of their own, they remained uncertain of his identity and could not afford to trust him recklessly. I am Moser, a human from Earth. He stated succinctly, clarifying his identity. Moser? The captain furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the name. He gripped his rifle tightly, refusing to lower his guard. What method did you employ to save him? Are you a super soldier? Super soldier? Moser suddenly recalled. In this world, superheroes were referred to as super soldiers. Despite possessing abilities beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, they fought valiantly for their country and its people. With great power comes great responsibility, embodied the essence of the super soldiers in the Xiong Lian. Moser gazed at them earnestly. I suppose I am a super soldier. I do not wish to deceive you. I am not a member of the Xiong Lian, but I am not a villain. Feeling the need to emphasize his sincerity, he added, the people of Great Xia do not deceive one another. The group of warriors turned their gazes towards the captain standing in the center, silently inquiring about their next course of action. Let us place our trust in him for now. I believe he has no reason to deceive us. The captain was the first to lower his weapon, indicating his stance. Observing the clean visage of Mo Se, who also possessed an appealing countenance, it was difficult to harbor any animosity towards him. Given his earlier display of prowess, should he wish to impose harm upon them, they would be powerless to resist. The others, witnessing this, gradually lowered their firearms as well. Zhong Yi extended his hand towards Mo Se. Greetings, I am the captain of the Wolf Warriors Special Forces. My name is Zhong Yi. Hello, Captain Zhong. Mo Se replied with a smile, shaking his hand. The remaining members introduced themselves briefly, establishing a rudimentary acquaintance. Captain Zhong, do you intend to head to Huangshe City? Mo Se inquired. Zhong Yi nodded, tidying up the weapons from their recent skirmish as he spoke. We received intel that several divisions are stationed in Huangshe City. It would serve as an excellent refuge. We are approximately 10 kilometers away from it. With a sigh, he continued, we have suffered considerable losses on our journey, with only 5 of us remaining. The other 4 fell into silence. The hardships they endured along the way could only be truly understood by those who had experienced them. Originally, they had a full squad, yet now only 5 remained. Had it not been for Mo Se's timely arrival, they would have lost yet another comrade today. This grim reality rendered Mo Se speechless, and he could only nod in solemn acknowledgement, accompanying Zhong Yi and his team to their encampment. Mo Se felt a wave of emotion wash over him at the sight before him. The destitution and emaciation of the civilians could be aptly described with those 2 words. Standing amidst them, Mo Se, dressed immaculately, appeared particularly conspicuous. Captain, has that demon been dealt with? Is everyone safe? Upon their return, a multitude of civilians gathered, visibly relieved to see all 5 of them. Upon noticing the impeccably dressed Mo Se, they paused in bewilderment. Zhong Yi hastily introduced, this is Mo Se, our compatriot. Akin to the warriors of the Xiong Lian, a super soldier. We owe our return to him. Without his aid, we might not have made it back. A super soldier? At such a young age? The arrival of a super soldier brought a glimmer of hope. Perhaps their subsequent suffering would be alleviated. Have you had dinner? Come eat something. The enthusiastic civilians immediately surrounded Mo Se, eager to engage him in conversation. Some reached out to pull him along, but upon noticing their soiled hands, hesitated before his pristine attire. It's all right. Mo Se discerned their thoughts and offered a kind smile. Seeing their warmth, he decided to partake in the meal. Rather than decline and create a sense of distance, it was better to accept their hospitality. The people of the Great Xia were known for their fondness for inviting others to dine. and such gestures fostered camaraderie. As they approached the makeshift stove, Mose's smile gradually faded upon witnessing the contents being prepared. Is this what you are eating? The aroma wafting from the pot revealed a broth made from instant noodle seasoning, containing merely some flour and nothing more. Gazing at the crimson oil floating atop the soup, one could discern that the sustenance prepared for around 80 individuals likely contained merely a single packet of instant noodle seasoning. Mose held his head slightly elevated, endeavoring to suppress his emotions. In truth, at such a juncture, being able to partake in these flavorful, salted provisions made us exceedingly grateful. An elderly man approached, ladling a generous bowl of white noodles and presenting it before Mose, the serving ample enough for at least 7 or 8 people. You super soldiers can eat a great deal, can't you? Is this sufficient? Mose exhaled a long, quivering breath and gently pushed the bowl back. You all eat. Let us share this meal together and indulge in something good. As he spoke, a ripple of energy emanated from his right side, from which he produced an assortment of beef and vegetables. The vegetables, vibrant in hues of green and red, appeared remarkably plump, while the beef, adorned with fresh marbling, wore the hallmark of having been recently cut and preserved exceptionally well. The sudden appearance of such food startled everyone present. What is this? They had been fleeing for months, deprived of quality sustenance, and this was the first time they had laid eyes on such fresh ingredients since the onset of war. Mose extended the fresh provisions to the elderly man. I am a super soldier. I have already eaten. Take this and enjoy a proper meal. The old man stared at the ingredients in disbelief and, after a moment, raised his gaze to Mose and bowed deeply. The others followed suit, expressing their gratitude through their gestures. Though Mose was indeed a super soldier, they did not consider the act of presenting such food to be an obligation of his status. They understood that aside from bowing to him, there was no greater demonstration of their appreciation. Captain Zong, you should also partake in some food. I will keep watch for you. Mose bypassed Zong Yi without further conversation and proceeded to the front. Observing the food and glancing back at Mose, who had turned away, Zong Yi silently saluted him. The other soldiers followed suit. With such an abundance of delicious fare, the entire camp erupted in excitement. Even though the method of preparation was limited to a simple seasoning soup, they savored it more than anyone else. Mose, observing this scene from a distance, lifted his head once more. Chapter 93. Entering the city after the meal, the group settled down for rest. In these extraordinary times, devoid of mobile phones or internet connectivity, the best course of action after dinner was to retire early and conserve energy. Uncertainty loomed regarding when unforeseen circumstances might arise, making it prudent to rest as much as possible without a guarantee of absolute safety. At 11 o'clock at night, Mose, clutching the map he had discovered in the camp, hurried to the tent where Zong Yi resided and softly inquired at the entrance, Captain Zong, are you asleep? From within, Zong Yi's spirited voice responded immediately, Not yet, please come in. Mose entered, foregoing pleasantries, and unfolded the map upon the table. Captain, I have some inquiries regarding our forthcoming route. The map lay before them, marked with a red circle. Let me confirm, Huangshe City is here, correct? Zong Yi glanced at the map and nodded. Indeed, this is our destination. Is it around 10 kilometers? Mose recalled the distance he had previously mentioned and asked again. Which direction? Although he was uncertain of Mose's intentions behind the inquiry, he nonetheless pointed towards a direction. Mose nodded. Captain Zong, let everyone gather their belongings. We shall depart immediately. Such a trivial distance could be traversed effortlessly with the capabilities of the spatial gem, so why wait until morning? What shall you do? Zong Yi inquired. Having witnessed him conjure an array of food with his bare hands before, he had no doubts about Mose's abilities, merely curious about his plan. First, let us call everyone out. You won't be disappointed, Mose teased. All right. One by one, the dark tents brightened up, and under Zong Yi's explanations, the crowd, without questioning the reason, hastily began to pack their belongings. For the migration, aside from a few sets of clothing and food, they carried no large items. Within 5 minutes, everyone had gathered together. If this were a time of peace, some would surely have dawdled, yet now they moved with an efficiency that tugged at the heartstrings. Everyone is here. What do you intend to do? Zong Yi asked. Mose smiled slightly and activated the spatial gem ring on his finger. Suddenly, the crowd perceived a flash before their eyes, and upon focusing, they found themselves before a city. The grand gate bore the inscription Huangshe. Huangshe City? We have arrived at Huangshe City. What just happened? I don't know, but what I do know is that we are now in Huangshe City. A cheer erupted among the crowd, but it was short-lived. Everyone, raise your hands and clasp your heads. A cold voice echoed from the city wall through a loudspeaker, as all the guards simultaneously aimed their weapons at them. The sudden appearance of such a large group had heightened their alertness, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension. Do not panic. Our sudden emergence will understandably alarm them. Just follow my lead. Zhong Yi promptly reassured the group he had brought with him, while several other warriors echoed his sentiments, quickly calming the crowd. Once the people's emotions stabilized, Zhong Yi raised his hands and stepped forward, calling out, "I am Zhong Yi, the captain of the Battle Wolf Special Forces, leading the civilians from number 84 and 4 warriors, seeking refuge. Warriors, please remain in place. We will now verify and prepare for inspection." The wall responded immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yi halted his advance and gestured to those behind him. The Special Forces members understood his intent and said, "All right, everyone, rest in place for now while we await their inspection. Once cleared, we can enter the city. Soon." 5 jeeps carrying fully armed warriors from the Great Xia emerged from the city, systematically auditing the civilians seeking entry. Everyone cooperated, and the process was swift. Once inside the city, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. They had finally set their minds at ease. Zhong Yi lingered at the rear, ensuring no one was left behind. Spotting Mose standing not far off, he called out, "Mose, aren't you coming into the city? I'll stay here for a while, just to observe the surroundings. Perhaps there are others like you, and I must bring them back," Mose replied. Observing a young man at least a decade younger than himself possessing such resolute aspirations, Zhong Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he turned his gaze towards Mose in the distance and rendered him a formal military salute. Mose waved back and sprinted away into the distance. It was only after the figure had vanished from sight that Zhong Yi regained his composure and turned to enter the city. That night, Mose indeed encountered several groups of refugees, akin to Zhong Yi, leading their fellow citizens to seek refuge in Huangshi City. He guided them all to the city gates. The influx of people transformed the ambience within the city, igniting a vibrant atmosphere even in the dead of night. Many residents, already settled within, rushed downstairs to assist the newcomers in finding suitable accommodations. After all, the soldiers were required to remain steadfast at their posts and could not personally escort each individual to their designated housing. Fortunately, the citizens took the initiative to share the burden, greatly alleviating the soldiers' responsibilities. There were even poignant reunions as some individuals found long-lost relatives and friends, creating a profoundly touching scene. The soldiers in the city were only aware that these miraculous occurrences were orchestrated by a youth named Mose. Though they had not met him, Mose had already become a figure of renown within Huangshi City. In a dual occupancy room, amidst the heavenly and earthly realms, a woman clad in black armor with crimson hair slightly furrowed her brow upon receiving a soldier's report. "Are you suggesting that a single youth managed to escort over 3,000 individuals to the gates of Huangshi City overnight?" she inquired. She was Rose, an active-duty soldier of the Heroic Legion, endowed with temporal and spatial genetics. "Indeed, Sergeant Rose, we have been attempting to verify this youth's identity, but there is no record of him in the database, and we have yet to encounter him." The reporting soldier disclosed everything he knew. "Did the incoming citizens exhibit any abnormalities?" "None," the soldier replied, shaking his head. "All underwent rigorous dark energy scans. They are merely ordinary citizens, and we confirmed there were no issues." Wait, are you implying that he conjured them out of thin air?" A woman dressed in black leather interrupted, her dark hair framing her face as she urgently questioned. This woman, named Liang Bing, was an acquaintance of Rose, whose true nature remained a mystery, save for the certainty that she was not human. "Indeed," the soldier answered candidly. "Oh," Liang Bing responded thoughtfully, her gaze flickering as she pondered the implications. "Very well. We appreciate your efforts," Rose acknowledged with a nod. The soldier saluted and exited the room. "Rose, judging from that soldier's description, this individual's abilities bear a striking resemblance to your temporal powers," remarked a golden-haired woman seated on the windowsill. This was Angel, known as Yan. Currently, she was physically compromised and had to conceal her wings to prevent further energy depletion. Chapter 94. Intrigued, Rose nodded. Based on the various descriptions, it appeared that only a power related to space could achieve such feats. However, she shook her head in disbelief. "This person's capabilities surpass my own. I cannot traverse so many locations within such a brief span and return with so many individuals." She lamented with a sorrowful shake of her head. If she were capable of such feats, she would have long since brought back more commoners. Why then do they arrive in batches to Huangshi City? Could it be that Morgana, that little vixen, possesses a fragment of temporal genetics? Yet, it should not manifest in an unknown boy. Yin pondered for a moment. Her memory held no fragments pertaining to this matter, and she could not fathom the origins of this suddenly appearing boy. Ahem. Liang Bing, who is also Morgana, heard Yin's close-range reprimand directed at her. Unable to disclose her identity, she merely coughed lightly, feigning ignorance. "Let us meet this young man," Rose remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her. "You seem quite intrigued." Liang Bing hesitated for a moment, recalling that he was said to be quite handsome, and she was curious to see just how handsome he truly was. You might want to exhibit a bit more decorum. Having spent several days with Liang Bing, Rose had gleaned some understanding of her tendencies. Often, her words were nonsensical, and more often than not, Rose merely rolled her eyes at them. As the conversation veered away from her, Liang Bing furrowed her brow, a pensive expression gracing her beautiful face. Who could this person be? Temporal genetics. Even that fellow Carl did not possess a backup. The study of temporal genetics was a subject Liang Bing had embarked upon during her time in Angel City, a pursuit spanning millennia. Rose was the only individual to have ever been implanted with temporal genetics, and now another individual seemingly possessing this trait had emerged. How could she not be intrigued? Carl, the deity of the River of Souls, had no interest in temporal genetics, focusing instead on the study of the afterlife. Thus, Liang Bing remained in the dark regarding the identity of this unexpectedly manifested youth. Aside from myself, who else could be researching this? How curious, Liang Bing mused inwardly. The three women deliberated for a while before deciding whether to proceed. The following day, they donned their attire and awaited at the city gate. According to reports from frontline warriors, the boy would presumably bring 80 to 100 individuals in approximately half an hour. Remarkably, during the course of a single night, the number of arrivals reached 3,000. If these individuals were to traverse the distance on their own, it would take at least 2 months or more. The warriors did not stow away their detection equipment, but instead stationed themselves, anticipating Mo's arrival with the people. Why are they not here yet? Liang Bing, feeling ennui, began to fidget with her fingers. Just then, a commotion erupted atop the city walls. They're coming, a soldier shouted. They've arrived? Where are they? Liang Bing quickly stood, peering outside. Not far beyond the city gate, nearly 100 individuals materialized in the dark energy detection area. This was a consensus reached by Mo and the group during their transport. They had directly teleported to this location. This method would allow for immediate analysis without causing panic among the populace. Seize him, Liang Bing cried out. Calm down, Rose said, glancing at Liang Bing with exasperation, unable to comprehend her excitement. Nevertheless, she did not hesitate, quickly calculating the spatial wormhole and transporting the trio to Mo's side. A sudden waft of fragrant air from behind startled Mo momentarily. After a night of relentless toil, his face and garments were specked with a considerable amount of dust, which he had failed to wipe away in time. Upon encountering 3 stunning women, each possessing a distinctive allure, Mo was momentarily taken aback. Rose, Liang Bing, and Angel Yin were all present. Ah, our little brother is aware of us, Liang Bing remarked with a charming smile as she approached, her intoxicating fragrance captivating the senses. Her tone laced with a subtle allure. Mo gazed at the woman drawing near, and as he inhaled the scent that enveloped her, his eyes narrowed slightly, contemplating the implications. The aroma emanating from Liang Bing was, for an ordinary person, a dangerously seductive poison. This scent had claimed lives. Prior to their arrival in Huangshe City, a group of foreign mercenaries had intercepted them. Among them, 2 mercenaries had succumbed merely from the whiff of Liang Bing's fragrance, dying without a trace of violence. Upon their initial meeting, Mo sensed 2 peculiar energies scanning his form, only to retract swiftly. Their probing had proven fruitless, as Mo was not of this world. Their abilities could not affect this foreigner. Only he possessed the means, should he have such a system engine, to rewrite his own system to access the data of any individual from any realm. Scanning by divine grade engine, automatic template imprinting initiated. Template imprinting successful. Engine code Angel Queen. Engine code Demon Queen. A faint smile tugged at Mo's lips. He had not anticipated acquiring 2 engine templates so effortlessly, and yet they were among the highest tiers available. Did you say something? Rose inquired, having not heard him clearly. Nothing of consequence. Mo replied with a wave of his hand, glancing back at the citizens undergoing inspection. In the span of one night, I have brought the populace from within a 10-kilometer radius to Huangshe City. Please make the necessary arrangements. Understood, Rose nodded. The combination of their appearance and her authentic Daxia Mandarin made it difficult to harbor any ill feelings towards them. Rescuing 3,000 individuals in a single evening was nothing short of a monumental feat, one that Rose herself could not accomplish. Each spatial leap required meticulous scene analysis, calculation, and cooldown time, making frequent transitions virtually impossible. Rescuing 3,000 people in one night was an extraordinary task, even with advanced scene information. The cooldown alone would consume 2/3 of the total duration. At least a 3rd-generation engine would be required. Do you possess such a thing? As a quasi-angel queen, Yin was one of the few present who truly understood the absurdity of this operation. In this universe, super soldiers categorize combat engines into 4 generations. The 1st generation comprised ordinary super soldiers capable of withstanding conventional earth weaponry, impervious to blades and bullets. The second generation built upon this foundation, with the super soldiers of the Xiong Lian typically falling into this category. The third generation, known as demigods, required god-slaying grade weaponry to confront. Even if other weapons inflicted damage, they could recover in a short span. The fourth generation, referred to as gods, possessed eternal lifespans and formidable combat prowess. Though cloaked in an aura of mystique, they are, in truth, nothing more than technologically advanced extraterrestrial beings who have harnessed cutting-edge technology to rewrite their own genetic makeup and master the utilization of certain energies. Chapter 95, Engine Qualitative. Employing technology intended for external entities upon themselves, one might assert that this world bears a resemblance to Marvel's Asgard, albeit the latter exudes a greater sense of superhuman prowess. Unlike the realm of divine beings, where warriors of equivalent strength engage in combat, devoid of team dynamics, encounters are characterized by meticulous analysis and scrutiny. Should the engine be of superior caliber, they could, without lifting a finger, render their opponent's combat capacity null, an impressive display of might. I am not like you. My abilities differ vastly. Compared to mine, your powers are woefully inadequate, declared Moser with an air of calm confidence. Well, quite the audacious claim, retorted a voice, suggesting that doubts about the efficacy of temporal genetics were tantamount to questioning one's own capabilities. With sleeves rolled up, a challenge seemed imminent. However, Rose swiftly grasped the back of her collar and pulled her back. Enough of this. I appreciate your assistance. You've worked hard last night. Go in and rest. Look at you. You're covered in dust, Rose remarked. Indeed, Moser acquiesced, following Rose into the heart of Yellowstone City. As they traversed the streets, many recognized Moser and greeted him with cheerful waves, to which he responded with nods and smiles. Among them were several individuals he had brought along the previous night. Word of mouth had swiftly elevated Moser's reputation. Even those who had yet to meet him were aware of his presence through the accounts of others. A remarkably handsome 17-year-old lad, hailed as a super soldier, was the narrative they shared. Despite a slight dishevelment, Moser appeared far more pristine compared to the majority of the weary populace, allowing him to be easily recognized. You've become quite the celebrity, Rose teased, observing the myriad gazes directed at them. Moser smiled, but refrained from commenting on the matter. He glanced around and inquired of Rose, "What is the current population within the city?" Rose responded, "With the additional 3,000 you brought. The population here is approximately 150,000. 150,000, that figure seemed rather diminutive. Yellowstone City was not particularly large, and its usual resident count should exceed 400,000. Now, it was less than half that number." Rose could discern his thoughts. As war loomed, everyone was retreating inland, and Yellowstone City served as one of the evacuation points. Without communication, orchestrating a large-scale withdrawal or counteroffensive became a daunting task. Communication is of utmost importance in times of war. The expanse of the Great Xia territory is vast, without portable communication devices. How could one relay information regarding enemy movements across such a broad area? Indeed, it seems we must address the communication issue, Moser mused silently. To organize a genuine self-defense counterattack, restoring communication as swiftly as possible is imperative. In the midst of their conversation, Moser arrived before a building, his gaze drawn to the characters inscribed above. After several readings, he comprehended its original meaning: heaven on earth. The first horizontal stroke of heaven had fallen, transforming it into a grand character. Upon entering, a soldier awaited at the door of a room, and upon seeing Rose approach with Moser, he rendered a salute. Rose's returned a courtesy, expressing her gratitude and suggesting he attend to his duties. The soldier, without further ado, departed. "This single room is now yours. We are implementing an energy control policy to conserve resources. The usage of tap water is restricted to the hours of 7 to 8 in the morning and 8 to 10 in the evening, while all electrical appliances will be shut off uniformly at 10 o'clock at night," Rose stated. "As for the cleanliness inside, that responsibility falls upon you." "Understood," Moser nodded, observing that the room was somewhat disheveled and thick with dust, indicating it had been neglected for quite some time. "Please tidy up and then rest. We shall come to summon you at noon. Our room is right next door." With that, Roses turned to exit, inadvertently grabbing the eager Liang Bing and pulling her along. The three beauties returned to their room, and faintly, Moser could still hear Roses chiding Liang Bing. "Could you not be so forward? You were practically about to lie on someone else's bed." "Not at all. I merely wish to observe up close. I find you super soldiers quite fascinating." Listening to their playful banter, Moser chuckled softly and shut the door. After tidying her room, Moser reclined on the bed. The proximity of Roses and her companions offered a semblance of control. Had she been placed elsewhere, their trust might have been in question. After all, her sudden appearance and limited acquaintance with them posed significant safety concerns. Her displayed capabilities were astonishing, and placing someone like her in a different environment could easily unsettle others. Thus, residing next to the room of the formidable soldiers, Roses, the angel Yin, and the enigmatic Liang Bing, who was certainly no ordinary individual, constituted a form of regulation. If Moser were to cause a commotion, they would likely be the only ones capable of intervening. Now, let me examine the 2 templates recently acquired. System. Please present the details of those templates. Engine name. Void Engine, King of Angels. Engine effect. A supercomputer capable of transmitting energy to the sub-engine's user. Energy source. Yin. Engine name. Void Engine, King of Demons. Engine effect. A supercomputer that can effortlessly analyze super soldiers of the 4th generation and below, with an exceptionally rapid computation speed. Energy source. Liang Bing, Morgana. The 2 templates bore striking similarities, and Moser was not surprised. Although higher engine levels were preferable, the suitability of the bearer was paramount. A 1st-generation super soldier could not possibly support the combat system of a 4th-generation super soldier. In simpler terms, the system's hardware would not suffice. Even with superior components, the overall machine remained subpar and could only be marginally enhanced. Only what is appropriate is truly the best. Is it possible for me to create my own engine without utilizing their templates? Absolutely. Given the existing templates, the host can modify them to create a combat engine tailored to their specific needs. Excellent. Moser contemplated the notion of a personalized engine. She had 2 motivations for entering the super god world. First, to assist the people of the Great Xia in overcoming their predicaments, and second, to develop a system that could be distributed among her Shadow Alliance. In the future, 1's influence will expand, and the number of followers will increase. This also necessitates an awareness of their strength. One cannot expect to have a figure like Mo-Se raining down destruction from above while his subordinates wield mere cold weapons below. The disparity in their capabilities is simply too vast, rendering them ineffective as the forces Mo-Se requires. Thus, it is essential to provide them with a source of energy. A unique ability. The combat engine of the Divine Realm is perfectly suited to fulfill Mo-Se's needs. Through the transformation via the hero card system, he can bring this combat engine back and distribute it to the Shadow Assassins and future recruits. This combat engine will enable them to at least stand behind Mo-Se rather than beneath him. Engine effect. To freely bestow my own power upon others. Capable of analyzing 4th generation and lower level super warriors and super concept rewriters. Energy source. Alex Mo-Se. As for the name, Mo-Se hesitated for a few seconds before slowly declaring, Celestial Court. Chapter 96. Celestial Court configuration complete. Engine activated. Celestial Court initiated. Bang. In a room with only one window open, a gust of wind erupted from Mo-Se, disheveling the freshly cleaned space. This name is derived from the Divine Xia Kingdom, a sanctuary for its people. Mo-Se, driven by the intention to save the populace of Xia, and being a Xia native himself, finds this name exceedingly fitting. Serving as an energy source is also most appropriate. Mo-Se possesses numerous abilities. Should he choose to distribute these powers, the force he ultimately establishes will be extraordinarily formidable. Ah, is this my combat system? How intriguing. A faint white light enveloped his pupils, and in Mo-Se's eyes, it felt akin to donning Iron Man's helmet, revealing a plethora of data panels within his field of vision. The surrounding objects were instantaneously scanned for information. An idea struck Mo-Se. He decided to attempt the analysis of the recently acquired angelic template. Analyzing Angel King template. In progress, sweat beaded on his palms as Mo-Se anxiously listened to the voice in his mind. The system had never indicated that the combat engine could analyze these templates, yet Mo-Se reasoned that since these 2 templates resided within him, if he did not utilize them, they should remain dormant rather than vanish. Thus, he proceeded with the analysis. Analysis progress 10. Analysis progress 20. Analysis progress 100. Analysis successful. Boom. 2 pure, radiant wings unfurled from behind Mo-Se. Angelic wings. He truly succeeded in the analysis. The wings fluttered lightly, with a gentle exertion. His body began to ascend towards the heavens. You may activate Angel King privileges. Would you like to proceed? Mo-Se was momentarily taken aback. Angel King? Himself? As he pondered, the realization dawned upon him. He had analyzed the Angel King template, and this could potentially grant him not only the combat engine of the Angel King, but also the authority that accompanies it. This includes the qualification to become the Angel King. I have activated the authority of the Angel King. Can Yin also activate it? Mo-Se inquired. Yin possesses the same authority of the Angel King. However, she is gravely injured, and the energy within her is insufficient even to heal her own wounds, let alone to expend the immense energy required to activate the Angel King authority. Only one Angel King exists. Does that mean I could command all angels? The moment this thought emerged, Mo-Se felt a shiver run down his spine. Angels embody both wisdom and beauty. This is no mere metaphor. Those chosen to become angels were already extraordinary during their mortal lives. Upon becoming angels, they attained the most exquisite forms and faces. However, the lineage of angel kings has always been female. Should I become the angel king, I would be the first male angel king of this era. For now, I shall refrain from activation, yet retain my eligibility, awaiting my command. Understood. Mose did not rush to activate it. Such a grand event could hardly be initiated without an audience. That would be exceedingly dull, just as he intended to explore other aspects of the combat system. A knock echoed at the door. Mose, we're here to play with you. Liang Bing barged in, followed by a voice of caution from Rose. You shouldn't enter so suddenly. It's impolite. Fortunately, Mose had retracted his wings early. Otherwise, being seen in such a state would have been quite awkward. Although they had already entered, he still felt compelled to say, please, come in. Before he could finish, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. I wanted to ask you this since the first time I met you, Liang Bing said, stepping closer to Mose and examining him from left to right. Mose, why are your eyes blue-green? You are clearly from the Great Xia, yet you possess such unusual eye color. Liang Bing's inquiry echoed Rose's curiosity. Indeed, as a citizen of the Great Xia, his blue-green eyes stood out strikingly against his features. Anyone who approached Mose could not help but be drawn to his captivating gaze. Only someone as straightforward as Liang Bing could dare to pose such a personal question so soon after their acquaintance. It's natural. I don't know why it is this way. Previously, Mose had been indifferent to his eye color, but now, confronted with the question, he found himself pondering it. His physical form belonged to a Great Xia citizen, raised solely by his foster parents. Inquiring about the reason behind his blue-green eyes would yield no answers from them. However, now that I have activated the Celestial Court, I can analyze not only others but also myself. Surely, I could discover what makes me different. The thought struck Mose with clarity. It's feasible. I shall wait until they leave to test it, he mused. If I were to analyze myself now, Liang Bing would undoubtedly notice, which is unnecessary. The group engaged in casual conversation, with Liang Bing leading the dialogue, particularly intrigued by Mose's spatial jumping abilities, peppering him with questions. Although conversing with a beautiful and mature woman brings great joy, her inquiries tend to delve into highly specialized topics. Moser responded a few times before gradually falling silent, leaving Liang Bing to speak at length on her own. Suddenly, an urgent air raid siren wailed from outside, interrupting their discussion. Approaching the window, Moser squinted toward the horizon, where he discerned several dark shapes slowly approaching. Were those a fleet of warships? Moser narrowed his eyes. His extraordinary vision allowed him to perceive the distant objects soaring through the sky. You can see that from such a distance? Chang Wei exclaimed, peering out the window, though she saw nothing. Super soldiers are not exceptional in every regard. Their enhancements are limited to certain aspects, contingent upon the super genes within them. Unlike Moser, who is a true superhuman, the augmentation from the Blacklight Virus, combined with his concentrated mental energy, enables him to see a grain of rice clearly from 1,000 meters away. What kind of warships are those? Can you describe them? Yin inquired as he moved closer. Moser gazed at the vessels for a moment, hesitating before responding. They're black, tapered at the front and wider at the rear, comprising 1 flagship and 4 escort ships. This configuration belongs to the Great Wolf civilization. Upon hearing this description, Yin immediately recognized the origin of the fleet. Are they difficult to combat? Chang Wei asked. After some contemplation, Yin replied, given the firepower of Yellowstone City, we could strike the warships directly without issue. But we might not even breach their shields before they enter our attack range. If they breach our defenses, the citizens of Yellowstone City will be in grave danger. Chang Wei hesitated. She was not willing to gamble. Let's go to the site and see for ourselves. Moser, you should accompany us. Let's go. Chapter 97. The fleet assault. The group hurried to the city gate. Old 7, what is the current situation? Upon reaching the city wall, Chang Wei asked a soldier who was peering through a telescope. Wei Qi handed her the telescope and stated, a fully equipped fleet. We have issued a warning, but they show no intention of departing. We must intercept them before they enter a threatening range. Frowning, Chang Wei turned to Moser and the others. Do you have any plans? Liang Bing, clad in a tan trench coat with her hands in her pockets, gazed indifferently at the advancing fleet and nonchalantly suggested, just slap them down. Can you suggest a more conventional approach? Chang Wei sighed, shifting her hopeful gaze to Moser. Don't look at me. I've never fought against such warships and have no idea what to do. I'm relying on you all, Moser replied. Although he had just created the cloud heaven, he had yet to study it and was at a loss for how to employ it. I have a plan, Yin interjected. I may not be able to resolve it directly, but I can intercept them. They wouldn't dare act rashly against an angel. More importantly, it's about you, Chang Wei. He turned to her and continued, you could take the opportunity to enter the flagship, while we launch missiles from here to strike them, utilizing your spatial wormhole to penetrate their interior. The warships possess energy shields, but the inside does not. This plan was certainly worth considering. Chong Wei and Moser exchanged affirming glances, both believing it to be feasible. I will accompany you. Moser expressed his desire to observe their combat tactics. Seventh, you heard that, right? This is entrusted to you. After giving a brief instruction to Wei Qi, who nodded in acknowledgement, she raised her hand. And a set of black armor materialized around Moser and Liang Bing. Liang Bing appeared to have already donned the armor, exhibiting no surprise. Moser, however, curiously examined the armor adorning him. This is dark matter armor, colloquially referred to as black armor. It cannot be tracked by satellites, radar, thermal imaging, or any other tools from the main world. Wearing it, those extraterrestrial beings will remain oblivious, Rose elucidated. Intriguing. It's so lightweight. How does it provide defense? Moser inquired, surprised at how light the armor felt, comparable to the weight of several down jackets combined. It does not rely on its inherent hardness, although it can withstand certain thermal weapons. In the face of excessively powerful impacts and attacks, it utilizes dark energy conversion to dissipate energy into the surrounding dark space, Rose explained comprehensively. Oh, I see. We are ready to proceed, Moser replied. Rose waved her hand, opening for wormholes nearby, then glanced at Yin, saying, I'll be relying on you soon. With a flourish, pristine white wings unfurled from Yan's back, and with a gentle flap, he ascended into the sky. The flapping of his wings abruptly ceased, allowing him to stand suspended in midair, causing a stir among the onlookers below. TCH, just a flashy trick, Liang Bing scoffed, unimpressed by the soldiers' astonished murmurs. It's merely a matter of placing a miniature wormhole circuit beneath one's feet and standing atop it. It's prone to malfunction. Angels tend to flaunt their abilities in such ways. Humph, I see right through it. Moser, bemused, regarded Liang Bing. What a grudge you hold. You're always ready to challenge angels. Let us get going, he suggested, turning to Rose. With a lift of her arm, a ripple of space enveloped the three, rendering them invisible to the crowd. Rose, I entrust you with this, Wei Qi murmured, watching as Rose and the others vanished. In the sky, the fleet of giant wolves came to an abrupt halt. Inside the main ship's control room, several extraterrestrials clad in dark crimson armor, their oval faces devoid of features save for two tiny eyes, stood observing. They were halted by the stunning angel who approached them nonchalantly. The giant wolf's deputy adjusted a small telescope embedded in his right eye, his gaze fixated on the angel Yan, repeatedly gasping in astonishment. Leader Badera. Look at that angel. She's walking in midair. Impressive, truly impressive. The being known as Badera narrowed his tiny eyes at the deputy, who promptly fell silent, lowering his head and retreating to the side. How dare such an angel challenge the leader Badera? We cannot allow this insolence. Commander, shall we fire upon her? A giant wolf warrior seated in front suggested. Boom. If that angel is injured, we must not shy away from battle, Badera declared, his tone imbued with an uncharacteristic bravado. The officer hesitated, weighing his options before stating, however, there are orders from above. Flee when encountering angels, and run from the black-armored ones. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a flurry of slaps from Badala. Run, run, run. All you do is run. I refuse to believe that our squad cannot take down a single angel. We are the most valiant warriors of the giant wolf star. Fire. Yes. The subordinates in front of him no longer hesitated. They opened a glass cover beside them and pressed a red button. Giant Wolf 1121 cannon, launch. With a whoosh, a blue orb of energy descended from the bottom of the mothership, trailing a long tail of fire as it sped toward Angel Yin. Observing the approaching energy projectile, Yin wore a sly smile, her slender fingers extending forward, conjuring a transparent shield before her. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed across the sky, and the fiery blast compelled those on the ground to shield their eyes. Huh, letting you act tough, enduring our cannon fire? You're either dead or gravely injured now. Badala scoffed. Yet, before he could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief as the fiery explosion dissipated. Angel Yin stood unharmed not far away. Unbelievable. The immense force and explosion were blown away by the shield she had erected, and she hadn't even taken a step back. Rose, the enemy has made a move. May I retaliate and take down a ship? Yin inquired through the pre-established communication channel. With this fleet in my hands, I could easily manage them if I were unscathed. Don't rush. We've just arrived on the battleship and aren't prepared yet. Rose's voice echoed in Yan's ear. All right, I'll wait for you. Hurry up. Yin replied, sitting cross-legged in the air, her long legs elegantly crossed. Even the non-human monstrosities of the giant wolf civilization could not help but stare at her perfect figure. She refrained from striking because she could not swiftly eliminate all 5 ships. Any escape by even one vessel could result in devastating casualties for Yellowstone City. The potential loss of life would be a figure both infuriating and disheartening. Thus, their current strategy relied on Angel Yan's divine pressure, standing before the giant wolf battleships. Following such a powerful attack, the fact that Angel Yan remained unscathed compelled the giant wolf warriors to reconsider their subsequent actions. Chapter 98. Shocked Yin for a century on top of the mothership, three figures clad in black armor emerged from a spatial wormhole. Rose crouched down, tapping on the metal cover to calculate the spatial medium and open a micro-wormhole. Calculating spatial medium. In progress. Calculation in progress. Calculation failed. The opponent has activated energy shielding, preventing the opening of the micro-wormhole. Tisk. Rose frowned. I cannot open a micro-wormhole. The energy protection of this mothership not only defends against attacks, but also shields against certain spatial calculations. We must ensure that the ground forces do not initiate an attack. Otherwise, the situation could escalate significantly, Mose cautioned. Rose nodded and briefed the ground forces warrior, Wei Qi, about the matter. We need to crack this quickly. We can't afford to wait too long. Rose, I will lend you my flame sword. Listen carefully. In the distance, Angel Yin transmitted the data of the flame sword to Rose. The flame sword is the third most formidable superweapon in the known universe, possessing the ability to resonate with solar energy and exhibiting extraordinarily powerful physical and radiation effects. As a standard weapon of the angels, it is an indispensable core element that enables them to become the strongest combat force in the cosmos. Commencing reception, Rose said, gazing towards Angel Yin, ready to receive the data. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Wait, what is happening? The data has been intercepted. Intercepted? How is that possible? The previously calm demeanor of Angel Yin wavered, for she knew Rose would not jest at such a critical moment. Even Morgana could not possibly intercept their transmission of the flame sword's data face-to-face. Nearby, Liang Bing, listening to their emotional exchange, was equally astonished. Having once been an angel herself, she understood the stringent nature of angelic information security. Under normal circumstances, it would be virtually impossible to access their data, let alone intercept their communications or weapon transmissions. The likelihood of such an occurrence was nearly zero. Yet it was happening now. Hey, Brother Moser, do you have any idea what is going on? Liang Bing turned to Moser, seeking his insight. However, she was left speechless upon seeing him grasping a long sword with a silver body and a crimson blade. This sword was none other than the flame sword. How could this be? Liang Bing stammered, unable to articulate a coherent thought, her gaze fixed upon Moser in disbelief. In the distance, Yin witnessed this astonishing scene. Her usually composed visage was momentarily overshadowed by shock. This is impossible. You are the one intercepting the data? It cannot be you. How did you accomplish this? Moser, wielding the flame sword, swung it lightly. Its weight was considerable, approximately 10 kilograms. Such heft, when wielded with brute strength, could inflict significant damage upon an adversary, let alone harness the power contained within. Now is not the time for discussion. Let us first resolve the situation. You may step aside and observe, Moser said with a slight smile, marveling at the efficacy of the heavenly court. He raised his hand, utilizing the space gem to teleport the three of them beside Angel Yin. As he brandished the flame sword, flames erupted from the blade. How could you? Angel Yin attempted to inquire how Moser achieved this feat, but he suddenly unleashed a surge of energy that sent her staggering several steps back. Following this, an emotionless female voice resonated around Moser, leaving Angel Yin frozen in disbelief. Executing angelic judgment. Judgment approved. Moser raised the long sword, pointing it towards the heavens. The flames on the flame sword intensified, forming a colossal blade nearly 10 meters wide above the great wolf fleet. Judgment begins. He swung the flame sword down with tremendous force. The brilliant flaming sword descended from the sky, and although the energy shield of the great wolf battleship activated, it was effortlessly cleaved apart by the fiery blade, like a knife through paper. 5 ships erupted instantaneously, transforming into fireballs that plummeted toward the ground. Haha, the flame sword is indeed impressive. Moser weighed the sword of flames in his hand and tossed it towards Angel Yin, saying, It's yours. Hastily catching the sword thrown by Moser, Angel Yin examined it repeatedly, puzzled by the fact that his weapon seemed perfectly intact, yet it had been severed mid-battle. After countless millennia of combat against external foes, such an occurrence was unprecedented. Even the demonic legions, with whom they had fought for ages, had never committed such an outrageous act. Angel Yin drew Rose behind him, taking several steps back, his expression grave. You are no ordinary being. Who exactly are you? Liang Bing glanced around, choosing to stand in the middle, arms crossed in observation. I am certainly not an ordinary person. Have you ever encountered such a handsome ordinary person standing in the air? Moser replied with a smile. Standing in the air. At that moment, Angel Yin realized that beneath Moser's feet, there was no wormhole circuit he had previously set in place. This indicated that Moser was hovering in the air purely by his own power. my true identity. Revealing it might frighten you, so I shall refrain. Nevertheless, you ought to know that I harbor no malice towards you." As he spoke, Moser opened a portal and stepped back to Yellowstone City. Liang Bing, observing this, hurriedly followed him. "This boy is truly fascinating, utterly intriguing," Liang Bing internally exclaimed. Not only did he possess abilities akin to the temporal genetics she had studied for years, but he also exhibited the capacity to effortlessly intercept the Sword of Flames. How could she not be interested? If such a person were to ally with her, dealing with angels would become a trivial matter. With this thought, Liang Bing quickened her pace to match his. Yin Rose appeared somewhat dazed, watching Yan's expression darken. Realizing the gravity of the situation, "Let's follow him," Yin said, gritting his teeth. Rose complied. Upon returning to Yellowstone City, they spotted Moser and Liang Bing engaged in conversation as they walked into a building. "Halt!" Yin called out sharply, his pristine white wings unfurling. With a swift motion, he propelled himself in front of Moser, raising the Sword of Flames towards him. "Who are you? Explain yourself." Sighing, Moser shook his head in resignation. He raised his right hand, and the Sword of Flames in Yan's grasp instantly appeared in his own. With his left hand, he tugged at Yan's neck, causing him to uncontrollably soar towards him. Grasping her delicate neck, he pointed the blade's tip at her smooth forehead, his tone turning icy. "My stance towards angels cannot be characterized as either good or bad. I am here to obtain what I desire and to assist the great Xia in overcoming its trials. There is no need for me to explain anything to you. Do you understand?" With that, Moser released her, and Yin staggered back, coughing repeatedly. His grip had not been gentle. Shooting him a resentful glare, Yin wished he could slay Moser with his eyes. Unfortunately, Moser remained indifferent, seemingly unaffected by her gaze. As he walked away, he tossed the Sword of Flames back and added, "I am not your enemy. Do not speak to me in that accusatory tone. It greatly displeases me." Chapter 99. Lingering. "Yin, are you all right?" Rose inquired. "I am fine," Yin replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Once haughty, she now felt a hint of despondency. She had envisioned her demise in battle and had experienced being trampled upon. Yet she had never anticipated encountering an individual capable of effortlessly claiming her flame sword as if it were inherently his own. Mose had refrained from employing force, and his words were not particularly venomous. However, in his grasp, Yin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Perhaps this boy before her, unleashing his full potential, was an adversary against whom her millennia of combat experience would prove futile. The ability that had just propelled her through the air was unlike any divine power we were familiar with. He did not seem to belong to this world. Yin stared at Mose's retreating figure and murmured, "Not of this world. Could he possibly hail from another realm?" Roses twitched her lips slightly, pondering the absurdity of such a notion. Yin extended her hands, gesturing to their current reality. "Isn't our situation itself quite absurd? Before the war's onset, such occurrences were relegated to the realms of your science fiction." Rosa regarded her thoughtfully. It seemed she too recognized the truth in this, yet it appeared that, at least for now, he bore no malice towards the people of Xia. One could only navigate one step at a time. Yin nodded in silence. Ling Bing, who had been trailing Mose, gently pressed her ear and whispered, "Otto, analyze this earthling before me and discern what sets him apart." In the command center of her demonic fleet, a towering demon, 2 to 3 meters tall, stood behind the operator, scrutinizing the data panel. Through the radio, Otto relayed to Ling Bing, "Queen, the analysis results are in. The individual before you." He hesitated momentarily, examining the data once more. Under Ling Bing's impatient urging, he continued, "Queen, this person is merely an ordinary human. There is absolutely no trace of dark energy within him." Ling Bing retorted in a low voice, "Nonsense. I just witnessed him seize that angel's flame sword with my own eyes. He cannot be an ordinary person." "But, my queen, the data indicates otherwise," Otto replied, sounding somewhat aggrieved. "Very well, perhaps he possesses some advanced cloaking technique. That will be all," Ling Bing hastily concluded, rushing to catch up with Mose. After a while, in Mose's room, he observed 3 exquisite beauties seated within, his expression tinged with exasperation. "Pray tell, do none of you have your own chambers? Why are you all crowded into mine?" Their presence suffused the room with a delicate fragrance. The demon queen Ling Bing, the quasi-angel queen Yin, and Rosa, who qualified as a deity of time and space, were each, in their own right, stunning women who could bring countless men to their knees. Fortunately, Mose was not a lecher, otherwise, none would escape unscathed. Following the recent events, Yin remained fixated on Mose, attempting to glean some insight from his countenance. Rosa, silent beside her, was merely concerned about a potential conflict, ready to mediate. Meanwhile, Ling Bing clutched a collection of jokes, laughing heartily, creating an exceedingly bizarre atmosphere. Moser gestured towards the doorway and addressed Yin, If you have come to engage in a game of staring contests, you may as well leave, for I do not partake in such frivolities. To intercept the data of my flame sword with ease, it would require at least 3 generations of super warriors. Who exactly are you? If you existed on Earth before now, why did you not come forth to assist us? Yan's inquiries were incisive, placing Moser on a moral pedestal and pressing him on why he had remained absent despite his formidable abilities. This tone of questioning irked Moser, who rolled his eyes and turned his gaze towards the window, peering into the distance. Do you truly believe you can challenge me with such a tone? At Moser's words, Yan rose in frustration, exclaiming, "Do not be so arrogant." Her concern was genuine, while the interception of the flame sword was troubling enough. What if she were to breach the armory of the former angel queen, the divine Kesha? The armory housed the most powerful weapons of all past angels, each artifact worthy of being classified as a divine relic. If such weapons fell into the hands of the unworthy, the consequences would be dire. Alas, could you lend a hand? Observing the tense standoff, Rose nudged the stoic Liang Bing beside her. Liang Bing, with her left leg draped over her right, watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. Why should I help? I rather enjoy witnessing angels face adversity. Let the conflict ensue. Rose shot her a resigned glance. You truly revel in chaos. By the way, why do you linger here? Moser inquired of Angel Yen. Yen fixed her gaze on Moser for a moment. He had not disclosed his intentions, and in her current state, she could not contend with him. Reluctantly, she retracted the flame sword and chose to ignore his question. Rose explained, she is searching for Reyna. Only Reyna can heal her injuries. Reyna? Oh, seeking her, are you? Moser nodded, his attention drawn to the wound on Yan's abdomen. It was a grievous, blood-soaked perforation that he had noticed upon his arrival. The Reyna they spoke of was the supreme deity of the solar path, a formidable being harnessing the energy of the sun, capable of unleashing nuclear-level attacks with ease. Such immense power for offense naturally came with methods for healing as well. Having ascended to the status of super warriors, they no longer required conventional medicine for their injuries. Provided they had sufficient energy, they could utilize it for physical restoration, capable of regrowing severed limbs in the blink of an eye. To achieve such feats, one would need to possess at least the prowess of a demigod, equivalent to that of a third-generation super warrior. The first and second generations also possessed healing abilities, albeit at a slower pace. Is solar energy the only option? Moser queried. Yen scoffed softly, not necessarily, but presently, solar energy is the best option available to me. I cannot find anything else that might aid in my recovery. As she spoke, the previously silent Moser advanced towards Yen. At the moment she posed her question, Moser's right hand became a blur and swiftly intruded upon her rosy lips, depositing an unknown substance into her mouth. What are you doing to me? Yen coughed repeatedly, sensing something being forced into her mouth by Mose. Before she could cough it out, the substance dissolved and flowed down her throat, instantly pervading her entire being. A potent restorative, do savor it. Mose remarked nonchalantly as he settled by the window, quietly observing Yan's transformation. Upon hearing that Yen required solar energy to rejuvenate her body, Mose had harnessed the powers of the thunder fruit and spatial gems to condense a bead in his palm. This was unlike the single-use energy pills he had previously given to Ganata. It resembled a portal, capable of continuously channeling energy into the bead. Charging bead has been infused into the recipient. Energy transfer commencing. Energy source, Alex Mose. Upon hearing Mose's words, Yen, who had been coughing violently, paused and realized the changes occurring within her body. A shimmering silver light began to radiate from her, akin to lightning, swiftly coursing across her form, ultimately converging at the site of the penetrating wound inflicted by the flame sword. Am I all right now? A powerful energy spread throughout Yen, mending her wounds with remarkable speed. This is far more effective than what Reyna provided. Not only is it potent, but it suits me perfectly, she murmured. With her inherent affinity for thunder, she was referred to as the Thunder Angel by some lower civilizations, and the thunder bead Mose had given her was perfectly aligned with her elemental nature. Boom. A fierce gust erupted from Yan's body, yet both Mose and Liang Bing remained steadfast, unaffected by the force, while Rose staggered back several paces. Amazed by the abundant energy surging within her, Yen gazed incredulously at Mose. How's that? I hope I didn't disappoint you. Mose chuckled, adding, remember, this healing comes from me as a representative of the Earth's Xia people. Mose possessed the qualifications to become the King of Angels, yet he declined the title. Earth required a formidable ally, and he saw himself merely as a transient visitor. Though he could return to this world, he intended not to interfere excessively. The primary deities of angels, demons, and other factions relied on their energy sources. Should Mose ascend as the King of Angels and depart, the angels would lose their source of power, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Hence, it was wiser to support Angel Yan in ascending to power, enabling her to assist Earth, thus granting Mose peace of mind upon his departure. The three enchanting women regarded Mose with varied expressions. Rose's gaze reflected gratitude and sudden realization. Liang Bing squinted with inscrutable meaning, while Yan, now to be addressed as Queen Yan, looked upon him with a mixture of joy and resignation. Aware of the implications of Mose's words, the angels would undoubtedly aid Earth, yet the underlying rationale felt somewhat coercive, leaving an uncomfortable sensation. Noticing the penetrating gaze from Mose, Yan nodded with a hint of resignation. I understand. This favor will be remembered by the angels. Well then, that suffices. Moser did not elaborate much on this matter. He harbored no fear of Yan's potential change of heart. If she were capable of such a reversal, it would diminish the worth of angels. With their pride, once they made a commitment, they would surely see it through. Moser's fingers deftly pinched the air, retrieving the map that had been sent from Huangshe City. Rosa, please elucidate the current situation, the changes occurring across the world. Rosa approached, having changed out of her black armor into a police uniform that accentuated her stunning figure. What was ostensibly a mundane outfit emanated an irresistible allure on her. Leaning in, Rosa circled several points on the map of Earth. Currently, communication across the vast expanse has been severed, particularly in the North Star region, which serves as the capital of the Great Xia and undoubtedly has the highest population and the fiercest battles. My intention is to evacuate these civilians promptly. Gazing at the marked points on the map, Moser fell into contemplation. The North Star, or Yanjing, was among the significant cities she had highlighted. Under normal circumstances, reaching these locations by plane would be swift. Yet now, air supremacy lay firmly in the grasp of the alien vessels, and for the Earthlings, merely safeguarding themselves from having their heads flown over was a formidable challenge, let alone utilizing aircraft to venture elsewhere. Relying on motorcycles or walking rendered the journey's duration uncertain, and the roads were fraught with peril. Rosa sighed and remarked, the soldiers are scattered across various locations. Although efforts are being made to enhance their equipment, it remains insufficient and insufficiently robust. Only when communication is restored and weapons are fortified can we confront these extraterrestrial threats. Presently, the turmoil besieging Earth is not solely from the heavens, but also from many misguided individuals targeting their fellow Earthlings. Moser sighed in agreement, acknowledging that such circumstances were indeed disheartening. Traitors have existed in every era. Moser had come to this world primarily for exploration. He could have departed long ago upon activating the Celestial Palace. The only element this world offered him was the combat engine known as the Celestial Palace. Anything beyond that could be revisited later, and Moser was confident it would not pose a challenge. His continued presence in this world stemmed from his encounter with the individuals at Zhongyi's camp the previous day. A single seasoning packet meant to prepare noodles for 80 people would never have been contemplated in peacetime. Moser felt a profound sadness. They were all compatriots. Even if they were not from the same world, as long as they belonged to the Great Xia, he felt a duty to protect it. They may not exist in the same universe, yet they shared the same home. Observing Moser's expression of genuine regret and sorrow, Rosa's wariness of him diminished significantly. A 17-year-old boy displaying such depth of emotion suggested a remarkable complexity of character. She patted his shoulder and said, "It's all right. At least there are many others striving to restore life to its rightful course." Moser silently nodded in acknowledgement. "Moser, dear brother, I've noticed your remarkable composure. With 3 stunning women before you, you seem utterly unfazed. What are your thoughts?" Liang Bing, who had been engrossed in a collection of jokes, finally set the book aside. Among the trio, she was the most irreverent and audacious, unafraid to voice her thoughts. "Even if you have ideas, this is not the time to express them," Mose remarked indifferently. "Oh, do you have any other thoughts?" Rose inquired. Mose fixed his gaze on Rose and replied earnestly, "I plan to create a combat engine for all the warriors of the Great Xia." Upon hearing this, even Rose, who stood alongside Mose, found it somewhat laughable. While it was feasible to customize a combat engine for an individual warrior, given Mose's demonstrated prowess in such a short time, the notion of a device for all warriors of the Great Xia seemed utterly fanciful. Chapter 101. Revealing identities. Rose glanced at Liang Bing, who had also set aside her humorous collection and was now looking seriously in their direction. "Mose, do you truly understand what you are proposing?" "I do," he responded. Yin cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Such a feat is something even the power of the galaxy may not accomplish, let alone you." The power of the galaxy she referred to was Gu Shaolin, who, upon reaching his zenith, would become the most formidable deity in the universe. However, he was currently preoccupied with emotional turmoil, unable to fully manifest as a force for the Great Xia. At present, those capable of influencing Earth were not the military, but rather super warriors who would eventually qualify to become the Earth's supreme deity, or even the supreme deity of the Milky Way and the solar system, Lu Chuang of the Great Wall 1 and Gu Xiaoluan of the galaxy's might. Despite the presence of these two titans, Earth remained in a position of vulnerability. Feeling the changes brought about by the celestial court within him, Mose nodded solemnly and reiterated his statement. Indeed, I aim to create a combat engine for all warriors of the Great Xia. The spirit for battle resides within the warriors. What they lack is suitable equipment, gear that can better harness their warrior's heart. And how do you intend to accomplish this? Rose asked. If you succeed, you will become Earth's greatest benefactor. I have yet to devise a plan. I merely wanted to inform you of this ambition, Mose replied. Rose was rendered speechless. This seemed like a mere jest. Liang Bing couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, in the words of your great Xia, it's like hearing a single remark from a sage, yet feeling as though you've wasted 10 years of study. Yin found himself amused by Liang Bing's comment, unable to suppress a smile. The trio's reactions were unsurprising, and Mose did not take offense, but instead said, with the three of you here, how am I supposed to begin? Our relationship is not so deep that you can witness my process of creating this combat engine. He emphasized the word deep. Well, little brother dares to tease his elder sister. Let us see if I want to put you in your place, Liang Bing said, rolling up her sleeves, pretending to approach. Rose immediately restrained her and exchanged a glance with Yin before both rose to leave, saying as they walked, I look forward to your finished product, or even a prototype will suffice. Should you make any progress, do inform me. I will come to call on you before I depart. Understood, Mose nodded. After the departure of the three women, silence finally enveloped the room. Moser clenched his palm, and a faint azure energy swiftly enveloped the entire space, forming a delicate membrane. Now, Angel Yin had transformed into Queen Yin, and in Moser's unguarded state, she could effortlessly monitor the surroundings. Moser concealed the room with the space gem, creating a barrier that even Yin, with her current technological prowess in this universe, could not penetrate. Even if she commanded the Angel's Blade Fleet or the demon wings of Liang Bing, the fierce bombardment of calculations from both sides would not suffice to breach Moser's defenses. This was because the space gem was not a product of this world, rendering any calculations futile. Meanwhile, Liang Bing inquired, can you see anything? Yin, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze from the adjacent room, noticed it was Liang Bing who posed the question. She chose to ignore her and turned to Rose. I can't analyze it. He possesses a rather peculiar method that perfectly isolates my scans. In fact, according to my scans, there is nothing there. As she spoke, an eerie atmosphere descended upon them. Rose suddenly felt a chill and instinctively rubbed her arms. This is too supernatural. If it weren't broad daylight, I might actually think this place is haunted. Even if it were haunted, the ghost wouldn't compare to you. The time-space Rose. Yin jested, a rare lightness in her tone. You have a point, Rose nodded, still feeling the chill as she rubbed her arms again. She glanced helplessly at Liang Bing. I say, could you stop fanning yourself? It was summer. And the chill she felt was not only from the unsettling situation, but also because Liang Bing was incessantly waving a small fan of unknown origin. What? I'm just trying to add some ambience, Liang Bing retorted, increasing the intensity of her fanning. Could you be a bit more serious? Rose sighed, shaking her head. She stood up and declared, forget it. I'm going to take a shower. I can't deal with this anymore. It's boring. Haha, Liang Bing chuckled, watching as Rose entered the bathroom. The moment she stepped inside, a flash of crimson fire streaked past Liang Bing's cheek. Reacting swiftly, she shifted to the side, narrowly avoiding being pierced by the flame that could have struck her brain. In an instant, Liang Bing appeared on the opposite side of the bed, squinting at Yin, who wielded the Sword of Flames. I never expected that even in your injured state, you could still issue a command to alter my consciousness. You truly are impressive, Liang Bing remarked, her hands tucked into her pockets, though her narrowed eyes betrayed an unmistakable killing intent. Angels and demons were sworn enemies, and especially so for Yin, who was a former angelic wing guardian. The piercing wound in Yan's abdomen had been inflicted by the forces of the demon Queen Morgana, who was none other than Liang Bing herself. The ambush had taken place on a low-tier cultural planet named Freljord. For reasons unknown, Yin had miraculously survived and returned to Earth, only to serendipitously encounter Liang Bing once more. The saying goes that when adversaries meet, their animosity intensifies. However, due to the circumstances at hand, they cannot act against one another. Thus, one resorts to infiltrating the other's consciousness, altering their perception of oneself. Liang Bing, not taking the situation seriously, was forcefully overcome by Yin, leading her to forget her true identity, believing herself merely to be an ordinary angel rather than the angel destined to become the Angel Queen. It was only after Mose had healed her wounds that Liang Bing recalled the gravity of the situation. This city is home to tens of thousands, Would you disregard their safety to act against me? Liang Bing gazed at Yin with a smile, utterly unperturbed. If sacrificing these thousands could enable me to slay you, it would indeed be worth the cost. The flames of the blazing sword intensified, and Yan's tone grew increasingly frigid. Liang Bing smiled at her, unfazed by Yan's words. You just promised that lad to protect Earth, yet you would now slay tens of thousands. Do you truly believe you are worthy of judging him? With an intense glare directed at Liang Bing, after a prolonged silence, the flames engulfing the blazing sword dissipated, and Yin lowered her weapon, stating, Consider this your lucky day. Should we meet again, I shall not be so lenient. TCH, Chapter 102, Cataclysm, 24, the standoff between the two concluded once Rose emerged. In this confrontation between the two divine beings, regardless of the outcome, the greatest victims would inevitably be the people of the Great Xia. Liang Bing held affection for Rose and would never harm the citizens of Great Xia in her presence. Yin, having made a promise to Mo-Se, would also refrain from engaging in combat. Both parties were bound by their constraints, which allowed the tension between them to subside. Now was not the time for conflict. Rose, drying her hair with a towel, glanced toward the adjacent room. I wonder how Mo-Se's plans are progressing. Can he truly create such a battle engine? I believe it is not impossible. This fellow is quite remarkable, and we know nothing about him other than his profound patriotism, Yin remarked. As the Angel Queen, she too was analyzing Mo-Se's identity. Even with the analytical capabilities bestowed by her status, she could not decipher the essence of his being. Nor could she uncover even the most basic details, such as his home address. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air on this planet. Yin candidly shared her concerns, which left Rose feeling uneasy. To have such an enigmatic individual in proximity could be a boon if he were an ally. However, if he were an enemy, she feared she would be unable to thwart him. You need not worry excessively. At the very least, he has rescued this insufferable angel. If he intended to harm you, he would not need to create another enemy for himself. Liang Bing reassured her, although her words carried a hint of disdain for angels. Yin merely shot her a glare, saying nothing further. Rose nodded, hoping her optimism was warranted. In the adjacent room, Mo-Se sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes gently closed, engaged in a dialogue with the celestial realm of his psyche. What challenges do I face in creating a battle engine for all the warriors of the Great Xia? Lacking a stable energy source, as well as clearly defined personnel targets for utilizing this combat engine, could potentially lead to its misuse by those with ulterior motives. Thus, it is imperative to carefully designate the authorized individuals. A stable energy source, indeed. Mo-Se nodded, recognizing the significance of this matter. Above, there hung a super energy source, the sun. However, the sun cannot be harnessed as an energy source for a combat system. Its lifespan is extensive, long enough that it might still endure long after Earth has vanished. Yet, utilizing the sun for interstellar warfare, even if just one planet's inhabitants exploit it for development, could drastically shorten its lifespan to mere tens of millions, or even millions of years. Should the sun extinguish, all celestial bodies within the solar system would suffer. Earth may merely serve as a birthplace, rather than a bastion to be defended. What humanity must truly protect is the sun, driving foes out of the solar system and engaging in battle beyond its confines. Otherwise, engaging in combat within the solar system would allow anyone to siphon off a portion of the solar energy, and an occasional extraction could entail a recovery period of millions of years. This consideration does not even account for the harm that the depletion of such energy would inflict upon life on Earth, thus rendering the sun an unsuitable choice. What then should be selected? If only I possessed the Mind Stone and Reality Stone in my grasp, twirling the Space Stone ring upon my finger. I pondered that if the narrative of the cinematic universe were to unfold, Mo-Se might acquire the Mind Stone. Yet, I had traversed into a universe rife with hypotheticals, where the timeline had been altered. The Mind Stone could unleash formidable energy in accordance with one's will, while the Space Stone could extract a portion of that power to be utilized in the realm of the super gods. Such a power could sustain itself for no less than 500 years, but alas, it was not within Mo-Se's possession at present. Host, in the main world, the mysterious guest is seeking you. Would you like to return? Upon arriving in this world, Mo-Se found that the hero card system could monitor every movement in the main world. The system would certainly disregard mundane inquiries, only alerting him to significant events. Mo-Se did not indulge in trivial discussions about what had transpired. He directly inquired if he could return. Certainly, the traversal card does not limit the number of crossings. You have established a temporal point in this world, allowing for unrestricted travel. It is important to note that once you return, the spatial point will establish a bidirectional passage, and time will flow in a 1-to-1 ratio. You may also grant the temporal point of the main world to someone else, enabling their arrival there. Such functionality was indeed surprising. Mo-Se nodded, Since returning was an option, he would first return to ascertain the situation. This individual's sudden summons surely indicated something significant had occurred. Seated in his room, Imose took a deep breath, his form gradually becoming ethereal before vanishing from the space. The azure energy membrane within the room dissipated, reverting it to an ordinary chamber. In the adjacent room, Yin and Liang Bing simultaneously gasped in astonishment. Imose had vanished. In the Marvel Universe, Imose's figure materialized in his villa. As he appeared, a frown immediately creased his brow. A crimson light streamed through the window, and as he lifted his gaze, the vast expanse of white clouds transformed into a sea of blood red, churning as if some terrifying entity were about to emerge from within. In a swift motion, he ascended to the rooftop, taken aback by the bizarre hues of the world below. The once pristine streets were now marred by splattered crimson stains, intermingled with fragments of flesh. It was evident to Moser that these remnants belonged not only to humans, but also to various other species. A dreadful growl from a beast echoed ahead. As he peered forward, he saw a mysterious figure, enveloped in a green magical aura, relentlessly slaying an eerie creature. This creature, with its limbs pressed to the ground, had skin as red as blood, covered in scales, and its grotesque head was dominated by a single enormous eye, occupying a third of its visage, paired with a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth. What has transpired? I've only been away for a short while, and the world has already changed. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, radiant sparks of lightning began to emanate from Moser. With a determined stride, he leapt from the heavens, landing beside the mysterious figure. The dazzling lightning surged from him, bypassing the enigmatic stranger, and instantaneously obliterated dozens of the bizarre creatures surrounding them, leaving them charred and lifeless. Boss. Upon seeing Moser's arrival, the mysterious figure's bulbous head retreated, revealing a face marked by relief. His attire was stained with blood, indicating he had been engaged in battle for days. Where have you been? I've searched everywhere for you. Observing the scorched remains of the creatures, Moser spoke in a grave tone. Let us set aside that for now, elucidate the current situation. The mysterious figure nodded, foregoing any further pleasantries, and delved straight into the matter. It is the Dark Elves. They have utilized the Reality Stone to alter this world. These monsters are a product of their design. Dark Elves? Moser was no stranger to this race, but he was bewildered that they could wield such power. As this thought crossed his mind, an inexplicable fury surged within him, overwhelming his senses. Damn it! Has this upheaval occurred due to a shift in the timeline? I underestimated them. Does this mean Asgard has fallen? In the cinematic universe etched in his memory, the Dark Elves sought to plunge the entire cosmos into darkness using the Reality Stone. In the film, Thor triumphed over them, which was hardly surprising, as the title of the film was Thor, and it was only natural for the god of thunder to prevail. Yet now, Moser found himself in a realm detached from the cinematic universe, existing in a hypothetical cosmos that transcended it. Here, financial constraints of filmmaking held no sway, and the characters were allowed to manifest their fullest potential. Given that the Dark Elves were portrayed as feeble in the cinematic narrative, Moser had dismissed the notion that they secretly absconded with the Reality Stone from Earth. Little did he realize that such negligence would lead to such catastrophic changes. Asgard, upon receiving his message, would undoubtedly mobilize to confront the Dark Elves. However, the turmoil on Earth indicated that Asgard had indeed faltered in its battle against the Dark Elves, failing to thwart their sinister ambitions. It is no wonder they have the audacity to directly come to Earth and seize the Reality Stones. It seems all preparations are in place, merely awaiting the final catalyst. Imose narrowed his eyes, a rare glimmer of murderous intent flashing within them, and inquired of the mysterious guest about any actions from S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury has assembled a team of superheroes known as the Avengers, who are currently rescuing people throughout the city, the mysterious guest replied. Imose was taken aback that the Avengers' initial engagement would involve such a matter. He pointed toward the distance and asked, "What is that?" In the direction he indicated, a large mass of vapor loomed, resembling the usual fog, albeit in a crimson hue. That substance is officially referred to as disaster gas. Anyone who inhales it will transform into a monster, irreversibly, the mysterious guest explained. Imose's pupils constricted. Did this mean that the monsters they had just vanquished were once living humans? Cursed Dark Elves, he cursed vehemently, his body crackling with lightning energy, causing the mysterious guest to take a few steps back in alarm. Boss, please remain calm. There is still good news to share, the mysterious guest hurriedly interjected. What is it? Imose pressed, and the mysterious guest continued. After my arrival, S.H.I.E.L.D. developed an energy shield, using the power source from the sword you provided Stark. Its original purpose was to protect against extraterrestrial attacks, but now they are employing it to contain the gas within the city limits, thus preventing its spread beyond New York. although it is quite unfair to the city's residents. It is a fortunate circumstance amidst the misfortune. Azure energy surged beneath their feet, lifting Mose and the mysterious guest as they traversed the air, surveying the entirety of the city. As Mose gazed elsewhere, the mysterious guest continued speaking. The Dark Elves are utilizing a portion of the Reality Stone's energy to distort reality. The impact on Earth has been relatively minimal. They have not resorted to widespread urban destruction, but have merely released this gas, akin to a simple extermination of humanity. Mose seamlessly interjected, indeed. They are cleansing humanity without destroying the city. The implications are unmistakable. They are clearing Earth to create a habitation for the Dark Elves. Otherwise, with their advanced technology, much of which surpasses Earth's, they could easily annihilate half of human civilization. Yet, now that they wield the Reality Stones, they resort to such actions, which is quite perplexing. This is the only plausible explanation, the Dark Elves' desire to settle on Earth. Sighing, he remarked, why do all sorts of beings flock to Earth? Is it truly such a splendid place? The mysterious guest couldn't help but chuckle at this thought, finding it a question worthy of contemplation. Boss, can you resolve this gas? He inquired. Certainly, it is a simple task, Mose declared as he soared higher into the sky. He raised his hand toward the expanse of New York City. The azure energy of the space stone coalescing in his palm into a hollow orb. The crimson gas enveloping the city was drawn into the orb as if by a vacuum, flowing into its depths. In a mere half-minute, all the red fog within New York City was absorbed, contained within this empty sphere. Wow, my friend, your prowess is truly remarkable, the mysterious guest exclaimed, his face expressing admiration as he gazed at Mercer. Let us seek out the Avengers to deliberate on how to resolve the ensuing matters. Agreed. The two transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the sky towards the heart of the city. In the Central District, the Avengers found themselves besieged by a horde of ferocious creatures. Iron Man Stark and Captain Carter executed a flawless synergy. A beam from Stark's palm shot towards Carter, who deftly deflected it with her shield, severing several monsters in half. Beside her stood a restored Steve Rogers, whose metallic arm unleashed formidable strength, crushing the skulls of the beasts beneath his fists. As a laser beam shot from the side, Rogers raised his metallic arm, redirecting the beam akin to Carter, dispatching several more creatures. It was evident why these two had been the finest partners, having seemingly vanquished Hydra 70 years prior. Their prowess was undeniable. Stark marveled at the combat capabilities of Rogers and Carter, both super soldiers whose teamwork was exceptional. Engaging alongside them, Stark found his own methods of attack becoming increasingly varied. Not far off, Hawkeye and Black Widow were also in combat. As elite agents among ordinary humans, their attacking style lacked the flamboyance displayed by the trio. However, they too had dispatched numerous creatures in their skirmish. Stark, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for your assistance, this ordeal would have been exceedingly difficult to navigate. I also appreciate your forgiveness, Rogers expressed. The narrative rewinds to 2 days prior. Upon awakening from Hydra's brainwashing, Rogers' first course of action was to seek out Stark and confess his transgressions. He believed that as long as Tony Stark existed in this world, he bore the necessity of atonement. Rogers' determination was such that even Nick Fury and Carter could not dissuade him. Most individuals would likely conceal such matters, but his principles forbade him from doing so. He promptly sought Stark and laid bare his truths. Suddenly appearing in Stark's home, he confessed to having killed Stark's parents, leading Stark to question whether this was some sort of cruel prank. However, the arrival of Nick Fury and Carter lent undeniable credibility to the situation. Faced with this earnest man, Stark fell silent. Was he angry? It would be a lie to say he was not. Although Stark had once lived a life of reckless indulgence, his love for his parents was profound. Much of his previous hedonistic existence was rooted in their untimely demise. Now, the murderer of his parents stood before him. Who could maintain their composure in such a moment? Chapter 104. Reconciliation. Stark extended an arm, his voice icy. J-A-R-V-I-S. Activate the armor platform. J-A-R-V-I-S. Complied, enveloping Stark's outstretched arm in a steel gauntlet. As he flexed his fingers, Stark slowly approached Rogers, but Carter stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of him. Tony Stark and Nick Fury stood by, uncertain of what words could possibly dissuade him. As Stark stood before Rogers, energy gathered in his metallic palm after pushing Carter aside. Yet, Rogers remained steadfast, facing Stark with unwavering resolve. This confrontation persisted for a minute. With a sigh, Stark allowed the energy in his palm to dissipate and gently patted Rogers on the shoulder. In my father's notes, you are described as a dear friend. He wrote extensively about you. I understand your plight. You were merely ensnared by Hydra, a true victim. It would be cruel of me to hold you accountable for this. Before him stood the man responsible for his father's death. Yet Stark recognized that this individual acted not out of malice, but under duress. The agony of being compelled to harm a dear friend was unfathomable. Stark comprehended this truth, leading him to lower his energy-charged palm. You do not blame me? Rogers was taken aback, having approached this encounter with the resolve to embrace his doom. Should Stark choose to end his life, Rogers would harbor no resentment. Even under coercion, the act would still be his own. He never anticipated Stark's capacity for forgiveness. An ancient proverb echoes wisdom. It is not the soldier's fault. He is but a pawn in their game. Stark smiled as he patted Rogers' shoulder. Do not carry such a heavy burden. Visit their graves later. I am certain that old man would not hold this against you. This sentiment completely dismantled Rogers' defenses, causing the towering figure to shed tears. It was not Stark's wrath that frightened him, but rather the tenderness of his understanding, which was overwhelmingly disarming. Thank you, truly. Thank you. Returning to the present, upon hearing Rogers broach the subject again, Stark sighed in exasperation. Must you persist in this topic? Are you intent on tormenting me? I'm sorry. I want to mention it again. Rogers quickly apologized. How is it that someone with your character became a soldier? Stark found himself at a loss, believing that a warrior ought to possess a certain coldness, or at least a hard edge. Yet, Rogers was exceptionally kind, remarkably so. Mr. Stark, the mist has dissipated. Jarvis announced from within the iron mask. What is happening? Stark ascended into the air, observing the surrounding mist retreating visibly towards a singular location. Was it in the direction of the Mercer household? Stark momentarily paused, then his face lit up with elation. Has he finally made his move? The radio channels remained open, allowing other Avengers to hear Stark's exclamation as they surveyed their surroundings. As they witnessed the crimson mist visibly dissipate, joy erupted among them. The vanishing of the mist signified that no more humans would be transformed into such monstrous forms. Just as their spirits lifted, two streaks of light blazed across the sky, swiftly descending before them. Upon closer inspection, it was Mercer and the Mysterio. Wonderful. Mercer, you have finally arrived. Where have you been all this time? A group of Starks rushed forward, each voicing their astonishment. I briefly visited another universe and returned. Mose candidly confessed. Another universe? You can actually travel to different universes? There are indeed other universes? The crowd gasped in awe, as expected from Mose, who always spoke of astonishing matters. The revelation was utterly surprising, yet the present moment demanded their focus, compelling them to suppress their curiosity for the time being. Mose surveyed the disarray around him and inquired, where are Banner and Hulk? Hulk was currently in a symbiotic and controllable state with Banner, so his absence was notable. Just as he finished speaking, a distant voice grew louder. Hulk is coming. A green figure descended from the sky, charging forward. Amidst the crowd's bewildered and gradually horrified expressions, Hulk swung a powerful fist toward Mose. Ah, Hulk, seeing your vitality puts me at ease. However, our battle must wait for another time, Mose said, raising his hand to immobilize Hulk with spatial power, a smile adorning his face. Humph, just immobilizing people is dull. Hulk wants to fight. Despite being released, Hulk refrained from launching another attack. His childlike temperament amused Mose rather than angered him. If such a being could master his rage and act with control, it would indeed be a terrifying prospect. Though Thor was absent, Mose mused that the current Avengers were not necessarily weaker than those from the cinematic universe. Hulk now harnessed the gamma energy of the cosmos, his power boundless. If he truly unleashed his strength, he could rend the earth asunder. Gazing at the blood-red horizon, Mose intently stated, the monstrosities here are not our priority. Contact Fury and let him handle the aftermath. We must seek out those responsible for these events and hold them accountable. Chapter 105. Mirage, do you know who is behind this? Stark inquired. Mose nodded, recounting the events as he understood them. They had initially assumed it was a bioweapon attack, never considering that it could involve extraterrestrials wielding the Reality Stone. I never imagined such a thing could occur. Asgard, I thought it was merely an ancient myth, Stark remarked, astonished. With someone like me around, Asgard's existence doesn't seem so strange, does it? Mose chuckled. Stark nodded in resignation, acknowledging the truth in his words. Observing Stark clad in his Iron Man armor, Mose noted it was not the Flame Dragon armor set. This was Stark's own design, with the triangular arc reactor prominently displayed on his chest. Seeing this suit of armor, Mose couldn't help but admire it. The triangular reactor of the Iron Man suit was the 6th iteration and the only one with a triangular reactor. Mose had always been fond of this particular armor, having even purchased several highly articulated figures of the 6th version in his past life. The actual suit was even more impressive than the figures. What is the matter? As Mose gazed intently at him, Stark glanced down at his own attire, exclaiming, Ah, this is my newly developed battle armor. Utilizing the energy source from that sword you provided me. It is truly formidable. Furthermore, your contribution in supplying me with this sword has indeed saved my life." After a fierce struggle, Stark found himself considerably relaxed upon Mo's arrival, his words flowing freely. "By employing the energy from your lightsaber as the core, I discovered that the reactor I had previously utilized was contaminated with palladium. Had I not identified this in time, I would have remained oblivious until it was too late. I owe you yet another significant favor." Stark spoke candidly, acknowledging that Mos might not have been aware of certain matters had he chosen to remain silent. However, he harbored no fear of incurring Mos' debt, believing that such interactions could enhance their bond. "Unexpectedly, I saved you as well," Mos chuckled, aware of Stark's impending palladium poisoning but not intending to leverage this knowledge for personal gain. In fact, he recognized that controlling Stark would be a trivial endeavor, as nothing was beyond the capabilities of a celestial being. Cough. "Gentlemen, can we discuss those matters later?" Banner's voice, tinged with exasperation, emanated from within the Hulk. "Where are those dark elves? We must prioritize dealing with them." "Let me search for them," Mos replied, clutching a small orb that had absorbed the crimson mist. His eyes narrowing slightly. Harnessing immense mental power supplemented by spatial force, Mos entered a state of quietude. "What is wrong with him?" Hawkeye inquired, noticing Mos' sudden silence. "Did you not hear my boss? He is undoubtedly searching for someone. Otherwise, do you think he is merely standing there asleep?" The mysterious guest retorted impatiently at Hawkeye. "Who are you?" Hawkeye questioned, taken aback by the unfamiliar voice addressing him. He scrutinized the stranger, retorting, "Which circus released you? Hurry and call your tamer to take you back." Just as he spoke, Hawkeye noticed a fleeting green glimmer in the mysterious guest's eyes, and in an instant, he found himself standing upon a precipice. "What is happening? Is this an illusion?" Hawkeye cautiously shifted, observing his surroundings. The ledge on which he stood was scarcely 2 or 3 adult strides wide, making him appear diminutive. Surrounding him was an unfathomable abyss, and his position was precariously balanced atop a protruding stone pillar, right in the center of the chasm. "It must be an illusion," he murmured. Closing his eyes and pinching his cheek, pain surged through him. Upon reopening his eyes, the scene remained unchanged. Resolutely, he bit his tongue, the sharp pain spreading throughout his mind. Yet the surroundings offered no alteration. The oppressive heat in the air, coupled with the sensations of pain on his tongue and face, convincingly affirmed that this was no mere figment of his imagination. Gazing at the surrounding scenery, Hawkeye felt a chilling horror wash over him. He was not blind to the opposite shore. It was merely a daunting 50 meters away, and he possessed no means to reach it. Standing precariously upon a stone pillar, one that he could not even sit upon, he felt a profound sense of dread. In the face of such insurmountable fear, he forced himself to remain upright, carefully avoiding the risk of shattering the pillar beneath him. This endeavor drained both his mental fortitude and physical strength immensely. He lost track of time, and when he finally faltered, his right foot slipped, sending him plummeting towards the abyss beside him. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself still beside the Avengers, confronted by a mysterious figure who regarded him with a smile. "Barton, what's wrong?" Black Widow inquired, crouching beside him. "How long have I been gone?" Hawkeye asked cryptically. This left Black Widow perplexed. "Gone? You've been right next to us. Suddenly, you just fell. Are you injured?" she said, examining his wounds. Hawkeye waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, but when he tried to rise with his hands on his knees, he felt his legs weaken significantly. Since entering the world of espionage, he had never allowed himself to experience such a severe depletion of energy. There was always something that demanded his attention. According to Black Widow, he had never truly left, which led him to question whether his recent experience was merely an illusion. Yet, why could he not break free from it? Biting his tongue and slapping himself, he pondered the ineffectiveness of such rudimentary methods against the illusion cast by this enigmatic individual. "Indeed, it was my doing," the mysterious figure replied, his smile fading as he coldly stated, "I intended to impart a lesson. In the future, show me the respect I deserve. You dare to speak to me without power? You." Hawkeye threatened to retaliate, but the exhaustion was overwhelming. Any movement sent his legs trembling, making even walking a daunting task, let alone striking back. The mysterious figure cast a sidelong glance at him, then chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting Musser's words. Black Widow supported Hawkeye, whispering, "What happened? What was that just now?" "I fell victim to his illusion. It felt as though I had endured over 20 hours, Hawkeye replied weakly. 20 hours? Now it was Black Widow and the others who were astonished. "But from our perspective, you merely locked eyes with him and then collapsed." Hawkeye's lips quivered as he gazed at the mysterious figure appraising Musser beside him, filled with trepidation. Chapter 106. The ordeal. Could this individual's illusion truly be that potent? Merely locking eyes had thrust him into an illusion for dozens of hours, while in reality, only mere seconds had passed. This was merely a demonstration of his power without any intent to kill. Had he chosen a more lethal approach, such prolonged torment would have been insurmountable for anyone. This brief interlude lasted a few minutes before Musser opened his eyes, his expression grave. Prepare yourselves. The forthcoming battle may prove to be the most formidable challenge you have ever faced. If such words were to escape the lips of another, the members of the Avengers might have found solace in the notion that the speaker was merely overly anxious. However, these words emanated from the mouth of Mose, a man whose mere presence could effortlessly ensnare others in a realm of illusion. One could only ponder the extent of his own formidable power. The veracity of his statements was too daunting to contemplate, leading them to nod earnestly in response. Forgive my desire to retreat, but I must inquire, why must we accompany you on this endeavor? Surely, you are more than capable of handling it alone, Hawkeye questioned. After his initial statement, he added, you are all undeniably strong. Mose replied, the Earth will undoubtedly face even more formidable foes in the future. I cannot play the role of a caretaker, trailing behind you to assist with your tasks. There may come a time when I am not even present in this world. My only wish for my friends is that they can safeguard themselves. Thus, it is imperative that you undertake this mission alone, unless the situation necessitates my intervention. Mose did not harbor the notion of being Earth's savior. Rather, his ambition lay in growing stronger and traversing the cosmos. After all, this universe, like many others, is populated by powerful beings, and Mose had no intention of engaging in trivial battles on Earth. He aspired to lead the Xia people beyond their planet in a world of extraordinary beings, and to elevate his own faction to a status akin to that of a cosmic deity. Are you all prepared? Mose inquired, gazing at the Avengers, who wore expressions of contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, several began to voice their opinions. You are correct. Some matters must be resolved by us, Stark declared, taking the initiative to raise his hand. My father established S-H-I-E-L-D for the sake of the world, and I created the Iron Man armor. Had I not invented it, I could have easily hidden behind layers of steel for my own protection. However, I encountered a remarkably intriguing young man in Queens yesterday. He imparted to me the wisdom that with greater power comes greater responsibility, and thus, I feel compelled to act. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback, surprised that Stark, once a reckless youth, could articulate such sentiments. Mose, however, was particularly struck by Stark's assertion regarding the correlation between power and responsibility. This phrase inevitably called to mind Spider-Man, Peter Parker, yet it was not exclusive to him, as anyone could invoke it. What was even more astonishing was the implication that the young man from Queens was, without a doubt, Peter Parker himself. The two had evidently crossed paths. Are you referring to Peter Parker? Mose inquired, eschewing any suspense and seeking clarity, as it was a simple enough question. You know him? Stark responded, a mixture of surprise and bemusement evident in his tone. It seemed that every acquaintance of his was somehow connected to Mose. Could this be a prearranged scheme? Just an acquaintance. You wouldn't consider bringing him along, would you? Mose asked. Certainly not. He is merely a high school student. Not everyone possesses your extraordinary talents. I would never allow him to join us, Stark replied. It seems both individuals are well aware of the events unfolding around Peter. Stark remarked, however, once he matures a bit, I might consider inviting him to join the Avengers. The boy shows great promise. Indeed he does, Mercer replied with a smile. But I hope you won't interfere too much in his endeavors. Allow him to grow on his own. If Garfield's Spider-Man can join the Avengers, it might not be a bad thing, provided he is allowed to develop independently. The journey of a superhero is often a solitary one, as it has always been. I am in too. Hulk wants to fight. Hulk exclaimed, pounding his fists together, his excitement palpable at the prospect of battle. Banner, what are your thoughts? Stark inquired. Banner's resigned voice echoed from within Hulk. When have my opinions ever mattered? Nonetheless, we are definitely going. Hulk's immense strength is not easily utilized on Earth. Perhaps it will find better application elsewhere. Hawkeye and Black Widow also expressed their sentiments. Though merely agents and ordinary humans, they yearn to partake in such an extraterrestrial conflict. There will surely be future opportunities. Why not treat this as a trial? Mercer surveyed the group before him with satisfaction. Although Thor was absent, the current Avengers were no less formidable than their cinematic counterparts. Stark possessed extraordinary energy resources, and Banner was capable of coexisting with Hulk, wielding gamma powers. Coupled with Black Widow and Hawkeye, Mercer was certain that their selection as Avengers indicated considerable strength, at least not inferior to that of the cinematic universe. Very well. Let us depart, Mercer declared with a grand gesture, immediately enveloping the group in shimmering azure energy. As the brilliance faded, their figures vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the sacred city of Asgard, the once resplendent realm now lay in ruin, stained with blood and scattered with the lifeless bodies of warriors. The magnificent structures had crumbled into mere remnants. At the center, Thor gasped for breath, one hand bracing against her knee while the other clutched her hammer. Her gaze filled with fierce determination as she faced the dark elf before her, who wore a mocking expression. Malekith, you shall never conquer Asgard. Do not even entertain the thought. She glanced at her companion, Loki, who stood beside her, staff in hand, equally breathless, his form bearing numerous scars. Behind them stood dozens of Asgardian warriors, armed with long spears, bloodied yet resolute, their eyes betraying no fear. Before them stood Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves. With the reality stone swirling around him like liquid, a sensation he relished. Gazing at the weary yet defiant Thor, he noted her striking beauty and formidable stature. A flicker of something unusual crossing his gaze. He raised his arms, adopting a divine posture, and proclaimed, "Submit to me. If you do, I may consider sparing your life. As for the other Asgardians, I can ensure their demise is merciful. Do not be foolish. Don't even think about it. If you wish to fight, then fight. There is no need for further words." Thor wiped the blood from her lips and spat out another mouthful of crimson. "Humph, you have sealed your own fate." Malekith's eyes glinted with malice as he raised his hand, conjuring dozens of shimmering swords from thin air that surged forward. The blades sliced through the air, aimed directly at Thor. Just as she prepared to block, the swords inexplicably vanished into a rift not far from her. In an instant, the long-awaited voice echoed around her. "Everything must perish. You shall not die easily. If she dies, you will be divided into 8 segments." Chapter 107. In the blink of an eye as these words resonated, the vanished arrows re-emerged from another direction, hurtling towards Malekith. His expression shifted in alarm as he raised his hand to defend himself, only to find the sword's speed exceeded even that of his previous attack. Each blade trailed a long arc of lightning, crackling with electric energy. Malekith evaded most of the projectiles, but one managed to graze his cheek, leaving a deep cut. The lightning surged into the wound, instantly paralyzing him. "Damn it, what is this?" Malekith cursed in confusion, using the power of the reality stone to expel the surging electricity from his body. Upon looking up, he was taken aback to see several figures standing before Thor. Some were clad in red and gold armor, others were towering green giants, and one was a man in armor with a fishbowl atop his head. "Moose, be cautious of Malekith. His reality stone is formidable," Thor exclaimed with joy upon seeing the newcomers. She had hoped for Moose's timely intervention when Malekith invaded Asgard. Indeed, he was their last hope for salvation. "Spicy chicken shreds? Where are the spicy chicken shreds?" The mysterious figure removed his helmet and looked around, speaking in surprisingly fluent Mandarin. Moose cast a sidelong glance at him, exclaiming, "All right, I see you know Chinese. Must you resort to puns?" While annoyed, he was also taken aback, not expecting the mysterious figure to possess such linguistic skills. Though somewhat awkward, communication was assuredly possible. "Quentin, engage. Leave the minions to you," Moose instructed succinctly, recognizing the grim extent of the chaos surrounding them. Words were futile. It was time to act. A torrent of energy erupted from Moose, transforming into a column of blue light that shot skyward. He raised his hand and clenched it, causing the surrounding space to shimmer ominously, signaling signs of impending rupture. "Is that the space stone?" Malekith realized the gravity of the situation, immediately recognizing the power Moose wielded. He hastily employed the reality stone to distort the space before him. The fracturing reality, under the influence of the reality stone, reverted to its original state. Malekith's complexion turned slightly rosy. For a normal person, a rosy hue signifies health. But for Malekith, a creature of darkness who shunned the sun, such color was indicative of damage. "Damn it, who are these obstacles?" Malekith shouted in fury as the liquid reality stone activated around him. The surrounding ruins suddenly came to life, transforming into monstrous beasts that charged towards Mose with gaping maws. Altering reality? A trivial task. Mose smiled faintly, his eyes blinking once, revealing the mesmerizing 3-tomo Sharingan. The 3-tomo merged and transformed, manifesting the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. With a mere glance, the once ruined walls, altered by the reality stone into ferocious beasts, erupted into countless fragments. A violet mist of energy surged from Mose, continuously condensing and expanding until it materialized into a towering giant of several dozen meters in height. Susanoo. In its second form, a colossal chakra sword materialized in the right hand of Susanoo, slicing through the air with a whistling sound as it struck towards Malekith. This method of attack was unprecedented for Malekith, sending shivers down his spine as the reality stone flickered, transforming the surrounding debris into a massive shield to protect him. The materials used in Asgardian construction were exceptional, providing considerable defense when fashioned into a shield. When the chakra sword descended, it merely left a deep fissure without cleaving through. While Malekith remained unscathed, the Dark Elves behind him suffered grievously. A powerful gust of wind erupted from the shield, striking beside him. Many Dark Elves were swept away, leaving long trails on the ground, violently expelling blood. Some were even knocked unconscious, their insides churning violently. "Damn it, who are you? When did we Dark Elves incur your wrath?" The sudden assault had cost him numerous soldiers, igniting Malekith's fury, yet he still inquired. He preferred to recruit formidable opponents rather than engage in a life-or-death struggle, unless they were irreconcilable foes, like Asgard. Thousands of years ago, the Dark Elves attempted to plunge the universe into darkness, only to be vanquished by the arriving Asgardians, who seized the Reality Stone. After millennia of recuperation, they were poised to reclaim the Reality Stone and invaded Asgard once more. Now, having gained the upper hand, they were unexpectedly confronted by a fearsome individual who initiated combat without provocation. Who could withstand such a challenge? Malekith considered calling his subordinates to handle the situation, but upon turning, he saw a glowing green figure, like a fish tank, swiftly eliminating the Dark Elves, accompanied by a person clad in red and gold armor, both unleashing tremendous firepower. More astonishing was the green-skinned giant, who sent numerous foes flying with a single punch, and whose clapping hands generated winds that were impossible to withstand. What kind of monsters are these? Malekith stared in disbelief, pondering when he had crossed paths with them. Hey, now is not the time for dawdling. The massive sword came crashing down again, its blade trailing with lightning, as Mose infused it with the thunder of the thunder fruit. The already formidable chakra blade, now accelerated and empowered by the paralyzing force of thunder, wielded a might beyond the capacity of mere mortals to endure. The scarlet radiance erupted from the reality gem, and Malekith bellowed with abandon. The adversary's onslaught was so fierce that he could not afford to remain idle and endure the blows. A potent energy surged forth from the reality gem, rewriting the surrounding illusions. What once was the dilapidated Asgard gradually transformed into a realm shrouded in darkness. The scenery around him began to fade away. How audacious to flaunt such trivial alterations to reality before me. Who cannot do the same? Mose chuckled softly as the Vientiane Emperor's technique activated within his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. A golden light began to swell across the expanse, resisting the encroaching darkness. Illusions ensnare an individual or a multitude within a dreamlike state, but what if augmented with the power of space? Many assume the space gem serves solely for teleportation. Yet it harbors far greater abilities, such as the capacity for wide-ranging illusionary dominion. Bang! An invisible wave of energy erupted from Mose, instantly engulfing all of Asgard. Malekith dissipated the scarlet glow enveloping him. The warriors ceased their combat, and the raucous crowd gradually quieted. In that moment, every pair of eyes shimmered with a blood-red hue akin to that of the Sharingan, including Malekith's. Chapter 108. Control over thousands upon witnessing the subdued crowd. Mose's gaze wavered slightly. He had effortlessly commandeered them all. Everyone present was ensnared by Mose's Sharingan, enhanced by the power of space, reaching an ineffable level of potency. This surpassed the capabilities of a singular Sharingan, transcending its original limitations. It was formidable, it was terrifying. Mose now harbored a peculiar sensation, with a mere thought. He could plunge the entire Earth into this illusion, irrevocably. Such a level of illusion, once cast, would be permanent. Even if Mose were to perish, it would avail nothing. Alas, the level of combat was still too rudimentary, confined merely to physical confrontations. It seemed that the combat style from the super god world was more suited to him. Mose shook his head in resignation, realizing he had transformed into a harbinger of death. The true unleashing of his power would require someone to devise a specific strategy to counter him. Otherwise, these cosmic weapons alone would hardly suffice to eliminate him. Unbeknownst to him, Mose had grown stronger than he had ever envisioned. If he could fully develop these abilities, he could at least be tenfold more formidable. His application of power remained superficial, limited to the simplest forms. Only through deep development and synergy could they manifest their true potential in Moses' hands, rather than merely replicating their functions from the original narrative. With a flick of his hand, under Moses' manipulation of space power, the flowing reality gem glided towards him. The immense stream of energy gradually coalesced into a scarlet gem the size of a thumb. Is this the reality gem? He had acquired yet another infinity stone. As he rubbed the gem between his fingers, Mose could feel the immense power contained within. If we were to conceive of the universe as an expansive container, then the reality stone would resemble a grand paint bucket, its vibrant hues capable of effortlessly splattering across this vast vessel. When harnessed to its fullest potential, the reality stone possesses the power to reshape the very fabric of the cosmos. Regrettably, the Dark Elves have yet to unleash its true strength. Perhaps their physical form is incapable of withstanding the repercussions that accompany the full activation of the Reality Stone's capabilities. Ultimately, the constitution of the Dark Elves is merely sufficient to torment ordinary carbon-based life forms like humans. In the grand scheme of the universe, they are, indeed, insignificant. Upon acquiring the Reality Stone, Moser nullified its influence on his surroundings. He did not exert the full extent of his illusionary control. He could still lift the veil. In the blink of an eye, Malekith realized that the particles of the Reality Stone that had enveloped him had vanished. Peering ahead, he beheld Moser holding a solidified form of the Reality Stone. You have taken it. How did you accomplish this? The emotions surging within Malekith transcended mere astonishment. He had devoted millennia to this endeavor. Even the forces of Asgard could not thwart his ambitions. Not only had he been repelled back to Asgard, but considerable destruction had been wrought upon its edifices, a testament to Malekith's prowess surpassing Asgard's capacity for resistance. Yet, even in this moment of triumph, he found himself stripped of the Reality Stone by an enigmatic figure of unknown origins. Do you deem yourself worthy of an explanation? Moser raised his hand, and a brilliant azure energy surged forth, striking Malekith with devastating force. This blow shattered both of his arms. How could the ordinary flesh of Malekith withstand Moser's potent energy assault? Crippled and bloodied, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His initial gasps gradually morphed into a low chuckle, then erupted into a maniacal laughter that hinted at a loss of sanity. Asgard is hardly formidable. Without Odin and Hela, have they truly degenerated to relying on outsiders for resolution? Bloodied and beaten, Malekith could not fight back, resorting instead to verbal barbs aimed at Thor. Unbeknownst to him, his words plunged Thor and Loki into confusion. Who is Hela? The genuine perplexity etched upon their faces was unmistakable. Malekith paused. Then a realization washed over him, prompting him to laugh with reckless abandon. No way, that old man Odin is truly ruthless. He has even imprisoned his own daughter, leaving his 2 children unaware of her existence for over 1,000 years. You Asgardians are hypocrites, presenting one facade while concealing another. Although the veracity of Malekith's claims remained uncertain, his words darkened Thor and Loki's expressions. The siblings retorted in unison, "Do not spout such nonsense here, you deceiver. While I harbor no affection for Odin, he is certainly not one to be disparaged by the likes of you." In the midst of this exchange, Thor turned to Heimdall, seeking affirmation. "Surely you agree. He must be spreading falsehoods." Among those present, only Heimdall had lived the longest and possessed the most knowledge of the unfolding events. They now posed this question, placing all their hopes upon Heimdall, yearning for him to unveil the truth. Heimdall remained silent. He uttered no words. Yet neither did he deny their plea. Thor and Loki exchanged glances, incredulity reflected in their eyes. Heimdall was incapable of deceit. It was precisely for this reason that Odin bestowed upon him the eyes that could pierce through the 9 realms, tasked with overseeing all existence. If he were to lie, he would not have been entrusted with such a monumental responsibility. With words of treachery, "I shall end you," Thor declared, wielding his hammer, which surged with lightning as it hurtled towards Malekith. Ordinarily, this strike would have been insurmountable for Malekith. Just as it was about to collide with him, an invisible force intervened. "Mercy, what do you mean by this?" Thor exclaimed, turning to see that it was indeed Mercy who had impeded his attack. Mercy regarded the armless Malekith, who now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. The average dark elf possessed physical prowess superior to that of humans, but inferior to that of Asgardians. Mercy could easily crush a dozen with a single hand. "These beings still hold value to me," Mercy stated coolly, "to establish his own dominion." It was implausible to expect to encounter subordinates as exceptional as the mysterious one everywhere. Although the shadow assassins could gradually grow stronger under his guidance, that required time. If a ready-made army were at his disposal, it would be most advantageous. The Dark Elves constituted such a fitting force, barring unforeseen circumstances, after this crisis in Asgard. They would not be exiled to the cosmos, but rather face execution. Millennia ago, they had committed heinous acts using the Reality Stone, and it was Odin's father who initially intervened. Instead of exterminating the Dark Elves, he chose to banish them. A millennium passed, and the Dark Elves not only failed to redeem themselves, but also returned with even greater strength to invade Asgard. Such transgressions, how could the Asgardians ever allow them to go unpunished? Chapter 109. The Bonfire Gathering. Combined, Malekith destroyed my homeland and left my father missing. He must be eliminated. And yet we are to quarrel over this? Thor's expression darkened progressively. Even after being thwarted by Mercy, the lightning still crackled around him, ever ready to strike. "My resolve is unwavering. Whether we quarrel or not lies within your hands. I have resolved this matter. It is my decision to take them away," Mercy replied indifferently. Ultimately, he had no intention of forming friendships with Asgard. Upon first encountering Loki, he had led his army to confront him. If taken at face value, Mercy could also be seen as one of those who sought to invade Asgard. Thor fixed his gaze upon Mercy, the lightning on his hammer unwavering. Mercy did not engage in any staring contest. Instead, he turned and waved his hand, causing all surviving dark elves, including Malekith, to vanish. The bodies strewn across the ground, whether Asgardian warriors or dark elves, were all absorbed by Mercy's Blacklight Virus. However, those are the warriors of Asgard. We must recover their remains. Witnessing the actions of Moser, Thor's eyes widened in astonishment. Regrettably, I require these corpses to amplify my strength. These individuals are akin to the incident when Loki attempted to have me killed, albeit without success. Moser chuckled softly and continued, by the way, if you wish to seek me out for a spar, refrain from causing disturbances on Earth. What purpose does it serve to engage in combat on such a trivial planet? Do you believe it to be impressive to fight in front of others? Following this incident, enmity would undoubtedly brew between Moser and Asgard, yet he remained unperturbed. He was aware of Asgard's fate. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it would soon encounter Ragnarok, the event that would lead to its annihilation. However, Moser was oblivious to the fact that the catalyst for Ragnarok would no longer align with his memories after his actions. The group returned to Earth. Stark exchanged a glance with the now-recovered Banner. After a moment's hesitation, Stark spoke. Moser, is it wise to so offend Asgard? Stark was not a timid individual. Having just witnessed Malekith's formidable display, albeit unsuccessful, he recognized its immense power. The resplendent structures of Asgard, along with the aerial view Stark had just observed, revealed that Asgard was not merely a planet but a vast island, potentially smaller than New York City. Yet, this nation had endured for millennia within Earth's mythology. Stark could not comprehend the nature of their technology, but one thing was certain. This nation was not to be trifled with. At least not by Earth in its current state. I understand your concerns. Moser nodded, azure energy swirling in his hand, taking the form of a triangle, which he presented to Stark while stating, within this lies 2 warships of the Dark Elves, 1 flagship and 1 support vessel. You must now inform Nick Fury, so we can develop them into military assets for Earth. Stark stared at the blue triangle, taken aback by the significant acquisition. Thank you, Moser. This will greatly contribute to Earth's advancement. Stark declared earnestly, grasping the triangle. Moser waved his hand dismissively, not considering it of great import. Earth must bolster its spacefaring military capabilities, and this responsibility rests with you, Stark. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Stark replied with fervent determination. Thus, the Avengers departed. Those humans transformed into monsters could not be entirely left to ground forces. There would certainly be areas requiring their intervention. Boss, I feel as though I've been merely coasting through this whole ordeal. I hardly had a chance to shine, Mysterio remarked weakly. Moser glanced at him and said, have confidence. Remove that feeling, and you will find you are indeed just coasting. The enigmatic figure was left speechless, gazing in the direction the Avengers had departed. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Boss, why do I suddenly feel that you harbor a significant hostility towards extraterrestrials? Did something happen during your departure? At this, Moser paused, murmuring hostility? I cannot quite articulate that. Perhaps he truly did harbor animosity towards aliens. Upon returning from the super-god realm, he discovered that this world too was besieged by extraterrestrial threats. This planet, despite being under the guardianship of superheroes, remained feeble. Hence, he held no favorable views towards Asgard and the Dark Elves. Although Asgard was not inherently malevolent, it had offered little assistance to Earth, and even chose to store the Reality Stone upon its surface. What could possibly be so remarkable about Earth that warranted their attention? Let us put that aside. Recently, please keep an eye on things here. I must depart from this world, as there are those in another realm who require my presence. Moser declared. The enigmatic figure opened his mouth, wishing to inquire further, but upon reflection, he decided against it, nodding silently. Since Moser showed no inclination to elaborate on the matter, he refrained from pressing for more information. After all, their acquaintance was still relatively new. In due time, as they spent more moments together, he could seek answers to his curiosities. Moser nodded and, before the enigmatic figure, activated a teleportation card, opening a portal back to the super-god realm. Watching Moser depart in astonishment, the enigmatic figure eventually sighed. Ah, my boss is truly remarkable. I have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. With Moser gone, he felt no solitude, instead finding amusement in his own company and the prospect of socializing with others. Stepping through the portal, Moser returned to the familiar surroundings of his previous chamber in the super-god realm. As he lay on the bed, he let out a long sigh, the night having deepened into the late hours. A sense of loneliness enveloped him. While he had indeed grown stronger, this did not equate to completeness. Moser did not possess the villainous mindset that relished in conquering others. Rather, he bore the weight of an unfathomable apprehension. Enough of these thoughts, he muttered, shaking his head as he rose and made his way to the door, intending to take a stroll. Upon opening the door, he was met by Rose and a few others standing outside. Their faces brightened with surprise upon seeing him emerge. You were inside. You all were outside my room. Did you think I was not here? Rose and the others exchanged awkward smiles, unable to confess that they had been monitoring his situation. Observing their expressions, Moser surmised the circumstances. It was evident that his absence had raised their concerns, which he could easily comprehend. There's a bonfire party tonight. Would you like to join us? Rose inquired. A bonfire party? Moser replied, Sure, I'd like to check it out. As they descended the stairs, Liang Bing turned to Moser and asked, Aren't you from Daxiao? Why do you go by the name Moser? That sounds like a foreign name. Upon hearing the question, Mo-se felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he had traversed into another's body, inheriting the name of the original owner. It was inconceivable for him to suddenly adopt the name from his past life. Given the peculiar nature of his foster family, voicing such sentiments could easily lead to a reprimand, perceived as creating trouble for no reason. Nevertheless, being in a foreign realm, Mo-se paid little heed to the significance of his name and continued to use it. However, he could not share this reasoning with Liang Bing and the others. So he concocted a rather absurd excuse to deflect their inquiries. The night in Huangshe City was equally bustling. Amidst the alien invasion of Earth, this fleeting moment of tranquility was a source of joy for the people. A bonfire party was held in the central square, unpretentious yet lively. A pile of firewood, some bread, and water constituted the entirety of the event. What a lively atmosphere, Mo-se exclaimed. Despite its simplicity, the gathering thrived with energy, attended not only by civilians but also by soldiers. Along the way, the group greeted the approaching townsfolk and warriors with smiles and nods. Observing the cheerful faces around her, Rose's lips curled into a pleasing arc as she remarked, After the prolonged tension of combat or escape, it is essential for the soldiers to unwind with such festivities. As she spoke, several civilians approached, offering their goods, particularly enthusiastic towards Mo-se. Little Mo, have you eaten? Here, grandfather has some fruit preserves for you. Brother Mo, I have some candy. Come sing with us, let's have some fun. The warmth of the crowd overwhelmed Mo-se, who initially maintained a composed demeanor, but gradually succumbed to genuine smiles, joining in the merriment. Watching the crowd surrounding Mo-se, Liang Bing took a sip of beer, which she had acquired from an unknown source, and commented, Mo-se is quite popular, isn't he? Rose chuckled. Indeed, I find myself a bit envious. Yan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. In this light, he appeared just like an ordinary 17-year-old boy, save for his handsome features, blending seamlessly with the rest. Liang Bing's eyes sparkled with delight as she unabashedly scrutinized Mo-se, seemingly pleased with the sight. Hey, could you tone it down a bit? Your gaze is practically devouring him, Rose said with exasperation. Liang Bing cleared her throat, diverted her gaze, and turned to Rose. What's wrong? Are you feeling jealous? Can we refrain from such terminology? Rose shot her a look, accustomed to her friend's whimsical nature. After being surrounded by the townsfolk for a solid 30 minutes, Mo-se finally found an excuse to escape. He glanced back at the crowd, who were still joyfully indulging in their bread and bottled water, then approached a soldier to inquire, Excuse me, could you direct me to the kitchen? The one resembling a cafeteria. The soldier, surprised to be addressed by Mo-se, quickly pointed in a direction and said, Brother Mo, it's over there. Please, don't call me Brother Mo, I'm younger than you. Mo-se felt somewhat helpless about this title. He wondered who had initiated it. The warrior, noticing his embarrassment, laughed heartily and said, You have saved so many lives. In the hearts of many, you have become a brother. Those who are capable are revered, and it is truly admirable to call you brother. The warrior then inquired, What brings you to the mess hall? Are you hungry? I can have someone prepare a meal for you right away. As he turned to leave, Mo-se grasped his arm, revealing a thin, gaunt limb. It's nothing. ISNT war upon us. Most of the food has been distributed to the common folk. We have enough to fill our bellies, the warrior replied nonchalantly, his honest face showing no concern. Mo-se fell into a contemplative silence for a moment. Indeed, one could manage to eat sufficiently, perhaps only just enough to survive. Send word down to let all the warriors in the city take a breather. Tonight, we shall enjoy a hearty meal together. Upon finishing his statement, a brilliant azure energy erupted from Mo-se, ascending like a pillar toward the heavens, enveloping the entire city of Huangshe. The column reached a considerable height, encasing the entire city in a formidable energy shield. According to Mo-se's calculations, unless attacked by a third-generation super warrior, it would be nearly impossible to breach this barrier. Even 1,000 assailants over the course of a year would fail to create a crack. The sudden appearance of the light caused some to panic. But upon recognizing the source was Mose, they stood in stunned silence, perplexed. Hurry, spread the word. Tonight, Huangshe City shall remain unassailable, as I declare. Mose's voice bore an enchanting power, effortlessly convincing the warrior to seize the radio and inform all units of the unfolding situation. However, the military of Huangshe City could not fully believe that everything was fine and chose to leave a portion of their forces on guard. Mose did not contest their caution. Instead, he sent a notification to the mysterious figure in the Marvel universe. Meanwhile, in the vast realm of Marvel, the night was ablaze with light. Restaurants and street vendors across the nation busied themselves with a singular order, unaware of its destination, only knowing to deliver the prepared meals to a nearby van. As they placed the dishes into the van, the food vanished, transported to Mose's side. Utilizing the power of space along with a simple trick of dimensional travel, Mose smiled as he opened his arms. The air around him shimmered, and an array of steaming dishes soared forth, supported by an invisible table suspended in midair. Even the warriors stationed outside found steaming meals appearing before them, without exception. Tonight, everyone is free to indulge. I shall cover the expenses. Mose's voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. Many, upon seeing the familiar dishes from their homeland, were overcome with emotion, the sense and warmth causing tears to well in their eyes. Could they truly be witnessing such delectable food once more? The arrival of these dishes heightened the fervor of the evening's festivities, transforming it into a jubilant celebration. The gratitude that everyone felt towards Mercer was beyond the bounds of verbal expression. They could only perceive this young man as nothing short of extraordinary.